Chapter 0001. The City of Midsummer. This is a city known as the Island of the God of Strings, floating on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, an artificial island made of carbon fiber, resin, metal, and magic. The bright moon hung over the head coldly shone on the sea surrounding the city. The time is approaching late at night and the date is about to change. The window surface of the building where the light source is extinguished reflects the light of the street lamp, and looks like broken sunglasses. The busy street in front of the station is a sea of brilliant neon, a family restaurant operating late at night, KTV, convenience store. The streets are still full of young people. Apart from making loud noises and talking and laughing, they also talked about some nonsense rumors from time to time. Of course, it's just some common urban legends. The fourth true ancestor. It's said that there is a vampire somewhere on this island, but others are very boring to listen, because on the island of String God, monsters are not surprising at all. Orcs, elves, vampires, artificial life, etc. At this time, the island welcomed an outside guest. Unexpectedly, I crossed it. My parents must be very sad. On the sidewalk of the park, a teenager in his early 20s lying on the ground said without a god. "Forget it, if you come, you will be safe. First figure out where this is." The boy had a plan. The young man's name was Qin Zheng, he was an out-and-out celestial dynasty, and his life was very fulfilling. There was no accidental or murderous death like other traversers, but he never expected to cross. That day, Qin Zheng bought a fossil-like fruit full of spiral patterns from a small stall. Well, everyone in the Celestial Dynasty knew that it looked like a devil fruit. Under curiosity, Qin Zheng paid for it. "Come down." Of course, curiosity belongs to curiosity. Qin Zheng has no plans to eat it. Who would eat a stone? But that night, the fruit changed. When Qin Zheng was not paying attention, it throbbed like a heart, and then the mud attached to the outside fell like quicksand. When Qin Zheng noticed, the fruit had revealed its original appearance. It should be said that without the rough layer of stone mud on the outside, the pattern on the surface of the fruit was more delicate. At first glance, there is something that has been swallowed. Feel. Qin Zheng was even more curious. The fruit was dark and could not be seen as the fruit of any power. Driven by curiosity, when his hands could not stop trying to touch the fruit, a strong suction was released centered on the fruit. With almost no strength to resist, Qin Zheng was sucked in, and when he woke up, he was already on this island. At the same time, there is a part of memory in my mind, the memory of the fruit. Dark fruit, not bad. Qin Zheng murmured. When the body changes into darkness, it possesses black hole-like gravity, which can everything in contact with darkness, but unlike the dark fruit of Blackbeard, it is dark throughout. It also has a characteristic, swallowing, as the name suggests, is to swallow the power of the outside world and turn it into its own use. It can be said that this fruit is stronger than the Blackbeard, but there are also shortcomings. Because it is the cause of gravity, therefore, physical attacks cannot be avoided, physical damage will have an effect on him, and he has to withstand twice the pain of ordinary people. But in Qin Zheng's eyes, this is not a shortcoming at all, because when his body turns into a black hole and swallows everything, who can hurt him? It's so hot. The hot weather made Qin Zheng unable to refresh himself. Is this Japan? Seeing two young women walking together wearing gorgeous clothes, the communication between them was in Japanese. Qin Zheng was from a well-off family. After training for a period of time in Japanese courses, he was naturally able to understand Japanese. "Have you heard?" one of the girls mysteriously said to her companion next to her. "What?" The companion also seemed a little curious. "The legend of the fourth true ancestor." The girl was even more mysterious, saying, "The fourth true ancestor is an immortal, without any compatriots of the blood race, and does not seek rule. The 12 beasts who lead the incarnation of calamity, only care about killing." Monster. Hehe, what's weird about this? Don't forget that we have the most monsters on Xianshan Island. What elves, orcs, artificial life, even if there is a fourth true ancestor, it is not strange. Don't you think it's scary? It's terrible, but I believe those above will not ignore the existence of such a threat on Xianjin Island. Qin Zheng, who pricked his ears and listened to their conversation, naturally heard something. It turns out that this is Xianshan Island. The familiar ground reminded Qin Zheng that this is a world that devours blood. Since you know this world, what are you going to do next? Qin Zheng murmured, and the destructive power of the beast within the blood-devouring raid was amazing, and it could easily destroy a city. Although he has the secret fruit, Qin Zheng wants to get a beast of his own, but the beast can only be controlled by a bloodsucker, and others can't control it at all, because the beast has to draw a lot of vitality from the owner, and there is no vampire. With such immortal characteristics, no matter how powerful a life is, it can't stand the toss. If Qin Zheng wanted to have a beast, he had to solve the problem of life, but Qin Zheng didn't know whether his swallowing ability could swallow the blood of a vampire. Young man, are you okay? The voice was a bit nice. Qin Zheng looked up. A woman in school uniform was squatting down, leaning over, and asking, "Is it unwell? Would you like to send you to the hospital?" Looking at the delicate girl with short white hair, Qin Zheng remembered that the girl's name was Xia Yin, a middle school student, and Nasha's friend. I very much yearn to be a nun and an animal lover. She is usually well behaved and quiet. Once she interacts with wild animals, she will show amazing action. In fact, she is a mask parasite modeling angel no. XDA7 and likes to keep cats, raised a litter of kittens in the church. The real identity is the princess of the kingdom of Alyadakia, and she is Faria's aunt according to her generation. She was transformed into a simulated angel. She once forced the ancient city and others into desperation, but was rescued by the ancient city and taken in by Nangong that month. Can you invite me to dinner? Qin Zheng smiled slightly, crossing over, and penniless, and now it's a problem to even start a meal. Then I'm welcome. In the fast food restaurant, Qin Zheng continued to eat special food, next to a stack of tall bowls and chopsticks, and Xia Yin, who was sitting on the side, opened his mouth, apparently frightened by Qin Zheng's amazing appetite. Lived, and the service staff looked at Qin Zheng like a monster. Perhaps it was because of the fusion of dark fruits, Qin Zheng didn't realize that he could actually eat this way. But this Xia Yin is really the same as in the original book, she is a very kind little girl. Hey, so full. For a long time, Qin Zheng felt that it was almost the same after he had eaten it. If he eats it, he will be regarded as a monster. As everyone knows, everyone who eats in the restaurant classifies Qin Zheng as a monster. Hey, is he really human? One of them whispered. There is no demon logger in your hand, it should be a human. You stupid, how much can humans eat? He must be from the demon race, then the demon race without the logger is a foreign demon race. It's terrible. Hurry up and call the police. Qin Zheng naturally heard the conversations of those people, but he didn't care, so he called the police. The ability of the garrison in Xianshan Island is not his opponent at all. In other words, although the current technological development is rapid, but magic is the mainstream, power is the truth, but the existence like an ant makes Qin Zheng annoying. Brother, what's your name? Because Qin Zheng is a few years older than Xia Yin is called Brother Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, you can call me Brother Love. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. It's nice to meet you, my name is Xia Yin, Brother Qin. Naturally. Xia Yin naturally didn't know that Qin was molesting her, so he naturally called him Brother Qing. Qin Zheng nodded. Now Xia Yin should be a molded angel, but I don't know what stage it is now. I have to say that Yelai Xiansheng is very talented. The molded angel he created evolved by preying on the same kind, through magic. Strengthen the human body and transform it into a high-dimensional existence. It is very close to God's. No one can control it. It will disappear only after completing its mission and ascending to heaven. It is so powerful that the two beasts of the ancient city cannot be suppressed. To put it bluntly, it is the application of goo poison. Let the candidates kill each other, and then swallow the opponent's spiritual center into their own use, and if you can follow Xia Yin, you may have unexpected gains. Well, Brother Qing, I'm going home. Picking up his school bag, Xia Yin waved to Qin Zheng. Well, I'm going home too. Qin Zheng quietly followed Xia Yin after leaving Xia Yin's sight. Data 0002. Following Xia Yin on the levitation magnetic train, Qin Zheng followed Xia Yin to a dilapidated building. This should be the Sorcerer Sculpture. The Sorcerer Sculpture is mainly a well-known company that produces industrial robots. The company's boss is Beat Oris, a blonde beauty, and a fighter named Luo seems to be able to become a bear, but the company is on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor performance, and the arrival of Xian Sheng and Xia Yin has brought hope to Are Rimi. In the final analysis, Beatrice's nature is not bad. She doesn't have the kind of idea of using model angels to dominate the world. She just wants to save her company. Now, the person in charge of the company is Xian Sheng, who is responsible for the development of model angels and research, and Xia Yin naturally lives in this company. Unexpectedly, technology has reached this point. Qin Zheng murmured as he walked along, looking at the robots around him. Is Xia Yin back? My classmates. The company's female robot was in charge of receiving Xia Yin. After seeing Xia Yin walk in, Qin Zheng followed. No, Xia Yin is out. The female robot replied very mechanistically. Really speak big words without blinking. Qin Zheng was a little speechless after hearing this, but I can't blame the robot in front of her because she was set up with some kind of program, but she was still very upset and stretched out her palm. Dark vortex. A black mist emerged in Qin Zheng's hands. Then, a powerful attraction spread, and the female robot was suddenly crushed into a pile of scrap iron. It's really troublesome. Qin Zheng remembered that Xia Yin lived in room 204 and found it here. Qin Zheng didn't believe he could not find Xia Yin's location. Papa! Your abilities are very good. Qin Zhen soon passed with the applause, and a blonde woman appeared in front of Qin. Chapter 2. Bea Torres. Qin Zheng was taken aback. Oh! Do you know me? Beat Oris was also a little surprised when the boy in front of her yelled her name. This teenager knows himself, so his purpose is definitely not simple. Of course, a big-name strong woman, but recently your company's earnings don't seem to be good. Qin Zheng sneered. You don't need to care about this. Beatrice's face changed. What is your purpose here? Of course it's a modeled angel. Qin Zheng smiled and said without mind. Snake Hung Gluo. Without any warning, Beatrice's pupil shrank, and she stepped back. The weapon in her hand was shot at Qin Zheng like the tentacles of a rough-handed monster. Haha, I really don't know how to be polite. Qin Zheng's expression did not change in the face of the galloping tentacles. Dark vortex. Qin Zheng stretched out his palm, and a black hole appeared in Qin Zheng's hand, and the powerful suction attracted Bea Torres's beast into it. How could this happen? There was hardly any chance of reaction, and the self-proclaimed powerful woman could not survive a round in front of this young man. How is it? Did you give up? Qin Zheng took a step forward, picked up Beatrice's chin, and smiled slightly. Luo! Come and help! Bea Torres yelled. Roar! With the roar of a wild beast, Qin Zheng found that a shadow had swept above him, and his huge fist banged against Qin Zheng. Are people in this world so barbaric? Qin Zheng smiled faintly, and countless black angers emerged from Qin Zheng, then turned into a big mouth and swallowed Luo directly. How is this possible? After Luo was sucked into the black hole, Bea Torres shook slightly. The man in front of him is really not something that he and others can contend. What did you do to Luo? Raising her head, Bea Torres asked. Of course it was killed. After Qin Zheng showed a devilish smile, Luo, who was pressed into a piece of paper, threw out his palm. Well, this bear man will give it back to you. Qin Zheng glanced lightly at Luo, who could not die again, and said. Xian Sheng, hurry up and send out a model angel, I'm going to kill this bastard. She has worked with Luo for several years, and she has regarded Luo as her companion. What an unlovable woman! Qin Zheng murmured, kicking Bea Torres into the air. This foot directly caused Beatrice to vomit blood and suffered a very serious injury. What are you going to do? Seeing the teenager who squinted his eyes and showed a devilish smile, Bea Torres trembled involuntarily. This man would really kill himself. Come on, begging me for mercy like a bitch, otherwise, your beast will be dead. Qin Zheng smiled again. It can be said that the beast is a part of the human body. If it is killed or deprived, the person will be seriously injured, and even die. Dark Vortex. Qin Zheng waved his hand abruptly, and directly absorbed the yellow energy bomb that had shot from behind. Sneak attack is not a gentleman's way. Qin Zheng turned around, looking at the man slowly coming out of the dark, and said, Yelai Xian Sheng. I really don't mean it, because your strength is too strong, so you have to make this move. Xian Sheng stared at Qin Zheng closely. As long as Qin Zheng moved slightly, he would order the masked model on him. The angel killed the man in front of him. Moreover, it doesn't seem like a gentleman. Did you break into someone else's premises for no reason? Haha, it's not unreasonable. Qin Zheng murmured, I can find Xia Yin's credit here. Then he turned his eyes to the two molded angels above and said, the two above are make an angel. Well, there are two pairs of white wings, and indeed look like an angel. Xian Sheng Nielai, you really are a genius. I think you are here to praise me. Xian Sheng Yap pushed his glasses and said calmly. Of course not. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, I came here to repay my gratitude, the gratitude of a meal. Repaying your gratitude. Yet he was taken aback when he heard that, and then looked at Luo and Beatrice, who was half-life left, and said, your actions are like revenge. Yelai Xian Sheng, you are really joking, I am not you, but the girl Xia Yin. Qin Zheng smiled again, okay, hand over Xia Yin, I will forgive you not to die, otherwise, even if you are Xia Yin's relatives, I will kill you. Data 0003. Haha. You are going to kill me. Yelai's expression turned sullen as if he heard the funniest joke. I admit, your strength is very strong, but can you kill me? My modeled angel is the most perfect. Perfect, in my eyes, this kind of modeled angel can't even be defeated by a high-level demon attacker. Humph, you are just an over-adaptive person, so you are not ashamed of talking here. Xian Sheng said with a proud face. No wonder Xian Sheng had such a misunderstanding. Qin Zheng used the dark fruit ability without magical fluctuations at all, so he defined Qin Zheng as an over-adapter. It seems that you really have no vision. Qin Zheng murmured. The so-called over-adaptive people are the general term for natural superpowered people who do not rely on magic. Their abilities that cannot be systematized are mostly extremely rare. Skills, science, and technology, and magic have also caused impossible phenomena. Then what is your trump card? Qin Zheng said again, taking a look at Xian Sheng with great interest, and continued, could it be that it is the so-called molded angel that can approach the existence of God? Why? Your face is so ugly, let me say it. Looking at the discolored Xian Sheng, Qin Zheng continued, but I think the current model angel is not complete. Well, of course, maybe there is no chance to see the moment when the mold is close to God. Xian Sheng's face was gloomy, and in essence, a huge wave was already set off in his heart. The man in front of him said that he was right. The modeling angel had not yet entered the final stage, and his power was not perfect. Hey, even so what? Even if you model an angel like this, you won't lose. Without speculation, Xian Sheng had already taken out the remote control and gave the two masked model angels an attack order. Dark Whirlpool. It was the current situation. Qin Zheng stretched out his palm, and the incomparable suction made the two molded angels unable to break free. After attracting the two model angels, after smashing the masks of the two with one blow, it was discovered that they were not Xia Yin, so he no longer kept his hands, and directly sucked them into the darkness, and then vomited them out. After killing the two molded angels pressed into paper casually, Qin Zheng looked at Xian Sheng again. How? Your biggest support is gone. Seeing a blow to level the molded angels, the two of them, including Beat Oris, felt terrified. They rushed to study the development of molded angels, knowing that the strength of molded angels could not be said to be comparable to the true ancestor, but it's not something that cats and dogs can beat, but I didn't expect to be dealt with by a single trick. It is clean and without the slightest muddling. You can swallow everything, your ability is like a black hole. Xian Sheng, as an outstanding scientist and magical talent, naturally saw Qin Zheng's ability. Yes, eyesight is okay. Qin Zheng did not object. Bea Torres stared at Qin Zheng in a daze. She didn't expect this man to have such power. Since you know my abilities, you should know that the attraction of black holes is definitely not something you can get rid of. With this alone, I will be invincible. Okay, hurry up and hand over Xia Yin. No, she definitely can't give it to you. It was Bea Torres who spoke against her, and she wanted to revitalize her company by modeling angels. It's a pity that the objection is invalid. Qin Zheng squinted his eyes and glanced at Bea Torres. Sure enough, the tentacles are the most annoying. Then under the pressure of the dark space, the tentacles beasts died directly. Lose. And Bea Torres was also seriously injured, and after the ah sound, she fainted. Ignoring the fainted Beat Oars, Qin Zheng focused on Xian Sheng. Xia Yin, come out. After seeing Qin Zheng's cruelty, Yelai also knew that there was no desperate resistance. Xia Yin was inside. If he didn't hand it over, he could go in and find it. In the end, he would take his own life. The gain is not worth the loss. A person who knows the current affairs is a great master. You know each other well. Qin Zheng patted Yelai Xian Sheng on the shoulder and said. Xian Sheng Yelai pouted, if it weren't for you to be too strong, who would compromise, but without the lineage of the royal family, can his own research be successful? Soon, Xia Yin appeared, but broke through the door, with white wings stretched out behind him, his eyes were dull, and he knew that he was under control at a glance. Xia Yin, hurry up and kill him. From the words just now, he noticed that this young man seemed to have a strong obsession with Xia Yin. Thinking about it, Xia Yin is the weak point of this powerful young man, so Xia Yunyi when he came out, Ken's Hung Haze stepped back and commanded. Xian Sheng, you are looking for death. Qin Zheng was furious, and darkness emerged from him, directly confining Xia Yin who had swooped down. How is this possible? Xian Sheng couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect that even the strongest modeled angel would be imprisoned. How strong is this young man? Chapter 3. Qin Zheng ignored Xian Sheng, he couldn't leave anyway, instead he came to Xia Yin and tore Xia Yin's clothes with both hands. Is this the spiritual central circuit? Xia Yin's whole body was covered with lines that could emit light, a little surprised. The so-called spiritual center refers to the circuit that uses spiritual power to create miracles. Although this is something that all humans have equal, not many people can drive it. Even those with first-class spiritual power can use 30%. The ability is quite good. If you can use it perfectly, you can become an enlightened being and gain the same power as gods and Buddhas. This kind of pattern is not good looking, so don't do it. Qin Zheng said with a frown. These patterns cover the body, just like wearing a tight safety jacket, without seeing the beautiful scenery inside. Haha, what are you talking about? Don't you know the preciousness of this spiritual center? With it, Xiaoyan can become a god. Xian Sheng laughed loudly. And, do you think you can destroy these spiritual centers? Idiot dreams. Is this difficult? When reading the original work, these spiritual centers seemed to be cut open by Swexia Wolf of Suike, and then destroyed by Xiao Ancient City. And Xiaoyan doesn't need to be a at all, I just need to protect her by her side. Dark clothes. Qin Zheng knows that these spiritual centers are spiritual and seem to have become a single individual. If they swallow it, it is not necessarily that they can get this power. Quickly, Qin Zheng took out a black cloak and directly covered Xiaoyan's body. Seeing Xiaoyan's body covered, Xian Sheng felt uneasy. Sure enough, the dark cloak opened again, and the spiritual center of Xiaoyan's body had disappeared, although due to the darkness, only a piece of pink was seen. Arm, but he can also be sure that the spiritual circuit in Xiaoyan's body has disappeared. How did he do it? Xian Sheng was even more surprised. Surprised? Qin Zheng looked at Xian Sheng, knowing that he was surprised that the clothes of darkness could seize power. Blackbeard used this trick to take away the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruits, but he didn't need to tell yet. Kenzhung Se explained. Data 0004. After Qin Zheng grabbed the energy of the spiritual center, he walked slowly to Yelai Xian Sheng, who could stand up. How did you do it? Xian Sheng asked when Qin Zheng had deprived his spiritual center. No comment. Qin Zheng shook his head, however, thanks to your spiritual center, I have this power. In order to show my respect to you, I will reluctantly open your eyes. Open up your titanium. Alloy Dog sees clearly. What do you mean, do you have the spiritual central power as your own? Xian Sheng was even more puzzled, and wanted to ask more clearly, but as Qin Zheng yelled, a black beam of light spurted out of his raised palm. Rising into the sky, straight into the sky, for a while, the sky of Xian Shen Island was covered with dark clouds, and the whole sky was darkened. What a strong energy fluctuation! The petite beauty who was still dealing with educational affairs in Keihe Academy stopped her work and stared at the unpredictable sky. Damn, something happened again. The petite beauty stopped her work and hurried over with a black sun umbrella. And the fourth true ancestor of Xian Shen Island, although he had not yet been able to summon the beasts, he also felt this powerful energy fluctuation, and looked at the beam of light rising into the sky in surprise. The underground staff of Xian Jindao immediately detected a powerful energy fluctuation, and the entire computer glowed red and issued a warning. If abnormal energy fluctuations are found, please evacuate the crowd immediately and go to the refuge area. If abnormal energy fluctuations are found, please evacuate the crowd immediately and go to the refuge area. The computer's warning was repeated several times. Because the computer's system was connected to the outside broadcast, the crowd near the sorcerer's plastic could be heard. People who heard the news immediately rushed to a safe place. Although panicked, they didn't. There is a big disturbance. It is conceivable that they have a certain degree of adaptation to this large-scale evacuation, but this is also the sorrow of the weak. Whether this kind of evacuation is necessary, I don't know. One day I will lose my life. I really want to hurry to Xianjin Island. On a luxury ship that is thousands of miles away from Xianjin Island, a handsome man in a white suit and broken blonde hair stood on the deck, feeling the change in the sky above Xianjin Island in the distance. The sky and the powerful energy fluctuations made the whole person seem excited, but more puzzled. Fourth true ancestor? Are you already able to use the beast? But it's not right, this breath is not the beast of the fourth true ancestor, who would it be? In addition to the fourth true ancestor, there is such a strong person on Xian Shen Island, I really want to fight him. Although the mumbling man recognized Qin Zheng's beast, he was not very sad. Indeed, compared with the fourth true ancestor's beast, the beast Qin Zheng called was still inferior at this time. After all, at that time, Xia Yin completed the last stage. The spiritual center was stronger than the spiritual center Qin Zheng had obtained at this time, but he still lost to the number 3 beast of the ancient city. What's more, the spiritual center is not perfect yet, it's just the first time for Qin Zheng. Summoning the beasts, the noise is a bit big, but the spiritual center that incorporates the dark attributes should not be bad. Of course. Although the beast was weak, Qin Zheng was still very excited as the first beast he got. At the end of the black light, all the clouds were swept away, and the huge stone gate flattened the sky, blocking the direct black light. What are you going to do? You will destroy this island. Feeling such a powerful energy fluctuation, Qin Zhenghe said immediately. It doesn't matter what you destroy. Qin Zhengke doesn't mind destroying this island. This is an age where strength comes out of truth. As long as you have strength, money, power, women, everything you have, do you need to control the life and death of others? The ancient city is a good example. If he is not the fourth true ancestor, he can get a lion. Favored by the agency, they handed over Sui Ke, even helped the ancient city open the harem, and finally established the autonomous Xiaxi Empire. In Qin Zheng's view, the ancient city is the winner of life, so strength is the most solid benefit. Sure. But I really didn't expect that you would care about the life and death of others if you were indifferent to experimenting with your relatives. Qin Zheng looked at Xian Sheng with some surprise. Of course he knew that Xian Sheng was not a big treacherous person, he just wanted Xia Yin to become an existence beyond human beings without letting others harm her. Humph! Xian Sheng snorted coldly, without speaking. Appear quickly, fallen angel Fluxi. Qin Zheng's skin color gradually turned black on his raised wrists, and he shouted. Of course, the name of Fluxi is Qin Zhengke, and it has nothing to do with the real fallen angel Lucifer. You are actually summoning the beast. You are crazy, so you will be dead. Seeing the sky, the huge stone gate opened, with a human figure more than 20 meters high, wearing a clown mask slowly landing from the stone gate. Behind the woman, the huge black wings spread their wings, and her figure flickered. She had fallen from the sky and came quickly. Very surprised, right? Qin Zheng smiled indifferently when Xian Sheng said about his lunatic. What Ye Xian Sheng was telling was the truth. From the time he summoned the beasts, he noticed that his vitality continued to flow away and continued in this state. After a while, he would be dead. He smiled bitterly in his heart and warned secretly before he solved the physical problem. Don't call the beast. Xian Sheng Yelai was indeed surprised, because this guy's beast is an angel, and the angel who serves the highest directly told him that this beast has a lot to do with the spiritual center that he had absorbed before. Combined with the few words Qin Zheng said just now, this guy is really likely to take the spiritual center and turn it into his own. Maybe, this fallen angel is the spiritual center. However, this is only Xian Sheng Yi's guess, and it is still not certain. If Qin Zheng knows Xian Sheng Yi's thoughts, he will definitely clap his hands and applaud, because the reasoning is really wonderful. This beast is really a spiritual center transformation. Come. Soon, the fallen angel Fluxi had appeared in front of Qin. Qin Zheng ignored Yelai. He came to Xia Yin, wrapped his coat around Xia Yin's body, and hugged Xia Yin. Hey! Brother Qin, it's you, how did you find this place? Xia Yin woke up in a daze and saw a young man hugging himself, and the young man still knew Qin Zheng's brother. Hehe, Xian Sheng Yelai, and they asked me to take care of you, and you will live with me in the future. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Although he is still a black account now, he is confident that he can solve the accommodation and identity problem. Ah! Why? Xia Yin was a little confused. Because they were attacked. Yes, they were attacked. Qin Zheng made up an excuse. Oh. Then Xiaoyan looked at Bea Torres who had passed out and murmured, "Brother Qin, Miss Bea Torres is so pitiful, save her." "That's all right." Qin Zheng gave an order to his beast, and then placed the fainted Beatrice on the palm of his hand, and Qin Zheng also jumped onto the palm of the fallen angel's palm. "Go!" Directing the fallen angel, the beast flew high into the sky. At this time, Xiaoyan, who had consumed a lot of energy, fell asleep again. Qin Zheng turned his gaze to the place where the sorcerer's craftsman Xian Sheng Yelai said softly, "Xian Sheng Yelai, don't die, otherwise, I'm very troubled." With a whisper, a black ball appeared in the hands of the fallen angel Faluzi, and then pushed it out. The target was the sorcerer's sculpture, but the range of attacks would definitely not be as simple as the sorcerer's sculpture. The building will definitely be greatly damaged. Of course, this is not Qin Zheng's concern. His purpose is only to try the power of the fallen angel. Looking at the sea of flames below, Qin Zheng nodded, "So powerful, even if it was not as powerful as the beast of the true ancestor, it was only half the price. Let's go." After testing his strength, Qin Zheng ordered the fallen angel to take Xiaoyan and Beatrice away. Data 0005. The northern area of Xianjin Island, second floor B area, Scalp Pharmaceutical Company. At this time, 3 guests were welcomed here, a black-haired teenager, a white-haired girl, and a blonde young woman. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing the young man covering his chest and breathing heavily, the white-haired girl supported the young man and asked with concern. "Don't worry. I can't die." Qin Zheng smiled slightly, but his heart was extremely bitter. He did not expect the side effects of summoning the beast to be so great. Hey, a mere human dared to summon the beasts, it's really looking for death. On the other hand, Beatrice, who was also in a very bad state, said blankly. In fact, Beatrice was already horrified, because in her cognition, it is impossible for humans to summon the beasts. What is the beast? The vampire in its own blood tame the beasts of the otherworldly. The postures and abilities of the beasts are different. However, even the extremely weak monsters have combat power that surpasses the latest tanks and attack helicopters. If it's the beast driven by the old generations, it is said that even the trick of destroying the entire small village is possible. The beasts are usually a collection of magical powers. If they are generally eliminated, they can be destroyed as long as the host survives. Summoning, generally speaking, anyone can use the beast, Astaroth can use the beast is proof, but if you use the beast, you must pay for the life force and reduce the lifespan. Only the vampire with infinite life can withstand the use. The price of beasts. But someone's condition doesn't seem to be much better than me. Qin Zheng glanced at Beatrice, who seemed to be working hard, and also sneered. He wasn't just as simple as killing the beast of Beatrice, but taking the beast, which was equivalent to digging out a piece of meat from Beatrice. Can she feel good? You don't need to care about this. I am a vampire and can't die, but you are different. Use a human body to drive the beast by overdrawing your life. You will die soon. Bea Torres sarcastically said. Don't worry, this problem will be solved soon. After speaking, Qin Zheng looked at Beatrice again. She is a vampire. If she can swallow her, she should have the characteristics of an infinite lifespan of a vampire. Unless you have an infinite lifespan, otherwise. Beatrice continued to attack. Chapter 4. Qin Zheng ignored the woman who was full of resentment against him and wanted to shoot at her all the time, but instead looked at the abandoned company. Brother, what are we doing here? Xiaoyan asked weakly at this time. Hehe, this will be our home in the future. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Although this place has been abolished, all water and electricity measures are intact. Otherwise, in the volume of the saint's wrists, it is called Ostak. Teachers of Jian will not choose here as a secret base. More importantly, living here can meet this so-called J teacher. Of course, the encounter with teacher Jian was not to get a relationship with him, but the artificial life body beside him, such a lovely loli, how could you miss it? Isn't it just a disused company? What's good? Not as good as sorcerer sculpture. Bea Torres curled her lips. Haha, I'm very sorry, in order to test the power of the beast, the sorcerer's plastic has been destroyed by me. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. At this time, the voice of the broadcast sounded. According to the Black Beam incident that occurred in the early hours of last night, a violent explosion occurred in the eastern area of Xianjin Island. It was temporarily calmed down this morning. Although the crowd was evacuated, many people were still injured and no deaths had occurred. However, basic measures were recruited. To serious damage, due to the explosion, the number of power outage users reached more than 2W, and the total asset loss of the incident was as high as 100 billion. This is the case in the high-tech world. Broadcasting is really everywhere. Qin Zheng shook his head in distress. I'm going to kill you. Beatrice didn't know where her company was really destroyed, turned into a sea of flames, and immediately rushed towards Qin Zheng regardless of her physical injuries. Give me peace. How could Beatrice be Qin Zheng's opponent, and Beatrice was blown away with a slap. Brother, did you kill Xian Sheng? Xia Yin's face became pale when he heard so many people affected by the disaster. No. Looking at the pale, kind-hearted Xia Yin, Qin Zheng hugged him and said softly. Xian Sheng just uses you as a tool. Now I will protect you. You don't have to do things you don't like to do. Yet. Xia Yin really doesn't like being a model angel, especially by hurting others to improve herself, which makes Xia Yin unacceptable. Xia Yin, don't lie to him, he must kill Xian Sheng. Bea Torres continued to die. You didn't say anything, you didn't treat you as dumb. Qin Zheng sent it out again, kicking Bea Torres away, and then said, didn't the broadcast say it? There are no dead people. In fact, Qin Zheng was also wondering. Under such power, Xian Sheng has not yet died, which is really unexpected. Yet. Xia Yin nodded and said, Brother, can you not beat Miss Bea Torres, she still has injuries. Okay. Qin Zheng spread his hands, then took Bea Torres and Xia Yin to find a floor of a building to live in. Among them, Bea Torres, who had problems with her actions, was lifted up by Qin Zheng as a baggage. And then carried on his shoulders. You, hurry up and let me down. Beatrice struggling to say, being carried by Qin Zheng. You big girl, please be quiet. With a slap, Qin Zheng firmly slapped Bea Torres's buttocks. The crisp voice made Bea Torres feel a lot of peace. Xia Yin followed Qin Zheng, rubbing her little hands uncomfortably, looking at the unfathomable peak of Bea Torres, and comparing her flat chest. Does older brother like the big one? Xia Yin sighed, there is no advantage at all, but I won't give up. Item 0006. Xianjin Island, Khe Academy, the top office, ushered in a sportswear woman wearing a Cheongsam-style shirt and mini-skirt, red hair braided into a bun and 3-strand braids. Tazaki Cape, why are you free to come here? The petite beauty named Nangang Naia was talking, sitting on a chair, fanning a small fan, like a queen, of course, if her height can be ignored. In the month of Nangang, the English teacher of the higher department of Khe Academy and the head teacher of the ancient city has a unique personality. I claim to be 26 years old and have a lowly appearance, but he has a wonderful sense of majesty and leadership skills and was well received by the students. Is called Neiuijiang by the students, likes to wear maid costumes, and is also an alumnus of Khe Academy. Of course, she also has another identity, that is, an active professional demon attacker who also serves as the instructor of the Sar garrison. She is widely known by the demons as the Witch of the Void, and she is good at magic at a high level. Space control magic, her identity is a witch, and her body age stops at a certain moment. The price of being a witch is to guard the imprisonment barrier alone until death. It is also the key to the enchantment. You can use space magic to summon a chain to fight, and the body is sleeping in the enchantment. And Misaki is also a physical education teacher in the middle school of Keihei Academy. Neza and Xiaoyin's head teacher are carefree and approachable, and they speak straightforwardly. They are often called Stupid Dog Teacher by that month, another identity. It is the national attacker, that is, the attacker of the country directly under the jurisdiction. The fighting method is usually to fight with physical skills. People who have seen her fight describe her as destroying the violent organization alone and splitting the ground with bare hands. Something like beams of qigong waves in the hands. You know what happened last night? Ti Kijia said solemnly. Well, I already know. The Special Administrative Region Security Team has rushed over to deal with the scene, and I also got the first-hand information. Drinking black tea that month, laughed. Last night I hurriedly dared to go over, but did not catch up. The prisoner has already sat on his beast and left. Then what do you know? Tikai Misaki continued to ask, did the fourth true ancestor's beast run away? Of course not. After hearing that, Neiyu shook his head, and then the ancient city that the face beast could not be summoned appeared in his mind, and said, it should be caused by some bold guy wantonly summoning the beast. No. Tasaki Cape was surprised. If it weren't the true ancestor, who would it be? Besides the true ancestor, who else has such a powerful beast? Haha. Neiyu continued to smile and said, although the angel-shaped beasts that appeared last night are good and powerful, they are still halfway behind the true ancestor's beasts. But it can be done. An island was easily destroyed. Then you are so calm, hurry up to catch people. Tikai Cape said immediately. Relax. We already have a goal. Neiyu smiled and said, it's just that the person hasn't woken up yet. Then I ask you, among the wounded, did you find a junior high school student named Xiaoyin? Since knowing that the place of the explosion was the sorcerer's sculpture, Tsuzaki Misaki, who knew Xiaoyin's address, suddenly became anxious. Worried about the safety of their students. This hasn't been discovered yet. Hearing this, Neiyu shook his head, but I found Xiaoyin's adoptive father, Yelai Xiansheng. When the explosion, he was working on the sculpture of the magician. I believe he will know Xiaoyin's situation. It's just that Kenzhung Yeze was seriously injured, and he is still in a deep coma. But, okay. The disappearance of his student made Tasaki Misaki a little impatient. Don't worry, when Yelai Xiansheng wakes up, he will definitely know where Xiaoyin went, and he will even know who caused the explosion. Neiyu smiled. Brother, tomorrow is Monday, I'm going to school. Xiaoyin said to Qin Zheng, who was comfortably lying on the sofa in Area B on the second floor. Well, you go. Qin Zheng waved his hand. Idiot! Do you know how far it is from Keihei Academy? Bea Torres gave Qin Zheng a white look. Isn't there a levitation magnetic train? Qin Zheng was a little surprised. The levitation magnetic train was very fast. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Zheng forgot, the levitation magnetic train seemed to have been destroyed by him, and he has not recovered yet. What shall we do then? Go get a car and come back. Bea Torres said in a huff. In this era of rapid technological development, vehicles are the cheapest means of transportation, they are fast, and ordinary families can afford to drive them. Ha, that's a good idea. Qin Zheng glanced at Beatrice and said, you are not dead yet. If you are not dead, you will be given this important task. Well, by the way, give me my ID card. Get the residence certificate, everything. You don't even have an ID card. Beatrice was a little surprised when she heard that. Of course. Qin Zheng nodded, after all, I'm still a newcomer, and I'm not familiar with everything about Xianshendao. You want to be beautiful. After chatting for a few words, Beatrice no longer pays attention to Qin Zheng's identity, but said stiffly, "If I destroy my company, you want me to do things for you, what you think beautiful. Let me go." The kind-hearted Xiaoyan said while quietly looking at the two people who were bickering. "Hey! No! I want her to go." After speaking, Qin Zheng looked at Beatrice closely. "Why? I just won't go." Seeing Qin Zheng's serious eyes, Beatrice felt very wronged. "Okay." Qin Zheng said, "Beatrice, if you go, I will revitalize your company." "Activate my company? My company is gone, how can I activate it?" Beatrice still did not act. "You stupid girl!" Qin Zheng said slowly, "I ask you, why do you care about your company so much?" "That's..." Beatrice was taken aback when she heard the words. "For the money, right?" Qin Zheng said to himself. "Yeah." Beatrice nodded. "Then what do you want so much money for?" Chapter 5. Of course I enjoy it, and I can do what I want to do. Actually, you have entered a misunderstanding of thinking. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, only naive people like you have such naive thoughts. Item 0007. Naive? You are naive. Beatrice gave Qin Zheng a blank look. You high school students who have not yet entered the society can't understand the charm of money. Then tell me, what is the charm of money? Qin Zheng looked at him with a smile. With money, I can eat a lot of delicious things, buy a large manor on the island of the gods, and live freely. Beatrice said grimly, and cited many examples. I know what you said. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, although I don't have money, as long as I have the strength, everything in the entire Xianshan island belongs to me. Do I still use the money? Of course, including you, you also belong to me. Just blow it. Beatrice's face flushed. I admit that you are stronger than me, but you are only stronger than me. There are many powerful people in this world. Unless you can become real ancestor, but this is impossible. Beatrice has lived on Xianjin Island for more than 10 years. She naturally knows the legend of the three true ancestors, the kind of characters in the myths that have established their own empire. Everyone has the power to destroy Xianjin Island. No, it should be said that it is the power to destroy the world. Why can't I be the true ancestor? I will prove to the world that I am the strongest. Qin Zheng sneered, I am stronger than the three true ancestors. It's impossible. They are cursed by the gods, immortal and immortal, in a sense, they are gods. Beatrice screamed and lived here for a long time, listening to the legend of the three true ancestors. Beatrice naturally thinks that the three true ancestors cannot be defeated. It's really sad. Qin Zheng really didn't expect Beatrice, who dared to speak loudly in front of the fourth true ancestor, would be so afraid of the three true ancestors. The true ancestor is actually the vampire with the most powerful magic power. Because the strongest, he is naturally named the true ancestor by the world. Simply put, the true ancestor's name is a kind of glory, a symbol of invincibility, but the true ancestor is also it is not immortal. There are some weapons that can kill the true ancestors, such as Ji Tuan Sui K's 7-type assault machine gun Swexia Wolf. However, it is not unreasonable that Beatrice does not fear the fourth true ancestor. In the world of magic, the longer the years go through, the stronger the power through the accumulation of strong feelings and desires. The true ancestors of vampires have such powerful power only because they are the oldest vampires. In other words, it is a matter of accumulation. The fourth true ancestor was only made by the three true ancestors and the Tianbiu clan. The purpose was to produce the strongest god-killing weapon. The fourth true ancestor was not created. Memories, that is, there is no accumulation of past history, so she needs to replenish the magic power necessary for awakening by devouring the memories of others. People who become living sacrifices will lose many memories that are very important to them, even if they are suspected of being vampires. The human beings who have been in contact with the primordial will use the memories of the period as a breakthrough, and will be deprived of their memories, and the memories related to the fourth true ancestor will be lost. The reason why the fourth true ancestor is called the vampire of dreams is also because of its memory extraction ability. Of course, Qin was about to become the fifth true ancestor, and the first thing he had to solve was the physical problem. Although he had thought about the way to eat the same race, it was limited to the same race, and he needed another idea. Qin Zheng glanced at Beatrice and said, "You have nothing now. Why don't you take a bet and put the treasure on me? When I become the fifth true ancestor and establish an empire, a large piece of land is sealed to you. This is 100 times better than money, 10,000 times. You are such a lunatic." Listening to Qin Zheng's rhetoric, Bea Torres was stunned, not knowing what to say. "Take me as a lunatic? Then would you like to take a gamble?" "Okay. Anyway, I have nothing, I bet." It seemed that he was struggling and hesitating. After a long time, Bea Torres said, "Very good." Qin Zheng nodded, "Then you are the first nobleman under the name of my fifth true ancestor. Now I will tell you to arrange my identity immediately. It's best to get it to the sea. Qualifications to go to school in CAI Academy." "Okay." After pressing Bao on Qin Zheng's body, Bea Torres did not resist Qin Zheng's order too much. Just as Bea Torres was about to leave, Qin Zheng stopped Bea Torres. "I have deprived you of your beasts. Although you are a vampire and will not die, you are still uncomfortable. Just know it." Bea Torres glared at Qin Zheng. Indeed, losing the beast is equivalent to digging out a piece of meat from her. Can she feel good? "I'll give you some benefits now." Qin Zheng smiled slightly, and the white light in his hand flashed, shining on Beat Oris. "Holy light, healing. Is this the ability of the beast?" Beat Oris was a little surprised by the warm feeling from her body. Under the shining of these lights, her discomfort disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bea Torres looked at Qin Zheng in surprise, and suddenly became a little bit curious about Qin Zheng, a mysterious boy, and also a little bit anticipation about what he said. Yet, Qin Zheng nodded, and Bea Torres was right. This was the ability of the beast. The fallen angel of his beast preserved the characteristics of the spiritual center. When fighting, he concealed his figure in a different dimension. It was not an ordinary beast that could be defeated, that is, the attack was neutralized. It was very powerful, and it was in the ancient city. Beasts that can attack another dimension can defeat his fallen angels. In addition to this, fallen angels also have the function of healing, regenerate blood, and eliminate a series of negative effects. They are powerful assistants. "Do things for me, I will give you a powerful beast in the future," Qin Zheng said again. "Then I'm leaving." Master Qin Zheng. Her injury healed, and Beatrice's mood improved a lot. She leaned down and gently kissed Qin Zheng's earlobe before doing the job. As for the beasts, she has nothing to look forward to. "Damn, I was molested." Looking at Beatrice, who left with a hip twist, Qin Zheng really wanted to rectify her on the spot, but this idea was naturally impossible for a certain pure Xiaoyan to be here. "Brother, were you kissing Sister Beat Oris just now?" On the other hand, Xiaoyan looked at the two flirting, jealous. "Of course not." Qin Zheng would naturally not admit the jealousy in Xiaoyan's tone. "Then brother, do you like Sister Bea Torres?" "Neither." Qin Zheng held Xiaoyan in his arms again and said, "My brother's favorite person is Xiaoyan." Yet, Xiaoyan likes his brother very much too. Leaning on Qin Zheng's chest, a touch of emotion filled his heart. Xiaoyan nodded and replied. Item 0008. In the midsummer forest, the bright burning bonfire illuminates the shrine in the middle of the night, and the cold moonlight also shines in. Although it is hot summer, because of the shrine formation, there is still a very comfortable weather in the shrine, and it is basically here. I couldn't hear the sound of the summer insects screaming. A beautiful girl in the black uniform of the Kansai Private Junior High School sits silently in the center of the wide worship hall. The Kansai Private Junior High School is naturally a prestigious school that believes in Shinto and is also a Lion King. The lower-level organization of the agency, this young girl, is naturally Suikei. Suikei sits in the worship hall, slender, not giving the impression of ethereal. On the contrary, it is like a finely forged blade, feeling the strength of softness and rigidity. Judging from the strong light contained in her solemnly closed lips and eyes, Suikei's force is not weak. In addition to Suikei, there were 3 people in the worship hall. Although the imperial curtain was hidden from view, Suikei had already known their identities beforehand. They are the elders of the Lion King's organization, known as the 3 sages. Although the 3 sages are all the highest-level shinisists or magicians, the aura pervading them seems quiet and not oppressive at all, but they also bring snow vegetables. A lot of pressure came, and Suikei unconsciously tightened the cuffs of her uniform, but in her heart she thought about why the characters like Sansheng came to her. "Report your name." A voice came from the other side of Yulian, with a serious tone, but not feeling indifferent. It was a female voice, younger than expected. "My surname is Ji Tuan. Ji Tuan Suikei." After a short while, Suikei replied, her voice trembling slightly because of tension, but the woman on the other side of Yulian didn't care, and continued to question the girl. "What about your age?" "It's 15 in 4 months. "Really? Ji Tuan Suikei, it has been 7 years since you started to practice. Now is the time for you to give back." "Yes." Suikei nodded. She entered the Lion King institution at the age of 7 and would naturally give everything to the Lion King institution. "Very good." A woman showing a smile came from the other side of Yulian. "From now on, you are the sword witch, Ji Tuan Suikei. Before telling you the task, you have to take a look at this." With this sentence, a butterfly flew out from the gap of the imperial curtain, and then fell on in front of Yukina, finally turned into a photo. The photo shows a male student wearing a high school uniform. It seems that the appearance of someone talking and laughing between him and his friends is the ancient city of Xiao. This is... Suikei didn't know why Sansheng gave herself this photo. Xiao Guokan is his name. "Have you heard of it?" "No." Suikei shook her head frankly. In fact, it was the first time she saw that face. "How do you feel about him? Or, is he the type you like?" "This is not certain." Suikei shook her head. For someone who hasn't met, even if the senses are good, she can't say she likes it. "So, have you ever heard the term 4th true ancestor, Ji Tuan Suikei?" "You mean Uncle Yang Guang yet?" "It is said that the 4th true ancestor with 12 beasts. The 4th true ancestor is already widely known, and Suikei naturally knows it. It's him. The only and lonely strongest vampire without any kindred compatriots." The calm female voice echoed in the worship hall. "And the boy in the photo in your hand is the 4th true ancestor." Upon hearing this, Suikei was shocked and said, "What? He is the 4th true ancestor? This is impossible. You can't look at the surface." The female voice continued, "The appearance of the 4th true ancestor will destroy the rare piece, so I hope you can go to Xianjin Island to monitor the 4th true ancestor." The territory treaty is because they have kept each other in check and maintained a state of 3 powers over the past few decades, so this short-term peace has been maintained, but the emergence of the 4th true ancestor will definitely break this balance. Should I be responsible for monitoring the 4th true ancestor? Chapter 6. Yes, and if you decide that the surveillance object is a dangerous existence, please do your best to obliterate it. Erase. Suikei was even more shocked. Of course, it is impossible for her own strength to kill the true ancestor. After all, the combat power of the true ancestor is said to be able to match the army of a country and is a real monster. Accept this, Ji Tuan Sui Ke, so that you have the power to kill the true ancestor. A woman passed an item from the gap rolled up by the imperial curtain, and a handful of silver appeared in the dark. Spear. Sui Ke knows the name of this gun, the 7-type assault machine gun Swexialan. In this way, Sui Ke brought Swexialan to Xianshan Island. On Qin Zheng's side, Beat Oris quickly settled everything, and at the same time, she was holding the uniform of Heike Academy in her hand. It's very efficient. Qin Zheng smiled slightly when she saw Beatrice come back. I'll give you this too. Without answering, Beat Oris took out a white silver circle from her arms, which was the demon logging device. Although I don't know why there is no magic fluctuation when you use these abilities, it is better to bring this one to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded, since it was Bea Torres's kindness, he reluctantly accepted it. Brother, do you want to go to school with me? Xiaoyan seemed very happy when he heard that Qin Zheng was really going to Heike Academy. Really? Qin Zheng nodded. I really don't know what you are going to school for. Bea Torres didn't know why Qin Zheng, who had such strength, chose to go to school. Hey, conquering the world starts with conquering Keihei Academy. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Of course, this excuse obviously did not satisfy Bea Torres, but Qin Zheng really didn't have any attachment to the identity of a student. He was going to go. Heike Academy went to school only because of the ancient city of Xiaoxiao and the encounter with a large number of beautiful women, and he also wanted to see and learn those magical magic. Item 0009. String God Island, located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, floats on an artificial island 230 kilometers south of Tokyo. It is composed of super-large floating structures connected together, and it is a city entirely made of man-made. The total area is about 180 square kilometers and the total population is about 560,000. Is it a special administrative region with an independent political system, also called the Mozu Special Administrative Region? Affected by the warm current, the climate on the island is stable. Even in the midwinter, the average temperature is still more than 2000 degrees. Of course, Xianjin Island is not a tourist island. People on the island are strictly controlled, and it is impossible for ordinary tourists to visit. Xianjin City is an academic city, and the pharmaceutical, precision machinery, and high-tech material industries are representative of Japan. Many large companies, or research institutions of well-known universities, are densely populated on this island, because only on this artificial island far away from Japan can research in a certain field be allowed. It's too hot too. The high temperature of 2000 degrees, if it weren't for high technology to cool the whole city, I am afraid that the whole person will be integrated. Otherwise, Qin Zheng, who has been adapting to more than 20 degrees, still feels his body. It's like it's on fire. Afterwards, Qin Zheng looked at Xiaoyan next to him, and couldn't help but admire him. Although he was wearing the uniform of Heike Academy, he did not feel the heat at all. Well, it should be said that for thousands of years, he has adapted to this climate. Hey? Isn't this an ancient city? At this moment, a high school student who was wearing a white hoodie and putting his hat on was about 15 or 6 years old and walked towards him. Who are you? Seeing someone shouting to himself, the ancient city looked at the young man in front of him. He had black hair and was not particularly eye-catching. He was an ordinary young man who could be seen everywhere. Of course I came to challenge. Qin Zheng said without a doubt. Challenge? You admitted the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person. Hearing this, the corner of Gukin's mouth twitched slightly. Don't talk nonsense, the fourth true ancestor, fight with me. Qin Zheng said proudly. There will be a battle between the fourth true ancestor and the fifth true ancestor. There is no need for two true ancestors in Xianshan Island. You are the fifth true ancestor. The ancient city was taken aback for a moment. He had already determined that the young man in front of him must be a fanatic and violent man. Where is the fifth true ancestor in this world? There is no fifth real ancestor. Gokun wiped his cold sweat and said. The world will recognize that I am the fifth true ancestor. Qin Zheng smiled, and stretched out his hands to reveal the demon logger on his wrist. You are a demon's. Gokun was taken aback, and then he was sucked involuntarily. Dark vortex. Qin Zheng burst into a powerful suction force, and after attracting the ancient city, he punched the ancient city in the abdomen and knocked him away. Damn it! The indiscriminate hands made Gokun annoyed. Gokun stood up, his fists were clenched, and a golden electric current flashed. Very good, that's how it looks. Qin said with his hands under his shoulder, as if pointing to Zhongshan. You fellow! I won't forgive you. Looking at the arrogant Qin Zheng, the ancient city was extremely upset. Brother, class is about to go. Qin Zheng still wanted to get together in the ancient city, but Xia Yin, who was standing behind him, pulled Qin Zheng's clothes corner and said. Xia Yin's timely reminder made Qin Zheng stop. In the final analysis, it was because of her kindness that she did not want Qin Zheng to hurt others. However, at this point, Qin Zheng was destined to disappoint Xia Yin. In the way of hegemony, all those who oppose him will be ruthlessly crushed by him. In the ancient city, the petite Xia Yin was also found blocked by Qin Zheng's body. Haike Academy's school uniform. Are these two students from Haike Academy? Because Qin Zheng also wore Haike Academy's school uniform, Gokun couldn't help thinking like this. But today is not the time to start school. Gokun was a little confused. Gokun has forgotten that the junior high school has already started classes, and the high school start time is 2 days later, and Qin is here to handle the enrollment matters. Fortunately for you. Qin Zheng sneered and left with Xia Yin. It's really inexplicable. Seeing Qin Zheng leave, the ancient city muttered and left with a lifted foot. In the family restaurant in the afternoon, Gokun crouched on a seat by the window, groaning dyingly. A large amount of deadly ultraviolet rays penetrating the thin blinds hit him. Gokun lazily glared at the question bank lying on the table. What time is it now? From the mouth of the ancient city, there was a whisper like a self-talk. It's almost 4 o'clock. 3 minutes and 22 seconds are left. Ye smiled slightly. It's already this time. Remember to make up the exam tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? As long as you don't sleep tonight, there will be 17 hours and 3 minutes. Is it time? At this time, Gokun's mood no longer reviewed the above. He remembered that he had just met the boy who was also Haike Academy. The look is arrogant and arrogant. Become the fifth true ancestor. He always felt that this guy was not joking, and his serious eyes made him feel pressured and a little bit scared. Gokun, are you listening? At this time, the girl with bright hairstyle and makeup level was dissatisfied with the school rules and uniforms. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about something, I'm distracted. Gokun came back to his senses, smirked. He didn't know, although he felt that the young man was an arrogant man, it was impossible to achieve it, but his heart was still uneasy. It seems that we need to find Xiao Neiyu to explain the situation. Let Xiao Neiyu solve this kind of trouble. It is madness to be determined to become the fifth true ancestor. Forget it, I have something to do, let's go first. Ye stood up and smiled slightly. As a watcher of the ancient city, he knows everything about the ancient city. He also knows the encounter between the ancient city and Qin Zheng. He looks at this crazy figure who aspires to become the fifth true ancestor and a student of High Cai Academy. Yazi needs this situation. Report to senior figures. Qin Zheng's weird ability attracted Yace's attention, and Yace needs to find out about Qin Zheng's background. Of course, even after the report is printed, it will be some joke at the beginning. The true ancestor is not so good. Yes, but Yazi has the same idea as Gucho, this guy is not joking. Then I'm leaving too. Try your best. Qian Kong also stood up and said, Qian Kong is a genius-level figure and has his own job. Chapter 0010. In Heike Academy, Qin Zheng followed Xia Yin to the third-year junior high school. Wow! Xia Yin, is this your boyfriend? Very handsome. Xia Yin has a good popularity in the class. When she first came to the classroom, some girls gathered around. Send Xia Yin to school, so gentle and considerate. I want to have such a boyfriend too. Chapter 7. Listening to the comments from friends, Xia Yin's face was as rosy as a ripe apple, and he glanced at Qin Zheng quietly. When he found that Qin Zheng's face was still smiling, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his heart was sweet. Endless. Seeing these gorgeous girls, Qin Zheng smiled slightly. There are no ugly girls in the second element. Compared with Xia Yin, these girls are slightly inferior in appearance, but they are also rare beauties. Handsome guy, what's your name? How did you meet Xia Yin? Qin Zheng smiled slightly, and did not refute them. This came to their eyes and confirmed their guess. Now their gossip is burning. Woke up. My name is Qin Zheng, and I am glad to meet you. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, as gentle as the brother next door, without the arrogance of the previous meeting with the ancient city. Don't get me wrong, brother Qin and I are not boyfriends and girlfriends yet. Looking at the more and more presumptuous people, Xia Yin retorted a little. Brother Qing? Sure enough, are they already living together? Xia Yin's explanation did not calm everyone's curiosity, but became more and more intense. It must be. I didn't expect the innocent Xia Yin to be so bold. Xia Yin, did you and Qin Zheng roll over the sheets? The women talked a lot, but the boys who pricked their ears to hear the girls talk were wailing, and their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at Qin Zheng. As a saint in the middle school, Xia Yin is very popular in both the class and the middle school. Woo, so sad. Return my pure Xia Yin. A flower is stuck in the cow dung. Good cabbage has been swept away by pigs. No. Xia Yin, do you want to abandon our fans? Damn, dare to take away my Xia Yin, this is the rhythm of seeking death. Well, fair. It would be nice if you could enjoy it yourself. The women surrounded Qin Zheng, unavoidably being a little bit touched. No, the otaku saw that Qin Zheng's elbow just touched a girl's chest. He must have used a despicable method to get Xia Yin. Xia Yin, you wait, I will save you, some gloomy thought in her heart. The winner of life is the most annoying. At this time, Qin Zheng's gentleness won the welcome of many girls, just like the winner of life. Xia Yin, it seems that you are very popular. Feeling the hostility of many boys, Qin Zheng didn't take it seriously, but said with a smile. These Japanese ghost otaku treat some beautiful girls as girls. Now that the goddess is snatched away, they naturally arouse their public outrage. Especially Qin Zheng's undesirable appearance has won the favor of the girls in the class, which stimulates their vulnerability. Nerves. Ah! Xia Yin glanced at the boys in the class, she naturally knew what had happened. Xia Yin, you have come to class, are you okay? A ponytailed girl in a junior high school uniform walked up. Naisha, I'm fine. Seeing Naisha, Xia Yin walked up excitedly. Xia Yin's best friend is Naisha. She was naturally happy to see Naisha. Naisa. Qin Zheng murmured. He understands Nasha, the sister of Xiaogukan, a member of the cheerleader, with excellent grades, omnipotent housework, and loves to talk to the point of morbidity. He has a character of the same appearance, relatively naive and inherited. The grandmother's excellent psychic and the mother's over-adapter have two abilities. As a witch, she has extremely high talents, but all her abilities have been temporarily sealed. Before her abilities were sealed, she had helped her grandmother and Yachin work for a while, as well as being transparent. The perspective ability of the psychic was used to determine the location of the buried ruins, or to interpret ancient inscriptions that could not be read. I was involved in the terrorist incident of the Mozu planting a bomb on a train in Rome 4 years ago, so I was very afraid of the Mozu, but his memory was forged. 4 years ago, NASA was not involved in the Roman bomb terrorist incident but was involved. Other events related to the demons. In the end, because these two events happened to happen on the same day, they used it as an excuse for NASA to be hospitalized. The body hosted the beasts and consciousness of the fourth true ancestor, and was usually awakened by the fourth true ancestor. The memory of time is plundered and cannot be remembered, but at a certain time, it will be awakened briefly with the power of the witch, once occupied by the fourth true ancestor, and then taken away by a Garola. It's okay. Nasha patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Yesterday I saw the news that there was a big explosion in the eastern part of Xianjin Island, and the center of the explosion was your home. Call you. You won't answer the phone, I'm very worried about you. It's great to see you all right now. Also, I saw the news. Your adoptive father is hospitalized and his injuries are very serious. Are you going to see him? By the way, how did you escape? I'll take you to the report of Misaki Tsuzaki's class guide. The teacher is also very worried about you." Qin Zheng finally learned that Nasha Ai's speech was really sick, and he had to leave Xia Yin without a chance to speak. This. Xia Yin hesitated, looking at the only boy surrounded by the girls. "Hey, is this?" Following Xia Yin's gaze, Nasha also saw Qin Zheng. "Nasha, his name is Qin Zheng, my brother." Xia Yin explained a little. "Ah. He is your brother? Xia Yin, when do you have an older brother?" Then he said to Qin Zheng, "Are you really Xia Yin's brother? Recognize it? How did you and Xia Yin meet?" "Nasha, hurry up and see the teacher with me." Nasha kept talking, but Xia Yin interrupted Nasha in time. "Oh. I almost forgot to do business, I will take you to the teacher." Item 0011. "Xia Yin, are you okay?" Nasha was about to take Xia Yin to see the teacher, but Tikai Cape came to everyone. "It's okay." Xia Yin nodded. "Okay, you all go to class." Ti Cape is also very majestic among the students. After Ti Cape finished speaking, the girls left Qin Zheng and returned to the classroom like running water. "Your name is Qin Zheng, right?" After sending out a group of girls, Ti Kijia's eyes were placed on Qin Zheng. "Yeah." Qin Zheng nodded. "Very good. I have something to discuss with you, let's go with me." Saichi Misaki said coldly. "Teacher." Xia Yin glanced at Qin Zheng worriedly, and then at Cape Ti. She naturally knew the crime Qin Zheng had committed, so she was very worried. "Don't worry. It's okay. You go to class first." Qin Zheng smiled slightly. He turned the sorcerer's plastic and the surrounding area into ruins. Although it did not cause deaths, it was a crime. As a professional demon attacker, still standing as a civil servant, he naturally wanted to apprehend Qin Zheng, a criminal, but with a strong backing, he really had no fear of escaping. Oh! Xia Yin knew Qin Zheng's strength, but now he was a little worried about his teacher. Along the way, Qin Zheng followed Tikai Cape to a remote clearing. "Hey, it really is a good place for a date." Qin Zheng teased him looking at Ti Kijia, who said nothing. Last night, there was an explosion in the sorcerer's sculpture in the eastern part of Xianjin Island and its vicinity. Xia Yin's nutrient is now seriously injured and lying in the hospital, you know. Ti Kijia asked coldly. "I know." Qin Zhenman replied casually. "Then can you tell me what is going on? Why are you with Xia Yin? Do you need to ask?" "Of course I saved Xia Yin. You better be honest." Seeing Qin Zhenman's still careless attitude, Ti Cape was a little annoyed, and snorted, "Then I will ask you again, you should be at the scene at the time. Do you know how the explosion happened?" "That's it." Qin Zheng thought for a while and said, "Well, of course I caused it." "You caused it?" Tikai Cape's pupil shrank. When she saw this boy, she had this kind of guess in her heart, but she didn't expect this boy to be so arrogant, and she directly admitted that the degree of arrogance was rare in her life. "That's good." Tasaki Misaki continued, "Now I am arresting you as a national attacker." "Whatever, as long as you have this ability," Qin Zheng said nonchalantly. "Are you Ole?" Without talking nonsense, Ti Kijia approached directly and slapped Qin Zheng's abdomen with a palm. "Is this the so-called Qigong?" Qin Zheng, who had been wary for a long time, dodges the blow of Ti Kijia with a slight jump, and said with a smile. Chapter 8. Well, it's good. Ti Kijia's speed is very fast, and he rushes up again, but Qin Zheng also knows that his melee ability is not good, so naturally he will not give up the long and short. The palm is slightly squeezed, and the strong suction rushes towards, directly disrupted Tasaki Misaki's boxing technique. What's the matter? Where human beings have the ability to get rid of the black hole, Ti Kijia found that her body was flying towards Qin Zheng involuntarily, and her heart was shocked. "Miss Ti Chi Cape, you lost." Qin Zheng squeezed Ti Chi Cape's smooth neck and laughed coldly. "You bastard, let me go." So easily subdued by Qin Zheng, Ti Kijia became even more angry. "Are you Ole?" Ti Kijia can not only release Rule with both hands, but also release Rule with a beautiful kick. How could it be? Without Qigong, Ti Kijia kicked Qin Zheng on his body, as if it was scratching. It didn't cause Qin Zheng any harm. Tikai Misaki was also surprised, how his abilities had disappeared. Surprised, right? The strength of Qin Zheng's palm increased a bit, and a red mark was strangled on the smooth neck. At the same time, Ti Kijia's cheeks turned red because of difficulty in breathing. "How did you do it?" Tasaki Misaki asked hard. "I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of sharing information about my own abilities with the enemy." Qin Zheng continued to sneer, "Give you a chance, surrender to me, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will destroy the flowers." "You bastard, criminal, don't think about it." Although she was threatened with death, Tikai Misaki did not give in, and she was not a greedy person and fear of death. It really is a fierce horse. It is interesting to conquer like this. Qin Zheng said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and muttered in his heart, "I really want to see it." Such a fierce horse tactfully and happily under his crotch. At the same time, the palm of his hand was slightly loosened, and Tasaki Cape, who was unsupported, suddenly slumped on the ground. Tasaki Cape was already ready to die, but she did not expect the demon in front of her to let herself go, but she didn't believe that this person would be so kind. The devil is here for life and death. After sitting on the ground and breathing for a few breaths of fresh air, Ti Kijia still wanted to stand up and fight Qin Zheng, but her body became weak and she was taken aback. The reason why Ti Chi Cape is weak is that Qin Zheng has absorbed the energy from Ti Chi Cape, which temporarily loses her Qigong ability. "Don't move." Qin Zheng gently raised Tikai Cape's chin and looked at Tikai Cape carefully, and then put it down when Tikai Cape's face turned red. "Sure enough, it's a rare beauty." Qin Zheng said directly, "I decided that from today, you belong to me." "What, belongs to you? Don't think about it." Tikai Misaki's face turned dark. "Well, as your master, I have to enjoy some welfare first." Then, Qin Zheng squeezed the full chest of Ti Chi Misaki with both hands and kept playing with it. "It feels really good." Qin Zheng laughed again at the blushing Ti Chi. "I remember, from today, you can't associate with any man, otherwise, I will kill someone." Item 0012. A fluttering sentence fully demonstrated Qin Zheng's domineering. At this time, Qin Zheng looked at the Heike Academy, which was surrounded by tall buildings, and exclaimed, "Heike Academy is really big." Of course. The crimson on Misaki's face receded slightly, and said, Hi Cai Academy is from the most famous institution on Xianjin Island. That's it. Qin Zheng nodded and said, You are the teacher here, then you must be familiar with the high school department, take me over. What are you going to do in the high school? Tikai Cape watched Qin Zheng vigilantly, and said, Are you going to attack those innocent students? Even if you kill me, I won't take you there. Who said I'm going to take action against ordinary people? Qin Zheng was stunned. In his eyes, ordinary people are like ants. He has no desire to take action. Moreover, Xian Chendao is his future territory. Ordinary people are equivalent to his subjects, and the king will not act against his subjects. Then what are you doing in high school? Tikai Misaki asked. Qin Zheng knew from her eyes that if she didn't give her an explanation, even if she killed her, she wouldn't lead him. Hearing this, Qin Zheng shook his uniform and said, I am a student of Heike Academy, so naturally I am going to school. Impossible. You devil, how could you go to school? Tasaki Cape said incredulously. Are you going for the fourth true ancestor? As a good friend of that month, he naturally knew that the fourth true ancestor was in the high school. How is it possible? I'm not a friend. Qin Zheng said with a smile. Hurry up and take me over, as my woman, you can't resist the master's decision. Qin Zheng lifted Ti Chi Cape roughly, and then carried it on his shoulders. You let me down. Being carried on his shoulders, Tazaki Misaki's face flushed again, struggling desperately. What a troublesome woman! Qin Zheng's palm hit directly on the flush of Tikai Cape, snapping, and at the same time, his palm passed through the cheongsam, touched the base of his thigh, and kept stroking. I didn't expect you to be a boring woman. Qin Zheng didn't expect Ti Chi Cape to wear a lace-up attractive T-shaped inner. You bastard, devil! When Ti Chi Misaki has been subjected to such humiliation since she became a demon attacker, Qin Zheng's actions have had a counterproductive effect, and Ti Chi Misaki struggled even harder at this time. Shut up! Watching Tikai Cape's constant verbal abuse, Qin Zheng stretched his palms into Tikai Cape's cheongsam, then tore off Xiaonani eye and stuffed it into Tikai Cape's mouth. It's quiet like this. Carrying Tazaki Cape, Qin Zheng walked along the way. Some students and teachers looked at the strange two people and kept pointing, making Tazaki Cape embarrassed. He still stuffed Ting Nene in his mouth, so he was pointed at. Give pointers, can she still be a teacher in school in the future? Hey, who is this classmate? The school uniform belongs to our school. Well, who is the beauty he is carrying? It's not his girlfriend, right? Very familiar. I remember, isn't she a teacher in the junior high school? It seems that she is called Tsuzaki Misaki, and she is the head teacher of the 3rd grade C class. That's awesome. You can even pay attention to the news from the junior high school, seniors are really awesome. Of course. The man said triumphantly, when I first came to Heike Academy, I surveyed all the teachers at the school. There are currently 2 most popular teachers in Heike Academy. One is teacher Tazaki Misaki, and the other is teacher Neiyu. Yet, both are beauties, and they are of different types, one is lowly and the other is Yucha. Woo! Sure enough, it is the happiest thing to be able to go to Heike Academy. But why is Misaki teacher with the students? And their actions are so ambiguous. Are they 2 lovers? Teacher and student love, it's so loving, so happy. No. My most beautiful teacher Misaki, have you fallen and become someone else's prey? I didn't expect to start with my teacher, it's really a ghost. Look, what's in the mouth of Mr. Tasaki Misaki? Oh my god! Is that Tzinei Osaki-san's own? Great love! Hurry up and take a photo. Mr. Tazaki Misaki with her underwear is so cute. Once again becoming the focus of everyone, Qin Zheng didn't feel uncomfortable, but Ti Qijia couldn't stand it anymore, especially when he heard those slanderous remarks. Oh my god! Why did I meet this bastard, slutty dog? More and more people noticed themselves, and Tazaki Cape felt a sense of collapse. It is estimated that tomorrow, his name will spread throughout the school. Don't you know that you are ashamed? When he arrived at the high school teaching building, Qin Zheng put down the Cape Tikai who had completed the lead. After Cape Tikai came down, he immediately took off the inner part of his mouth and made a big head. Scold. Shame. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, then lowered his head in full view, and kissed the delicate lips. It's over, my old mother's first kiss is gone. A few times, at this moment, Ti Qijia's mind only had this thought. Chapter 9. Item 0013. That month's office seems to be on the highest level. After solving Tikai Cape, Qin Zheng took the letter of introduction in his hand and prepared to go to that month to complete the enrollment procedures. Why should I look for that month instead of the principal? Because in Haihei Keg's Yiwen, that month's words were more useful than the principal, as you can tell from the location of the office. Hehe, I really want to see what this young loli is like. Qin Zheng licked his lips, and then remembered the panic when Tazaki Misaki was kissed by him just now. It was interesting to think about it. Come in. After Qin Zheng pushed the door in, he was immediately shocked by the luxurious scene inside the office. Among them, wearing casual clothes with broken lace, keeping the back of the shoppers, the sacred sax, the sacred worm, the mirage, the resistance, the protection, the resistance to the wormholes, the hole, and the BRBR. Your name is Qin Zheng, right? Said Naio with no expression on her face. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded, knowing that he must have his information on hand that month. Please tell me, why did you come to this school? Qin Zheng guessed it was correct. Indeed, that month did get the information of Qin Zheng in advance, but the information could not ascertain Qin Zheng's past. This person is like appearing out of thin air, this can't help but frown her, but what worries her even more is that this boy seems to be related to the bombing incident the night before, because the woman who has been running for him called Bea Torres is the sorcerer. The actual master of Shigong sculpture, and, this morning, he appeared to appear with a little girl named Xia Yin, and even his friend Tazaki Misaki was subdued. Of course it's going to school. Qin Zheng circled around his head and smiled. If there are other purposes, I want to meet your teacher, this cute creature with a loli-like appearance, and learn from the teacher. Magic. It seems that you know me well. That month was not surprised, after all, his identity is not a secret thing, especially in the demons, the title of the Witch of the Gap is even more prominent. I can't say that I understand it. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, then can I go to school? Have you met Guken? Although that month was asking, his tone was very positive. Qin Zheng must have met Guken. It's a hello. After all, it's the first meeting between the fourth real ancestor and the fifth real ancestor. Qin Zheng still smiled. The meeting with the ancient city can't be concealed from the interested person at all. Are you going to become the fifth true ancestor? Qin Zhengruo said innocently. That month was surprised, but then ironically said, it's impossible at all. Even if you are very capable, you are just transitioning to adapt, no matter how strong the magic is. It's just immortal, there is no such long life as the true ancestor, and your strength is not strong enough. Their own strength was not weak, but Qin Zheng did not refute, and they were ignorant and didn't know the horror of dark fruit. Also, please tell me if you did the explosion last night. Of course. As always, Qin Zheng admitted directly. Humph, it's really an evil spirit outsider, and he doesn't put others' lives and deaths in his eyes at all. At Qin Zheng's indifferent eyes, that Yu's body also trembled slightly. What? Is it as serious as you said? Qin Zheng smiled and said, I just got a new toy last night, so I want to test its power. Not to mention Xian Shendao as me, this is the future territory of the fifth real ancestor, it's okay for me to be a little presumptuous. Haha, the angry expression is not bad too. Qin Zheng smiled slightly as she watched Naiyu bulging her cheeks like a child and staring at herself. Why, do you want to do it? Qin Zheng said again, as if feeling the murderous intent of Nayu's body. Qin Zheng, I am arresting you now as a demon attacker. After speaking, chains flew out from all directions. It's useless. I understand your abilities. A layer of black mist enveloped Qin Zheng, and those who wanted to lock Qin Zheng's chains shot into the black mist, but did not penetrate the black mist and directly submerged it. You also use space magic. The chain disappeared directly, which surprised Naiyu. You can say that. But to be honest, you can't beat me. Qin Zheng nodded, and after eating the dark fruit, Qin Zheng had a dark space that belonged to him alone. Humph! Naiyu snorted coldly, did not speak any more, and put away her chains. You are not welcome here. Heike Academy will not accept dangerous elements like you. Since Qin Zheng could not be arrested, that month was not a reckless person, but he could not make Qin just as he wished. That's it. Qin Zheng rubbed his chin, smiled indifferently, and said, then I will come again next time. I believe you will not object to the next meeting. Then I can tell you with certainty that as long as I stay in Heike Academy for one day, you can't go to Heike Academy. That month she also sneered when she was not used to Qin Zheng's arrogant appearance. You will agree? Qin Zheng said surely. The weather outside is still hot. The distance from the family restaurant to your home is about 15 minutes on the monorail around the city. However, in order not to consume a small amount of change, the ancient city only has the option of walking. He walked in the shopping district along the coast, and the setting sun scorched his skin constantly. Then the ancient city used a traceless gesture to confirm his back, and hummed seemingly bored. Am I being followed? This was the first thought of the ancient city. There was a young girl about 15 meters behind the ancient city. He had seen a girl carrying a bass guitar hard case when he left the family restaurant. The other party was dressed the same as Shallow, a female uniform from Keihei Academy. From the point of view that the necktie is not a tie but a bow tie, it seems that it is a student from the middle of the middle school, but why does this student not go to class, but has leisure to follow him? Gokun has never seen that face. Although the facial features are beautiful, it has a certain temperament similar to that of a wild cat who is not close to others. Item 0014. Will it be someone you know, Nasha? Gokun thought to himself, because Nasha is a student in the middle of Keihei Academy. If there are middle school students who do not know are curious about the ancient city, it is quite possible that they are sister-related people. But Gokun didn't understand very much. This guy is playing tracking games in such a hot day, is it fun? At this time, Sui Kei also looked tangled. Is this guy really the fourth true ancestor? It's nothing special. It's better to go up and have a look. Later, Sui Kei saw that the ancient city entered the video game place, but hesitated in her heart. Her original intention was to follow the ancient city. If she enters, she is likely to meet the ancient city, but if she does not enter, she is afraid of losing it. Forget it, just walk in with integrity. I have Swexia Wolf, even if it is discovered, I can resist. After having an idea, Sui Kei was about to walk in, but saw the white-haired boy coming out, who was his tracking target, the fourth true ancestor. The fourth true ancestor! Sui Kei screamed, then lowered her center of gravity and assumed a vigilant posture. Sure enough, she knows who I am. What should I do? The ancient city was stunned. Run! After thinking for a moment, the ancient city hurriedly left like a rabbit, leaving behind the stunned snow vegetables. The fourth true ancestor escaped. Sui Kei, who came back to his senses, looked at the back of the ancient city, and chased after him. Gokun wrinkled his face in boredom and turned his head. Gokun, the world's strongest vampire, inherited this unreasonable title to him. It happened only 3 months ago. The hard work of concealing one's heart has yielded results. There are not many people who know this fact. At least in this Xianshen city, there should be only one person who knows that Xiao Gokun is the fourth true ancestor besides himself. Who are you? After knowing that he could not run away, Gokun simply stopped and asked. I am the Sword Witch of the Lion King Institution. I was sent to monitor you as the fourth true ancestor by the order of the 3 saints of the Lion King Institution. Sui Ke said calmly. Ah! Hearing that, the ancient city was shocked again. He didn't know what the Lion King mechanism or the Sword Witch was. But if someone knows his identity, it is really troublesome. What happened today? Always encounter strange people, first a middle to teenager, clamoring to fight himself, and now encounter a stalker. Hey, I really don't need surveillance or the like. Okay, I'm in a hurry. Gokun waved his hand hastily and quickly left the scene. If possible, he would rather not become the fourth true ancestor. When the ancient city arrived at the exit of the shopping district, he planned to reconfirm whether the girl had followed, but discovered that the girl had been entangled by 2 gangsters. 2 gangsters stood there, blocking the path of Sui Ke just now. They were about 20 years old, with gorgeously dyed long hair, plus a black suit in a public relations style that was not very suitable, and they had metal wrists on their wrists. The bracelet contains the demon's registration card with the living sensor, the magic sensor and the transmitter. They are not ordinary people wearing this thing, and they are specially registered demons in the demon special zone. Haha, the young lady over there. What's the matter? The chase failed. The yellow-haired lightly picky man smiled slightly. Chapter 10. Come and play with us when you are free. Anyway, we just got paid and we have money. Another person continued. Please get out of the way, I won't hurt innocent people. Sui Ke coldly wanted to drive the men away, but perhaps because of this, the atmosphere became a little dangerous, and one of the men showed impatience on his face. Are you Ole? But Sui Ke was even more impatient, raised her eyebrows, and shouted a spell. The next moment, the werewolf's body bounced off like a truck. The man who was beaten up was an orc. The so-called werewolves or their tribesmen, although they are not very capable individuals, their muscle strength and tenacity are still incomparable to humans, and he was only hit by the palm of a fragile girl, and after hitting a wall, he could not move. What a terrifying palm! Seeing this, the ancient city couldn't help being stunned. And there is no magic flow in it, and no signs of elves acting. In terms of possibility, it should belong to Qigong or Xianchu. You guy is a demon attacker. The blonde man shouted in return. Fear and anger distorted his face and revealed his nature as a demon. Crimson eyes, and fangs. Type D, vampire. Sui Ke murmured with a serious expression. The so-called D species are among the vampires belonging to various blood races, and specifically refer to the elements of the forgotten king of war as their true ancestors. They are especially common in Europe, and they are also the blood family closest to the vampires in the general impression. However, even species D is extremely weak in Qin Zheng's eyes, and Shui Cai can naturally handle it. You guy, you made me feel bad. The blonde sneered, and then said loudly, come out. Shake the hoof. The blonde man yelled, and then a force spurted from his left foot. It looks like blood, but it's not blood. It was a dark flame swaying like a mirage. Immediately afterwards, the black flame turned into a warped horse. The scream shook the atmosphere, and the flame-shrouded tarred road was scorched to black. Shake the hoof. Get rid of this little girl. You actually use the beast on this kind of street. Sui Ke snorted and furiously said. Sensing the offensive magic power, the blonde man's bracelet on his left wrist made a loud alarm, and the shopping mall also sounded an alarm urging people to evacuate. Ah! Someone uses the beast, let's go. Yet. Hurry up! However, just as everyone rushed to flee, a young man in the uniform of Keihei Academy did the opposite, with a smile on his mouth, and strolled in the courtyard. How can such a fun thing be missing my great fifth true ancestor? Data 0015. Vampires have terrifying beasts, but despite this, there is no fear on Xuexiai's face. Swexia Wolf. She drew something from the guitar case she was carrying, which was given to her by the three sages before. It was called a silver gun with cold light that could kill the true ancestor. The handle of the gun moved and stretched in an instant, and at the same time the main blade that was originally stored also protruded from the tip of the gun. The secondary blades are developed on the left and right sides of the gun tip, just like the variable wings of a fighter jet, and the appearance is like a refined modern weapon. Phew, the quiet breath came out from the lips of the snow vegetable. The vulgar spear that stretched to nearly 2 meters was easily controlled by Suike and used it to pierce the raging flame demon horse, but the violent demon horse did not stop. The vampire's beast has a super high concentration of magic power. And enough to turn into a substance with its will, in other words, it is a magical power in itself, and once the beast is released, there is no other way to stop it except to restrain it with stronger magical power. Now Suike's attack is like using a single spear to deal with overflowing lava. Just because he understood this, the blonde man smiled. He didn't expect that someone would be so stupid that he wanted to block his beast with a gun, but the next moment, his smile was instantly covered by fear. How is this possible? Under the momentum of the silver spear, his beast stopped. Then the girl waved the gun silently. The giant demon horse shook and disappeared without a trace, as easily as the candle flame was blown out, and the figure of the beast completely disappeared, leaving only the scorched asphalt road. No way! One blow will make my beasts fall apart. Losing the beasts, the blonde man began to fear. Go to hell! Scum! Suike can't tolerate the demon's wanton harm to innocent people. The blonde man's action to summon the beasts on the street has touched her bottom line. Suike stared at each other with angry eyes. Then he raised his spear and rushed to the blonde man who was so stunned that he could not move. Just as the silver gun is about to penetrate the man's heart. Wait a minute! The track at the front end of the spear suddenly rose and deviated, and Suike's figure also jumped into a small car. Hey! Suike was taken aback. The ancient city was already blocking the blonde man. It turned out that the ancient city hit the tip of the gun with a fist at the moment of life and death, and stopped the girl's fierce attack, although he didn't want to intervene to attack the devil and the vampire. The fight between the two, but it is really impossible to sit by and take their lives lightly. Fourth true ancestor, you want to take action? Suike asked coldly while looking at the ancient city. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want anyone to die. Guken smiled bitterly. Take your friends and go quickly. Don't talk to others casually in the future. Guken then said to the blonde man. Thanks, I owe you a favor. For the rest of his life, the blonde man left a sentence, picked up his companion and left. You guy, it's too heavy to start. Looking at Suike, Guken said lazily. Why are you getting in the way? Suike scolded, do you think you are the fourth true ancestor and you can do whatever you want? It's not so much that I get in the way. If someone fights in front of you, they usually think that it should be stopped. Guken tried hard to defend. The demonization in public places and the use of the beasts in the neighborhood obviously violated the Sanctuary Treaty. It stands to reason that even if he is killed, he will not blame anyone. Well said. People like them are damned, and they ruined my lovely territory. At this time, the untimely laughter rang out, and immediately attracted the eyes of the ancient city and Suike. You, who are you? Suike asked Qin Zheng at first sight. You are a lunatic who claims to be the fifth true ancestor. Guken has a deep memory of Qin Zheng's appearance, because it is rare to see young people with second-degree illness and arrogance. Yo! The fourth true ancestor, we meet again. Qin Zhengyang started and said hello to the ancient city. What, he wants to become the fifth true ancestor, isn't he an idiot? Sui Ke was also surprised when he heard Guqin's words. In addition to possessing high strength, the true ancestor also had a permanent life, and the boy in front of him was clearly an ordinary demon, because Sui Ke saw the demon register on Qin Zheng's wrist. Are you a demon? Sui Ke was still vigilant. Oh. You're talking about this thing. Very nice decorations, don't worry. Qin Zheng took off the login device and threw it away. You guy is too casual. You will be in big trouble if you do this. Guqin was taken aback. Haha. Qin Zheng smiled, what's the trouble? It's not just a few garrisons with thermal weapons, they can't withstand a single blow. Afterwards, Qin Zheng set his eyes on Sui Ke. Although it was very young, it was a rare beauty embryo. It's decided, you will be my woman from today. Qin Zheng pointed at Sui Ke and said with a big grin. What, your woman? Are you looking for death? Suddenly, Shui Cai flushed and stared at Qin Zheng fiercely. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded naturally. This made the ancient city very speechless. To what extent is this second-year junior high school student, but he has to admit that the young man's abilities are really weird, but the ancient city points to Qin. The blonde man next to him said, You guy, what do you want to do when you bring him back? Oh. You mean this person? It turned out that when Qin Zheng appeared here, he caught the blonde man who had escaped. He destroyed my territory, I will naturally let him be punished. You guy. Gu Cheng said that he really couldn't stand Qin Zheng's character. He really became his fifth true ancestor. Why is he so dedicated to acting? Fourth true ancestor, let's show you something interesting. Qin Zheng smiled, covering the blonde man's head with his palms, lifting him up, smiled slightly, and the black mist spread out from his hands. Starting from the head, slowly cover the blonde man. The blonde man also made a scream of hissing lungs. Item 0016. Chapter 11. The blonde man kept struggling and his body shape kept twitching. You bastard, what are you going to do? Gu Cheng's face changed as he yelled at Qin Zheng as the blonde man hissed. Didn't I say it, this is punishment, this is the price of provoking me, the fifth true ancestor. Qin Zheng sneered. You guy. He doesn't even know you. You devil! Guqin shouted. Humph, Xian God Island, as my territory, wantonly destroying this land without my permission, this is a provocation to me. Qin Zheng glanced at the ancient city contemptuously. Asshole! I'm going to kill you. The unbearable ancient city rushed forward and punched out, with several waves of electric current in the fist wind. Oh! Very nice look, but you can't kill me. Qin Zheng chuckled, and the other palm stretched out, and several black streams flowed out, which directly turned into a shield and stood in front of Qin Zheng. Bump! The heavy blow of the ancient city hit the shield directly. After the ancient city retreated a few steps, the black mist also dispersed. Let me come. Senior Guqin. At this time, Sui Ke appeared in front of Qin Zheng with Swexialan. Can you do it? As the fourth true ancestor, he naturally knows the power of his fist, and this guy can block his own attack, it is extraordinary. Don't worry. I have this gun. Sui Ke raised the Swexialan in his hand and said, as the fourth true ancestor, don't take it casually. Otherwise, it will evolve into a world war. What should you do? Okay. At this time, the ancient city remembered that the silver spear in the girl's hand was extremely destructive. It could kill even the beasts, and it might be able to dissipate the strange black energy surrounding Qin Zheng. Can you kill the true ancestor's Swexia wolf? Qin Zheng smiled, and then said, but are you sure you want to stand on the opposite side of your man? My princess. Hey. Sui Ke did not speak, but instead expressed her decision with actions. Sui Ke jumped up, and the silver spear in his hand pierced out. Under the scorching sun, the blade of the spear shone coldly. Very good. But not yet. Although this gun can kill the true ancestor, Qin Zheng doesn't think this gun is very powerful. From the later plots, it can be known that it broke twice. Qin Zheng stepped back and avoided Shui Cai's blow. At this moment, the screams ceased, and the black air also covered the blonde man. You actually killed him. Looking at Qin Zheng in a daze, the eyes of the ancient city became scarlet, the fangs were exposed, and the entire street was filled with powerful magical power. Haha, I forgot to tell you that the punishment I said is death. After Qin Zheng swallowed the blonde man, he smiled slightly. Of course, the corpse will be handed over to you. After speaking, Qin Zheng shredded the blonde man. The body was released, and Qin Zheng's blood had been sucked up. The blood of the vampire has been obtained, but does this feel like a vampire? Qin Zheng murmured. Absolutely, kill you. Guqin was furious again. Guqin Sr., hurry up and calm down. Are you going to destroy this island? At this moment, Sui Ke appeared beside the ancient city. I can't manage that much. Guqin lost his usual calmness and rushed up with a full-fledged momentum. Hehe, let's try the power I just got. Qin Zheng muttered to himself, his eyes changed rapidly, and then pointed fangs appeared. Roar! Qin Zheng yelled to the sky, feeling unpleasant. Type D, how is it possible? Sui Ke also saw Qin Zheng's fangs, and said in astonishment. Qin Zheng glanced at the ancient city, and flew directly into the ancient city at a superb speed, hitting the wall, and there was no time for the ancient city to react. No. No. Don't compare me with a zibe like a vampire. Qin Zheng murmured, and said, I'm a zombie. Well, if you know the history of China, you know what I'm talking about. China. Eastern country. Upon hearing this, Sui Ke was taken aback again. That's right. That's a great country. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. He had understood the world of bloodthirsty raids. There was no China in this world, only an Eastern Empire spanning Asia and Europe. I will also build a great country. If I have a name, I will call it Qinguo. How about, come over and be my princess? Who wants to be your princess? Shui Cai sneered. This can't be for you. I'm just clarifying the facts to you, not asking for your opinion. Qin Zheng knew that this snow vegetable was given to the ancient city by the Lion King organ. In addition to the fourth true ancestor of the ancient city, it also used snow vegetables to contain the ancient city. If he also shows strength comparable to the true ancestor, the guys from the Lion King organization will also give him a woman. You bastard! At this time, the ancient city also got up. Guqin waved his fist and rushed up again. Get away! Qin Zheng snorted coldly, and a red pillar of fire rose into the sky. Item 0017. Qin Zheng's body was covered by the red pillar of fire, and the ancient city hit the pillar of fire with a powerful punch. Boom! The pillar of fire did not disperse, but the ancient city bounced out. What a powerful magic! On the one hand, Shui Cai thought in horror. How could this happen? Guqin did not expect his powerful blow but did not achieve the desired effect. Haha! What a powerful force! Qin Zheng laughed and said to the ancient city, the fourth true ancestor, see clearly, this is my power. After speaking, Qin Zheng raised one hand high, his entire arm burning like fire. The same, became red. Quickly descending, violent flame hoof. At this moment, at the place where the sky was torn by the red beam of light, a white steed descended from the sky. The red mane, the four legs are strong and powerful, the tongue erupts, and the eyes are red. The flame hoof floated in the air, neighing, and several pillars of fire rushed from the surface to the sky. This is the beast. Looking at the rushing yan hoof, Sui Ke took Swexialan and stabs directly at the yan hoof. This beast is so powerful, letting it go will definitely hurt the innocent people. It's useless. Even Swexia Wolf, who can kill the true ancestor, can't stop my beast. Qin Zheng sneered, and then commanded to Yan Ho, teach her a lesson. Yan Hoof looked at the pierced silver spear, not afraid of the slightest, very arrogant. A huge fireball appeared in front of Yan Hoof, and slammed it against Shui Cai. Hey! Sui Ke didn't evade at all, Swexialan still stabbed out. Swexialan's spear tip collided with the fireball, and the Sui Ke was blown out directly. Are you okay? Although I don't know the name of this girl, she is a comrade in the ditch after all, so he naturally needs to care about it. At this time, you should still take care of yourself. A flame ball was thrown out, and the ancient city blasted away. Ancient city. Qin Zheng looked at the ancient city with a smile, and said, "Oh, no, you should be called the fourth true ancestor. If you are able to do this, you can go to death." Seeing the ancient city being blasted away again, Qin Zheng wanted to give the ancient city a fatal blow. Who is it? The fireball erupted along the trajectory. When it was about to hit the ancient city, a chain was thrown out in the void, and the fireball was directly thrown away. It turned out to be the Witch of the Gap. Qin Zheng was a little surprised. But after seeing the chains, he instantly understood. Come out. Teacher Neiyu. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Humph, I don't have a student like you. On the top of the building, with the sun umbrella, that month with a baby face coldly snorted. Haha, your attitude towards me should be better, otherwise, I will kill you. Qin Zheng laughed and said, you know I have this ability. You have been surrounded by us. Are you sure you can fight against all the demon attackers on the entire Xianjin Island? At this time, Tazaki Cape also walked out, parallel to that month. Why not? I'm the fifth true ancestor now. Qin Zheng said with squinting eyes. Chapter 12. Damn, you know this kid is not humble at all. Ti Qijia cursed secretly. Damn. Rao also scolded that month, I really don't know if this guy is ignorant or meaningless. Sure enough, I can't afford to be injured in the second stage. Respected fifth true ancestor, don't you want to prove your own combat power? Mo knew that Qin Zheng's character was the month when he knew that threats were useless to this young man with the second illness, and he could use his own soft one. To prove my combat power, do I want me to kill you all? Qin Zheng was already sitting on the flame hoof, touching his chin and thinking about it. Of course not. Neiyu shook his head, pointed to the embarrassed ancient city, and said, this guy is the fourth true ancestor. He has 12 powerful beasts, but he hasn't recovered his strength yet. If so, it would be a shame to be killed by you. Of course, killing a true ancestor whose strength has been greatly reduced would be an insult to such a noble you. Haha, that's good. I like it very much. Qin Zheng squinted his eyes, laughed, and said, now I know you can talk like this that month. Thank you for the compliment. That month was also full of smiles, and said, after the ancient city regains its combat power, it will definitely bring you great fun. That's it. Since the teacher said that, I will reluctantly release the fourth true ancestor. However, that Yueshan, I am your student. Qin Zheng said, squinting his eyes again. Of course. Neiyu smiled slightly, Kei Academy welcomes you, true ancestor. After saying that, Neiyu's heart was bitter. Just now, that month only rejected Qin Zheng, and she would accept it in a blink of an eye. Qin Zheng, a student, felt a sense of powerlessness spontaneously. Hee. Teacher that month, let me say it, you will accept me. Qin Zheng said with a smile, his expression even more arrogant. Afterwards, Qin Zheng came to pick up the fainted Sui Ke. Qin Zheng, what are you doing? Seeing Qin Zheng taking away Sui Ke, he said again that month. Item 0018. Teacher Neiyu, what's the matter? Qin Zheng frowned upon hearing this, muttering, "Oh, it's nothing, but you can't take this girl away." Neiyu smiled. "Teacher, that month, you must be content. I can let go of the ancient city, but I will not let this girl go. Of course, you can rest assured that I will not kill her, after all, she is my princess." "Haha, no, I just remind you that the identity of this girl is not simple, you have to be careful." Neiyu said, "She is the sword witch of the Lion King Institution. If you take her away, the Lion King Institution may, if you are going to deal with you, don't underestimate the Lion King mechanism, its strength is very powerful." Although that month knew that this threat would be of no use to him, he still had to say it. After all, he couldn't stop Qin Zheng from taking Xue Xue away. "Dishes, let the Lion King agency worry about it. Is the Lion King mechanism, but I'm not afraid." Qin Zheng muttered. Although he didn't know the internal strength of the Lion King mechanism, he was not afraid. "That's good." Neiyu nodded. "You can't take my student away." At this moment, Ti Cape jumped out and said directly, "Ti Cape, can you stop me?" Qin Zheng looked at Ti Cape with a smile. "Sorry, this guy is nonsense." Ti really wanted to rush up to compete with Qin Zheng, and that month he quickly tied Ti with a chain. "That's good." Picking up Sui Ke, Qin Zheng said, "I live in Scout Pharmaceutical Company. If you have this strength, come and find me. If you win, I can take this girl away." After speaking, Qin Zheng flew away directly on the flame hoof. After Qin Zheng walked away, Ti Kijia looked at that month angrily and said, "That month, why did you stop me? Hey, I did this for your own good, don't you know the strength of that guy? I was not his opponent when he hadn't summoned the beasts, and now I'm not anymore. If you rush forward, it's just looking for death." Neiyu sighed and said, "I'm doing this for your good. Then I can't look at my student in danger and not save her." Saichi Misaki stubbornly said, "I also know your mood. But it won't help if you rushed up." Moreover, according to Qin Zheng's secondary 2 character, Sui Ke should be fine, and Sui Ke is not an ordinary person, and her strength is not weak. "It's better." Tsuzaki Misaki nodded. Yase is estimated to have received the news. He will report to the Lion King agency, they will definitely send someone to rescue Sui Ke, and we will also take advantage of this time to gather magicians to rescue Sui Ke. That month, say it again. "Okay. That's the only thing now." Tasaki Misaki nodded. "Then what about this guy?" Tikai Cape pointed to the ancient city that was fainted again, and said, "Recover his strength, he will be our most powerful combat power. If he still can't do it, I still have a card in my hand, and I will definitely be able to rescue Xue Cai." That month thought for a while and said, "I also want to go over to collect Qin Zheng's ability information, his strength is very strange, if you know his weakness, it should be better to deal with a lot." At this moment, in the classroom, Yazi put down the earphones in his hands, smiled bitterly, and said, "This is troublesome." At this time, Qin Zheng has returned to the pharmaceutical company. "You're back." Seeing Qin Zheng riding the flame hoof, Miss Bea Torres was taken aback for a moment. This guy actually summoned the beast again, and he was still a beast that he had never seen before. Yes, but she didn't know that Qin Zheng had already gained a physique stronger than a vampire at this time, and it was only a matter of minutes to summon the beast. Yet, Qin Zheng jumped off his horse, held Sui Ke, and nodded and said, "Who is this guy?" Beatrice was taken aback when she saw Sui Ke. "Sukai, the sword witch of the Lion King mechanism. I'm asking you, why are you bringing her back? Such a beautiful girl, it's wasted not to be my princess." Qin Zheng said domineeringly. Bea Torres didn't speak, he knew that this second middle fellow was ill again. "Aren't you going to pick up Xia Yin?" "Oh! I almost forgot." Qin Zheng handed the snow vegetables to Bea Torres and said, "You take care of her, I will pick up Xia Yin." "Why should I take care of your lover? I am also a woman." "Well, not bad." Qin Zheng glanced at the fiery Bea Torres and said, "You are a woman, and you are also a woman of very good figure." "Humph. Then I don't have to do this kind of work." Bea Torres deliberately raised her chest. "No." Qin Zheng shook his head, squeezed Bea Torres' full chest with both hands, and said, "You have to take care of her." "I'm talking to the cow, I was wasting my tongue." Bea Torres murmured. Chapter 0019. It is night, an empty classroom. "Miss Fidao, what should we do now? Do you want to rescue Yuxiai?" Yazi said with her trouser pocket in her trouser pocket, her back leaning against the wall, and not far away, a girl with blue eyes with glasses and short hair was meticulous. Standing, occasionally pushing the glasses on the bridge of the nose, it seems to be thinking about the problem. "Of course we must save." Fei Tao nodded and said, "But our Lion King agency will not make great efforts." "What do you mean?" Yace was taken aback after hearing this. "Hehe, Sui Ke is the woman we gave to the fourth true ancestor. This crisis will be used to test the fourth true ancestor's ability. If he can't rescue the snow vegetable, a true ancestor who can't even protect his own woman, then our Lion King organization needs to be changed." Fei Tao said calmly. "But that guy is very strong, and he hasn't sucked blood in the ancient city, so his strength is very poor. Although as a watcher of the ancient city, as a friend, his heart is still biased towards the ancient city. Then let him blood." Fei Tao waved his hand and said, "In this battle, the fourth true ancestor must show the power that matches the true ancestor." "Hey, that's all." Ye sighed slightly after hearing the words. "Of course, in order to protect the safety of Sui Ke, I have sent someone to tell Xiaka that she happens to have a mission to come to Xianjin Island, and she will cooperate with the actions of the ancient city." "Are you planning to make Xiaka the blood medium of the ancient city?" Chapter 13. It was originally planned. "Hey, don't you understand Sayawa's temperament? At such a critical juncture, it will take a while for the ancient city to attack Sayawa. I can't help it, although women are easy to find, but excellent blood media are rare. If you switch to an ordinary woman, the fourth true ancestor may not be able to wake up the sleeping beast no matter how much blood is sucked. Forget it, I hope the charm of the ancient city. Xiahua and Yukina have the best relationship, and it is reassuring to leave it to her." Ye smiled slightly. Sayahua is Yukina's former roommate, and treats Yuna like her sister. Love is often run away because of Sui Ke. Originally, he came to Xianshen Island as the watcher of Duke Dimitri. Because of his father's frequent violence, he became male-phobic. Cai began to be together when he was 7 years old. Compared with Sui Ke's real family, the two have been together for longer. They once sneaked into Sui Ke's bed when Sui Ke was not in the room and enjoyed being on Sui Ke's body. Happy times surrounded by the fragrance of the fragrance. "Also, please don't call me Fei Tao in the future, my name is Xian Guyang." Fei Tao glanced at Yace. "Don't mind this." Yace smiled. "Hey, what do you think of that man? When I first met, I felt that this person has very strange abilities and no magic power, but from yesterday's point of view, this person is a demon clan and will also summon the beasts. Even the Witch of the Gap is not his opponent. The appearance of such a powerful person is really worrying. Although the strength is strong, but there is a weakness." "Weakness?" Fei Tao looked overjoyed upon hearing this. "It's not a weak point. He is arrogant, and threats are of no use to him. He can only speak according to his thoughts. This may result in unexpected effects." Yace thought for a while and said, "That's how the teacher saved the life of the ancient city yesterday that month." "Oh. In this case, I think I should get in touch with this person." Fei Tao thought for a while and said, No. Miss Fidao. Yace was taken aback when he heard the words. Why? He came from a monster. Sui Ke was taken away like this. You are so beautiful, I'm afraid he will. So you are worried about this? But is one of his weaknesses? Fei Tao nodded. But don't touch him yourself. Are they all still planning? Although there is one more person, this person should be the catalyst for the growth of the ancient city. Fei Tao murmured. The birth of the true ancestor in this country is unprecedented. It must be caught in your hands. Hehe, speaking of the true ancestor, that guy also said he wants to become the true ancestor. Becoming a true ancestor, what a ridiculous remark. Fei Tao sneered. On the other side, that month also mobilized his own power to investigate Qin Zheng's past, but unfortunately, Qin Zheng's past was still blank. Why is this? Naiyo murmured while looking at the blank paper. Instructor of that month, we used the camera to see that Qin Zheng first appeared in the park, and finally we met a girl. Girl? That month was a little confused. Well, yes, that girl is called Xiaoyan and she is also a student of Heike Academy. I already know this. Naiyo waved her hand. She couldn't find out his past. The only possibility is that he was an outsider and only recently entered Xianjin Island, but even an outsider, such a powerful person. A guy should be very famous, but why don't you know it? It seems that is his weakness. Naiyo murmured. In order to successfully rescue Sui Ke, it seems that we still need to contact that person. Data 0020. Before dawn, a ship was sailing leisurely 230 kilometers south of Tokyo. The ship is called the Tomb of the Ocean, with a length of about 400 feet, and is commonly known as an ocean-going cruise ship of a mega yacht. The large hull comparable to a military destroyer is decorated with extraordinary magnificence, and the beauty is beyond the reach of luxury passenger ships, and its heroic appearance can be called a palace on the sea. However, this is the case. The Tomb of the Sea is purely personal property, it is an extremely luxurious castle. This is a symbol of strength and power, because the owner of the Tomb of the Sea is Dimitra Vatra, Duke of Ordiaru, a nobleman in the King of War realm, who gained power by swallowing 2 vampires of the elder level. Strength, known as the vampire closest to the true ancestor, fighting frenzy, likes to fight with powerful enemies. No matter who the target is will use the most powerful attack to fight, with the ability above the elder level vampire. Now Vatra is enjoying a moonlight bath on the top deck of the love boat. He is lying on the luxurious recliner, holding a glass of cassis wine leisurely. At this time, a slender figure approached Vatra. It was Sayaka, who was slender. His face exuded a sense of beauty and elegance. His skin was fair and the pigment of his hair was pale, just like colorful blooming cherry blossoms. The long hair tied into a ponytail is swaying quietly by the sea breeze. She wore the same girls' school uniform as before Yukina had come to String God Island, and Xiaohua's right hand was holding a black musical instrument box for the keyboard. You are here, sir. Xiaohua stopped and bowed his head respectfully. As the first person under the true ancestor, Vatra should be treated like this. Let's talk, what's the matter? Vatra smiled slightly. And is it a counterfeit land created with scrap iron and magic? It really takes a lot of time to build such a tattered thing. Human beings are so interesting. If it weren't for the 4th true ancestor there, I wouldn't go to such a place. Sayaka smiled coldly and ignored these words, and then handed out a letter. I brought a written reply from the Japanese government. Hey? What did Japan say? From midnight this morning, you will be allowed to visit Xianjin Island. From now on, you will be treated as a special diplomatic envoy from the warlord realm based on the Sanctuary Treaty. Very good, it's a proper conclusion. Even if I don't go there, I will come to visit on my own. It saves some time. But there is one condition. Oh, what conditions? I hope you can accept the guards assigned by the Japanese government to accompany you and follow their advice. So someone will supervise it. Well, from today, I will assume this responsibility. Oh, that's it. By the way, who are you? Vatra didn't seem to care at all. My name is Huangban Saya, and the Lion King agency allowed me to use the name Wu Wei Iwan. Saya replied after thinking for a while. The Lion King institution? Where did I hear this name? Vatra murmured. That is the spy agency of the Japanese government responsible for terrorism. Magic terrorist action. Your visit to Xianjin City this time will be the subject of surveillance by our agency, so it will be accompanied by our personnel. Please understand this. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Vatra accepted readily. And then said with a smile. By the way, I didn't expect that a cute girl like you would be responsible for the supervision. The Japanese government's arrangement is quite ingenious, isn't it? Thank you for your kind words, sir, but I am approved to have a 6-type heavy-loaded magic bow attacker. I hope you don't forget that I have been given the right to punish you on your own discretion. Sayawa said coldly. Whatever you want, if only you have this strength. Vatra nodded, and then said, Your Excellency has been watching for so long, you should have appeared, the Witch of the Gap. Then Vatra looked at a void and said. The Witch of the Void. After hearing this, Sayawa was taken aback. Obviously, she also knew the Witch of the Void. Sure enough, after Vatra finished speaking, the void was distorted, and the moon in a black foreign skirt walked out. Chapter 14. Long time no see, snake playing guy. Well. It's been a long time. Nangong that month. Vatra knew that that month would not find him for no reason, and asked, What do you want to do with me? Hehe, of course I want you to do me a favor. Help? My labor costs are very expensive. Hearing this, Vatra narrowed his eyes. Don't refuse now. Naiyu smiled and said, You should know the sensation of the past few days. The black light rising into the sky, very good magic power. Yet, that guy is too powerful. Now that guy is unscrupulous and broke the long-term peace on Xianjin Island, and we are not his opponents. So I want you to take action and defeat this guy. Isn't the 4th true ancestor on the island? He is not an opponent. Hearing this, Vatra was a little surprised. Although the 4th true ancestor has not grown up, it is not something ordinary people can deal with. It seems that this guy is really real. It's not easy, but Vatra is not afraid, he is looking for a strong guy to fight against. Well, that's right, the 4th true ancestor has no blood medium, so you can't summon the beast. That's no wonder. Vatra nodded, I promise you, if he can bring me fun, I don't mind doing you a favor. After getting Vatra's affirmation, that month handed over a letter to Syaka, saying, Yes asked me to give it to you. You don't need to monitor Vatra. Now you have a new mission. Hey! Syahua opened the envelope, and after a glance, her face changed drastically. Item 0021. The letter naturally mentioned the fact that Yakuna was captured, and as Yakuna's friend, Sayaka was naturally worried. After that, Sayaka resolutely gave up the surveillance mission and appeared on the island of String God that month. Yes, why is it like this? Didn't you protect Yakuna? Syakajutsu and Sayakazutoki asked when they met with Yazi. Sayahua, you know my strength. Surveillance has a good hand. When it comes to protection, it's really not good. Hearing this, Yazi spread his hands and gave a wry smile. He just adapts to the transition, has no magic power, and is not a combat type yet. Saya also knew that what Yace was telling was the truth, but he still snorted, and said, Men are really trash. Tell me everything you know. Sadaka said again. Yet. Take away Syahua is a man named Qinzheng, with black hair and black eyes, who can summon the beasts. The number and abilities of the beasts are unknown, and the abilities of the beasts are unknown. It is preliminarily determined that this person is not a person on Xianjin Island. From the information available, it is very likely that this person is a foreigner from an eastern country. After Yace finished speaking, that month continued to add. Oriental country. Xiaka nodded, what more? He first appeared 2 days ago. Although I don't know how he got into Xianjin Island, he is a lawless lord. 2 days ago, he exploded with magic power and destroyed a large area near the sorcerer's plastic. He is an extremely dangerous person. Yazi coughed a few times, and then went on, I met him for the first time this morning. At that time, he found the fourth true ancestor and wanted to fight the ancient city with him. A girl named Xiaoyan later seemed to come to teacher Neiyu. I heard that she wanted to come to Heike Academy. After being rejected by teacher Neiyu, she appeared in front of the ancient city. After defeating the ancient city, she captured Suike. If it weren't for teacher Neiyu to stabilize Qinzheng with a trick, it is estimated that the ancient city is dead now. Gukin isn't an opponent. After hearing this, Xiaka was a little surprised, and then said with disdain, a man is a waste. Nor say that. Neiyu shook his head and said, the ancient city has not yet summoned the beasts and, if the beasts can be summoned, it is unknown who wins and who loses. Humph, I don't know if Shui Cai is life-threatening. Probably not, said Yazi. When Qinzheng was leaving, he said that he would let Suike be the princess or something. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Qinzheng is proud of himself. If it sounds good, it means that he has a serious secondary illness. The master who played the cards in common sense. When he left, he also made clear his address, saying that he could ask him for someone at any time. What, then he is a satanic demon? Xiahua was even more shocked. That's it. Yace wiped cold sweat after hearing this. It's even worse. I can't let my beloved Suike be defiled by other men. What's the address? Skelt Pharmaceutical Company. Very well, I will rescue Yuk Cai tonight. Xia leaped and ran towards the Skelter Company. Hey, wait! You are not his opponent, so even you will be caught. Yace shouted, but Sayawa could hear nowhere. Teacher that month, what should we do now? The blood medium in the ancient city is gone. Neiyu frowned. Why don't you go and chase Sayaka back, teacher Neiyu? Sayaka obviously looks down on you men. Even if you get back, can you become the blood medium of the ancient city? Let her run into a wall. But with Sayaka's face, that guy will definitely catch Sayaka, just like Yukana. No way. Neiyu murmured, Gukin, come out. Yet. After the classroom door opened, Gukin walked in. At this time, gauze was still tied to the head of the ancient city, and the injury was not light. You have heard what you said just now. If you want to rescue Suike, you must summon the beast in your body to come out. But I don't have a blood medium. Isn't that girl gone? Gukin was taken aback again. Do you want to my blood, teacher? Of course it's impossible. Hearing that, Yubai gave the ancient city a glance, and said, who said that blood media must be women? Ah! What do you mean? Both of them were stunned, and among them, Yazi felt even more unpleasant. Yace is an over-adapted person, the blood in the body is good, after sucking his blood, you should be able to summon the beast. Neiyu pointed to Shiyase, and said. Isn't it? Isn't this a genius? Yace suddenly showed such an expression as expected, and said in his heart. Teacher that month, don't. Gukin was also very disgusted with drawing the blood of men. The opposition is invalid. Neiyu said firmly. But, there is no sexual fantasies, and I don't have the urge to blood. Gukin was also in a hurry, and no matter whether the words were appropriate, he said directly to Neiyu. I will let you have sexual fantasies. That month gave Gukin a meaningful look. Ah! Is teacher Neiyu trying to seduce me? Gukin immediately thought about it, and imagined that Moon's petite body in his mind. Guken, you come with me, yes, so are you. Soon, after the ancient city appeared in the red light district with Yace that month, Guken knew that the month was not going to go to battle in person, but let the woman of the wind to seduce him. Item 0022. Skelt Pharmaceutical Company. I don't know that Qin Zhengzheng, who has assembled all the forces that can be assembled to deal with him, was playing around in a leisurely manner. Brother, Mr. Ti Kijia didn't embarrass you, right? Xiaoyan said with a slight smile on Qin Zheng's thigh. No. Qin Zheng also smiled, shook his head, and said, I have a good time with teacher Ti Kijia. That's good, I thought you would be unhappy with Misaki Tasaki teacher. After all, you ruined so many places. After speaking, Xiaoyan hesitated again. Have you gone through the admission procedures? It's all well, I can go to school in a few days. Qin Zheng thought of the petite lowly upon hearing this. That's great, so I can share a school with my brother. Xiaoyan's face was happy. Well, you go to bed first. I have to get up early tomorrow. Qin Zheng touched Xiaoyan's forehead and continued. Chapter 15. Good night, brother. Xiaoyan smiled sweetly and walked into her own bedroom. Xiaoyan fell asleep. At this moment, Beat Oris walked out and said charmingly. Is Sui Ke awake? Qin Zheng nodded and continued to ask. Woke up, but that Nizai is struggling very hard, a little tricky. Bea Torres murmured. It's just a little girl. Qin Zheng waved his hand. Hey, I really don't want to understand you, what did you bring her back for? Bea Torres glanced at Qin Zheng, do you like Loli? Xiaoyan is like this guy is like this too. That's not necessarily. Qin Zheng shook his head, I like Xiaoyan not fake, and I also like Sui Ke, but I also like Yujas, just like you. After speaking, Qin Zheng kept kneading Bea with both hands. Taurus's breast. Hey, don't fool me. Bea Torres snorted, slapped Qin Zheng's palm, and said angrily. Okay then. I decided, you will be the one who waits for the bed today. Qin Zheng smiled faintly. Why? Because you are all my princesses. After saying that, Qin Zheng tore open the buttons on Beatrice's chest, and 2 white rabbits jumped out. Ah! You pervert! Bea Torres couldn't resist at all, Qin Zheng grabbed her wrist, and her lips were printed on it all at once. Yet, the clothes on his body were reduced one by one. At the same time, Qin Zheng's little friend was excited because of Bea Torres's snow-white body. Obviously, he didn't want to give vent to his little friend. It will never be subdued. Regardless of Bea Torres' wishes, Qin Zheng didn't do any extra work, and straightly sent the little friend in. No. Don't. Beat Oris made a voice of resistance, seeming to have instinctively sensed that her body had been invaded. However, Qin Zheng was even more excited by this cry, so it was not until more than an hour later that Qin Zheng's little friend disarmed and surrendered. Turned into a zombie, the staying power is not bad, and the resilience is not bad. Qin is looking at the little friend who is still holding up his head. I am very happy today, in order to reward you, I decided to give you a little benefit. Good? What good? Beatrice's body was moisturized, and the whole voice became lazy. Look up. After speaking, Qin Zheng's eyes turned red, and his fangs showed up. You are also a vampire. Bea Torres was taken aback again, obviously a little surprised. Don't compare me with a vampire, I am a noble zombie, much better than a zibe like a vampire. What are you going to do? Bea Torres looked at Qin Zheng, who was leaning down, with even more horror. This guy is not going to devour me. This is how vampires strengthen their strength. Of course I bit you. After Qin Zheng forcibly bit Bea Torres, he let go of Bea Torres. Ah! Don't kill me, Don't swallow me, I am very weak. Who is going to kill you? Qin Zheng was speechless and said, okay, you can feel the changes in your body now. Ah! After Qin Zheng's reminder, Beatrice was stunned after checking the situation in her body, and a steady stream of energy kept pouring in. So strong! At this time, Beatrice discovered why Qin Zheng said that zombies are much better than vampires. This is the gift, he said. It seems that this guy can really become a true ancestor. From today, you are a second-generation zombie. The strength is second only to me. Of course, don't think about resisting me. I can give you powerful strength and deprive you of everything. Finally, Qin Zheng laughed. Item 0023. Okay. Beatrice raised her head and looked at Qin Zheng, but it was not the red eye pupil, but the green eye pupil, a symbol of the second generation of zombies. Let's come again. After becoming a zombie, Beatrice's resilience became extremely strong, and she quickly asked again. No. Qin Zheng refused decisively after hearing this. I want to see Sui Ke. Humph, come with me. Beatrice wrapped in a bath towel and led Qin Zheng to a room. Oh, it's still the habit of living here. Seeing Qin Zheng who forcibly brought him over, Sui Ke struggled even harder. Where is this? What are you going to do? Sui Ke asked calmly, seeming to recognize the situation here. Don't be so nervous. Qin Zheng said with a smile, Beatrice, get something to eat for Shui Cai. N. Beatrice nodded immediately and walked out. What the are you going to do? Why don't you kill me? Sui Ke asked with a frown as Beatrice left. I said before, you want to be my princess. Rocky said with a smile. Dreaming, I won't accept you. Sui Ke said with some excitement after hearing this. This is not for you. Qin Zheng said with a sneer. Then don't think about it, I would rather die than let you succeed. Sui Ke said coldly. I tell you, even if you die, I will play with your corpse. Qin Zheng is even more evil. You devil! Sui Ke felt cold in her heart when she heard Qin Zheng's words. At this moment, Beatrice came to Qin Zheng with a bowl of hot porridge. Beatrice, feed her porridge. Qin Zheng said from the side, with a very uncomfortable smile on his face. N. Beatrice nodded, then picked up the spoon, blew it very carefully, and then handed it to the snow vegetable. I won't eat it. Sui Ke turned her head away, and said rather stubbornly. You are too shameless, right? Qin Zheng's tone became a little dissatisfied. I won't give you face. Sui Ke is very happy to see Qin Zheng deflated. Forcibly feed her. Qin Zheng gave an order, and Beatrice smiled slyly, acting a lot rougher, and directly forcibly fed him. Beatrice's hands were so strong that Sui Ke couldn't resist at all, only passively drank the porridge. Haha, very good. Drink it. Qin Zheng smiled, and said to Beatrice, you go out, I want to taste this princess. I said, you don't want to touch my body. Ahem. Sui Ke became excited again. Looking at the way you resist it, it must be a virgin. Qin Zheng said provocatively, of course, I will bring you supreme happiness. You. Sui Ke was shocked by Qin Zheng's reminder. Looking at Qin Zheng's naked body, she felt ashamed. What? Are you already looking forward to it? Qin Zheng said with a smirk, becoming my princess is much better than being that sword witch in the Lion King's institution. Don't think about it. Sui Ke said negatively again. Haha, do you feel your body is very weak now? Qin Zheng sneered. Ah! What did you do to me? After hearing this, Sui Ke realized that her body became limp. Hehe, the bowl of porridge you just drank. I added a little bit of ingredients. After a while, your body will become hot, and then you will beg me. Chapter 16. You despicable fellow! Shuai said through gritted teeth. Despicable is the best compliment to me. Qin Zheng said with a smile, enjoy it. At this moment Sui Kei's body was reddening slightly and began to tremble. No. Shuai said through gritted teeth, her face flushed, as if she wanted to resist the growing evil fire within the antibody. Okay, it's time for me to enjoy it. Qin Zheng sneered, tearing Sui Kei's clothes with both hands, then pressed it up. Item 0024. After they lingered for almost 2 hours, Beat Oris walked in with a scream. Bea Torres, you just came here. Qin Zheng was sitting on the side of the bed, and when he saw Bea Torres coming in, he immediately waved. Okay. Seeing Qin Zheng's little friend who is still holding up her head, Bea Torres took off her clothes and wanted to fight Qin Zheng for hundreds of rounds. What are you doing? Qin Zheng was stunned as he watched Bea Torres' movements. Don't you want me? Bea Torres stopped and looked at Qin Zheng in confusion. Haha, you lewd woman. Qin Zheng smiled slightly and said, but who said I'm going to you? A guest is coming, you go to meet her, bring her to me, remember, the means don't be so gentle and make her suffer, otherwise, I will have a headache. Who? After hearing this, Bea Torres's face flushed. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to ask for favor, but it was so cool to do that, and she can't be blamed. It's just a guy who doesn't know what to do. Go, use the power I gave you and take her down. Qin Zheng waved his hand. You bastard! I'm going to kill you. At this time, after venting, the medicinal effect of Sui Kei's body has disappeared, and the sober Sui Kei immediately noticed the strangeness of himself, and suppressed Qin Zheng like a wolf. He bit Qin Zheng's shoulder with his teeth viciously. What a bad boy! Qin Zheng turned over and pressed Shuai underneath again. At this time, the two were still naked, and found that Sui Kei's face was flushed, and suddenly pushed Qin Zheng away, wrapping the bed sheet stained with blood plum blossoms around him. Hey! Sui Kei snorted coldly, trying to stand up, only to find that white liquid was flowing from underneath herself, flowing down the roots of her thighs. Damn, my body is actually stained by something so disgusting. Sui Kei flushed and looked at Qin Zheng angrily. Seeing Sui Kei's angry gaze, Qin Zheng didn't care much, and said, someone has come to rescue you. Who? Sui Kei asked. Although I don't know who it is, it must be someone from the Lion King's organization to save herself. Your good friend, Xia Hua. Qin Zheng said lightly. This. Upon hearing this, Shuai's pupils shrank. Don't hurt her. She is so beautiful, how could I hurt her? Qin Zheng smiled and said, she will be my princess just like you. I believe you two can get along well. You bastard, don't want to tarnish Sayaka's innocence. Yuaki was even more furious. Xia has saved herself and fell into the hands of this demon, and she has to be taken by him. She is really sorry for her good friend. Why? You were not very excited just now. Because you used despicable means to me, that's why I am like this. Are you sure you don't have the slightest enthusiasm and desire in your heart? Qin Zheng seemed to smile. Of course. Sui Kei turned her face to meet Qin Zheng's eyes and said. Don't dare to look at me, don't be guilty. It doesn't matter if you don't dare, you see my ability, you can definitely make your good friend live and die. Qin Zheng smiled faintly. While Qin Zheng was mocking and stimulating Sui Kei, Xia Hua approached the Skelt Pharmaceutical Company at a superb speed. Sukai, don't have an accident. I'm here to save you. Xia Hua was very anxious, and soon came to the pharmaceutical company. It seems that there really is an intruder, and a beautiful girl. Who are you? Get out of here. When the voice came out, Xia Hua immediately pulled out the sword Huang Hualan, vigilant. My name is Bea Torres, and I am now the person in charge of Skelt Pharmaceutical Company. Bea Torres stepped on high heels and walked out gracefully, her exquisite smiling face pouting with a smile. Who are you? Saya Hua. Get out of me quickly, I'm going to save Sui Ke. Saya Hua shouted. Sure enough, I came to save that little girl. Bea Torres smiled, but you are late, the little girl is receiving the favor of the master. What? After hearing this, Saya Hua was suddenly anxious and walked over immediately, but was stopped by Bea Torres. Hurry up and get out of here. That's not good, you have to pass my level if you want to see the master. Then I have no choice but to knock you down. After saying that, Siaka jumped up, already jumped on top of Beatrice's head, and slashed fiercely with the knife. Item 0025. Very good power. Now Bea Torres has become a second-generation zombie, and her response speed is first-rate. She easily avoided Sayaka's blow, and Sayaka's big knife slashed on the ground. With a boom, the surface cracked. I heard that your Lion King mechanism has weapons to kill the true ancestors. Is this true? Bea Torres said lightly. Of course, the energy of the Lion King's mechanism is not what you can imagine, so if you know it, you will put the snow vegetables. Saya Hua frowned and said. Otherwise, the Lion King agency will kill you all, including your idiotic and arrogant master. Haha, I'm sorry, I really can't be the master of this. Bea Torres smiled, but you are right, I also think Qin Zheng is a bit arrogant, but he has arrogant capital, because he is the fifth true ancestor. The fifth true ancestor, it's a real laugh, who would admit this title? Saya Hua sneered. The movement in his hands did not slow down. They will admit it. Beatrice continued to dodge, speaking with certainty. Joke. When you are resolved, I will kill your master too. Saya Hua snorted coldly. I don't know how high the sky is. Bea Torres was murderous. You have such confidence, it should come from the big knife in your hand. Indeed, it cuts iron like mud and is extremely sharp. This knife should be a weapon that can kill the true ancestor. So what? Xia Hua also sneered. It's a pity, this knife was wasted for you. I will prove to you that this knife can kill you. It's really crazy talk, how can you kill me if you can't even touch the corner of my clothes? Bea Torres smiled, but in order to let you know the difference in strength, I will take your cut. NS. That's what you said, don't regret it if you die. From the previous encounter, this woman was extremely fast, and it was impossible for her to cut her. Now she actually said that she would take her own knife and find her own death. That's no wonder everyone else, Xia Hua still has confidence in Huang Hualin. Saya began to accumulate energy, and looked at Beatrice, who was still motionless, and knew what the woman was saying was true. What a stupid woman! Sayawa was funny but was also embarrassed at the same time. Kicking her feet on the ground, Sayawa slashed at Beatrice's head with a very fast speed. The woman must be dead. Beatrice's drooping eyes were narrowed, her pupils turned green, her fangs were exposed, and her outstretched palm slowly blocked the front. Bump! With a dull voice, Huang Hualin looked at Beatrice's palm, and the electric current formed by energy splashed away. Saya Hua, who believed slowly, saw that Huang Hualin was really blocked, and she was shocked. This, how is this possible? Xia Hua muttered incredulously. As expected, it is a weapon that can kill the ancestors, and my palm hurts a little too. Beatrice shook her palm and said with a smile. Chapter 17. Then it's my turn. As Saya Hua was stunned, Bea Torres quickly punched and blasted Saya Hua with a punch. Unsuspectingly, after Saya Hua received such a heavy blow, he vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsed on the ground and fainted. It's a pretty girl, if it weren't for Qin Zheng's words to keep you, this punch will kill you. Bea Torres stepped up, trying to lift the fainted Saya Hua. Saya Hua! How are you doing? At the same time, a chain shot out from the void, directly binding Beatrice's arm, while the other chain took Sayahwa high into the air. Unexpectedly, it's really lively here. For a moment, Beatrice saw two men rushing over, and one of them was the white-haired young man. Scarlet eyes, are they a vampire? Beatrice murmured, frowning, and this chain, the witch in the gap is also here. Beatrice looked up and saw that a petite and lovely Loli took Sayahua away. This should be the witch of the gap. Sayahua was taken away. Although Qin Zhengui was very angry, Beatrice was not in a hurry. Thank you, Teacher Neiyu. It was Yazi who was talking. He and Sayawa belonged to the Lion King's institution, and the two naturally knew each other. Who are you? Beatrice frowned and asked. My name is Xiao Guqin. This is my companion. When talking about his companion, Xiao Guqin's face showed a little unnatural color. Is Xiao Guqin? So you are the fourth true ancestor. The fourth true ancestor and the void witch are dispatched together. It seems that the girl's identity is not simple. Nonsense, where is that girl now? Hurry up and hand her over. Awakened a beast, Guqin was confident that he was able to win the boy who had encountered the second disease and claimed to be the fifth true ancestor before. Impossible. Beatrice took a look at the ancient city with interest, and said, but don't worry, she is safe now and is being favored by my master. Fortunately. Then, as long as you defeat you, we will save people. Guqin's face was sullen, his eyes turned scarlet, and yellow electricity flashed out of his body. Obviously, without the pickled vegetables, Guqin still awakened the gold of the fifth animal lion. From now on, it's my battle. Guqin squeezed his fist and rushed up quickly, a powerful current converging on the fist. The magic is really amazing. Beatrice dodged the blow from the ancient city, but the powerful bombardment hit the wall behind Beatrice, and the wall suddenly sank in. Item 0026. Guqin, hurry up and hit her. After Beatrice dodged, a few more chains shot out, blocking Beatrice's actions. That's good. You can't get out of it this time. Guqin grinned slyly, and threw his fist at Beatrice. These chains are a trouble. Beatrice frowned when her movements were blocked. These chains are formed by magic, and you can't break them. Neiyu said proudly when she looked at Beatrice who was struggling a little. Really? Beatrice sneered and snorted, breaking the chain directly in the incredible gaze that month. Your magic power is indeed amazing, but that kind of non-weather attack can't touch me. Your skill is like a superficial layman, the fourth true ancestor. Continue to dodge, Beatrice laughed. Needless to say, I am a layman. Guqin retorted and accelerated at the same time. He is indeed a layman in martial arts, and he is almost incompetent as a vampire. However, despite the time window, the footwork he has trained in basketball is still alive. It should be no problem to deal with such a weak woman. Well, this is. The thunderball created by magic hits Beatrice, like a quick pass. Just drive a little more seriously. In fact, Beatrice's physical skills are not so powerful. Beatrice took the lead in picking up the broadsword Huanghualan left by Sayahua and slashed it at the ancient city. It doesn't matter, even if you are a woman, I will use this trick. Seeing that the winner hasn't been determined for a long time, the ancient city is already impatient. Beatrice stopped the offensive, alert to the strange movement emanating from the ancient city. This feeling, is it summoning the beast? Don't die. Guqin sprayed blood toward Beatrice's outstretched right arm. The person who inherits the blood of the flaming night uncle, Xiao Guqin, here to liberate your shackles. That blood turned into a brilliant thunder light. The huge light, heat, and impact that the thunder couldn't compare before. It is the beast of Xiao Guqin. Coming soon, the fifth beast lion's gold. What appeared was a lion incarnation of thunder, a huge body as big as a chariot, formed by the magic of violent thunder. Its whole body exudes dazzling brilliance, and its roar shakes the atmosphere like thunder. The ancient city inherited from the fourth true ancestor of the previous generation, a total of 12 animals, after sucking the blood of Yace in the ancient city, awaken the fifth animal. Is this your beast? It hurts your brain. Using this kind of power in this place will destroy everything here. When Bea Torres murmured, the Lion of Thunder aimed at Bay. Ataris swept down her front legs, and Beteria easily avoided it, but that attack was not so simple that she could avoid it. The shock wave triggered by lightning knocked Beatrice into the air, and the surrounding buildings were also greatly damaged. It's really powerful. Bea Torres stood up. If this is the case, I also summon my beasts. The fourth true ancestor, look forward to it. After speaking, Bea Torres' eyes it turned dark green, and fangs grew out. Come here, the red-eyed black dragon. As Beatrice's voice fell, the red-eyed black dragon with open wings descended from the sky. This is the power Bea Torres gained after Qin Zheng turned Bea Torres into a second-generation zombie. The black dragon descended, Lion's Gold ignored most of the will of the ancient city, and launched an attack spontaneously. The front legs of the huge beast turned into thunder, and rushed straight up. Red-eyed black dragon, black flame bomb. Beatrice immediately gave the order to attack. Roar! A black beam of energy shot out from the mouth of the red-eyed black dragon, colliding with the beasts of the ancient city. Boom! The black flame bullet and the lion's gold are evenly matched, and no one can do anything about it. In the end, the powerful collision force flew away in all directions. Damn it, is it useless? This beast can't even defeat my golden lion. The anxious ancient city muttered. That month also frowned, this beast seemed to be too strong. What should I do? Neihu thought anxiously. One more time, the lion's gold. The ancient city gave the order again. But still the same result. It's useless. You beast did not awaken voluntarily, and its combat power has been weakened a lot. In the original book, the best blood medium for awakening the lion is Suike, but the Suike is now in Qin Zheng's hands, and the ancient city is in order to awaken. The beast drew on Yazi's blood. Under this circumstance, the lion's golden combat power was naturally weaker. Item 0027. It's impossible. Misaki Tazaki murmured next to Neiyu, feeling incredible. The lion's gold is the beast of the true ancestor. Hey, it seems that the ancient city still can't fully exert the power of lion gold. The weakness of the ancient city can be seen at a glance. Well, don't do useless kung fu, you can't beat me. The ancient city still needs to use the lion's gold, and Bea Torres frowned and said. I must defeat you. Guken said coldly, and continued to order the lion's golden attack. Guken, enough, you are not the opponent of this woman. At this moment, Nau suddenly appeared in front of the ancient city and said directly. Seeing the movement speed of that month, Bea Torres was taken aback for a moment. The witch in the gap was indeed well deserved. Teacher that month, but... Guken wanted to say something. The ancient city, the surroundings are all affected by your battle, this will hurt innocent people. Neiyu said in a deep voice. Chapter 18. Hearing this, the ancient city looked around, and the surrounding area of Skelt Pharmaceutical Company became a ruin. Aren't we saving Suike? Through Yazi's introduction, Guken already knew that the girl who was taken away by Qin Zheng was called Suike. Yet, that month, Suike was my student. At the same time, Tasaki Misaki said in a hurry. No way, now I have to ask that person to do it. Neiyu whispered. Ah! Teacher Neiyu, can you invite the true ancestor? In the eyes of Guken, this true ancestor is not her opponent, so if you want to defeat this woman, it must be the other three true ancestors. Not the true ancestor, but his power is close to the true ancestor. What's the use of that? The ancient city is not the opponent of this woman, can the person you find do it? Yazi frowned. Hey, don't look at the ancient city as the fourth true ancestor, his power has not yet reached the level of true ancestor. Okay, then. After seeing the powerful beast of Bea Torres, Tikai Misaki didn't expect to save Suike at this time. Oh. By the way, that month, can you have your space magic to rescue the puke? Tazaki Misaki suggested. Hearing that, Neiyu shook his head and said, I forgot to tell you that Qin Zheng can also use space magic, and my space magic does not have any advantage in front of him. No. Even space magic can be done. Yace was stunned. And he hasn't shot yet. With our current strength, we have no chance of winning at all. Neiyu said again. That's right. If you destroy everything here, I will have a headache. Bea Torres murmured. That month glanced at Bea Torres, took a step forward, and said, I investigated you. Your name is Bea Torres. After the destruction of the sorcerer's plastics, you followed Qin Zheng. Press logically speaking, you should hate Qin Zheng. After all, he destroyed the sorcerer sculpture that you created. Why do you still listen to Qin Zheng's question? Oh, it seems that you know me well. The Witch of the Void. Beatrice smiled slightly, remembering what Qin Zheng said to her at the time, that if you have power, you have everything. Now, don't you have powerful power? As long as I am willing, companies like Midshi Gongsu will have as much as they want. Humph, this should not be your favored beast, what happened to you? And your eyes are the same thing as the desktop again. Observed very carefully that month, when Beatrice summoned the black dragon favored beast. He keenly noticed that Bea Torres's pupils turned green. This is the power that my master gave me, it's very powerful, right? Beatrice didn't say much. The power that Qin Zheng gave you. Hearing that, that month was even more wrinkled, that young man was like a mystery, which made people unable to figure out. Okay. I'll take this girl away. Bea Torres appeared next to Sayahua instantly, and when she didn't react that month, she hugged her directly. After all, the master named her by name. If I don't bring back the woman I want, it will be difficult to explain to the master. Leave her. The chain flew horizontally, and that month shot instantly, but Beatrice's figure flickered, and she had already left after half a breath. Hee, the Witch of the Gap, I won't kill you anymore, hurry up and go back. As for the fourth true ancestor, Zyoguken, let the master handle it. What a fast-moving speed! Neiyu frowned as she listened to the voice echoing in the sky. Teacher, that month, what should we do now? Another girl was taken away, and Gu Cheng was even more anxious. I'm going to find Vatra. After thinking for a while, the moon said in a deep voice. Vatra. The man closest to the true ancestor. Tasaki Misaki said in surprise. Vatra is still very famous in their circle of attacking magicians. Item 0028. Skelt Pharmaceutical Company. Qin Zheng and Suike sat on the bed. Of course, although Suike, who has a clear knowledge of Qin Zheng, the demon, was wearing clothes, she still wrapped her body tightly with a bed sheet, for fear that Qin Zheng would be a beast. Dafa, venting on myself again. Do you need to be so afraid of me? Qin Zheng said silently as he watched the turtle curled up in the corner of the bed and Suike. Humph, you are a bastard. Suike glared at Qin Zheng, and her body shrank again. Well, I will show you something nice. Don't lean over. Just show it to me here. Then you look forward to it. A white light flung out, and a white movie screen hung in the void in front of it. There was a picture above, it was when Beatrice and Siaka met. The blood in Qin Zheng's body mutated and he became the only special one, different from a vampire, and existed like an Eastern zombie. This is... Seeing this scene, especially seeing her good friend appearing on the screen, Shuai was stunned. What I have seen now is what is happening at this time. That woman is called Xiahua. She is really good in shape. Qin Zheng praised. Don't want to move him. Upon hearing this, Sui Ke had forgotten Qin Zheng's demon nature and shouted at Qin Zheng. I have the final say. Qin Zheng smiled faintly, and said, Bea Torres will bring this woman back to me. Humph, just her, don't be kidding, Sayahua's strength is very powerful. If it was before, Beat Oris would really not be Sayahua's opponent, but now, I have given her powerful strength, enough to bring her back. Hey, then wait and see. Sui Ke didn't believe that a friend who was better than herself would lose, but she was still a little worried. This guy said that the woman had a strong power. What power would it be? Is it the same weapon that can kill the true ancestors like her Swexia wolf? The two were not speculative, and they soon started fighting. Seeing Bea Torres easily avoiding Saya's attack, Yuuki's heart sank. How? I didn't lie to you. Qin Zheng smiled triumphantly. Hey, Sayahua hasn't lost yet. Yuuki snorted coldly. As the battle escalated, Sui Ke was shocked when she saw that Bea Torres took over Sayahua's Huang Hualan with one hand. That Huang Hualan, like her Swexia wolf, possessed the ancestor of killing. But I didn't expect to be blocked by such a woman by her body. What kind of physical strength is this, even stronger than the true ancestor? Oh my god! Sui Ke felt that the whole world was going crazy. I was surprised, I didn't expect Huang Hualan who could kill the true ancestor was blocked. Qin Zheng said what Shui was thinking about. This is fake. Sui Ke said angrily. You can choose not to believe it. After Huang Hualan, who is the trump card, is blocked, it is only a matter of time to catch Saihua. Qin Zheng smiled and said, it is only you little girls who believe in Swexia. The wolf has the power to kill the true ancestor. If it is such a power, the Lion King organs will not need to look at the face of the true ancestor, and there will be no true ancestor in the world. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's words, Sui Ke's heart sank again. Yet, if true ancestors can really be killed, then why do there still exist true ancestors? Now there are countries established by true ancestors in the world. In a sense, the true ancestors these alien races rule them? What about Terran? Let's take a good look. Bea Torres will not disappoint me. Sure enough, Bea Torres stunned Sayaka with just one blow, but Bea Torres wanted to take it away. At the time of Sayaka, Neiyu and others caught up. Yuuki, whose face was sinking, suddenly raised a ray of hope. With the intervention of Neiyu and others, there is especially a fourth true ancestor inside. It should be able to protect Sayaka from here safely. Qin Zheng slightly frowned when she saw that the month took Saihua away. Afterwards, the battle escalated again, and the ancient city had already summoned the beast. The gold of the lion, the beast with strong offensive power, made Sui Ke a lot better. However, Bea Torres also summoned the favored beast, which was a favored beast she had never seen before. Red-eyed black dragon. What a powerful beast! Sui Ke sighed, and the dignified aura that radiated was shocking, especially when she saw the red-eyed black dragon and lion's golden chambers fighting against each other. Sui Ke was surprised. This is the power you bestow. Suddenly, Shui asked with some doubts. Chapter 19. Yes. Qin Zheng nodded. Shui was shocked by Qin Zheng's admission. Finally, after the two saw that Beat Oris was still taking Sayahua away, Yukina suddenly became anxious. Unsurprisingly, Sayahua will face the same fate as her and be raped by this guy. No, you have to think of a way. Shui thought to herself. Item 0029. Qin Zheng, make a deal with you. Soon, Sui Ke said. What do you mean by trading? Qin Zheng asked with an evil smile on his face. I can be your woman. With a deep groan, Shui nodded and said in a deep voice. But you must promise me that you can't move Sayaka. In her heart, she was defiled by him. One more time, one less time, a lot of time. Sayaka is different, she is still a big girl, if because she was defiled by Qin Zheng for saving her, then she would not feel at ease for the rest of her life. That's not okay, you were my woman originally, so I'm going to lose too much. Qin Zheng shook his head decisively after hearing this. What you got is my body. In a hurry, Sui Ke said loudly. Body, what I want is your body. Qin Zheng smiled and nodded softly to make Sui Ke very angry. Don't you want to get my heart? Sui Ke hesitated. You can get the best, after all, you are my princess, you should maintain a united front with me. Then you put Sayaka, I am willing to be your woman. You can still want me twice a month. Sui Ke gritted her teeth and pointed her fingers up. Twice a month, too long. Qin Zheng shook his head again. Once a week. For Sayaka, Yukina compromised again. It's still not good, once a day. Qin Zheng said his thoughts, and you have to cooperate with my actions, not like a dead fish. Then can you release Sayaka? Of course. Qin Zheng patted his chest and said, of course, I can let her go, but I can't let her go. At least you must ensure that you fulfill your promise. Hey, that's good. Sui Ke snorted heavily. What do you devil want to do? Sui Ke was a little panicked when she saw Qin Zheng pulling his sheets. Didn't you tell me, I want you once a day? I haven't wanted you today. Didn't you just ask me? Sui Ke said struggling. That doesn't count. Soon, Sui Ke became a white and tender lamb again, and Qin Zheng leaned down and pressed it down. The next day, because of the collision of the red-eyed black dragon and the lion's gold, the media was all news of a mysterious explosion in Kushigami City. Newspapers published photos of the destruction of a large area of the street, and television and film websites kept showing eyewitness conversations. It was the Skelter Company in the east that suffered damage. It is estimated that there are 60 buildings, and there are as many as 20,000 households with power outages. Nearly half of them are still indefinitely due to power restoration this morning. The link bridge and the monorail train track connecting Dongyu and Nanya were severely damaged. The direct loss alone was about 7 billion yuan, including indirect damage. It is said that the total loss was as high as 30 billion yuan. The death toll is still being counted. Wow, it's scary, the reason for this is unknown, right? No one would believe the reason for thunder. Everyone guessed it was a terrorist attack by a bomb or accidental explosion of rocket fuel. There are many theories, but people suspect it is a meteorite. There have been incidents similar to this in Russia before. Oh. Remember it was called the Tunguska Big Bang, right? Mr. Sudo said. Meteorite? It would be fine if it was that way. Xia Yin, with an apron around his uniform, is watching the news while tidying up the breakfast. Brother, Skelt, isn't it here? Well. The explosion happened around us. Qin Zheng nodded. No wonder, when I slept last night, I felt a little shock, it turned out to be an explosion. Xia Yin nodded, it seems that I heard a suppressed cry from a girl last night. What's the matter? Hey! Sui Ke, who was eating breakfast normally, flushed suddenly. That's because. Qin Zheng was about to explain. Eat your breakfast. Sui Ke had already stuffed a bun into Qin Zheng's mouth and told Qin Zheng to shut up. Okay. Glancing at Sui Ke, Xia Yin nodded, but then said in surprise, aren't you the newly transferred girl? Why did you show up at our house? This, because of me. Sui Ke didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that she wanted to stay here because she was a ghost, and she was forced to stay? Haha, Xia Yin, she is my temporary recruiter, helping Bea Torres to work. Qin Zheng said with a smile. Oh, where is Bea Torres? Why didn't you see her? Let's go out. Bea Torres took some sayahwa who had been given to her earlier last night. Data 0030. Hi K Academy. Miss Fidao, Siaka has also been caught. Ye smiled and said. What's the matter? Fei Tao, who wears glasses, pushed his glasses, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and finally said in a deep voice, even Saya has been captured, and even the fourth ancestor can't protect Saya. Hwa, it's really surprising, that young man named Qin Zheng is so powerful. We didn't see Qin Zheng. To be precise, it was a woman who took Saya Hwa away. That woman is very powerful. Woman. Fei Tao was stunned again. Yazi nodded and said, that woman was called Beat Oris. She was originally the person in charge of the Sorcerer's Plastics Company. I didn't expect that after the Sorcerer's Plastics was destroyed, she would mix with Qin Zheng together. But I remember that this woman doesn't seem to be strong. How could the fourth true ancestor's strength be so unbearable? It's not like that. Yace shook his head quickly after hearing this. That woman has become stronger, and it seems to have a lot to do with Qin Zheng. Tell me everything. Fei Tao asked imperatively. Everything was beyond my control. The woman I prepared for the fourth real ancestor and the woman used to contain the fourth real ancestor was robbed. Last night, I went out with Gukin and teacher Neiyu, and went to the Skelt pharmaceutical company to save people. Because Xiahua was worried about Suike, so he set off early. When we arrived, Xiahua had already been with that person. The woman fought. Of course, we thought that Xiaka had the upper hand, but the situation suddenly turned down. The woman could kill the true ancestor Huang Hualan with her hand. The last punch was Xiaka. Fainted. What? Even Huang Hualan can't kill that woman. Hearing this, Fei Tao was even more surprised. Yes. Yazi nodded. It looks like that woman really got incredible power. What's next? Fei Tao continued to ask. That month teacher shot in time and took Xiahua away. And Gukin also shot at this time, summoning the number 5 beast, the lion's gold. A beast with a strong offensive power. Could that woman be able to counter this power? Yet. That woman also summoned the beast, the red-eyed black dragon, whose attack power is comparable to or even stronger than the lion's gold. Finally, teacher Neiyu took the initiative to retreat in order not to harm other innocent people, and that's it. At that time, Xiahua was taken away by that woman. Chapter 20. It's amazing. But the ancient city can awaken the beasts, is it sucking your blood? That's right. Ye smiled at the words, and finally spread his hands and said, Miss Fidao, don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with Gukin. No wonder, the lion's gold shouldn't show its full combat power yet. Well, teacher that month said that too. Yazi nodded, I want to wait until the ancient city continues to wake up the other beasts, I can definitely defeat that woman. It's not a problem to defeat that woman. What worries me the most now is the young man named Qin Zheng. Fei Tao thought for a while and said, his strength is unexpectedly strong, especially during this action. It's really scary that you can't even force him to shoot. It's really possible to become the 5th true ancestor. Yukana and Saiyahua are not in danger, right? Fei Tao continued to ask. There is no danger, but chastity can't be kept. Yazi knows Qin Zheng's temperament. It's good to be able to save their lives. Since Yukana and Xiaka have lost their virginity, they are no longer suitable for being the partners of the 4th true ancestor. I want to let them stay with Qin Zheng and monitor Qin Zheng. You try first get in touch with Suike and tell them what to do next. But Yukana and the others. Yace hesitated to speak again. Hey, I want to rescue them too, but you also know that we can't even win that woman, let alone Qin Zheng, whose strength is still a mystery. Fei Tao said in a deep voice, let's do it, what's there that month? No way. She said to invite Vatra over. Yace thought for a while and said. That's it. That should be fine. Fei Tao nodded. After rescuing Sui Ke, bring her to see me, I have something to ask her. Okay. Yazi nodded. Brother, hurry up, we are going to be late. Xiaoyan urged after the meal. Yes. Qin Zheng nodded. Bea Torres, take good care of Saya Hua, it's better to get rid of her hot personality. I want to see a well-behaved sheep, not a hot mare. That's it. Bea Torres remembered the arrogant and disdainful expression on Saya Hua's face when she went to see Saya Hua just now. Licking her red lips, Bea Torres nodded with a smile. It would be a very fun thing to make such a fierce horse succumb. Don't worry. Guarantee to complete the task. Bea Torres smiled. Sayaka, you must not have an accident. Seeing the weird smile on Bea Torres's face, Xuan was worried. Item 0031. Hi-K Academy, in the office that month. That Yueshan, what do you want me to do? Pushing the door open, Gukin looked at that month when he sat in the position without saying a word, and asked. Is it in a bad mood? Nail looked at the depressed ancient city and said. Yeah. I didn't expect to have the power of the fourth true ancestor, but I still haven't been able to fight Beato Rias. I didn't even have a chance to meet that guy, let alone rescued Yukina. Now even Xiaka has been captured. I really don't know what kind of inhuman treatment they two weak girls will receive. Gukin sighed to the sky. Don't worry, they are not life-threatening, but Qin is a pervert, I guess. Naiyu smiled. It's dangerous just like this. Gukin was unable to complain. Hey, if they are stronger, they can definitely be rescued. Gukin thought for a while and said. It's not your fault. After hearing that, Naiyu shook his head. I underestimated their power, otherwise I won't let you Yace's blood to wake up the beast. You know, it's not the blood of a woman. Awaken the beast, the battle power of the beast will be greatly reduced. That's why you are not the opponent of that woman. If it is in the heyday, you will definitely be able to defeat it. What should I do then? Gukin was taken aback again. Suck blood, keep sucking blood. Improve the power of the beast. Naiyu said directly. In fact, Naiyu was more concerned about one thing in her heart, that is, Beatrice's eyes. Unlike other vampires, she has dark green pupils and her own strength is amazing. She blocked Huang Hualan with one hand. This is something she never thought of. Finally, Bea Torres' new beast, the red-eyed black dragon, whose power is comparable to the lion's gold, is really terrifying. What worries Naiyu most is that this woman's sudden strength seems to have a lot to do with Qin Zheng. If possible, she really wants to have a good chat with Qin just in time to relieve the doubts in her heart. That guy seems to be a student of this school too. That month remembered that Qin Zheng was about to transfer to this school. At the beginning, he didn't agree, but then he was forced to agree. This is over. Such a lawless person came to Hi-K Academy. If there is a fight, these innocent students will be the first to be affected. Gukin. Now I officially tell you one thing. Wait for a new student in your class. New student? Could it be? Suddenly, Gu Cheng remembered what Qin Zheng and Naiyu said before. Yes, the transferred student is the person we are going to deal with, called Qin Zheng. But I want to advise you not to conflict with him for the time being. Why? This is a good opportunity to clean up him. Hearing this, the ancient city's eyes brightened and he was puzzled at the same time. Hey, let's not say whether you can defeat him. Even if you can defeat him, fighting with him in school will cause huge casualties, and Qin Zheng is another unscrupulous guy. That Yu Shen Sheng said. Say. Okay. But I won't let him go. Gukin thought for a while and said. Yeah. That's it. Naiyu nodded. Also, teacher, I want to ask something. Gu Cheng suddenly remembered that he had something to ask. raised his face, and looked back at him that month with annoying eyes. How? Who are Yukina and Sayawa? Do you know them? And Yazi seems to have a lot of things hidden from me. Gujo said with a wry smile. It's all students. Gukin's question silenced Neiyu, and stood up with an expression of unhappy blatantly. Don't lie to me. If they are really ordinary people, how can they hold such weird weapons and talk weird? Are they from the Lion King Agency? Gukin tentatively asked. The word Lion King Agency was still used by Sui Kei when he and Sui Kei first met. Why do you know this name? I heard what Sui Kei said. Oh? That's it, then I'll tell you everything. Neiyu snorted coldly. Aren't you angry? I just heard the nasty name, and I felt that there was a fire, because those people are our business rivals, and they have to cooperate. I'm so annoying. Cooperation? That means that Sui Kei and the others are members of the Lion King Agency. Yes. Hearing this, that month nodded. What about Yace? Is he also a member of the Lion King Agency? Hearing that, there was a moment of silence that month, before finally shook his head and said, Yace is not, you and him have been friends since childhood, you should know this best. Item 0032. Forget it, let's not talk about it. That month waved his hand to show off the guests. Does the business opponent refer to the country's attacking demon officials? Gukin wants to know more. Tell you by the way, those people are also your natural enemies. Neiyu looked down at the ancient city and warned coldly. Although we are cooperating with them now, but tell you, after this incident, you should not contact them. Even if the opponent is the true ancestor, they will pursue and kill with all their strength, because they were made for this. Chapter 21. Also, the ancient city. Yes. Neiyu picked up the black lace fan and waved it. I don't know what kind of magic she was using. In an instant, if you change to an ordinary person, you will be beaten with the force of the cranium, and knock on the forehead of the ancient city. Fall directly to the ground. You're going to call my teacher later, did you hear that? The skirt turned lightly for a half circle, and left the month after she finished her words. After leaving that month, I came to a high-level hospital, because the hospital staff told her that Ye Xiansheng woke up. Hearing the news, that month rushed over immediately, because that month felt that Ye would know something about Qin Zheng. The Witch of the Gap, it turns out that you saved me. Seeing the people who came, Kenzhung Ye said with difficulty. Well, tell me, what happened that night? Neiyu frowned and said. It's just an ordinary fire incident. It's that simple, I don't see it. There was an explosion during the period. Neiyu sneered. It seems that you already know it, why bother to ask me? Yelai thought for a while and replied. At that time, I saw a huge beast deal a devastating blow to the sorcerer sculpture generation. Fortunately, no one was injured. At that time, you were in sorcerer sculpture. You should know what happened. That destroyed the sorcerer. Is the person who leads the craftsman the one in the picture? After that, I handed Yi's a picture that month. Looking at Qin Zheng with a warm smile in the photo, Yelai Xiansheng was extremely silent, and said, Hey, he did it, but I advise you to provoke him less, he is a lawless lord. I know this, he has proven it with his actions. That month nodded. It seems that you provoke him. Yelai gave a wry smile. Humph, it's not that we provoke him, but he came to provoke us. He first provokes the fourth true ancestor, and then forcibly took the two Lion King's subordinates. Sure enough, he is a restless lord. Hearing this, Ye didn't feel surprised. It's good to know, if you continue to let it go, he will cause more damage to Xianjin Island. You are not his opponents. Originally I didn't believe what that guy said. After hearing you say that he defeated the fourth true ancestor, he was afraid that he would be the fifth true ancestor. The fifth true ancestor. Hearing that month was a bit irritable. Judging from the color of the pupils he saw that day, he seemed to have gained endless life. If the strength is stronger than the fourth true ancestor, then he really will be the fifth true ancestor. Just ask. What do you want to know? Why did you suddenly want to help us? Seeing Yese take the initiative, that month was a bit strange. Haha, when I heard what you said, I suddenly became a little curious. The young man named Qin Zheng seems to have the strength of the fifth true ancestor. During his lifetime, he can see the rise of such a powerful true ancestor. It is really worthy of this life. Ah! Yese sighed. Let you become the touchstone of the fifth true ancestor. You guy, your words are really awkward, but you may be disappointed, because we will definitely defeat him. Then wait for time to prove it. Yese murmured without reason. Okay, please tell me, why did you provoke Qin Zheng? Neiyu smiled. It can't be said to provoke. But if you want to elaborate, you have to start from 8 years ago. 8 years ago? Yes, I brought Xiaoyin to Xianjin Island 8 years ago. Xiaoyin, what is your relationship with Xiaoyin? Didn't Xiaoyin grow up in a monastery? Adilad Monastery. What a missed name. Yeze murmured, do you know the Adilad Monastery again? Who knows this kind of thing? I only remember that the monastery was finally destroyed. Neiyu snorted coldly, don't pull the topic further and further. Yes. Adilad is a monastery built for Xiaoyin's mother by the former king of Ryudakia. 5 years ago, the spiritual blood of the sage went violently. All the people in the monastery died, and the spirit was stopped. It was Xiaoyin that the blood ran away. And I, the brother of Xiaoyin's mother, and Xiaoyin's uncle. Item 0033. Then I took Xiaoyin to the sorcerer sculptor and lived there. A study was started 4 years ago. What research? Hearing this, that month was a day's study for becoming a god. Speaking of this, Yese's face showed a rare madness. You haven't heard of modeling angels? They will evolve by preying on the same kind. They strengthen the human body through magic and transform it into a high-dimensional existence. It is very close to the gods. The only regret is that no one can control it. I understand. Neiyu sneered, you are also a bastard. The simulation angel is the application of goo poison, let the candidates kill each other, and then swallow the opponent's spiritual center and melt it for their own use. Yes, if the power of the spiritual center circuit is not high enough, then just increase its number. The 7 candidates for the simulated angels each have a spiritual center that is enhanced to the highest limit of the human body through magic, and then take it away. The spiritual centers of other candidates can be integrated into their own bodies to obtain the possibility of spiritual evolution without exceeding the spiritual capacity of the human body. To become something closer to God than human beings, that is, to become angels. Here, Yeze is even crazier. You are a lunatic. Neiyu murmured. For the sake of Xiaoyin, I can be a lunatic. Yelai Xiansheng laughed loudly. It's just that all of this was over when Qin Zheng arrived. He destroyed the molded angel I was proud of. Oh. So you want revenge? No. Hearing this, Yelai Xiansheng shook his head, I'm just surprised that the powerful molded angel is not Qin Zheng's opponent. Although it has not yet entered the testing stage, it can be seen that Qin Zheng is powerful. Xiaoyin followed Qin. Yes, I am relieved too. You are not afraid that he will kill Xiaoyin? Hearing this, asked that month. No. Xiansheng Yelai said surely. Why? Because the reason he destroyed the sorcerer's sculpture is very simple. It is to prevent Xiaoyin from suffering. Although my original intention to make Xiaoyin is good, Xiaoyin seems to dislike this kind of life, but Qin Zheng helps. Xiaoyin destroyed the shackles relative to her. Yelai Xiansheng smiled. You use your niece as a test product. What a bastard! Neiyu sneered, and then remembered Qin Zheng's question. She didn't expect Qin Zheng to destroy the sorcerer's plastic for Xia Yin. It seems that this guy's the nature is not bad, it's just that he acts a bit exaggerated, speaks more straightforwardly, his personality is only two, of course, he also has a lecherous characteristic. Then do you know Qin Zheng's ability? You mean his ability is similar to a black hole? Yeze smiled, really, when I first met, I was very surprised. I didn't expect such a capable person, so my model angel undoubtedly it failed. Similar to the power of a black hole. Suddenly, Neiyu remembered the black energy lingering in Qin Zheng's body during the first battle, as well as what Tazaki Cape told her, that it can attract all matter and it seems that it can also absorb energy in others' bodies. It's weird, right? Yelai smiled, I'm even more surprised at the back. After he destroyed the spiritual center, Qin Zheng absorbed the spiritual center, and finally relied on the spiritual center to directly summon an angel-like beast. Yet, Neiyu nodded, and after Yelai's instructions, Neiyu had a certain understanding of Qin Zheng's ability. After he sucked the blood from the blonde man's body, he gained the power of a vampire at that time. Well, it seems that there has been a mutation, if according to his own meaning, this kind of creature is called a zombie. Sure enough, it's dangerous. After analyzing everything, I came to a conclusion that month. Then do you know that this ability has weaknesses? Hearing this, Yelai Xiansheng shook his head and said, I don't have much contact with Qin Zheng, and I don't know his weaknesses, but there must be weaknesses. God has given him powerful abilities, and there must be fatal flaws. Yet, that month also thought that way, but he didn't have many opportunities to contact him, and he couldn't know his weakness at all. But Qin Zheng will come to Heike Academy to go to school, this is a good opportunity. Okay, I'm leaving, you stay here to rest. Suddenly he left the hospital that month. While preparing for that month, at this time, after Qin Zheng sent Sui Ke and Xia Yin to the junior high school, he was convinced and returned to school. Of course, Qin Zheng sent the goddess Xia Yin and Sui Ke to school, which caused a lot of ghosts and animals. Envy and jealousy. Oh my god! That guy, Godspeed, actually started on the goddess of Sui Ke so quickly. Chapter 22. Is it not enough to have Xia Yin? Why do you want to shoot Sui Ke? Sukai, you can't agree to this, sweetheart. Student Sui Ke, don't accept him. I declare that this guy is a shame to our male compatriots, and a public enemy of our male compatriots. All kinds of unsightly remarks fell into the ears of the three. Xia Yin pursed her mouth and smiled, but Shui Cai's expression changed. He was afraid that this demon would suddenly attack these ordinary people. Be sure to forgive them. Looking at Qin Zheng with a smile on her face, Shui Cai trembled in her heart, and she was even more afraid of Qin Zheng. Item 0034. Neurotic. Looking at Sui Ke like a frightened white rabbit, Qin Zheng snorted and left. Still the same sentence, in a sense, these people are his subjects, and why should he embarrass these ordinary people? Hey, it's finally safe. Sui Ke, who had already determined Qin's authenticity in his heart, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Zheng was furious, the people here might die, and he couldn't stop this demon. Sukai, can you tell me, how did you and your brother meet? Xia Yin asked when Qin Zheng had left, and there was still some time to go to class. I. For a while, Sui Ke didn't know how to respond. Sure enough, Sui Ke, you are my brother's girlfriend. Looking at the stubborn Sui Ke, Xia Yin said automatically. Girlfriend? No. Sui Ke's face flushed. Although she said that she was not Qin Zheng's girlfriend, she and Qin Zheng had done what should be done between lovers, saying that it was Qin Zheng's. The girlfriend can't be wrong, but Shui Cai can't accept that her boyfriend is a devil, so she denies it. If his character could be better, how good it would be. Which girl doesn't want her other side to be a hero who is unparalleled in the world? However, Qin Zheng is indeed powerful, but not a hero, but a villain. Boss. Sui Ke, are you really brother's girlfriend? Xiaoyan asked again after hearing this. Really not. Sui Ke replied again. That's great. Xiaoyan whispered. It's you, Xiaoyan, your temperament, why are you with evil? Qin Zheng. Sui Ke thought for a while, looked at Xiaoyan, and asked. Because my brother saved me and gave me a second life, so I and him. Hearing this, Xiaoyan seemed to be immersed in memories and said with a smile. Ah! What's the matter? Shui Cai Lu frowned and asked, how did you and Qin Zheng meet? I was in the park when I first met my brother. Xiaoyan became more and more attached to Qin Zheng, and she was willing to share these sweet memories with others. At that time, my brother seemed to be hungry and was lying on the path in the park. Then I took my brother to the snack shop and ate a lot, so we knew each other. In other words, you don't know Qin Zheng. Sui Ke was stunned when she heard Xiaoyan's words. No, I know him well. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's emotions seemed to become agitated. You know him? Then tell me, do you know what Qin Zheng likes to eat? Do you know Qin Zheng's past? Hurry up and leave him. He is a demon, and he destroyed your residence without saying a word. The place left you homeless, and now I am taking care of you just because I want to get your body. Sui Ke said painstakingly. You shut up. Xiaoyan was even more excited. Looking at Sui Ke coldly, it is hard to imagine that a very kind person would have such a temper, and said, you don't even know what happened. Brother did it. Everything is correct, my brother is a good man. Good guy. Sui Ke gave a wry smile. No matter how you look at it, Qin Zheng is not a good guy. But seeing Xiaoyan like a volcanic eruption, Sui Ke didn't argue with her, only nodding her head steadfastly. Xiaoyan, what's the matter with you? Xiaoyan's overexcited emotion attracted Neza. I'm fine. Lowering her head, Xiaoyan returned to her seat. Sui Ke, what's wrong with Xiaoyan? What are you two arguing about? Nasha looked at Sui Ke. Although Sui Ke had only been here for the whole morning, she had already talked to Dasha, who was a different girl from Twitter. A good friend, also. What did you do yesterday? Why did you skip class? This is wrong, especially if you are a transfer student, you should leave a good impression on the head teacher. Saizaki Misaki teacher. Sui Ke remembered that she had gotten the red shadow. In the team that rescued her yesterday, Shiizaki Misaki was also on the scene. Hurry up and report to the teacher that you are safe, Xiaoyan, I will do it for you. Nasha smiled and said. Okay. Sui Ke nodded. She also needs to report something like Tikai Cape and the Lion King agency. Yesterday they tried their best to save herself. Now she suddenly appeared in front of them, and she would be surprised. As expected by Sui Ke, Tikai Misaki saw the Sui Ke appear in front of her safe and sound. The whole person was stunned. Sukai, how did you come out? Tikai Cape asked for a long time. We were yesterday. Teacher, I already know that you and Teacher Naia will save me together. I am very grateful to you. Sui Ke bowed to Teacher Tikai Misaki first and said, but don't do such dangerous things in the future, Qin Zheng has already let go. I come out. Qin Zheng released you? This is impossible. Hearing this, Ti Chijia was taken aback. I couldn't believe it at the beginning. But this is true. Shui Cai smiled slightly. Will there be any conspiracy in it? Tsuzaki Misaki murmured. Item 0035. Probably not. Sui Ke, who knows Qin Zheng's arrogant personality, knows that Qin Zheng disdains conspiracy and tricks, and in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. It's better to be careful, I'll call that month first. At the same time Tazaki was surprised, he immediately called that month. That's it. I'll be fine when you come back. After receiving a call from Tsuzaki Cape that month, he said lightly. That month, how did you act so calmly, you already knew it. No. Don't you think this fits Qin Zheng's character? And I just went to the hospital and took a look at Yelai Xiansheng who woke up. A story he told me changed my view of Qin Zheng. Neiyu after thinking about it, he replied. Qin Zheng didn't know that he would be labeled as a good person. View? Do you think Qin is a good person? Not a good person, but not a bad guy. But he unscrupulously destroyed Xianjin Island. There is a reason, but it is because of Xiaoyin in your class. For classmate Xiaoyin. Hearing this, Tikai Cape was a little puzzled. Yet, Neiyu nodded and said, Xiaoyin lives in the sorcerer's sculpture, you know it. I know that, Qin Zhengui's Xiaoyin is homeless. But have you ever thought that, logically speaking, Xiaoyin should hate Qin Zheng, and almost killed Xiaoyin's adoptive father, but why Xiaoyin and Qin Zheng are together? Neiyu smiled. Laugh. Will Xiaoyin be persecuted by Qin Zheng? That must be the case. Qin Zheng came here like a dog. Xiaoyin, wait, the teacher will definitely save you from the sea of suffering. Stupid dog, don't make up your mind automatically. Nau Ejiao cursed, and said, speaking of helping Xiaoyin escape the sea of suffering, Qin Zheng has already done it. What's the matter? Tikai Misaki also calmed down, frowned and asked. It turns out that sorcerer sculpture has been researching illegally. Xiansheng Nielai is also a lunatic. He is nominally Xiaoyin's adoptive father, but he is actually Xiaoyin's uncle, but he actually wants to become a god. Angrily, he even tried his niece to complete the test of becoming a god. Ah! Is this why Xiaoyin followed Qin Zheng? Chapter 23. Yet. That's right. Neiyu nodded, although Qin Zheng's approach is a bit arrogant, the starting point is good. But why did he kidnap Yukana and Sayahua? This is exactly what I want to say. Although Qin Zheng is not bad, his is his biggest shortcoming. Neiyu nodded, he must have seen the beauty of Suike and Sayahua. Now Suike is safe and sound. I came back and explained a lot of problems. Then we wronged good people. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that we may have really wronged the good guys this time. Neiyu nodded. Humph, deserve it, a pervert. Ti Chi snorted coldly. Although she said so, she still asked with concern, you have notified Vatra that month, will he kill Qin Zheng? Don't pause. I can't stop anymore, Vatra has become interested in Qin Zheng, and won't stop until he has had a fight with Qin Zheng. Neiyu nodded and said, and I also want to know about Qin Zheng's weaknesses. In case of future changes, Vatra is a good test piece. At that time, I will hide on the side. If Vatra wants to kill Qin Zheng, I will take it. Neiyu thought for a while and said, although not necessarily it is Vatra's opponent, but there should be no problem taking him away. Because Qin Zheng's words of becoming the fifth true ancestor caught Neiyu's attention, this guy really became the fifth true ancestor, especially with Qin Zheng's arrogant second-tier character, he definitely couldn't stand other people's provocations. At that time, the balance of the world will be immediately broken, and people will also face annihilation. After the battle with Vatra, we can see whether Qin Zheng has the possibility of becoming the fifth true ancestor. Okay, then. Tikai Misaki nodded reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Tikai Misaki looked at Suike and sighed slightly. Teacher, is there something wrong? Suike asked hurriedly. Yet. We already know that even though that arrogant and lustful guy has destroyed the Shijin Island area, his nature is still good. Tsuzaki Misaki rubbed his forehead and said with a headache. No way. He gave me. And he also gave Sayaka. The teacher knows that you have been wronged, but although that guy is lustful, he is really not a bad person. Can you tell me about it? After listening to Ti Kijia, Sui Ke recalled everything about Qin Zheng. It seemed to be true. Apart from her lust, there was really no big taint. Of course, the second one. It can be said that it is his shortcoming. Item 0036. Qin Zheng didn't know that his unintentional actions were labeled as good people by them, and he was not lustful, but felt that as the fifth true ancestor, there must be many princesses around him, just these beautiful girls. He could become his concubine. As for destroying the sorcerer's sculpture, it was just to try the power of the first beast. Xia Yin was trapped in the sorcerer's sculpture by her uncle for the so-called plan of becoming a god, and experimented with her. Saichi Misaki said in a deep voice. In the end, Qin Zheng rescued Xia Yin and also helped Xia Yin destroy the sorcerer's sculpture. Ah! No wonder Xia Yin was so excited just now. She didn't expect Xia Yin to have such a past. For Xia Yin, Qin Zheng really came here. I know, letting go of Qin Zheng might be a bit wrong for you, but the teacher can't help it, because that guy is really powerful. Ti Kijia said in a deep voice. Yeah, it's okay. Hearing that, although Sui Ke felt wronged, after hearing that Qin Zheng was not a heinous bad person, a strange feeling flashed in her heart, only that Qin Zheng's personal image was getting away from her heroic image. The closer. You go down first. Tikai Misaki knew that Sui Ke was a member of the Lion King's institution, and gave her some time to report to someone from the Lion King's institution. Just when Qin Zheng brought the two daughters of Xia Yin to the school, Yace, an over-adapted person, felt it. On the rooftop, Yazi is leaning against the fence. Unexpectedly, this guy is so bold. Everyone is discussing how to deal with him, but he appears here swaggeringly, really as arrogant as ever. Seeing Qin Zheng appear, Yace was also stunned. Miss Fei Tao, what do you think? Yace smiled slightly and said to the black crow beside him. As the rumors said, he really is a very arrogant person. Then what should we do next? Yazi asked. The person we tried to save has also appeared. Yukina has appeared, but Xiahua hasn't appeared yet. You mean Qin is threatening Shelley with Xiahua? Yace frowned. That's right. Crow said surely, otherwise, Qin Zheng would not allow Sui Ke to enter and leave Haike Academy freely. But Qin Zheng's appearance was beyond my expectation. It's not better. Qin Zheng's presence here is more convenient for us to deal with. Do you think you are capable of dealing with Qin Zheng? That's not true. Yazi smirked, but didn't teacher Neiyu ask the nobleman of the King of War to deal with him? Who do you think can win? Hearing this, Yace shook his head and said, it's hard to tell. Qin Zheng's strength can be seen from the combat power shown by Bea Torres. Well, there is no need to guess, we just need to wait for the result of the battle quietly, then judge the threat of Qin Zheng, and finally make the next action. Sui Ke, do you need me to go there? It's not convenient for you to expose, I can go. And I still have a few questions to ask Sui Ke, and with the current state of Sui Ke, it seems that it is not suitable to continue to monitor the fourth true ancestor. After speaking, the crow called flew away after a few noises. The crow soon came to Sui Ke. Master Three Saints, why are you here? Sui Ke said with some trepidation looking at the crow. Hehe, don't be nervous, I want to ask you a few questions. Yeah. Sui Ke nodded. First, how did you come out? Did you betray the Lion King mechanism? Fei Tao asked coldly. Of course not. Sui Ke shook her head hurriedly and said, Qin Zheng and he let me out, because Xiahua is in his hands, I dare not resist. Sure enough. Hearing Sui Ke's words, Fei Tao knew that his guess was correct. Second, tell me, are you still a virgin? Hearing this, Sui Ke was taken aback for a while, and then said for a long time, no. This is the first time for Qin Zheng. Yet. But it wasn't my volition, it was Qin Zheng who persecuted me. Very good. Sui Ke, what do you want to explain? No. After thinking about it, Sui Ke wanted to tell the Sand Sage what Mr. Takai Misaki said to her, but she was afraid that the Sand Sage might misunderstand it, so she didn't say it. Very well, now you have a new mission. Watch Qin Zheng. Item 0037. Kill him when he is threatening. Sui Ke frowned and said, I'll be honest, Qin Zheng's strength is very strong, I'm afraid it is not his opponent. Even if you have Swexia Wolf. No, it's not that you want you to kill him, but that you want to gain his trust, then approach him, understand his abilities, beasts and weaknesses, and report these information to the Lion King agency. Then, a box appeared. In front of Sui Ke, he said, there is Swexia Wolf inside, and now it is the owner of the property. Yet, after she was knocked out by Qin Zheng in the last battle, Swexia Wolf was naturally left behind. Chapter 24. What should the fourth real ancestor do? Sui Ke hasn't forgotten her mission. Don't worry about this, I will arrange for others. You can complete this task with peace of mind. Of course, you should also inform Xia Hua, and let her gain Qin Zheng's trust. Fei Tao's original intention is to give 4 true ancestors gave her a partner, but Sui Ke has lost her virgin body and is no longer suitable for being a partner in the ancient city. Moreover, with Qin Zheng's lawless temperament, if she knows that her woman has been given away, it will be fine. Of course, Qin Zhengui's 4th true ancestor did not stop dying, but the Lion King institution must also be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Sui Ke frowned. Obviously, she still didn't know the true intentions of the Lion King mechanism. Well, then. She didn't have much contact with the ancient city, but she felt that the ancient city should be a rare good person to come. But can the task of monitoring be done by me alone? Can you do it alone? I can. Shui Cai nodded firmly. To gain Qin Zheng's trust, what you will give must be chastity, because Qin is a lecherous person, she is different, she has become Qin Zheng's woman, and she doesn't care about the difference between once and several times, while Xia is different. Now, she hasn't fallen into Qin Zheng's devil's claws, and she has also worked hard to rescue Xia. If Xia accepts such a task, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? That's good. The crow's voice did not fluctuate emotionally, and said, but you have to pay attention, if you can't complete the task, I will still send Xiaka over. Guaranteed to complete the task. Sui Ke nodded hard. Very good. The crow nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, Qin Zheng had already appeared in the office that month. That month sauce, I'm here to report. Qin Zheng smiled slightly as he watched the calm month. Humph, I didn't expect you to really dare to come to class. Neiyu said coldly. Why don't you come to class? Qin asked positively. It took me a lot of work to be able to come here for class. If you show up here swaggeringly, you are not afraid of me attacking you. Whatever. Qin Zheng nodded, I am confident of my strength. Humph, with your strength, you shouldn't come to Heike Academy for class. What is your purpose for coming here? I heard that there are the most women here and can enrich my harem. Harem, you are really honest. Qin Zheng's words made Nau unable to complain. Of course, as the 5th true ancestor, how can there be only a few people in the harem? Qin Zheng said again, the moon sauce, you are also a good beauty, well, it should be said that lowly, are you interested in becoming my woman? Not interested. Hearing this, said that month, waving his hand. No, lowly loves the most. I decided that you must be my woman. Qin Zheng said without embarrassment. Hehe, although your strength is strong, if you force it, I believe you will not feel good, maybe even my body can't get it. So hard. Qin Zheng sneered, that month, although I can't get your heart, I still have a way to capture your body. You may try it. Really? Qin Zheng continued to sneer, if I destroy the barrier of Xianshendao prison, can I get your body? Kaka. The month who was thinking about taking a sip of fragrant tea watched Qin Zheng vigilantly, the cup in his hand burst open, and the tea was flowing on the table. I believe you won't do this. It depends on the situation. Qin Zheng smiled slightly and said, who told you to be the woman I like? I believe you are also like feeling the warmth of the sun in person, instead of having boring dreams like this. You don't understand, everyone has their own responsibilities, and guarding the prison is my responsibility. Whatever you want. Qin Zheng murmured, I'm wondering, as long as you kill all the people in the prison, it's okay, it's so troublesome. You want to kill all the people in the prison, it's really shameful. Hearing this, that month said sarcastically, if I hadn't heard Ken's Hung Yi's, I would have banished you to the prison. Yes, Yen Sheng is not dead yet. It seems that he has made a mistake. Humph, I don't care what your purpose is for you to come to Heike Academy, but if you act recklessly, I will definitely not be polite to you. Neiyu said, holding back his anger. Oh, then don't be polite to me, I am a person, I am most afraid of others being polite. Item 0038. Only now that month I discovered that the person who was stunned by the second disease was so terrible that there was no possibility of compromise or retreat. If you say something, he will say it. If it is not good enough, then she will definitely be mad. After dismissing Qin Zheng has already come to his own classroom, and it is in the same class as Gukin. Because he was afraid that Qin Zheng would destroy him that month, he was specially assigned to the same class as Gukin. The strength of the ancient city was good and it was to stop it. Qin Zheng is the best candidate, but this is in line with Qin Zheng's original intention, because Qian Kong and Su Kuberen are here. Needless to say, Qian Kong is the squad leader and a friend of Qian Kong. I heard that he is still a tall man. A mature student with a wonderful body, although not very kind and a bit harsh in speaking, it is surprising that there are many boys who think she is also good. Keihei Academy is a co-educational junior high school for 6 years, with a total of approximately 1,200 students. As far as the nature of the city is concerned, schools of this size are common in Xianshen City, where there are many young people. There are already more than 50 classes in the ancient city, and Qin Zheng is not too many. Kara. Qin Zheng pushed open the door of the classroom. It should be here. Qin Zheng muttered while looking at the note in his hand. However, everyone in the class was attracted by Qin Zheng's movement. Who is this person? Wearing Heike Academy's uniform, it should be a student of our school. Isn't he going to the wrong classroom? Do not know. I heard from the teacher that month that a transfer student would be transferred to our school. This is a transfer student, right? It's really possible. I didn't expect this transfer student to transfer to our class. Compared to other people's comments, Gukin was completely stunned. How could it be you? Gukin stood up first and said, pointing to Qin Zheng. He didn't expect that Qin Zheng would be placed in this class that month. Why can't it be me? Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng squinted his eyes, finished speaking, strode forward, squeezing the teacher away, and came to the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Zheng and I am a newly transferred student. Please advise. Wow, applause. No, you can't transfer here. Gukin immediately objected. The objection is invalid. I was approved by the moon sauce. Humph, that month sauce must be crazy. I'll find her now. Gukin is going to find that month. What did teacher Neiyu think? Yazi rubbed his forehead, murmured helplessly, and then grabbed the ancient city. Gukin, sit down quickly, are you going to make a fuss in class? Yace whispered. Humph. Hearing this, Gukin was very unwilling to sit down. Hehe, since it was introduced that month, you should find a place to sit down. The teacher is still very afraid of that month. Then I'm welcome. That month came to a girl next to Jian Kong. Sorry, can you give me a favor? Qin Zheng smiled kindly. Ah! That girl probably saw such a man for the first time. She stood up stupidly, unable to speak a word, like a puppet line made by Qin Zheng with imposing influence. With his limbs removed, he moved away mechanically. Chapter 25. Very good. After sitting down, Qin Zheng immediately greeted Jian Kong, who was at the same table. This guy. Gu Cheng saw that Qin Zheng was about to be at the same table with Jian Kong. His face was extremely difficult to look. Gukin, don't be impulsive. Yazi pulled the ancient city, then stood up and said to the teacher, Teacher, can boys and girls sit together? This. After hearing this, the teacher was taken aback and said to Qin Zheng, Student Qin Zheng, men and women should not sit together. Ah! Is that so? But I don't think this classmate will object. Qin Zheng pointed to Jian Kong beside him and said. How could Jian Kong sit with this kind of person? She will definitely object. Gukin immediately jumped out. Really? Then you can ask her. Qin Zheng said indifferently. Jian Kong, you don't want to sit with him. Gukin shouted. Ahem. After a few coughs, the teacher looked at Jian Kong and said, Student Jian Kong, do you agree to sit with Qin Zheng? When the teacher asked, everyone looked at Jian Kong, and wanted to know how Jian Kong answered. Item 0039. There was joy on Gukin's face. He knew that Jian Kong would not agree. But Jian Kong's next answer changed Gukin's face greatly. I am willing. Jian Kong's voice was not loud, but it was indeed heard by the whole class. Including the ancient city, everyone in the class was stunned, because they all knew that Jian Kong had a very good relationship with the ancient city. It could be said that they were childhood sweethearts. Now, what is the situation? It can be called a divine reversal. Damn, gorgeous reversal. It's amazing. Is this the legendary NTR? The ancient city is going to be sad. The discussion did not calm down. Qin Zheng hit the iron while it was hot, and said, Teacher, can I sit here, then? Ah. Oh. Of course. The teacher nodded dumbly. Everyone didn't pay attention, but the squad leader Tsukshimarun was a little worried about Jian Kong, because Jian Kong's appearance was too weird, and she could stay together for a long time. She understood Jian Kong's feelings for the ancient city, and she would definitely not betray someone who had just met. This guy is not an ordinary person. Looking at Qin Zheng, Zhao Lun thought about the next definition. Indeed, if you look closely, the pale green pupils at this time are godless, as if they have been hypnotized. Jian Kong, what's the matter with you? Are you awake? Why did you agree to him? Gukin suddenly became anxious and shouted loudly. Gukin classmate, please don't make a big noise. Qin Zheng said coldly, squinting his eyes. Asshole, I want to fight you. Gukin's face became the color of eggplant. You are not in class, what is this? The classroom door was pushed open vigorously, and walked in that month. Seeing that the two people who were battling each other had a big head that month, why would the normally calm ancient city be so impulsive now? That month sauce, this guy wants to sit with Jian Kong. Seeing that month, Gukin immediately asked for help. Hearing that month looked at Qin Zheng coldly and asked, you better give me peace. Qin Zheng innocent spread his hands and said, I can't blame me for this. Jian Kong himself agreed. Hey! Naiyo glanced at Jian Kong with no gods, and whispered, don't think I don't know your tricks. Okay. What Qin Zheng used was just an ordinary hypnotism, and an advanced attacker like Naiyo would surely be able to spot it. Let's all go to class. That month waved his hand and said, Gukin, don't make trouble. Teacher, but he is sitting with Jian Kong. Gokun said again. Since Jian Kong has agreed, don't object to it. Neiyu smiled slightly. What, how can Jian Kong agree? Gokun immediately retorted, this guy must have used magic. Hearing that month pondered for a while, and said, after school, you and Jian Kong come to the office to find me. That month also had his own plan in his heart. Qin Zheng didn't know what medicine to buy in the gourd that month, but his goal had been achieved, and he was still in a good mood. After class, Gokun still couldn't restrain his anger and wanted to trouble Qin Zheng. Gokun, don't be impulsive. Yazi stopped the ancient city desperately. I must teach this well. Have you forgotten his strength? He has great strength. Do you want to fight here with the beast? You will destroy all of this place. Ye said in a deep voice. But he. Hearing this, the ancient city paused a bit, but looking at Qin Zheng's provocative eyes, he was still angry. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Ye thought for a while and said. Humph, whatever you want. Gokun nodded, and on the other side, Jian Kong, who had sobered up, was surprised. Because she found a boy sitting next to her, it was the boy who had transferred to another school. Who are you? Why are you sitting here? Jian Kong asked coldly. Student Jian Kong, have you forgotten? You agreed to sit here. Qin Zheng said with a smile. I didn't agree at all, please leave here. Jian Kong didn't know what had just happened. Oh. You can ask the teacher if you don't believe me, but I can tell you that people who tease me will have to pay. Hee hee. Then I want to see. Jian Kong's temper also came up, and she was about to provoke a few words, but her pink mobile phone and smartphone vibrated. Jian Kong was taken aback, walked out hurriedly, took out his mobile phone, and said, Moga Y, what do you want me to do? Item 0040. Moga Y, what do you want to do with me? Jian Kong said impatiently after taking out his cell phone. What a little girl who doesn't know how to be polite. Auxiliary artificial intelligence pretended to talk to her affectionately. The artificial intelligence she named Moga Y is an image of 5 supercomputers that dominate all the urban functions of the God Island. In terms of mechanical calculation ability, it is undoubtedly the world's top level. But some people think that it has many problems and is not easy to control. But it is inexplicably compatible with Scallion. It's so annoying. You, a ghost that has been cultivated to a good level, don't say flattery to me. Hee hee, you have such a hot temper, are you already in menopause? I'm telling you to shut up. Be careful, I'll get the virus in. Jian Kong murmured. Let's talk, what can I do? I'm here to remind you, don't forget to work after school. I know. You are really long-winded. Hee hee, although I don't want to say it, I still want to remind you, don't provoke your table mates. At the same table, the newly transferred student. Yet. Mogu nodded crookedly, and said, he is not an ordinary person. Chapter 26. Ah. Mogu Y, do you know something? Who is he? Jian Kong was a little confused. Just remember what I said. Moga Y is an artificial intelligence on the island. It can call up the video from any camera on the island. It naturally knows Qin Zheng's strength. Of course, it is also because of Qin Zheng's recklessness. The character was deeply shocked. Well, I don't want to have a seat with such a dangerous character. Jian Kong waved her hand. That said, it's best not to provoke him, but you are a girl. Although it is that guy's goal, it shouldn't be life-threatening. What do you mean? Jian Kong wanted to ask clearly, but Sukubarun walked out. Jian Kong, you were really amazing just now. What's great? Of course it was in front of the class and agreed that a boy should be at the same table with you. What, there is such a thing? Why don't I have any impression of myself? Upon hearing this, Jian Kong was stunned. Ren Tsukuba, can you tell me the whole story? You won't forget it. Tsukuba Ren glanced suspiciously at Qian Kong, and said, Qian Kong, you agreed just now. Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Qian Kong was even more puzzled after hearing this. That's good. After a few nagging words between Tsukuba and Qian Kong, they returned to the classroom again. By the way, after school, that month the teacher wants you to go to the office to find her. Okay. Qian Kong nodded. Mogu, why, what's going on? Why don't I have any impression at all? You are hypnotized. After speaking, the scene that Qian Kong agreed to appeared on the phone. No. Is that guy hypnotizing me? Yes. Mogu nodded crookedly, you should listen to what that month said. Yet. Qian Kong was also at a loss at this time. Qian Kong, why did you agree to that guy? He is a pervert, you are very dangerous, do you know? At this time, the ancient city also came over and said. Pervert. Gukin, do you know who he is? After hearing this, Qian Kong, who was distressed by Mogu's refusal to tell him, suddenly looked towards the ancient city. Hey? What does that mean? Hurry up and tell me, what do you know? Qian Kong said with a cold snort. He is a pervert. After realizing that he had leaked his mouth, Gukin remedied it in time. You know, he has molested several girls in a row. No. Based on her feelings, she felt that what Gukin said was not the truth. Then why don't you call the SAR defense team? It's a felony to molest a girl. I think too. Upon hearing this, the ancient city murmured, because we have no evidence. Okay, let's go to class. Qian Kong waved her hand, a little impatient. This kind of excuse dared to be used to fool directly. After the ancient city and Mogu, she was a little curious about the boy named Qin Zheng. Item 0041. You are here. Seeing Qian Kong and Gu Cheng walking in, that month smiled. Yet. Teacher, that month, why did you stop me just now? As soon as the ancient city came in, he said with great anger. Humph, do you want to fight with Qin Zheng here? Do you want to destroy this place? Naubi gave the ancient city a glance. But I'm very upset. Gukin murmured, why did you put Qin Zheng in our class? What should he do if he hurts others? That's why I arranged Qin Zheng to be in the same class with you. You must know that if Qin Zheng commits a secondary illness, you can take action to stop him. After a short time with Qin Zheng, I learned that month that Qin Zheng, a bare child, would commit a crime. When the second illness comes, anyone can stand up. Hey, Qian Kong, so are you, why did you agree? After a cold snort, the ancient city changed its bombing target like a map gun. Well, don't blame Qian Kong, she can only be like this after Qin Zheng's hypnotism. Neiyu smiled slightly. Sure enough, that guy actually attacked ordinary people, I'll ask him to settle the account. Gukin's anger broke out again. Stop, can you use your brain to think about money? That month looked at the ancient city with some dissatisfaction. But this thing can't be forgotten. Then what do you want? He just wants to sit with Qian Kong, and Qian Kong is not life-threatening. But he is a pervert. I think you are more like a pervert. That month was a little speechless, a fool who will be sexually impulsive when you see beautiful scenery. Qian Kong was at a loss as she listened to the conversation between the two. What are you two talking about? Qian Kong was stunned and asked. Qian Kong, my purpose of looking for you is very simple, try to get along with Qin Zheng. Neiyu smiled. Ah. That Yueshan, did you make a mistake? You know that guy is a pervert, and you let Qian Kong get along with him? Isn't this a sheep entering the wolf's mouth? Qin Zheng is not what you think, so don't provoke him and it will be fine. That month thought for a while and said. What, that Yueshan, is your brain flooded? Pop. He took the lace fan and hit the forehead of the ancient city all at once, and said solemnly, "Don't question the teacher's decision." Humph! Gukin snorted and nodded. After leaving the ancient city, Qian Kong was left alone that month. "Ms. Yu, are you looking for something to do with me?" "Qian Kong, let me ask you, how do you feel to Qin Zheng, a classmate who has been transferred from school?" "I haven't gotten along, I don't understand." Qian Kong frowned and said. "That's it." Neiyu nodded. "Can the teacher ask you something?" "Please." Become good friends with Qin Zheng, and then monitor his every move." "Hey!" Hearing that month's request, Qian Kong was stunned. What Gukin said could not be true. He is a pervert who molested girls. In that case, why don't you let the garrison arrest him? There is no way for the garrison. Could it be that Qin Zheng's background is very strong? Qian Kong murmured. In fact, Qin Zheng did not have a strong background, but a strong strength. So that you and the others were all soldiers and did not dare to move. At least, when Qin Zheng's weakness was not found, he would not have the next move. "Well, I promised." Qian Kong thought for a while and nodded. Chapter 27. The ancient city home. The ancient city that came back from that month had no spirit. He couldn't understand that that guy was a bastard, but that month was tolerating him everywhere. "Brother, it's time to eat." Just as Nasha was about to open the chatterbox, the bowls and chopsticks on the table suddenly moved. "Hey? Earthquake? No. It shouldn't be." Gukin murmured and ran towards the balcony. The shock became unusually strong, and it was difficult to do things like standing in the house. The things in the house became skewed, and the ancient city hurriedly grabbed the balcony guardrail to stabilize itself. "Brother, what are you doing? Run away!" "Hey, what is that?" This time, even Nasha was shocked. The apartment in the ancient city is not a high-rise building, but it has a very nice view. A huge flame snake stood on the surface of the sea. One end, two ends, three ends. Then merged together and became a giant three-headed snake. "This is the beast, summon the beast in the city." "Brother, where are you going?" Nasha asked quickly. "Nasha, you stay here, I will come back when I go." After the ancient city finished speaking, he quickly ran towards the place where the giant snake appeared. Item 0042. Unexpectedly, I really agreed. Qian Kong, who was walking down the street with his school bag, murmured. "Who is that guy? Damn Mogu, what are you hiding? This is an earthquake." Suddenly, the ground vibrated violently. "Mogu, why, what happened?" When encountering weird things, Qian Kong asked Mogu why for the first time. "It's amazing. You'll know by looking up." Hearing this, Qian Kong lifted up subconsciously and saw a huge snake appearing not far in front. "What's the matter? Prehistoric monster?" Qian Kong was stunned. "Hurry up and run away. I have set the best escape route for you," Moguwai said immediately. Yet, Qian Kong also knew that this place was very dangerous, and according to the route provided by Moguwai, Qian Kong ran away quickly. "That person is classmate Qin Zheng." At a corner, Qian Kong seemed to catch a glimpse of a young man facing the huge snake body alone. Looking at his back, it seemed to be a new classmate, Qin Zheng. The office that month also noticed this strong wave of my magic. "That is, Dimitori Vatola's beast," Neiyu murmured. "Vatra is good at fusing his own beasts into a beast with the same power as the true ancestors. This technique is from the stunt of the Duke Dimitori Vatola from the territory of the Forgotten Warlord. Damn it! Is he going to fight in the city?" Neiyu murmured, and her figure disappeared instantly. That month, Vatra notified Vatra to find a place with no one to fight Qin Zheng, but he didn't expect Vatra to be so anxious that he summoned the beasts in the downtown area. Similarly, Yazi and the crow with the Fei Tao consciousness also looked at the giant snake in the distance. Vatra's shot. Yazi frowned. But I didn't expect that Vatra would summon the beasts in the downtown area and destroy the island of the god of strings. Especially when two people are lawless people. Fei Tao thought for a while and said, I have notified the guards that they have coordinated the evacuation of people. Next, it will be up to the young man named Qin Zheng to see if he has that ability. Damn, such a powerful giant snake, shouldn't it be Qin Zheng's beast? But soon, the ancient city saw another monster facing the three-headed giant snake. That is. How majestic! Compared with the violent aura of Demi-Tori Vatola's beast, the power emanating from it can already be called a sacred aura. Anger, violent and raging. Compared with the statues in the church, this kind of thing can be called a true god. Melt that anger into the body, and the violent will into the body. A giant blue monster that surpassed all the violent things seen in the ancient city descended from the void. What kind of beast is this? Gukin thought that his animal was already very powerful, but compared with the animal in front of him, his animal was as harmless as a rabbit. The blue sky rising from the sky, although he could not see clearly, he could feel that it was the wrath of the gods. The air is getting hot. Get down quickly. Seeing the blue beast raising the beast, the ancient city subconsciously said to the people who were staring at him. Because accompanied by the bombardment of that fist, a terrible fist wind came oncoming, and even the ancient city so far away felt pain on his face like a knife. That's, what monster? The ancient city looked at the face of the beast in shock, and with just one punch, Vatola's three-headed snake beast flew out. As they battled, the ground kept shaking, almost like an earthquake of magnitude 6 to 7. Not only Gukin was surprised, but even Yazi, Neiyu and others were surprised. Strong strength, like a god. True ancestor, that guy is not joking, he really has the power to become true ancestor. Ye said in despair. Hey, after today, there will be 5 true ancestors in this world. I really don't know if it is good or bad. Fei Tao said bitterly, especially the 4th true ancestor and the 5th true ancestor are both on Xianjin Island. This small place, in the future. It seems that the arrangement of Sui Ke is the right move. Item 0043. Time went back to 2 hours ago. After school, Qin Zheng went to the middle of the country to take Xiaoyan and Sui Ke home. Needless to say, Xiaoyan and Sui Ke don't have to worry. Before Saiwa is rescued, Sui Ke will definitely not leave him. The high school of Haike Academy is relatively looser than the middle school. After Qin Zheng came to the middle school, Xiaoyan and the others had not finished class. Qin Zheng had to wait for them, but unexpectedly, the wait would last more than an hour. The people in the middle of the country have already finished class, and even Naisha has gone home from school. Finally, Xiaoyan and Sui Ke came out. Brother, I made you wait a long time. Looking at Qin Zheng, Xiaoyan said apologetically. I'm sorry, because I have to be busy with some things. Sui Ke also said, the reason for the late arrival this time is on her, because she wants to return to Fei Tao and the others, so she had to take up a period of time after school. It's okay. Qin Zheng waved his hand. He knew a little bit that Sui Ke took the initiative to appear, and the people from the Lion King agency would definitely contact her. Now that she can get out, it's pretty fast. Chapter 28. Yet, seeing that Qin Zheng was not angry, and remembering what she said to him that month, Sui Ke's impression of Qin Zheng changed a little. This man doesn't seem to be a heinous bad person. Let's go. Only Qin Zheng would perform the strange behavior of using the beasts as a substitute. At this time, the flame hoof had already hidden the flames, and it looked like a thicker white horse. The 3 of them sat on horsebacks. Qin Zheng hugged Xiaoyan's soft body, and the Sui Ke behind him also hugged Qin Zheng's waist tightly. Brother, where did this horse come from? Xiaoyan asked curiously. Bought it. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Hee, what a luxury. Behind her, Sui Ke also sighed. Is it easy to pull the wind? Qin Zheng drove a white horse on the road, constantly attracting the attention of others. But it's quite a bit of hatred. Such two beautiful girls followed Qin Zheng, and the beasts looked at Qin Zheng angrily, wishing that the person sitting on the horse was themselves. Attention people in front, dismount and check immediately. At this time, the police who maintained the order of Xianjin Island appeared. Hey? Driving is related to you, is it the same with riding a horse? Qin Zheng frowned, slightly stunned. You can't ride a horse on the road. Didn't Senior Qin Zheng understand the laws of Xianchendao? Sui Ke was a little speechless after hearing this. What's the truth? Since it's a road, I must ride a horse. Qin Zheng smiled and said, as for the law, I have no chance with it in my life. You are wrong. The road is about to ride a horse. Sui Ke is almost going crazy by Qin Zheng. Hey! Sui Ke's little hand twisted Qin Zheng's waist vigorously. Good skill, it seems that this is a girl's natural skill. Qin Zheng teased and said, Suck I, do you like me? I didn't like it. Sui Ke pursed her little mouth, just about to continue, Qin Zheng's expression changed and he shouted. Yan Hoof! Yan Hoof seemed to understand what the master meant. In an instant, a layer of fireball rose from a young age to form a protective cover to protect Qin Zheng and others. Sui Ke was surprised, a purple beam of light impacted on the fiery red protective cover. Who is it? Sui Ke was also surprised. If he provokes Qin Zheng here, then with Qin Zheng's character, this place will become a ruin. Xia Yin was held in suspicion by Qin Zheng, but when he saw the pillar of fire suddenly rising, he was also shocked. Brother, what happened? It's okay. Qin Zheng smiled, and said, Come out. The thief. Very good reaction. The voice fell, and a blond man wearing a white suit and sunglasses appeared in front of Yan Hoof. You are Lord Qin Zheng. Vatra put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking very domineering. Yes. Qin Zheng nodded. Let's introduce yourself first. My name is Vatra, from the domain of the King of War. Don't tell me. I can't remember your name. Qin Zheng interrupted Vatra. Like a rumor, really arrogant. Vatra smiled coldly. Attack me for no reason, it seems you are provoking me. This is wrong, you are riding a horse on the road, but you violate the regulations of Xianjin Island. So you are here to preach to me? Not at all. I don't have the habit of selflessly helping others. I'm very curious about you. Vatra looked at Qin Zheng with burning eyes. It seems that you are here to disgust me. Qin Zheng sneered, and started to summon his beast. Senior Qin Zheng, let me be his opponent. After that, Sui Ke jumped off the horse with Sui Xiaolin. Qin Zheng naturally knew Sui Ke's concerns. If he watched the battle here, the contradictions would be intensified. Especially the battle between two super-powerful vampires would turn everything here into ashes, but where is the Wat of Sui Ke? Opponent to pull. Come back, you are not his opponent. Qin Zheng said in a deep voice. Chapter 0044, True Ancestor. However, if you take action, this place will become ruins, and it may even destroy Xianshen Island. Sui Ke hesitated, why can't she see the power of the man in front of her, especially when she heard him say that it is the domain of the King of War after the people of, he had no confidence in his heart. Of course, this lack of confidence was brought to him by Qin Zheng. After Qin Zheng easily subdued her, he showed him the strength that Huang Hualin could not cut. So now she has doubts about her own strength, and she has doubts about Swexia Wolf. Don't worry, I will defeat him in no time. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. But he. Sui Ke wanted to say something. Trust me. Qin Zheng pulled Sui Ke behind and threw her on his horse. Xiangmai Island is my site, I won't let him sink. Yan Hoof, take them out of here. After receiving the order, Yan Hoof screamed and left. It seems that you are still a person who loves and cherishes jade. After the two of Xiaoyan left, Vatra sneered. But you said you could beat me in a moment. It's really arrogant and ignorant. If it wasn't for my little interest, you would have died just now. But honestly, I was surprised. It was just to pass the boring time, but I did not expect that you really have such a strong power. I heard that you want to become the fifth true ancestor, but I kindly remind you that with your strength, don't talk about true ancestor, even I can't win. Do you need me to prove it? Qin Zheng raised his brows and said. It's the best. Vatra came at the invitation, naturally to fight a strong enemy. Now it seems that the young man named Qin Zheng in front of him is even stronger than the average demons. There was an instant wind on the beach. No, that was the magic power overflowing from Vatola's body. The strong wind blew away everything around him, and in an instant, Vatola burst out with powerful magic power. Being attacked for no reason, Qin Zheng was also a little angry. He wanted to severely teach the cool snake-playing guy with sunglasses in front of him. Hurry up and show your true strength. Or, do you have the power to face me, the nobleman Dimitori Vatola in the domain of the King of War? Vatra smiled contemptuously. Summoning his own beast. The immortal vampire is superior to the power above all demons. Although the beasts are terrifying, even those monsters can up the lives of their hosts even if they are summoned to make them appear in the world. Only immortal vampires can control such monsters. Nanda. Bananda. Two giant snakes came and merged at Vatola's call. As if thinking this was not enough, he summoned a giant snake wrapped in ice again. The three-headed snake entwined together and turned into a white three-headed snake. The three-headed snakes danced their long necks and barked at Qin Zheng with a grin. Why? Shouldn't we fight? The appearance of the beast gave him infinite confidence. It seems that you are really looking for death. Qin Zheng wanted to play with him, but he has promised Sui Ke and will defeat him with overwhelming power. At this time, Qin Zheng was filled with indescribable anger. Haha, after seeing the energy you just radiated that day, it was difficult for me to leave. Snake Charmer, you are the first person to see me using this power. So don't die. Qin Zheng finished speaking, waved his hand, and the earth began to tremble. Sure enough. Vatra looked solemn, and this powerful energy fluctuation was incomparable to the original one. I won't lose. The three-headed snake responded to Vatola's shout, and the huge curse power kept increasing. Coming soon, the giant soldiers of Obelisk. Chapter 29. Afterwards, Vatra looked at the huge blue body torn into the void and flashed out in astonishment. What a huge beast! Is this the power Qin Zheng possesses? On Yan Hoof, looking at the azure blue body, Sui Ke was also stunned. You really have the power to become the true ancestor. All the beasts you summoned tremble. Such a powerful beast cannot be summoned by the demons other than the true ancestor. This also shows that he is called Qin Zheng. This boy really has the power to become a true ancestor, no wonder he is so arrogant. Although the giant soldier has not fully revealed from the ground, it is enough to match and surpass the three-headed giant snake beast of Vatola. Qin Zheng leaped forward and jumped onto the shoulders of the giant god soldier. Kill him for me. The giant soldier already shook his fist, and his stern fist directly rushed out Vatola with the beast in one go. Well, how is it possible? Vatra ordered the flame snake's head to spray flames at the giant soldier. It's useless. The strength of the giant soldier's body is not what you can imagine. Sure enough, facing the hot flame that was jetting over, the giant soldier also shook his fist and broke the flame with one punch. Destroyed, the fist of the giant soldier pierced the flame, directly blasted into the mouth of the three-headed giant snake, and then directly beat the three-headed giant snake into a round cake like a high-pressure impact forming. Monas, Ubala, Nanda, Vananda. This time, Vatra's 5 giant snakes summoned together and directly merged. Having slaughtered several elders and surpassing most vampires, Vatola has achieved the strength that is infinitely close to the true ancestor by virtue of the fusion of the beasts. But today, he has to face a monster even more terrifying than his beast. Snake Charmer, tell you, my giant soldier can send a deadly punch. After speaking, the giant soldier has raised his fist, and the blue light shines. Block it! My beast! The 5-headed snake wrapped its slender neck and entangled it like a shield. In the fierce frontal collision, the fist of the giant soldier has already blasted on the shield. Still ruined, the synthesized giant snake was ruined again. The fist of the giant soldier tore his body frantically, destroying it. As Qin Zheng said, within a moment, all of Vatola's beasts were defeated. This battle established the status and strength of Qin Zheng's 5th true ancestor. Item 0045. Snake Charmer, what should I do with you? The next moment, Vatra's whole body was hit by an invisible impact, and the blood in his whole body boiled due to the pressure increase and atmospheric friction, and the right half of the body was hardly left. The prototype, not half of the bones are intact. Ordinary humans or demons don't mention it, and even ordinary vampires are killed on the spot. It has to be said that Vatra, a vampire who is infinitely close to his true ancestor, has a life like a small strong. Even so, he still has not lost consciousness. Blood clots gushing from his throat, which has been smiling all the time, and boiling body fluid fills the wounds all over his body. Out! Even so, he continued to laugh, making people feel crazy and cheerful. The broken bones in his whole body began to recover, and the lost internal organs and right half of the body began to regenerate. It's so happy! Vatra laughed wildly. Qin Zheng frowned, walked up slowly, and stepped on his head with one foot. I'm going to trample you to death. Qin Zheng kept stepping on Vatra's head, and the ground began to sink. Bump! Bump! The voice remembered in the ruins. It's useless, I am an immortal vampire, you can't kill me. Really? Vatra was telling the truth, this stepping would not cause any real harm to Vatra. What about this? After speaking, black enveloped Qin Zheng's whole body. Behind him, a black air stretched out, wrapped around Vatra's neck, and directly lifted Vatra, whose head had been trampled by Qin Zheng. This is... Vatra was taken aback. Swallow. Qin Zheng smiled, and the black air spread to Vatra's arm. All of a sudden, Vatra's arm shriveled like a lac of water. How? Qin Zheng sneered. He swallowed part of Vatra's blood just now. If he swallowed all of it, Vatra would really die. I didn't expect you to have these other methods. Vatra did not forget. It was by swallowing that he gained the power to approach the true ancestor infinitely, but even this power is also vulnerable to this man, this guy, may be more powerful than any real ancestor. Let's talk, what do you want? Vatra did not panic, said lightly. Do you think I am dealing with you? Isn't it? Or you would have killed me long ago. Why bother talking nonsense with me here? It's really smart, but I don't like smart men. Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but I have changed my mind now. Qin Zheng can't stand those self-righteous guys. The black air gradually spread, as if it was going to be enveloped Vatra's whole body. Watching the spreading black energy, Vatra, who felt the blood flow in his body, began to panic. He didn't expect that this man would really dare to kill him. You know, he is a nobleman in the domain of the King of War. Killing him is like the number one. The true ancestor is at war. Of course, Vatra did not say what was in his heart, otherwise, he would die faster. It looks like I'm really going to die here. Vatra muttered bitterly. When the man in front of you also has a true ancestor, why be afraid to go to war with the first true ancestor? Dear fifth real ancestor, please stop. The month that caught up in time immediately complimented and discouraged. She knew Qin Zheng's second-year character, and he must like this name. Oh! It's the moon sauce. Are you looking for something to do with me? Qin Zheng smiled slightly, and the spreading black air stopped naturally. Hey! Seeing that Qin Zheng was no longer making a move, that month heaved a sigh of relief. The fifth real ancestor, killing Vatra will be very troublesome. Haha, that's just right, I'm so idle right now, I'm trying to make some trouble. Qin Zheng laughed loudly. Sure enough. Neiyu sighed, and got a deeper understanding of this second-year junior. Don't get me wrong, the fifth true ancestor. I mean it is more beneficial to kill Vatra than to release Vatra. Benefits? Qin Zheng seemed to be interested, and smiled, then tell me. Vatra has a luxurious ship called the Tomb of the Ocean. Just like you let him go, he will definitely let it go to you. In addition, he has many beautiful women under his banner, and I believe he will also give it to you. Neiyu said with a sigh. She didn't expect that she would still have a day of pimping. Beauty Legion. Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng remembered that there were really 5 nice beauties on the Tomb of the Sea, all of whom were the daughters of ministers from the warlord's domain. More importantly, Vatra's sexual orientation seemed to be a bit problematic. Now they are still virgins. I know what you said. Qin Zheng smiled weirdly, but what I want to say is that if I kill him, all this will belong to me. You. Hearing this, that month was another stunned. Indeed, with Qin Zheng's current strength, there is nothing else he can't get. Brother. At this time, Xia Yin and Sui Ke ran back riding on the flame hoof. Xia Yin, why are you here? Seeing Xia Yin, the black energy on Qin Zheng's body dissipated, because under the black energy, Qin Zheng's handsome appearance would become hideous, and Qin Zheng did not want to leave Xia Yin the bad impression. The black air dissipated, Vatra naturally saved his life. Hey! That month delivered another breath. It seems that the decision to bring Xia Yin here was not wrong, and Vatra's life was temporarily saved. Xia Yin, can you let that person go? Xia Yin pointed to Vatra who fainted due to excessive blood loss. No problem. Although I don't know why Xia Yin appeared here, Qin Zheng didn't even have the idea of killing Vatra. But that Yueshan, the Tomb of the Ocean and the beauties, I want it. In addition, please take him out of my territory, and, today's matter, I don't want to have a second time. Qin Zheng is warning that month not to be bored to test him. Yet. That month nodded. After verifying Qin Zheng's strength, that month did not have the thought of opposing Qin Zheng. Item 0046. The life of the vampire is still very strong, and soon Vatra recovered, but the strength of Vatra, who had been sucked at least half of his blood by Qin Zheng, was also greatly reduced. To restore to the peak state, only after a long wait, or rather, draw the blood from other vampires. Vatra also knew that he had escaped from the dead, so naturally he did not dare not to obey Qin Zheng's conditions. Soon, the Tomb of the Ocean and the 5 Yingyan beauties were transferred to Qin Zheng, and Vatra, who had lost the Tomb of the Ocean, naturally did not return. There is a means of transportation, but this is exactly what he meant, because his original intention of coming here was to obtain the blood of the 4th true ancestor, thereby gaining more powerful strength, but now a little accident has occurred, causing his strength to plummet. Brother, this place is really big. On the deck, Xia Yin turned around and said excitedly. Chapter 30. You like it? In this way, Qin Zhenji and others moved to the Tomb of the Ocean. It was night. After seeing that the crisis there had been relieved, the ancient city dragging its tired body did not mix up the fight there, because the huge blue back gave him too much depression, and for the time being, he was tied with the red-eyed black dragon. The lion gold there is no strength to compete with Qin Zhengwan at all. However, seeing the beasts of the two parties devastating Xianshan Island by a large margin, the ancient city was unwilling to resign. Own strength is still too weak. If you can continue to awaken the beast, you will definitely be able to stop that guy. However, when it seemed to the ancient city that the two beasts should be evenly matched, the blue giant had the upper hand and smashed the three-headed snake with one punch. This was the first time that the ancient city saw Qin Zheng summon such a powerful beast. Because of the vampire's supervision, he saw Qin Zheng standing on the shoulders of giants. Why is it so strong? The ancient city was a bit depressed. But what made him feel a little relieved was that after the giant blue had destroyed the giant snake, he disappeared. To be precise, Qin Zheng did not take advantage of this opportunity to wreak havoc on Xianshan Island. Without much confidence, he returned home alone. Neza seems to be out. But the ancient city, whose mind is like a paste, didn't notice this. This night, the ancient city had a dream. The sun went down, the night passed, and then the morning was greeted. As if the distant bell from the past continued to ring. The moon seen from the collapsed ceiling is red, and the sky illuminated by that red moon is the same. The ground surrounding the ancient castle was also bright red by the flames, and a small figure stood with its back facing the red sky. With the turbulent iridescent hair of flames, and the figure of the pupil of flame. At this moment, on the balcony, Nasha looked at the blue giant with an incredible expression on the corner of her mouth. What a powerful beast, will the fifth true ancestor be born? Her lips were quietly weaving words, and her calm voice was different from her usual. It's really funny. A flash of smile adorned Nasha's narrowed eyes, but when the wind blew again, the mature calmness and ferocity disappeared from Nasha's body. She closed the window, seeming to have forgotten the reason why she was standing there, and then slapped a little bit, rubbing her eyes and returning to the bed in her room. The next day, the bell continued to ring in my ears. Gokhan brother, get up. It's dawn. The alarm clock is already ringing, and you have a makeup exam today, right? I'm ready for breakfast, hurry up and eat, otherwise I can't wash the dishes and tidy up. I have to dry the quilt. Get up quickly. After listening to the other party's continual talk, the ancient city was snatched from the bed sheet, and then fell helplessly from the narrow bed. The unfocused eyes looked up and saw a figure familiar to his sister. Brother, where did you go yesterday? It was dangerous last night. What's the matter with that huge monster? And that giant? Is it playing Superman fighting monsters? But Gokhan looked out the window blankly while thinking about those things. Ah! Gokhan brother, are you listening? Soon, the ancient city was scolded quickly by Naisha, and the ancient city hurriedly straightened his posture. Ah, sorry. What did you just say? Really? I mean, there are transfer students. Nasha pouted and said. Transfer students? Upon hearing this, the ancient city was taken aback again. Well, a transfer student named Qin Zheng seems to have transferred to the high school. Do you know him? Nasha asked again. Item 0047. Qin Zheng, do you know him? Hearing Qin Zheng's name, Gu Cheng subconsciously became nervous. Why did Nasha know Qin Zheng? Is Qin Zheng about to attack Nasha? It must be. Nasha is so cute, and Qin Zheng is so unmoved. At this time, Nasha uses a hairpin to fix the bundled long hair. At first glance, it looks like short hair, although the facial features and body shape give people. The impression is still a bit young. Judging from the average development of middle school students, there should not be much difference. This morning she was dressed in shorts and sleeveless vest at home, with an orange apron on the outside. You can tell at a glance. She is a cute girl. No, you can't let Qin Zheng take away his sister. Brother Gokhan, what's the matter with you? Nasha looked at the solemn ancient city and was taken aback. Nasha, tell me, how did you meet Qin Zheng? Gokhan asked. Ah! Because of a good friend of mine, Qin Zheng sent her to school every day. Nasha said naturally that Qin Zheng would send Xiaoyan to school every day, but in the ears of the ancient city, the nature immediately changed. Sure enough, that pervert actually attacked a junior high school student. Damn it! Nasha, I solemnly tell you now, don't get involved with Qin Zheng. Why? Nasha was a little puzzled. Hey, because he is a pervert. Pervert? It doesn't look like it. Nasa murmured, then she glanced at the ancient city weirdly and said, Brother Guken, are you jealous? Jealous? What do you mean? Guken was stunned. Hey, you are because of a girl. Yesterday when I went to school to participate in club activities, I asked the teacher to introduce me. I heard that she was going to go through the procedures before transfer. That girl is very cute, and I think the wind will definitely be there afterwards. It will be passed to the high school, you must know it. Girl? Jealous. Where does this start? Don't hide it, Brother Guken. But yes, who doesn't like that gentle boy, if I would not choose you brother? Who told Brother Guken, you failed the exam, your name is still hanging in the office, it is too embarrassing. Damn, you are God's way of thinking. Guken couldn't figure out what Nasha had no brains for. Guken brother, are you broken in love? Nasha asked with a serious expression looking back at his brother. Ah! The ancient city was taken aback again. Because, that girl asked me, after I introduced myself, she asked me if I had any older brother, and also asked what kind of person Guken brother was. Why? I just asked. I thought where was she and Guken brother? At the time I talked about your school grades, what you like to eat, which photo actresses you like, and Shii's and Asakusa's affairs. In addition, it seems to have also talked about your heartbreaking love affairs when you were in middle school. Guken glared at Nasa, who was answering endlessly, gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, why do you have to talk about this with the first time you have a big mouth? Hey, who called that girl is cute? And there are girls who are interested in Guken brother, which is very rare. That's why I hope to help a little bit. I think you must have confessed to that girl, but after days, I found out that she and Qin Zheng are together, and they seem to be in a romantic relationship. Couple? Wait a minute, is the girl you are talking about called Sui Ke? Guken asked in astonishment. Chapter 31. Yeah, so you really know her. It seems I was right. You are wrong everywhere. Guken bluntly interrupted, although I know Sui Ke's name, I haven't known her yet, so I can't talk about love. Really? Yeah. That's it. Guken said earnestly, but Nasha, you don't want to interact with Qin Zheng in the future. Don't worry. Nasa nodded. But Senior Qin Zheng is really popular. Item 0048. Sukai, what do you want me to do? It was night, Qin Zheng was lying quietly on the deck seat, enjoying the sea breeze, and as the crisp footsteps approached, Qin Zheng knew, the person here is Sui Ke. Thank you today. Sui Ke blushed and whispered. Hey? Why do you want to thank me? Qin Zheng looked at Sui Ke with a smile. Nothing. Shui Cai said softly. Sui Ke knew that if Qin Zheng really killed Vatra, the consequences would be unimaginable. The first true ancestor would definitely go to war against Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng has the strength of the true ancestor, so naturally nothing will happen, but the residents of Xianshan Island it is different. Maybe Xianshan Island will sink, and Qin Zheng said that the battle will be resolved as soon as possible. Qin Zheng really did it, and did not expand the battle situation. Nothing, Xianshan Island is my territory, I naturally want to protect it. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Haha, forgot, now you are the fifth true ancestor. Sui Ke murmured while enjoying the sea breeze. I want to ask you a few questions. It seems a little sad, Shui Cai turned around and smiled reluctantly. Of course, when asking you questions, let me explain my origin first. I'm from the High God's Shrine. After brewing for a while, Shui Cai said to herself, although on the surface it is a girls' school that believes in Shinto. In essence, it is the training center of the Lion King Institution. Don't you ask me what the Lion King mechanism is. Seeing Qin Zheng listening quietly, without any doubts, Shui Cai asked instead. No need to know. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Indeed, with your strength, secular forces can no longer be constrained. Sui Ke said, and continued, the Lion King Agency is a secret agency set up in the National Public Security Commission. The purpose of setting up the Lion King Agency is to an organization that prevents large-scale magical disasters and terrorist attacks, and conducts intelligence gathering and espionage work. To trace it back, it originated from the Takiguchi warrior who protected the palace from evil spirits and monsters in the Heian period. Therefore, it is better than the current Japan. An older organization of the government. I really don't understand. Isn't he just a policeman? Qin Zheng murmured and murmured. The Lion King Agency is like the police. There will be public security officers specializing in dealing with group crimes or dealing with terrorists. Are you from the Lion King Agency? Yes. Sui Ke nodded implicitly. The purpose of my presence here is to monitor the fourth true ancestor, and then kill him when I judge him to be in danger, but I didn't expect to be captured by you. What about now? You want to continue to monitor the ancient city? Qin Zheng said murderously upon hearing this. Please don't get me wrong, my task now is to monitor you. Shui Cai Tan continued to say, because Qin Zheng, senior student, you have become the same existence as a war or terrorist attack. As a member of the Lion King Institution, I naturally want to watch you. Hey! Qin Zheng didn't expect such a change in the plot after hearing this. Are you sure you can kill me? At that time, I will stop you even if I die. Sui Ke said seriously after hearing this. Okay. Then you have any questions you want to ask me? Qin Zheng felt a little painful when Sui Ke knew each other, and vomited. Are you going to secretly control the Xian God Island, and assign all the login demons to your own camp? I don't want that kind of garbage. Qin Zheng smiled disdainfully. The power he gave Bea Torres was enough to defeat the ancient city, why bother wanting those useless waste? Really want to build a power, he will definitely pull up a team of women's army, through his fangs to create a huge female-only power. Senior, can you promise me a request? Shui Cai looked at Qin Zheng blankly, and said in a deep voice. Of course, no problem. Who called you my princess? Qin Zheng smiled faintly. It's to torture and kill someone you hate, or to destroy a place with unhappy memories. Or you want me to bring you everyday blessed life? Can you be more normal in your thinking? Sui Ke said helplessly. If possible, can seniors try their best not to take action? Sui Ke said, the power of your beast is too strong, this will bring disaster to Xianjin Island. That won't work, what should I do if someone provokes me? Qin Zheng shook his head quickly. Don't worry, I will always follow the senior, and use my Swexia wolf to defeat those who come to provoke the senior. Sui Ke said definitely. Okay. You are my princess and my female knight. That's a good idea. So senior, did you agree? Upon hearing this, Sui Ke's face was overjoyed. Of course. Qin Zheng nodded, and when Sui Ke was not paying attention, he hugged Sui Ke. Senior, what do you want to do? Sui Ke's face flushed immediately when Qin Zheng was holding her. Although he had the first time with Qin Zheng, he didn't have any preparations for the second time. Qin Zheng did not answer, but answered with concrete actions. He lifted the short skirt of Sui Ke with both hands, and then pulled her small inner side down, blending the way of entering. Item 0049. On the deck, Sui Ke had another in-depth exchange with Qin Zheng after half-pushing. True ancestor, you really intend to keep Sui Ke by your side? She is a member of the Lion King's institution. At this time, Sui Ke had left, and the scent of Sui Ke still seemed to remain on the deck. At this time, Beatrice walked out of the dark corner, with a little scarlet blood hanging on the corner of her mouth. Are you questioning the original ancestor's decision? Qin Zheng gave Beatrice a cold glance, giving Beatrice a feeling of falling into an ice cave. Beatrice feels very wronged, so she has to be stern when she cares about it, and the little Sui K can play with you wantonly, and can also make requests to you. It's not fair. Of course, these thoughts can only be muttered in my heart. Beatrice dare not say it. No. The subordinates dare not, the subordinates are just worried about the safety of the true ancestor. Beatrice knelt down in a panic. Hey, the original ancestor had his own plan. Qin Zheng said unpredictably. Fart. Beatrice cursed secretly in her heart after hearing that. Isn't your pervert just the bite of a good girl, the dead girl control, turned a blind eye to the charm of the old lady, how can she not compare to that young girl? You smell of blood. You sucked blood. Qin Zheng stood up, walked to Beatrice, raised her chin, and then licked the blood at the corner of Beatrice's mouth. Because Beatrice is a second-generation zombie, she doesn't need to eat, she just needs to blood. The more blood sucks, the stronger her strength becomes. True ancestor, please don't be like this. Beatrice instinctively wanted to resist. Haha, very good, the blood of the Virgin. Qin Zheng smiled and said, you are very smart, you didn't the blood of a man, otherwise, I will kill you. Although Qin Zheng looked at her with a smile, Beatrice felt the substantive killing intent, and felt a burst of rejoicing in her heart. It's precisely because I know Qin Zheng's domineering and second sickness temper. Beatrice didn't try to the man's blood, but chose a virgin. Also, did you kill her? Qin Zheng asked suddenly. Kill her? Why kill her? Beatrice was a little confused. You stupid. Because of the characteristics of zombies, anyone who is bitten can have a lifespan of immortality. And the woman bitten by Beatrice will also become a third-generation zombie, but I don't know if it's inherited. The power of the beast. The person you bite will also become an immortal existence, hurry up and bring that woman back. Qin Zheng commanded immediately. If one is left alone, the number of zombies will skyrocket to the infinite power of 2. In this regard, Qin Zheng is still somewhat selfish, he does not want too many people to become zombies, and it seems that zombies after 4 generations will become monsters like zombies. Ah! Oh! Beatrice nodded. She didn't know the characteristics of zombies. She thought that Qin Zheng, the second-year young man, would bring a girl who had never seen each other into the harem. Xiu, one of the 4 artificial islands that make up Xianjin Island, is a city that never sleeps. In this area where catering and commercial facilities are gathered, many shops will be open until early in the morning, and most of the demons like nights. Therefore, in this city where the demons are extremely large in number, the services provided to them are also quite abundant. On a certain level, this dazzling neon night scene may be a symbol of Xian God City where humans and demons coexist peacefully. The 2 men are walking staggeringly. Would you like to play with me? At night, in the crowded park, when the drunk men passed by the lookout trail overlooking the sea, they suddenly heard a voice calling them to stop. Under the dimly lit street lamp, stood a woman, a petite girl with blue hair and bare feet. She wore a knee-length cloak that could not hide her clear and white skin, her big eyes, and her symmetrical right and left facial features. People's eyes lit up. Chapter 32. Yo, I didn't expect to meet a superb girl here. Hey, it looks like it's still a kid. The 2 men looked at each other and said casually. Did you know that we were the demons when you asked? Little girl. In such a place, you can talk to a man, and then you can't treat it as a joke. The men surrounded the girl from the left and right and said close. They are both in their 20s, wearing public relations style black suits with brown hair, exuding rude temperament. One of the men showed his fangs, revealing his nature as a demon. He is a vampire. 80% is sexual excitement, which in turn causes the man's blood-sucking impulse to attack, and the other person is also the same. It may leave a shadow in your heart, but it will make you very comfortable. The men stared at the girl with piercing excitement, but the girl's expression remained unchanged, looking up at the two men with a trace of sadness, her eyes rippling like sympathy. Immediately afterwards, a gentle and sorrowful voice came from behind the two demons. The city that never sleeps for the demons to swagger. This island is simply a cursed and decadent capital. The strange movement appeared without warning and made them turn their heads in fright. Under the shadow of the street tree stood a man in a priestly robe with extremely short hair and a blindfold-like metal monoglass in his left eye. He is more than 190 centimeters tall and looks about 40 years old, but the bulging muscles of the shoulders make it hard to feel the aging caused by the years. Strong physique, solid armor, giving people a huge sense of threat. "Where did you come from? Are you an attacker?" the vampire man asked murderously. "Aster Yudi, kill him for me." At the first meeting, there was nothing to say, and the man gave the order to kill. Aster Yudi looked at the man with light blue eyes, then dropped her eyes sadly, then her lips trembled and said, "The order is accepted." The huge arm with pale white light began to move like a malicious beast, and then the screams of the men echoed. Item 0050. After Guken gave some advice, they went to school together. "Yes, why are you here?" As soon as the ancient castle went out, he saw Yace who was waiting downstairs. The corners of Yazi's mouth moved, and he spread his hands, and said innocently, "I don't want it either." "You don't want to? What do you mean?" Hearing this, the ancient city was taken aback. "That's what it means on the surface." Yazi was silent again. "Oh." Guken nodded. The two are good friends who grew up together. It's normal to go to school together, so Guken didn't think much. "Neza, are you there too?" Yazi then said to Neza. "It's you." Seeing Yace, Neza thought of the bad guy who was watching the yellow dish, and looked at Yace with an unkind expression on her face. "What are you looking for my brother for?" "This. I was trained by Neza for a few hours before, and now Yace has some phobias." Hearing Nasa's words, his face changed. "Hey, brother Guken, why are you dealing with this kind of person?" Nasha said in dissatisfaction. "Nasha, he didn't expect that you thought it would be so bad." Guken gave a wry smile. "Hey." Nasha still didn't care about the ancient city. "Let's go." Then, Guken sighed. The two walked left and right. The atmosphere was extremely weird, and Nasha who followed behind looked strangely at the two in front. Under this circumstance, brother Guken wouldn't be BL. It must be, is it because of the broken relationship between Guken brother? "Hey, it seems that the blow to brother Guken is too great." "No, I want to stop brother Guken. The love between them is wrong." "Brother Guken." Nasha, who likes to think, grabbed the clothes of Guken, and talked endlessly under the inexplicable eyes of the two. "What, you mean me and Yazi?" Guken's expression suddenly changed when he heard Neza's words, and he quickly said, "Neza, listen to me, I and Yace have nothing to do." "Yet." Yazi also hurriedly denied. After hearing Neza's words with a ghost in his heart, he looked a little embarrassed. "No need to explain, the explanation is just to cover up." Nasha said surely, "You have to cut him off quickly, otherwise, I will tell my mother. I didn't take you to play like this." Hearing this, Guken wanted to cry without tears. "Well, I'll break the relationship with him." After the assurance, Neza was sent away, and the eyes of the ancient city and Yace met. "Guken, I seem to have caused you trouble." Yace said helplessly. "It's okay. But we will meet less often in the future, the province's Nasha misunderstands." Guken waved his hand. "That's not going to work." Yace shook his head. After Yukana left, Fidao, regardless of Yace's objection, arranged Yace to monitor him by the ancient city, and still stayed with that kind of surveillance, so it became like this. Condition. Hateful Miss Fei Tao. Yazi thought through gritted teeth. It's too much to do this kind of thing by yourself. Of course, there is no way to arrange for Yace in the past, because Yace has become the blood servant of the ancient city. Keeping Yace by the ancient city can improve the fit of the lion gold and the animal, and better play the power of the lion gold. Hateful. Why did he promise to blood for the ancient city at that time? Now I can't even think about it. What do you mean? Gukin also looked at Yace weirdly, and said, you really don't want to get involved. Your sister's fucking. Yace cursed. Then what do you want to do? Gukin tan shao. I said I want to monitor you. Shen took a deep breath. Yace said. Watch me? What do you mean? The ancient city was taken aback after hearing this. Hey, you have to start with Yukina. Reluctantly, Yazi sighed again and said, do you remember the kidnapped girl? Well, I remember. Gukin nodded. Item 0051. It's not good to talk here, let's find a place to talk slowly. Yace thought for a while and said. Yeah. Gujo nodded, and led Yazi to a restaurant. Let's talk about it, what the is going on? Gukin asked. Yazina is back. After a long time of indulging, Yazi spoke again. What, that guy will release the snow vegetables? This is impossible. Hearing this, the ancient city was taken aback. That's the way it is. Yazi said again, you should have heard Yukina mention who she is. Chapter 33. Yet. Gukin thought for a while, and said, she said she was from the Lion King's institution, but I don't understand, what on earth did the Lion King's institution come from? The Lion King Agency is a special agency set up in the National Public Security Commission. Secret Service? It's a civil servant. Well, that is the organization that conducts intelligence gathering and espionage to prevent large-scale magical disasters and terrorist attacks. If you want to go back, it is from the Takiguchi warrior who protected the palace from evil spirits and monsters in the Heian period. So it is an older organization than the current Japanese government. I don't know why I don't understand. Simply put, it's like a policeman. Gukin said, letting go for the time being, just like the police, there will be a police who specializes in dealing with group crimes or dealing with terrorists, it is different from that. Ordinary attackers, even if there is another government agency that responds to magical disasters and magical terrorist attacks, it is not surprising. No wonder that the name of the Lions Industry Organization as a business opponent that month also coincided with these words. I think you shouldn't be clear about Sui Kei's mission. Hey? What task? She was ordered by the Lion King Agency to monitor you in the ancient city. Also, if you are a dangerous existence, she is also ordered to obliterate you. Why? I want to obliterate it. Hearing this, the pupils of the ancient city shrank. Don't worry so much, the snow vegetables are not here anymore. Yace smiled slightly. You are so aware of Yuna's affairs, are you also a member of the Lion King Agency? Well, I will replace Yukina to monitor you, and when I judge you are in danger, I will wipe you out. Yazi said in a deep voice. Why is it obliterated again, how is it a man? The ancient city is very entangled, compared to Yace, she is still much better than the previous girl. Can I ask for a replacement? Gukin Toko asked. If you continue like this, you will be misunderstood by NASA. You thought I was thinking about it. Yazi was also powerless to complain. You can't blame me. You awakened the lion's gold by sucking my blood. In other words, I am now your servant. If you reject me, the lion's gold will not be able to exert its original fighting power. What do you mean? I resist you? What you said is misleading. Literally, you and I need to be connected with each other, so that you will have a strong strength. Ye smiled bitterly. How can this be done? The two men have the same mind, isn't this forced to engage in a relationship? I can't accept it too. Yace nodded, but you should have seen the battle yesterday. You mean the blue giant and the three-headed snake? The three-headed snake is Vatra's favored beast. Vatra is the nobleman in the domain of the king of war, the closest to the existence of the true ancestor, and the blue giant is Qin Zheng's favored beast. Isn't it? In that case, Qin Zheng really has the power of his true ancestor. Gu Cheng's face opened wide upon hearing this. Yet. So you have to work hard to become stronger too. Yazi nodded solemnly. I will try my best. Gukin's face was pale, and his mind was full of Qin Zheng's things. Haha, don't be so nervous. Yazi smiled and said, Qin Zheng has a casual personality, but he is not the master of killing innocent people. Our Lion King agency will contain him during this time, so you can work hard. Strengthen your strength. Next, as usual, I will ask you something so that I can file for the record. Ask. Gukin nodded. You will be lurking in the demon special zone, and you have to hide your true colors from your family, just have a certain purpose, right? For example, to secretly control the Shijin Island, and assign all the registered demon clan to your own camp. Yazi earnestly asked. This is important. Gukin raised his brows and said. Of course, this will have to do with the attitude of the Lion King's agency towards you. Understood, but I think, did your Lion King agency misunderstand something? Misunderstand? Well, because I lived in this city before I became a vampire. You know that. I became this physique this spring, and I moved to this island when I was in middle school, so it's almost 4 years ago. I just met you that year. Oh, your Lion King agency would not have started paying attention to me at that time, right? Gukin said in a distressed tone. What bullshit? Yace smirked. Indeed, Gukin said nothing wrong, but at that time noticed that he was not because of his fourth ancestor, but because Gukin was the blood of number 12 fourth ancestor Agurola. The follower. But what I didn't expect was that Agurora, who was about to die, was infiltrated into the original fourth true ancestor 3 months ago and became the fourth true ancestor. Oh. That's the same. Gukin nodded after hearing this. He is not a vampire born. 3 months ago, Gukin was an ordinary person who has nothing to do with the demons. But after he was involved in an incident this spring, his fate was changed. At that time, he met a man who claimed to be the fourth true ancestor and took away his abilities and life. Okay. That's the end of the conversation. Ye stood up and said. Yet. Gukin nodded as well. I wasted a lot of time just now, so I have to go to school quickly, otherwise, I will be mad that month. Item 0052. As always, after Qin Zheng sent Xiayan and Sui Ke to school, he also returned to the high school. At this time, the high school was very lively. Everyone is discussing the bombing incident last night. Many people have witnessed that scene because of the huge explosions caused by the collision of the giant beasts. These things can't be concealed at all. The government and the media did not claim that it was a lightning strike and the gas exploded. They were unexpectedly silent and did not respond at all. Of course, magic and beasts have existed in this world for thousands of years. Many people still recognize those beasts. Of course, except for a certain innocent girl, they hope that the government can catch these vampires who want to summon the beasts. It's not that there is no response or action as it is now. Have you all seen it? The monster last night? Well. It's horrible. It's not called a monster, it's called a beast. Hearing the comments of the students, Run Hima explained. The beast, that is the vampire in its own blood, taming the beast from the outside world. Another person was surprised. Yet. Nodded Zushamaran. What she cares more about is the level of these two beasts. If the beasts of this level fight on Xianjin Island, Xianjin Island will be destroyed. But will they destroy Xianjin Island? Finally, someone thought of going together with Zushamaran. Probably not. At this time, Qian Kong, who was eating hamburgers, also joined the discussion. She thought of Qin Zheng, who was standing on the shoulders of giants. If it were him, then he would not destroy Xian Chendao. Yet, Zudao Lun smiled, the government will intervene. We can wait for the result with peace of mind. Zudao Lun did not see Qin Zheng on the shoulders of giants, but he believed in the government's combat effectiveness. Oh, sir, classmate Qian Kong, hello. At this moment, Qin Zheng, who was late, walked into the classroom. I said you are too casual. Su Kubarun looked at the hour and said angrily. Does the squad leader care about me? As the class leader, of course I should care about you. As if he heard the meaning of his words, Su Kubarun's face blushed, and he quickly said, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. I didn't misunderstand, you're squad leader, you like me, don't you? Nothing. Sure enough, women are all duplicity animals. Qin Zheng rubbed his chin and nodded surely. You fellow, give me enough. It is the first time that Zudao Lun has learned Qin Zheng's second-year characteristics, and he can't communicate at all. After leaving with angrily, Qian Kong curled his lips and murmured, it's a good deal. Hey? Is it true that Qian Kong student is jealous of Mr. Sukuba's feelings for me? Chapter 34. Are you in the late second stage? After hearing this, Qian Kong was already unable to complain. It must be so. You are jealous. I'm not jealous. Qin Zhenjiahu said that the more ridiculous, Qian Kong couldn't help refuting it. Sure enough, I won't abandon the lovely Qin Kong classmates. Shut up. Qian Kong stuffed Qin Zheng's half-bitten hamburger into Qin Zheng's mouth, took the phone and walked out. Mogawai. Come out for me. Hehe, it seems you have a relationship problem. You guy. One secondary illness is enough, and the remote Mogawai has that kind of personality. I want to ask you, is that guy really the vampire who fought last night? Qian Kong asked in silence for a while. Yet. That's right. Mogawai knew that he couldn't hide it, and said, that guy has become the fifth true ancestor. The fifth true ancestor? What do you mean? In ancient times, they were the primitive vampires with the most powerful magical powers. They were equivalent to the army of a country, leading their own tens of thousands of dark armies, and established their own ruling knights on 3 continents. Empire. At present, there are 3 true ancestors ruling Europe's forgotten demon kings, West Asia Lord Eyes of Destruction, and Chaos Princes ruling North and South America. Wait, since Qin is the 5th true ancestor, and you said 3 true ancestors, who is the last true ancestor? Your good friend Gukin. Mogu said after a long silence. Impossible, the true ancestor would be such an idiot. After hearing this, Qian Kong remembered the ancient city that had to make up the exam every time. You should believe it. Hearing that, Qian Kong wanted to go to the ancient city for the weird words and deeds. It seems that Mogawai didn't lie to him. That means it was the ancient city that fought Qin Zheng last night. How is it possible? Mogu said with a disdainful face, although the ancient city is the 4th true ancestor, its combat effectiveness is not on the same level as Qin Zheng. It is someone else who fought with Qin Zheng. Item 0053. Xianjin Island, which floats alone in the Pacific Ocean, is prone to rain throughout the year and is hit by typhoons more often. However, the chaotic and sunny days have continued for the past few days. The endlessly falling solar heat shrouds the artificial ground, making the temperature quite astonishing. The tar surface covering the road, rippling heat. Sukai, why are you here? Qin Zheng said, squinting his eyes while looking at that familiar figure from the back. Ah! Senior, have you finished class? Sui Ke slowly turned her head and said. Senior, Did you forget that I wanted to protect you? Sui Ke smiled slightly. Where did Xia Yin go? Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Xia Yin, she and Naisha went to the monastery. I heard that there are a lot of wild cats there. She wants you to pick her up again later. Hee, what a loving little girl. Qin Zheng nodded. In the original work, Xia Yin also feeds many cats in the monastery. In this case, let's go shopping and pass the boring time by the way. Okay. Sui Ke is also curious about the supermarket. Soon, Qin Zheng took Sui Ke to the nearby home department store center and walked into the store. Sui Ke immediately settled in amazement. The store was not particularly peculiar, it was just a fairly healthy daily-use grocery store. It seems that Sui Ke has never been to a place like a home department store before. It is the first time I have witnessed a huge storefront since I was born. What is this weapon called? It looks like a kind of mallet. Those are ordinary golf clubs, which belong to sporting goods. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Through the animation, Qin Zheng learned that Sui Ke is a life idiot. Well, then, what is this heavy equipment like a flame emitter? It's a high-pressure washing machine, used to wash cars and the like. These must be weapons? I've seen them in the movie. Do you mean a chainsaw? Well, if you want to be a weapon, maybe it's a big deal, such as the chainsaw. I also learned this in the Lion King Institution. It even sells this kind of stuff. This store is horrible. That's just an ordinary cleaning agent. Faced with the dazzling array of products, Sui Ke looked very happy. She seemed quite satisfied with the home department store center, and she seemed to simply enjoy the fun of shopping with others. Let's go. After shopping, Qin Zheng said with a slight smile. Senior, you haven't given money yet. Money? Qin Zheng was taken aback after hearing this. It seems that after living for so long, everything he has was snatched. From the beginning of the Skelter Company, to the admission procedures were approved that month, I believe the tuition fee was waived, and finally, the Tomb of the Ocean was also snatched, and the food on the boat was enough for him to eat for several years. I don't have any money, so do it. Qin Zheng dunked his hands after hearing this. Sure enough, the true ancestor is self-willed. Sui Ke helplessly spread his hands and paid for it. Fortunately, she has received an allowance as a necessary fund. After going out, Qin Zheng was about to summon Yanhoof. Senior, please don't summon your beasts at will. Sui Ke said again. Don't worry, it's just a hurry. Qin Zheng said without a doubt. Well then. Please don't hurt innocent people, and don't say that the road is used for horseback riding. Okay, then I'll fly in the sky. Flame hoof flashed out, Qin Zheng picked up Sui Ke, jumped on the horseback. Go. After Qin Zheng gave an order to Yanhoof whistled and disappeared into the sky. Many stunned eyes are left behind. Hey, what did I see just now? What a handsome horse! You can fly in the sky. Idiot, that's a beast. Regardless of everyone's discussion, this scene was really seen by Qian Kong. Now you should believe it. Mogu smiled slightly. I believe in Qin Zheng's true ancestor, but I don't believe that the fool who has to make up the exam will be the true ancestor. Qian Kong thought for a while, and then said, Mogu, why, who do you think the true ancestor is? With great power, will you kill people at will? No, you are afraid. Mogu squinted through Qian Kong's inner panic. Because this morning, she and Lun Zedao had an extremely bad attitude towards Qin Zheng. I didn't. Qian Kong denied. Hee, don't worry. If it's Qin Zheng, it's okay. Mogu thought about it for a while, and said, lucky for you, the person you scolded is the real ancestor. Of course, this is only for beautiful girls. Benefits. The welfare of girls, is it true that what Gukan said is true? Qin Zheng is really a pervert. Qian Kong was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 35. Gukin is right. Mo Gu smiled slightly. I think Qin is just after you. You have to be careful. Qin Zheng has a bad temper. Item 0054. I said yes. Why are you following me? Gukin said helplessly on the way out of school. You thought I was thinking about it. Yes was even more helpless. Can you change the girl to the upper level? It's really weird. And I don't need to monitor anymore. You should work harder on the 5th true ancestor. Hey, boy. It seems that you haven't figured it out yet. From the moment you my blood, the two of us are destined to be tied together. You're bullshit. I'm not a base. Gukin Yuzheng said. Well then, I will drop in with you. Come along with me? Isn't your house over there? I have moved. Moving? Wait, maybe your new home is. Suddenly, Gukin thought of some possibility. Yes. Because the task was too urgent, the Lion King agency arranged a house for me. Yes continued, look at the time, those moving luggages are coming soon. Compared to this, I care more about the location of the move. Why does Gukin feel that the relationship between the two is developing towards a foundation? Come. Before Yace's words were finished, a small truck drove across the trail into the shared area of the apartment, and then stopped in front of the two people in the ancient city. The two who got off the truck were wearing the uniforms of the freight company. Deliveryman. Your luggage was delivered, and the young deliveryman shouted loudly. Excuse me, please move over there. And Yazi pointed at a building. Oh. Looks like I'm home too. Gukin murmured, reacting instantly. Wait a minute, Yazi, if you say you are moving, maybe you are moving too. Well, just moved to this apartment. Yazi nodded. Why? Because I want to monitor you. Yace said of course. Forgive me. Seeing that Yace Taiyu even monitored his private life. Gukin frowned and asked, this is also the meaning of the Lion King's mechanism? Yes. Yazi and the luggage brought by the trolley got on the elevator together, and the inner city became more and more nervous. The hardest thing in the world is to be forced to get involved. As if to confirm the anxiety of the ancient city, Yazi pressed the button on the 7th floor of the elevator, and then said to the two delivery men, go to room 705. Wait a minute. Gukin couldn't help yelling, and the delivery man stared at him in surprise. What's the matter? The ancient city suddenly screamed so loudly in such a narrow place. Isn't 705 right next to my house? Hey, although I thought about it a little bit, is it really going to be this way? So, the day before yesterday, Yamada who lived in room 705 will suddenly move out. Was it foreshadowing this day? Hey, we didn't use threats to drive people out. We used peaceful means to persuade him to leave. Don't worry. Yace patted the ancient city on the shoulder and said. Persuade? Probably. Yace thought for a while and said. Don't mind this kind of thing. Yace smiled slightly. How could your sister not mind? Gukin yelled. Don't worry. For the residents in room 705, of course we paid the relocation fee and asked them to move out. I heard that we have also prepared a house of the same standard or above for the other party to move in. Really? Yes, anyhow, this is also a matter handled by government agencies. But you can't move over without a sound. That said, I won't have a relationship with you. The deliveryman of the freight company looked at them in the ancient city. What are the two children talking about, and their hearts are extremely weird, is it a legendary friend? The elevator reached the 7th floor and the door opened. There were only 3 cartons of luggage brought in. After the two delivery men asked Yazi to sign for the receipt, they simply greeted them and left. Gukin, move these cardboard boxes inside with me. Yace said. The room 705 where Yazi lives is the same as the room 704 in the ancient city. It is a 3-bedroom with kitchen, living room, and dining space. The family life is a bit cramped, but living alone is too wide. There is no furniture, which makes people feel deserted. Yes, is this all your luggage? Well, the necessities of life, I plan to buy it later, anyway, I have money. At this point, Yace looked at the ancient city with a smirk. Item 0055. Century cruise ship, Tomb of the Ocean, luxurious room. Oh, girl, meet for the first time. Qin Zheng opened the door and saw the figure of a long and slender girl. The other party was wearing a pleated skirt and summer vest. He looked at the ceiling godlessly. It's not going to be broken by playing. Qin Zheng was stunned when he saw Sayawa's situation. Bea Torres, what's wrong with her? Qin Zheng glanced at Bea Torres who was accompanying him. This. Bea Torres also felt whether she had played with this girl. She just used a leather whip and a little oil and wax to adjust it, but didn't you order it to come down? Well, you go out first. Qin Zheng glanced at Bea Torres, knowing that this guy must have used a trick against Sayahua. Yet. Bea Torres nodded. After Beatrice went out, Qin Zheng took out a knife. The blade was about 120 centimeters long and the blade was thick, with straight joint lines appearing like patterns. The silvery and heroic posture reflecting the sun is very similar to Sui Kei's Swexia wolf. It is Sayahua's Huang Hualan who can cut everything. Here, don't pretend to be dead, this is your knife. Qin Zheng threw Huang Hualan over. Sayahua held Huang Hualan, and his confidence suddenly increased. Very fast, Sayahua caught Huang Hualan and jumped up. Huang Hualan swung down suddenly. Qin Zheng flashed for a while before avoiding Sayawa's slash, but the wall behind Qin Zheng was not so lucky, and it shattered with a bang. The wall had a cavity about 1 meter in radius. It was almost like the damage caused by smashing a grenade, but there was no smell of gunpowder. Instead, there was magic scum, which was similar to Sui Kei's skillful moves, which was a physical attack made by applying spells. It seems very energetic. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Now I can explain to Sui Kei. How are you doing with Sui Kei? Hurry up and hand over the Sui Kei, or you will be chopped off. Sayahua was trapped here, naturally not knowing that Qin Zheng had already won the title of the 5th true ancestor, so she said if so confident. The relationship between you and Sui Kei is really good. Have you forgotten how you failed miserably? Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Hey, come on, where is Sui Kei? Sayawa didn't expect to be caught, and now Huang Hualan held her hands again. The first thing she thought of was to rescue Sui Kei. As for the fiasco that day, it was that woman defeated her, and it wasn't you. What are you doing? When I take you as a hostage, I will be able to rescue Yukana. Sayahua thought so. She is on this ship. Qin Zheng smiled. But I advise you to understand your own situation. Now you are my prisoner. After saying that, Qin Zheng came directly behind Sayawa like a flash, and caught Sayawa's horrified gaze. The blade of Sumi Sayaka. You. Are you space magic? Sayahua asked in a little surprised. Space magic. Qin Zheng smiled and wanted to learn too, but this month Lori was too prejudiced against herself, so let the enemy of that month, Xiandamuai, teach herself. He knows space magic, even if he doesn't, he has a deep understanding of magic. As for Bea Torres, although she knows a little magic, compared with Xiandamuai, she is a rookie. Chapter 36. Isn't it? It seemed that Qin Zheng also heard the strange tone in his tone, and Sayahua asked back. He. You really are a very beautiful girl, I really shouldn't have promised Sui Kei. Ah. What do you mean? Sayawa's face turned red at first, and then he asked in confusion. The reason for her blushing is naturally because of Qin Zheng's praise, because for a long time, others treat her like a man-in-law. She must be strong, like a man, but no one can think of it. Deep down in her heart, Saya still longs for the boy's care. And the one who cared, now hearing what Qin Zheng said, a faint feeling of strangeness came to my heart. Your good friend, Sui Ke, in order to protect you, has become my woman. What, you have already dealt with Sui Ke? I'm going to cut you off. Hearing Qin Zheng's words, Saya Hua became furious again. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. He knew that Saya Hua had a tendency to lily, but in the original work, her tendency was corrected by the ancient city. Oh, did you fall in love with me? Are you angry? However, Qin Zheng's molesting didn't get a response, but Xia Hua seemed to have no room for negotiation and swung his sword mercilessly. It's really troublesome. If this goes on, you will destroy the boat. Qin Zheng stepped aside decisively, and just like that, a big hole was left on the boat again. Why are you hiding? I told you to obediently die, female public enemy. How dare to defile my yukina? Saya Hua forced her to unreasonably, still swinging her long sword fiercely. Sure enough, it's a arrogant chick, but it's enough for me. The sword that should have been pierced was bounced away, and Xia Hua's expression froze, and an invisible wall was created with Qin Zheng as the center, blocking her attack. Item 0056. The invisible wall is actually a shock wave. The distorted atmosphere turned into a storm surrounding Qin Zheng, directly flying Xia Hua, and the entire hull trembled. Xiaka still wanted to stand up, but a shock wave was released again. This is a lesson for you. Qin Zheng snorted coldly. In an instant, as if the sharp sound of metal rubbing Kong, a petite figure broke through the door and fell on their heads gracefully. God of Sui and Gao Shenjian Lin pray here. The female student with a silver spear in her uniform skirt and black hair fluttered and landed. The roof disintegrated. Swexia's divine wolf turned the sound of 1,000 swords into a shield, and quickly wiped out the evil and evil. Her prayers affected a clear tone, and the silver spear radiated light as if it echoed. Bump! The black shock wave was broken up. It's Sui Ke, why are you here? Qin Zheng glanced at the coming Sui Ke and snorted coldly. Sukai, are you okay? Great. Xiaka said with some surprise when she saw the presence of Sui Ke. Master Zhenzu, please forgive Saya Hua's ignorance. Yukana had a body to block Saya Hua, pleading. Okay. You have not met again for a long time, there must be a lot to talk about, I won't bother you. Qin Zheng nodded and left the room. After Qin Zheng left, Sui Ke breathed a sigh of relief, and Swexialan in her hand loosened because of the trembling palm. This man is terrible. Sui Ke gave Qin Zheng a definition. Although on the surface, Sui Ke blocked the black shock wave from Qin Zheng's hands, but only the person concerned knew that she was very good at blocking this blow. It's not easy, the palms are going to be numb. Sui Ke, are you okay? Xia Hua has experienced Qin Zheng's strength, knowing that it is not easy for Sui Ke to block this shock wave for herself. It's okay. Sui Ke shook her head and said solemnly, Saya Hua, don't provoke this man in the future. Ah! Why can't you provoke him? Is he yours? Also, why do you call him the true ancestor? Isn't the true ancestor a fellow named Xiao Gukan? Saya Hua was very puzzled. Hey! A lot of things happened during the time you were caught. Upon hearing this, Sui Ke sighed again. His name is Qin Zheng, just like Xiao Gukan, he is the fifth true ancestor. What, there is a fifth true ancestor? This. After hearing this, Xia Hua was extremely surprised. This is impossible. Xia Hua gave a wry smile. Nothing is impossible, you just saw Qin Zheng's strength just now. Sui Ke waved her hand and said, and you still remember the woman who caught you here? Yet. Speaking of that woman, Saya Hua's face became solemn again, her own Huang Hualin could not hurt her, and her strength was comparable to the fourth true ancestor, and now she has passed Beato. After Liz's various trainings, Sayahwa has a trace of fear for Beat Oris. Then I'll tell you the truth, that woman is Qin Zheng's subordinate. Shui Cai Tan said helplessly. This. Sayahwa was stunned. Such a powerful woman is still Qin Zheng's subordinate, how strong Qin Zheng would be. Hey, my original mission was to monitor the fourth true ancestor. Qin Zheng defeated the fourth true ancestor and captured me, but you came here to rescue me like a stunned young man. The result can be imagined. That is to say, we are both captured. After hearing this, Sayahwa gave a wry smile. Well, that's right. Sui Ke nodded. Then the Lion King agency didn't send anyone over to rescue us. Sayahwa asked again. The fourth true ancestor was dispatched, but it was still unsuccessful. Even the nobleman Vatra with the warlord domain was also defeated by Qin Zheng. If it were not for Xia Yin's plea, it is estimated that Vatra would be killed by Qin Zheng. Rarely, Qin Zheng still took over everything about Vatra, including this ship's tomb of the ocean. It's so powerful. She was originally responsible for monitoring Vatra, so she knew Vatra's power very well, but she didn't expect even him to be defeated. Well, this battle has made him the fifth true ancestor. Sui Ke nodded. Are we staying here for the rest of our lives? For a long time, Sayakazuo smiled bitterly. Sukai, why don't we leave here quietly? Soon, Saya suggested, as long as you answer the headquarters of the Lion King mechanism, I don't believe this guy can come. Sayaka, don't have such thoughts. Even the Lion King mechanism can't stop the power of the true ancestor. Shui Cai murmured, and I can't leave here now. Can't leave here, what do you mean? After hearing this, Sayahwa was taken aback, remembering what Qin Zheng said just now. Sui Ke became that guy's woman for herself. Are you Yukina who became that guy's woman for me? No. Upon hearing this, Shui Cai chuckled, indeed, it was so planned at the beginning, and now I am thinking of protecting Sayahwa. Why is that? Because of the mission, since Qin Zheng became the fifth true ancestor, I have been tasked to monitor Qin Zheng. Oh. Sayahwa nodded, but she was still a little strange in her heart, but she couldn't say how strange it was. Item 0057. Is this the big bathhouse? It's great. After coming out of the room, Qin Zheng came to the steamy bathroom. Although this bathroom is not as good as those large hot spring hotels, it is still not as stylish as in a boat. Although the bath is slightly shallow, it is more than enough for 10 people to bathe. Although there are few gorgeous decorations, the bathhouse covered with pure white tiles still exudes a sense of luxury. You still like this place? Bea Torres smiled slightly. Since getting the Tomb of the Ocean, she has visited the Tomb of the Ocean as a hostess, and the only place she loves is this place. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded, it is very suitable for me to take a bath under the service of many princesses. Bea Torres, do you want to come together? After taking the bath, Qin Zheng looked at Bea Torres with a smile. I don't want this. Although I was very moved, Beat Oris shook her head after thinking about it. She wanted to retaliate against Qin Zheng for treating her so rudely, so that Qin Zheng's could not be vented. Let's do it. There is no shortage of women around him, so Qin Zheng is not reluctant. Please call up my 5 trophies. Okay. Beat Oris still thought that if Qin Zheng begged for a little bit, he would agree with him half pushing and half pushing. I didn't expect Qin Zheng to ignore him so much. Humph, I'll bring them here for you. Bea Torres snorted coldly, and walked away violently. Chapter 37. After a while, how is the water temperature? The fifth true ancestor. Are you here? Hearing the movement, Qin Zheng turned his head and saw that a group of unfamiliar 5-person groups in various swimsuits appeared in the bathroom with barefoot footsteps. The age ranged from teenage girls to 20s. There are more than half of them. The atmosphere is like a harmonious sister, but they are different in race and body shape and lack a sense of unity. The only thing that can be called in common is that they are all quite beautiful, which belongs to the beauty that is born with noble temperament. Sure enough. Wipe my back now. Qin Zheng's eyes were brightened by the 5 beauties with their own characteristics. Hearing that, 5 beauties surrounded him without hesitation. The 5th true ancestor, I heard that you defeated Lord Aldiyaru, is this true? Crouching next to Qin Zheng was a blonde woman in her 20s, wrapped in a red bikini with a hibiscus flower pattern. A charming figure. Yes. Otherwise, how could you fall into my hands? Yet. The blonde beauty helped Qin Zheng wipe his back while holding a bath towel. Find someone to serve me in front of me. Ah. In front. Hearing this, the blonde beauty was taken aback. Why, aren't you happy? Of course not. We are very happy. A woman wearing a blue bikini with a gentle and graceful daughter replied quietly to Qin Zheng, who seemed to be the oldest. Very well. Come ahead of me. Qin Zheng remembered that these people were not maids, but hostages. They were the daughters of royal families or important officials from neighboring countries in the King of War realm. The princesses of the Principality of Ordiara who destroyed the country, in short, they were sold in exchange for the safe hostage of the motherland, but Vatra was not interested in women, so the lives of the 5 of them were relatively free. Now they fell into Qin Zheng's hands and became real maids. Yes. The girl who answered casually was a brown-skinned girl. She was wearing a yellow swimsuit with a slightly younger appearance. The style of the swimsuit also matched the young body shape, which was more sporty. Naturally, Qin Zheng was not the kind of ancient city scum who hadn't been eaten, and he grabbed a maid and started the war. No, the 5th true ancestor, please let us go. Although they knew the next fate, they still wanted to resist. Don't you want to wait for me? Qin Zheng said with a sneer, squinting his eyes when he stopped his movements. No, we just. Do you feel that your destiny is very miserable? Born in the emperor's house but was sent around as a gift. Hearing that, the 5 goddesses are dim. Why do you have to make such a big sacrifice? So you hate your country, right? Qin Zheng's words were in their hearts. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Qin Zheng said again. Sell your motherland in revenge. Qin Zheng showed a grinning smile. I got it. The blonde woman in a red swimsuit was talking. If I have an heir with the 5th true ancestor, then I will have the power to control my own destiny. The blonde beauty said her thoughts without hesitation. Yes, after all, if you are pregnant with the direct descendants of your true ancestor, you are likely to give birth to a vampire stronger than Vatra. Hearing that, Qin Zheng was a little funny, his son must be stronger than Vatra's scum. But this is the first time for us, please be gentle. The blonde girl's voice was charming, and she was completely in the state. Qin Zheng was no longer polite, and completely hired on the body of the 5 women. For a long time, several people curled up in Qin Zheng's arms like kittens. Item 0058. Can we satisfy you? It was the blonde girl who was speaking, looking up with tearful eyes anxiously. Well, not bad. Qin Zheng nodded. So, do you really need us to serve you forever? You are stupid. How can we always serve the true ancestor? The true ancestor will never die, and we are just mortals. Makes sense. Then what shall we do? I really want to stay with Master True Ancestor. There is another way. We can also divide a little blood from the true ancestor and directly become the followers of the blood. The followers of the blood are a single generation of pseudo-vampires produced by sucking blood. It is said that they sometimes have fighting power that surpasses thoroughbred vampires, and can accompany their master through eternal life. It's a good calculation. After listening to the questions and answers of the women, Qin Zheng finally knew the plans of these women. It turned out that he wanted to become his own blood entourage, so as to gain amazing combat power, and then control himself. Fate. Qin Zheng's sneer suddenly tightened the five women's expressions. True ancestor, I don't know what you are talking about. The blonde girl stammered a bit. They have not forgotten that the true ancestor is the most powerful group of people in the world, standing at the top of the pyramid. Hey, originally. You can be my followers, but I am very upset, because you are clever and want to calculate me. How do you say I should punish you? Qin Zheng looked at the women coldly. Please forgive us. The blonde girl immediately admitted her mistake and couldn't help sighing in her heart. The true ancestor was indeed a wayward creature. She was still galloping on her body just now and enjoying her service, but she turned her face in the next moment. From today, you will become my slaves. Qin Zheng evil smiled and said, you are the number one slave. Then, pointing to the beautiful lady in the blue bikini, she said, you are the number two. It's number three. If you are satisfied with my service, I can give you strength, the power to control your destiny. Yes. We must be satisfied with you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the five women were all happy. After moving everything in the ancient city and Yazi, Neza also returned. The sun was still strong, but the wind began to mix with the coolness of the night. Hey! Brother Guken, who is this person? Nasha said in disgust. Didn't you see him this morning? Guken vomited. Sure enough, deep resentment. Yace also smiled slyly. What is he doing here? Nasha said unceremoniously, don't you really want to get involved? You're just doing the foundation. The ancient city was completely speechless. Yace is already our neighbor. Ah! Neighbor. Nasha was taken aback upon hearing this. Yes. Neza, I live next door. Yazi said, pointing to his house. Sure enough. Nasha touched her forehead, seeming to have a headache. Brother Guken, you are on a path of no return. Could you not talk about this topic? Yace's move made the ancient city difficult to distinguish. The matter was more complicated than Nasha imagined, and he couldn't explain it to Nasha. By the way, what are you holding, Brother Guken? Nasha said, pointing to the bag in Guken's hand. Ah! This is food. Yace was proud for a while. Inside the shopping bag, there were a lot of meat and sashimi, etc., all high-end ingredients that were not normally associated with Akatsuki. Yace just moved here, we welcome new neighbors. It's not saved. Neza completely misunderstood the relationship between Guken and Yace. Chapter 38. Then do you want to come and help? Of course. Nasha grinned reluctantly, although you've gotten a base, you're still my brother. I said that I didn't engage in foundation. Guken pleaded again. Hey! Neza's face was still not good. After thinking about it, she said, Guken brother, what are you going to do? And Yace is abnormal, do you have anything you dare not eat? If the soup base, I plan to use bonito, kelp, chicken bones and scallops. Okay, let this be free. Guken immediately interrupted after learning Nasha's hyperverbalism. Item 0059. It looks like it's about to appear. On the deck, Qin Zheng smiled slightly as he watched the tongue of fire exploding on Xianshan Island. There is Warehouse Street on Dongyu, an industrial zone with almost no people, but even if you look from a distance, you can see that the disaster has turned into a large-scale factory fire. Senior, where is it? At this moment, Xiaka's Sui Ke came up. That's right, the beast of vampires. The noise is really big. Well, and looking at that magical power, the host has a good background. Sui Ke said with a frown. After the speech stopped, a huge explosion set off again. A fireball with a diameter of several tens of meters appeared over the artificial island. The gust of wind swept over the sea after a short interval. In the bursting flames, the firebird emerged in its shape. Sure enough. Sui Ke murmured, judging from the destructive power that can shake the island, even if it is not the point of an elder or noble, it should be a famous envoy used by the old generation, and that Zhang turned into an entity to wreak havoc. There are vampires fighting against unknown objects, but the fighting is still going on now, which means that the objects fighting against vampires of the old generation have the same fighting power as the old generation. Senior, let me go and take a look, suddenly said Sui Ke. To put it simply, the Lion King Agency's brainwashing of Sui Ke is still very successful, so Sui Ke is very worried that if the situation develops, it will hurt innocent people. Then I will go over too. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Senior, please don't act casually. I'm going to investigate what happened. After confirming the safety of the personnel, I will come back immediately. All right. Qin Zheng nodded, knowing the original work. He already knew what was going to happen next. After Sui Ke left, Qin Zheng ordered Bea Torres to follow, because in the original work, Sui Ke still there is no ability to deal with Astrayuti. It's really troublesome. Bea Torres murmured dissatisfiedly and quietly followed Sui Ke. It's you, woman. Jumping off the light rail train, the galloping Sui Ke saw a blonde enchanting woman following. Why are you following me? Sui Ke looked at her with some caution. You think I want it? Qin Zheng asked me to come over. Senior. Yet. He asked me to come over to protect your safety. Qin Zheng is so kind to you. Bea Torres is even more dissatisfied. She is also a woman, why can't she be taken care of like this? Humph, go back if you don't want to come. Sui Ke couldn't hear the dissatisfaction in Beatrice's tone. That won't work, if you die, I will be buried with you. Upon hearing this, Bea Torres shook her head. As Yukina said, pulling out the weapon from the guitar case behind it, a clear metal sound rang out, and the silver gun unfolded its blade. This is the equipment handed over to me to deal with the true ancestor. A beast of that level will not be the enemy of Swexia Wolf. You guy is too funny, although this weapon is good, but even I can't kill you, do you think your words are convincing? Bea Torres said sarcastically. Sui Ke remembered, the woman in front of her, who took over Sayawa's Huang Hualan with one hand. This woman seems to have power not inferior to the true ancestor. As she did, Xianjin Island would be more severely damaged. Don't make a move in a while, just leave it to me. Whatever, my task is to protect your life. I'm glad you were taught. I really don't understand why you have to risk that kind of danger. Just leave it to the police or the SAR police to maintain public order in the Mozu special zone. You can be nosy, don't die. The jealousy of the past has all turned into irony. Words. Standing on the light rail train and looking from a distance, Sui Ke can still see the warehouse street that is still at war. The firebirds emerging in the flames, who were attacked by someone, roared like a scream, and the street where the street lights were extinguished. The blazing flames shone red throughout, and the automatic fire extinguishing device was operating, but the fire showed no signs of abating. Fortunately, the streets were crowded. The area was originally small in population, and the personnel who managed the warehouse street seemed to have been evacuated. The power supply should have been interrupted by the explosion. As soon as the monorail reached Dongyu, it immediately stopped operating. The two Sui Ke jumped off the top of the carriage that was no longer moving and headed to the scene of the chaos of the beasts. Item 0060. Sui Ke immediately rushed to the scene of the chaos. There, Sui Ke saw a huge firebird. The wings, about 10 feet long, are made up of dark squares, shining like lava from time to time, and huge fireballs are constantly spraying out of the firebird's beak, engulfing everything around it into the explosion. What's the matter? Is it because the beast ran away? Looking at the wildly estimated firebird, Sui Ke was very puzzled. In her cognition, the beast followed the master's will and would definitely not attack aimlessly. It must be stopped. Shui Cai murmured. Little Sui Ke, I'll leave it to you here. Beatrice smiled slightly, and her figure suddenly disappeared. Suike ignored Beatriz. She looked around, trying to find the owner of this beast. Sure enough, Suike saw a middle-aged man in his early 30s standing on the top of the building in a fine suit. Will this person be the master of the beast? Soon, Shuai saved the answer, because judging from the amazing magic that radiated from that, the man in his early 30s seemed to have lived several times longer. With that overwhelming sense of presence and courage, Shuai couldn't help but sigh. She is indeed a vampire of the old generation. It's really troublesome. The trouble that Suike said is naturally the identity of a vampire, because the identity of the vampire of the old generation is either a cadre or a mercenary hired by a company in Xianjin City, or a high-level military official stationed by the Empire of Night. No matter what it is, it has a great background. However, the vampire with this kind of power is repeatedly attacking, but the battle shows no sign of ending. Now the man's face is more clearly impatient and tired. Can drive the old generation to this point? Who is against the vampire? Soon, Suike had an answer, because he saw another enemy. No, it was just a huge arm that radiated rainbow light. It's also a beast. Suike was taken aback again, because that arm is not a physical body, but a transparent, purely condensed by magic. Like the dawn of dawn, the arm tears through the sky, and the firebird is caught in the hand like a chicken. In the next moment, the firebird roared in pain. And the fiery red wings kept tossing, but it was still to no avail. What a strong power! Seeing this, Suike couldn't help but speed up. The rainbow arm completely pinched the firebird in his hand. It's devouring magic power. In Suike's surprised gaze, Firebird's body gradually became smaller, and then turned into a magical power into his arm. There is such a thing. Suike was shocked, and saw the person committing the crime at a corner. At this time, the man in his early 30s had been knocked to the ground by them, his shoulders were deeply split, and the wound reached his heart. Who are you? Why are you attacking the demons? Then, Suike's eyes fell on the blue-haired girl beside the man. You are not a vampire? How come? Why can artificial life forms manipulate the beasts? Looking at Asteryuti, Yukina stunned in the same place, and from behind her there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Someone is coming. The man in the robe looked at Suike and sneered. But this is also within control. Standing with his back facing the raging flames, the man in the robe continued to sneer. Please stop fighting. Suike glared at the man in the robe and warned. Chapter 39. Are you the demon attacker on Xian God Island? The man in the robe asked casually. Walking and killing the demons on the island would be against the law. Shuai looked at the man in the robe vigilantly, feeling the murderous aura from the man's body, and lowered her focus. The law is set only for the flatterers of the demons. Do you still want me to obey it? With a loud shout, the man in the robe raised the axe in his hand. Well, Swexialan. Suike clenched her spear and rushed out. When the man in the robe was about to swing the battle axe at the heavily wounded vampire, he was blocked by her at the very moment, and the man in the robe took a few steps back. Your gun is a 7-type assault machine gun. After being blocked by a blow, the robe asked very excitedly. Engraved with the Godhead vibration wave driving technique, a weapon that the Lion King can't secrete. I didn't expect to see the true face here. Suike did not speak, holding Swexia Wolf in her hand, and several driving styles of divine character fluctuations appeared on the spearhead. Item 0061. Well, the sword which of the Lion King's institution is qualified to be an opponent, the little girl, the annihilation teacher of Lutenlinkia, Rudolf Ostak came to ask for advice. The man in the robe smiled grimly. The annihilation teacher of Lotharnchia? How can the magician of the Western European Church hunt vampires? I have no obligation to answer you. Ostak kicked his feet on the ground, his body accelerated suddenly, and rushed up with his axe. It's almost coming from Sweke. Shwesiai didn't hurry. Swexia wolf touched the ground, and the ground immediately burst into blue light, and the magic circle appeared under her feet. Lion Dancer, High God Sword Witch, sincerely pray, break the magic dawn, Swexia God Wolf. With the power of strength, help me to conquer the evil gods and hundreds of ghosts. With the blessing of the curse, the gun end of Swexia Wolf appeared powerful again. The magic spell power of, looks like a small magic circle, but it can't be a community, because this is the driving style of the fluctuation of the gods, breaking all barriers. Sweke also rushed up, and the lap Sweke stuck out the tip of the gun and hit Fang Xie's right arm towards Ostak Mei. Ostak directly blocked this unavoidable attack with his armor-covered left arm. The magic weapon and armor clashed violently, bursting with bluish-white flashes. Hey! The armor of Ostaka's left arm was shattered, and he stepped back a few steps, and Shwesiai used the victory to chase, and constantly bombarded Ostaka's armor, bursting out a faint blue light. What kind of power is this, and your speed, is this the Sword Witch of the Lion King mechanism? Seeing the power and speed of Sweke's attack, Ostak did not find it tricky, but looked very excited. With the damaged left arm armor, he licked his lips with satisfaction. His monocle was blinking, and Swexia Wolf was able to defeat the protective barrier of his holy armor. This technique is really exciting. Sweke felt the murderous air from Ostaka's appearance, so she looked stern, and she was not here to knock him down. As a sword witch, her intuition told her that if she ignored the Annihilation Teacher, she would be recruited for it. Great disaster! But that's it. Suddenly, Sweke seemed to feel that her movements were full. She was taken aback, and hurriedly returned to block. Sure enough, Ostaka's axe suddenly swung down and collided with Swexia Wolf's gun handle. On the contrary, the powerful force made Sweke back a few steps, and the sharp blade also cut a red mark on Sweke's white thigh. I have learned the spell of the Lion King. Ostak sneered and shouted loudly, do it! Aster Yudi! Then Ostak leaped back. Behind him, draped the blue-haired girl in the cloak jumped up. Order to receive, execute, Rose's fingertips. After speaking, a huge arm pierced from Aster Yudi, bursting with iridescent light towards the snow vegetables. Oops! Sweke's face changed as she looked at the huge arms that came flying fast. In danger, Sweke used Swexia Wolf to confront her. The huge magical power and the curse power violently clash, causing the atmosphere to make a harsh sound. The powerful blue air current rushed away. Sweke looked at the girl with the same expression, and asked, you control this beast? The conflict speeds up, but the one who barely wins in the conflict is Sweke. The beast named Rose's fingertips is being gradually torn apart by the silver spear tip. Perhaps it was the injury that the beast received that caused a countercurrent, and Aster Yudi wailed painfully. Ah! Aster Yudi looked a little bit pained. The other arm is stretched out. Seeing that there was another arm, Shwesiai's expression instantly condensed. Looking at the other arm that struck, she had no way to fight back. Swexia Lang was fighting the injured arm, but she did not dare to let go. If she let go, she would definitely be smashed by that arm. Are you going to die? Such a dead end, Sweke has nothing to do. If he dies, will he be sad? Before he died, Sweke thought of the guy who took her innocence overbearingly. Although she felt that he was hateful in her heart, she had to admit that Qin Zhang treated herself and Xia Yin. It's still very gentle, you can't see the devil's side at all. But at this moment, the black flame ball hit the attacking right arm suddenly, the energy was annihilated, the strong wind caused Aster Yudi, who was the host of the beast, to fly upside down, and the beast disappeared. It's really embarrassing. Little Sweke. Bea Torres walked out from a dark place, looked at the wounded Sweke, and sneered. Hey! I have to say that Bea Torres easily solved her crisis and made her affirm the strength of Bea Torres. Who are you? Seeing another spoiler, Ostaka's face was extremely bad. Haha, Bea Torres, belongs to the fifth true ancestor, uncle, please don't destroy it on the island of the of strings, okay? Because the true ancestor will be very angry. The fifth true ancestor. Hearing this, Ostahi was taken aback. There is only the fourth true ancestor on the island of the of strings. When will there be another true ancestor? No wonder that Qin Zheng became the fifth true ancestor a few days ago, and when Ostak left the church in Western Europe, he had not received information from the fifth true ancestor, so naturally he didn't know the existence of Qin Zheng. Item 0062. Ignorant person. It seems that I need to make you remember the majesty of the true ancestor, and that trembling strength. Bea Torres squinted her eyes and smiled coldly. The guy from Western Europe came to our king's territory without authorization. It's really looking for death. Hey, pretend to be a ghost. Ostak sneered. He didn't know the fifth real ancestor at all. He only felt that the woman in front of him was joking. At best, she was just a more powerful vampire. Aster Yudi, do it. Osta ordered Aster Yudi again. As soon as Ostak ordered, Shao Astaludi had already stood up. Behind her, the rainbow beast still remained substantive. Aster Yudi stepped forward and prepared to fight. From her moodless eyes, there was no killing intent, but she quietly weaved words in her mouth. Start again, and order to continue, Qunwei's fingertips. Following her words, the huge arm stretched out like a snake ready to go. Hee. Artificial life, although I don't know why you use the beast, if you can take you back, the true ancestor must be very happy. Beat Oris smiled slightly when she looked at Aster Yudi. The truth is go, Beat Oris received the order to protect Yukana, and at the same time she also received the order to take Aster Yudi away. She didn't know who Aster Yudi was at the time, but now she knew it, and she didn't expect it would be the little Lolita in front of her. Perverted master. Bea Torres murmured. Qin Zheng asked him to take this girl away. It must be a bad thing. But I didn't expect Qin Zheng's preference for girls and little Lori to such an extent, no wonder he couldn't be pampered. Soon, she remembered the 5 maids who had been given to Qin Zheng as a gift. From the perspective of Qin Zheng's satisfaction with them, these 5 women should become Qin Zheng's women, perhaps they can join forces to fight against the Lolita Legion. Of course, Qin Zheng's order still has to be followed, her order is to take this girl away. Hey! Uncle! You have to be optimistic. After speaking, Beat Oris exuded amazing magic power. This magic, you are not an ordinary vampire, are you equal to or above the nobles? Are you the 4th true ancestor? Feeling that powerful magic power, Ostak was slightly taken aback, and said in disbelief. Of course not, how dare I be as famous as the true ancestor? Bea Torres smiled slightly, the power Qin Zheng gave her is too strong, comparable to the ancient city that has not yet grown up. Bea Torres, wait. Shui was taken aback for a moment, and said quickly. Little Sui, what's the matter? Beat Oris said impatiently. You can't summon the beasts, it will cause more damage. But I received an order from the true ancestor. Beat Oris said with a smile, her eyes flickering upon hearing this. Senior's order. Yeah. That's right. Beat Oris pointed to Aster Yudi, and said, the real ancestor's order is to get that girl? Artificial life form. Why do you want her? Sui was a little confused. Who knows? Beatrice spread her hands and said, perhaps the artificial life form also has a beast, which makes the owner interested. Sure enough. Sui's face suddenly collapsed, babbling in her mouth, Senior is really a pervert, so let's not let such a little girl. Okay, you know, don't stop me. Chapter 40. No. Shui still shook her head. Are you going to contend with the master's order? Beatorus smiled faintly upon hearing this. You know, if I don't use the beast, I can't be sure to bring Asteryuti back. I didn't disobey the senior's order. I will tell the senior that Asteryuti will be brought back by myself. Even if Qin Zheng did not give such an order, Sui Ke had such plans, because Asteryuti is not a vampire, and it takes life to use the beast. If it is not stopped, Asteryuti will soon die. The only way is to give her to Qin Zheng, let Asteryuti become Qin Zheng's blood entourage. Let's do it. Good luck. Beatorus nodded. Let's go. Ostak said to Asteryuti. There are more important tasks to come to Xianjin Island by yourself, but I don't want to provoke such a powerful enemy. Yet. Asteryuti nodded, and followed Ostak and left here. In the distance, Qin Zheng, who was standing on the deck, also knew the situation on Sui Ke's side. Did Sui Ke let her go? Murmured, then Qin Zheng let go. As a princess, how could there be no waywardness? Of course, Sui Ke privately let go of what she wanted to get. After returning, Sui Ke will face Qin Zheng's ruthless training and perform various embarrassing moves to please Qin Zheng. Item 0063. Okay, let's go back. After Ostak left, Bea Torres also said to Sui Ke. In fact, Bea Torres also has her own little abacus in her heart. She knows that Sui Ke seems to be very favored by Qin Zheng, so she deliberately agreed to Sui Ke's request. Even if Qin is spoiling her, it is impossible for nothing to happen. Well, okay. Shui Cai took a deep breath and nodded. In fact, she is also ready to accept punishment. Yes, let's hurry up. At this time, there were hurried footsteps, but it was Yace and Gujo rushing over. Ancient city, don't go so fast, I can't keep up. The big bird has been cleaned up. If you don't hurry up, the murderer will run away. It turned out that Yazi and Gukin rushed to this side after seeing an explosion here. They didn't know how to make space magic. He can't fly, and ran all the way. Even if Yazi is an adaptable person, he can't bear it. Isn't this voice the fourth true ancestor? Bea Torres murmured and said. Bea Torres, what are you going to do? Let's leave now. Sui Ke said anxiously. She had seen the fight between Gukin and Beatorus. If two high-end combat powers were to go to war here, the damage would be even greater than the previous one. Humph, don't order me. Bea Torres said with some dissatisfaction. Since the old friend is here, I always have to say hello. Beatorus licked her lips, feeling that she could abuse the fourth ancestor, and she felt quite fulfilled. It's you. Finally, Gukin and Yazi rushed over, and finally saw the murderer, Bea Torres, and the sword witch of the Lion King mechanism. Are you even the culprit who destroyed this place? As soon as he came up, Gukin Xingshi asked the guilt. You can see, of course we are murderers. Bea Torres smiled slightly. Bea Torres, don't talk nonsense. Sui Ke said hurriedly. I said Yazi, why did the people from the Lion King's mechanism go with the devil? Didn't I tell you? Sui Ke's original mission was to monitor you, but after Qin Zheng became the fifth true ancestor, she was responsible for monitoring Qin Zheng, and you, I will monitor you. Ah! What a sad reminder. Being watched by a man. Upon hearing this, the ancient city remembered the sad reminder of the past few days. Do you know me? Shui Cai was taken aback after hearing this. Yazi knows Yuk Cai, but Yuk Cai doesn't know Yazi. You two don't know each other. Gukin pointed at Yukana, then pointed at Yace, a little surprised. That's right. Yace shook his head. Oh. I see. Suddenly, Sui Ke had some enlightenment, and said to Yace, you are the one who is monitoring the fourth true ancestor. Yes. Yazi nodded and said, but Yukana, tell me, what happened here? Didn't you tell me? I ruined everything here. Before Sui Ke spoke, Beatorus said first. You guy, it looks like you want to fight. Guken looked at Beatorus very upset, clenching his fists. The whole body was covered with yellow thunder, and his previous defeat made him extremely unhappy. It just happens to be boring, just play with you. Beatorus laughed. Guken, don't be impulsive, let's listen to Yukana first. Ye said, wrinkled. Beatorus, are you going to destroy the senior man's territory? Knowing that her threat was useless, Suike had to move out of the Great Qinzheng. You don't need to take the master to press me. Beatorus was a little irritable after hearing the words, but she nodded and said, if you want to fight, follow me. After finishing, Beatorus 3 walked towards the beach area in 2 steps. In fact, Xianshen Island is not so scumbag, at least the ancient city summoned so many beasts and never saw Xianshen Island will be destroyed. Asshole, I want to defeat you. Guken yelled and followed. Guken, you have to calm down. Yazi's yelling didn't make any difference. And here, Suike also followed up. Suike, can you tell me what's going on? Suike is the first person to arrive here, and it seems that she should be fighting those people too. If Yukana and others are the murderers, Yace, who is also the Lion King institution, would not believe it, because the Lion King institution cultivated these sword witches with love and justice, although their actions themselves are not considered love and justice. After knowing that Yazi was a member of the Lion King's agency, Yukana told Yazi everything she knew. Please don't do anything. Suike said. Why? I will solve this trouble. And that girl is the woman that seniors want. Suike said solemnly. The last sentence is the point. Yace's mouth twitched slightly, the 5th true ancestor is indeed a lustful demon. Item 0064. Okay, let's fight with you right here. Beatorus has already arrived on the beach, with her back to the ocean, smiling faintly, I hope you can bring me a little fun. You guy, definitely want to knock you down. Guken roared and rushed up with a punch, and the powerful thunder threw out. Seeing the huge yellow thunder, Beatorus' eyes flashed with surprise. This guy's power is much stronger than when we met last time, but this is the only way to have fun. Beatorus naturally got out of this fist that was as slow as a snail in her eyes. Not good. Beatorus seems to have forgotten the previous lesson. Even if she dodges, it will be affected by the thunder. In short, the lion's gold is the most powerful animal. After Beatorus was flew by thunder and lightning, Guken looked terrified. Woman, get it. I am not the me before. It's so strong. Suike also looked surprised, the strength of the ancient city has at least doubled, no wonder it can defeat Beatorus who pressed him last time, this will really be a feng shui turn. Yazi's mouth twitched again. In order to exert the lion's golden fighting power, he almost couldn't protect it. But fortunately, seeing such results, Yace was still very satisfied. You bastard! Beatorus stood up with some scorched face. I'm going to kill you. After speaking, Beatorus' eyes turned dark green, and her fangs grew. Come here, the red-eyed black dragon. As Beatorus' voice fell, the red-eyed black dragon with open wings descended from the sky. The black dragon descended, red-eyed black dragon, black flame bomb. Beatorus immediately gave the order to attack. Roar! A black beam of energy shot out from the mouth of the red-eyed black dragon. Hey! Guken spouted blood towards Beatorus' right arm. Chapter 41. The person who inherits the blood of the flaming night uncle, Xiao Guken, here to liberate your shackles. That blood turned into a brilliant thunder light. The huge light, heat and impact that the thunder couldn't compare before. Coming soon, the 5th beast lion's gold. What appeared was a lion incarnation of thunder, a huge body as big as a chariot, formed by the magic of violent thunder, its whole body exuded a dazzling brilliance, and its roar shakes the atmosphere like thunder. Facing the galloping black flames, the golden lion turned into a thunder and rushed forward too. Boom! The black flame bullet and the lion's gold are evenly matched, and no one can do anything about it. In the end, the powerful collision force flew away in all directions. Damn it, isn't it? Without an overwhelming victory, the ancient city became anxious. Bea Torres, the fourth true ancestor, please stop fighting. The powerful energy destroyed the beach in a mess. Hearing Sui Kei's words, Gukin's eyes were inexplicably dyed crimson, and fangs were exposed between the closed lips. Then, not blood, but dazzling bluish-white brilliance came out from his injured arm. The scorching flash occupies the field of vision. What's going on? Even Gukin was surprised. That is a wave of lightning that destroys everything like a storm blessed on the lion's gold body. The balance of victory is still tilted. What's going on? Bea Torres looked at the dying red eyes and black. Yazi took a deep look at Yukana. He probably understood the beginning and end of the matter. This is the strongest combat power of the lion's gold. Unexpectedly, the lion's golden choice was Sui Kei. After hearing what Sui Kei said, he immediately ran away. The huge lightning that couldn't be controlled fired continuously, and the shock wave that was spawned turned into a violent wind that raged across the border. Finally, Heian was swallowed by thunder. Bea Torres was finally terrified, and her red-eyed black dragon was suppressed. On the other side, Qin Zheng, who is paying close attention to the situation here, murmured, "It seems that the lion's gold still chose Sui Kei. But the Sui Kei is in my hands, I can't let it go. Come out." Qin Zheng's voice fell, and 5 shy and beautiful women walked out. It was the maids who had served Qin Zheng in the bathroom before. "Go and bring Sui Kei and the others back to me. With your strength, it should be possible to do it." Qin Zheng smiled faintly. "We got it." The 5 girls responded, and her body suddenly disappeared. Item 0065. Impossible. How could my red-eyed black dragon lose? Beat Oris was stunned. Nothing is impossible. Gukin was even more proud to see that he had won. Sure enough, the power of the fourth true ancestor is not something ordinary people can contend. Seeing that the ancient city had won, Ye smiled slightly. It is really worthwhile to help him improve his strength so hard. Bea Torres, let's go. Shui Cai also knew that Bea Torres was defeated. She looked at the lonely Bea Torres, and said to her, "Haha. It's really ugly. Bea Torres." At this time, an abrupt voice sounded, and it was Qin Zheng who ordered to take away the 5-person group of Shui Cai and Bea Torres. "You are 5 maids." Beat Oris was stunned when she saw the 5 people who appeared. "Are the 5 of them?" Sui Kei was also stunned. "You don't know yet. These 5 people are the 5 women Qin Zheng snatched from Vatra. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. This is the first time I have met them." Sui Kei said with a frown. "What are they doing here? Those who can become maids are naturally powerless. Why did Qin Zheng send them over? Did you get it?" Bea Torres asked in disbelief as her eyes flickered. "That's right, Beat Oris, we have already received the gift of the true ancestor. This is the power that the true ancestor bestows on us." After speaking, the eyes of the 5 people turned dark green. Just like Bea Torres, they are both second-generation zombies, and the means to see these 5 girls are not easy, so Qin Zheng bit them so quickly. The 5 are mainly older girls in blue clothes. "You go first," the blue-clothed girl said to the 3 younger 3 girls. "Yeah." After the 3 women nodded, they took a step forward and confronted the ancient city. "Who are you?" Gukin asked with some alertness, looking at the 5 charming women. "We are the maids of the 5th true ancestor and his guard," the 3 women said in unison. "So happy." Suddenly, Gukin burst into tears, and he could only engage in foundation work, and Qin Zheng had a tendency to open the harem. Sui K frowned, and the situation seemed to deteriorate further, especially the appearance of these 5 women. Yukana was about to stop, Ye stopped her. "What are you doing?" Sui K said, dissatisfied. "Shui Cai, this is a good opportunity." "Ah! What opportunity?" "A chance to learn the secrets of the 5th true ancestor." These 5 women obviously received the same power as Bea Torres given by Qin Zheng. Let's let Gukin try the power bestowed by the 5th true ancestor, and then get his secret. "You are playing with fire." Sui K was a little horrified. Sui K couldn't believe it. If Qin Zheng learns about these scams, not only herself, but even the Lion King institution will suffer. Don't you wonder how Qin empowered others? "We have been investigating that Beat Oris, who was originally an inferior vampire, could even tie the 4th true ancestor. If you know this method, you might be able to create an army to control the beasts, and then..." Actually, Yazi didn't know that in the zombie bloodline, the hierarchy was extremely strict. As the ancestor Qin Zheng could control the life and death of all zombies under his umbrella, including the powerful Bea Torres in his eyes. "Don't fight." Yukana naturally disagrees with Yazi's statement. "You are Sui K." The 5 daughters glanced at Sui K, and said, "The true ancestor is dead, let us teach the 4th true ancestor a lesson." Sui K was stunned. In her eyes, Qin Zheng was just a mess, and Bea Torres was no longer an opponent of the ancient city, would they be? "Okay, let's do it." The blue-clothed girl no longer paid attention to Sui K, but continued. "You want to teach me?" Gukin also sneered, defeating Bea Torres, he has great confidence in his lion gold. Data 0066. 3 sisters of the Condor girl. The 3 women summoned their beasts together. Suddenly, a storm emerged, and the humanoid beast whose arms were replaced by wings fell from the sky. 3 favored beasts. Gukin frowned as he looked at the 3 favored beasts that appeared, but he was not afraid, because the 3 favored beasts did not seem to have the power of the red-eyed black dragon of Bea Torres. Even if he can defeat the red-eyed black dragon, would he still be afraid of 3 things? Chapter 42. Lion's Gold. Gukin ordered, and the lion's gold immediately turned into a thunder, rushing towards the 3 Condor girls. "It's your turn," the blue girl said to the blonde girl beside her without any fear. "Yet." The blonde girl nodded, "Condor dancer." With a delicate cry, suddenly, the white-winged, golden-haired beast appeared in the void. "Hey! This female beast summoned still has no red-eyed black dragon, and the ancient city is not afraid." However, an accident happened, and the thunder came back, rushing into the ancient city's body in the surprised gaze of the ancient city. "What's the matter?" The ancient city was stunned, and the lion's gold returned to his body. Yukana and Yazi were also stunned. "The lion's gold has returned," Yazi thought with a frown. "Is this the power bestowed by the senior?" Shui Cai murmured. "Damn it!" Gukin snorted, spraying blood at the right arm of the women. "The person who inherits the blood of the flaming night uncle, Xiao Gukin, here to liberate your shackles." However, the lion's gold did not respond, as if immersed in it. "Why can't you summon the beast?" Gukin was shocked. "The person who inherits the blood of the flaming night uncle, Xiao Gukin, here to liberate your shackles." The ancient city summoned again, but there was no effect. "You can't even summon the beast?" Shui Cai murmured. "Don't waste your tongue." The blonde girl smiled faintly, and said, "My Condor dancer has a special ability, which is to temporarily seal the beast within its owner." As soon as the words came out, I heard clearly. Yazi was shocked, this ability is really abnormal. "Okay. Hurry up and teach the ancient city an unforgettable lesson. I won't be able to suppress it for long," the blonde girl said to the other 3 women. "Okay. Condor girl." The 3 women attacked immediately. Waves of whirlwinds blow down, and the ancient city that cannot summon the beasts can only flee in embarrassment. You guys! Guken clenched his fists, and suddenly thunder rushed toward him. Although the ancient city cannot summon the beasts, it can still use the power of thunder. Of course, the beasts of the three daughters flew in the sky, and the ancient city did not have the ability to fly, so naturally it would not be possible to hit it. Resolve him! The three women gave orders again. Not good. Yazi rushed up, and only if the ancient city sucked his own blood, he would surely be able to summon the beast again. This is Yazi's idea. Sister, that guy rushed up. Leave it to me. The blue-clothed girl smiled slightly, and then summoned the beast. Scared Eagle Necromancer. As soon as the blue-clothed voice fell, a beast with the appearance of a girl with a cane appeared beside the blue-clothed girl. It's up to you. The girl in blue nodded at her beast. Yes. Soon, the Condor psychic stopped Yace's way. Yazi is not a vampire, so naturally he cannot be the opponent of the beast. In this way, the ancient city was seriously injured under the fierce whirlwind of Sangwu. Stop it! At this moment, Sui Ke sighed and said to the five girls. Stop! The five girls looked at the ancient city that had been beaten up, and stopped. The beasts rolled up the snow vegetables and beat Horus, and flew towards the tomb of the ocean. Hey, I failed again! Yazi murmured as he looked at the ancient city that was still lying on the ground. Forget it, when self-sacrifice is good. The fainted ancient city naturally needed blood the most, and as the blood follower of the ancient city, Yazi bit his finger and put his blood-stained finger into the ancient city. Inside the mouth. Item 0067. A high-class hotel in the corner of the stone gate in the center of Shijin Island. Dmitry Vatra leaned back on the gorgeous chair and looked at the lodging passengers traveling to and from the lobby. You're awake. Pushing the door open, there was a movement of someone slowly approaching behind him. It should be a petite person, and the visitor sat on the chair back to back with Vatra and made a soft sound that could not feel his weight. Yet. Vatra nodded, then smiled slightly. Time passed without incident for a while, and then the character asked Vatra as if he was talking to himself, "It's amazing. How did the fifth real ancestor do it to make you such an immortal vampire? How many days did the nobleman lie in bed? Have you given him the title of the fifth true ancestor?" Hearing this, Vatra was taken aback, and then he was relieved. With his strength comparable to that of the true ancestor, he can indeed obtain the title of the fifth true ancestor. Don't you have any plans to be ashamed before you wash? The girl's tone was respectful, but not cautious, and she sounded like a prank with a smile. Hehe, I'm not interested in going up and looking for death. Hearing this, Vatra shook his head. And I also advise you not to provoke him. A beast with a divine nature may be stronger than any true ancestor. This is the warning you gave me. The girl smiled slightly. That's it. With the character of your Lion King agency, you should know how to win over the new king. Humph. The girl snorted coldly, letting out a trace of murderous intent. Hehe, do you want to kill me? Vatra smiled faintly. I am willing to accompany you, but if you don't seize this opportunity, you won't have a chance to kill me. After all, my strength is drastically reduced now. I'm not interested in killing you, and your methods are brilliant. It's okay. Relying on the so-called diplomatic privileges. Vatra turned his head and smiled at the girl. It's been a long time, silence breaker, or should you call you the head of the three sages of the Lion King institution, or Miss Fei Tao. It's okay, please feel free. Fei Tao sighed like self-deprecating at his pompous title. Why are you staying? Fei Tao asked again for a long time. Of course it is for the fourth true ancestor. Especially when the strength is greatly reduced. Vatra joked and said. Sure enough, very honest. Fei Tao snorted coldly. Haha. Please do me a favor. Vatra knew that he could not hide his plan from the girl in front of him, so he said frankly about his thoughts, "Just treat it as my reward for helping you test Qin Zhengli. And I am also homeless now, and the 5 girls who wanted to dedicate to the ancient city have also lost. What is it? Under normal circumstances, we will agree." Fei Tao smiled slightly. "Thank you for sending more girls to the ancient city." "Why?" Hearing this, Fei Tao was taken aback. "If you want to taste food, you always need to feed the bait diligently. If you don't allow the rare delicacy to develop more, it won't taste too addictive." Vatra smiled happily, with fangs showing on his lips. "This time, treat it as having the same interests as yours. I hope it will go smoothly next time." "I feel the same." After smoothing the wrinkles on the skirt of his uniform, Fei Tao stood up and took steps without looking back, but his voice was still echoing. However, the 4th true ancestor chose a male creature as his blood follower. "I think you still have someone to promote the growth of the 4th true ancestor." "Man!" Vatra was taken aback again. "It's really interesting. It seems that you have to meet the ancient city." "Vatra, I have already bought the ticket for you to return home." Fei Tao left on his front foot, and walked in that month. "The Witch of the Gap, you have used me." Vatra replied in an indifferent tone, "I don't need the ticket to return to China now." Chapter 43. "What? Because I don't want to go back," Vatra said capriciously like a child. "Just now when you were away, a document was delivered, look." Vatra pulled out a document that seemed to have a good background from the envelope. It was a letter of consent for embassy establishment issued by the Japanese government. In other words, the Japanese government it has been formally allowed to let the domain of the King of War open an embassy in the Amozu Special Zone, and the ambassador extraordinarily and plenipotentiary in charge of the embassy is named Lord Ordiaru, Dimitra Vatra. Next, he wanted to stay on this string island as long as he could. Now he can't go back, his strength is greatly reduced, at least he has to swallow the 4th true ancestor. Item 0068. Tomb of the Ocean, Luxury Cruise Ship. Qin Zhengzheng looked at the woman in front of him with joy. "Saya. I heard you want to see me." Qin Zheng smiled slightly. "Yet." Xiahua nodded. "Then you saw me, can you tell me what you saw me?" Qin Zheng asked indifferently. "I want to know why Sui Ke will follow you." Xiahua asked Qin Zheng's eyes tightly, and asked in a cold voice. "Didn't you tell me? In order to protect you, Sui Ke is willing to be my woman." Qin Zheng smiled slightly, and in exchange, "I can't move your body." Then, Qin Zheng glanced at Xiahua. Continued, "I have to say, your figure is really good. If I hadn't agreed to Sui Ke, I would really not help it." Sure enough. After hearing this, Xiahua took a deep breath and said, "Then I will make a deal with you." "Deal?" Qin Zheng was taken aback after hearing this. "I also become your woman, but I want you not to touch a piece of Sui Ke's hair from now on, and to protect her from any harm. It's a reasonable transaction, but I'm sorry to tell you that I can't promise you any more." Qin Zheng smiled slightly after hearing this. "Don't you want to say that you are infatuated with Sui Ke?" "Of course not." Qin Zheng shook his head upon hearing this. "Then you won't tell me that you have an appointment with Sui Ke, and you won't agree to my request." "Nor. What is that for?" "You may not know that after the Lion King organization knew of my strength, it has decided to dedicate both you and Sui Ke. Know what it means to be my woman." "How could this happen?" After hearing this, Xiahua's face changed, and Sui Ke never mentioned this to her. It's hard to believe, right? After all, the Lion King institution that has been teaching you love and justice has such a side. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. As a political product, the Lion King agency will never regard love and justice as its purpose, and it will just fool the ignorant little girls like Sui Ke. At first, in order to get the qualifications to elect the emperor, they used the 600,000 people of Xian Jindao as a bet. Humph, I don't believe it. Growing up in the Lion King institution, Sayahua still couldn't believe that the Lion King institution would do such a thing. Believe it or not, just do whatever you want. Qin Zheng tan his hands. Tell me, how are you going to trade with me? Didn't you tell me? I won't trade with you. Hearing this, Sayahua bit her teeth and twisted her hands to remove her clothes. I know the characteristics of your men, I can do it like this. Sayahua has removed the clothes outside, revealing the full white rabbit. It's very predictable, but I can't do it if I say no. Qin Zheng's eyes fell on Sayahua's figure without evasiveness, and his palm was stretched out, vigorously kneading the plump white rabbit. Put on the clothes. Sui Ke and the others are coming back. Qin Zheng released his palm and murmured as if he didn't feel sexually interested. Sayaka, who was flushed and was ashamed, put on her clothes quickly. Master Zhenzu, I'm back. The one who spoke was the youngest girl. Welcome you back. Qin Zheng saw the indifferent face of Sui Ke and the somewhat embarrassed beat Oris. Master True Ancestor, the power you gave us is so powerful. The fourth true ancestor was defeated by us. Haha, the ancient city has taken care of it. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. With real combat power, the 5 women are definitely not the opponent of the ancient city, but their beasts have special abilities, and they can defeat the ancient city by surprise. Well, you have all worked hard, go back and rest. Qin Zheng waved his hand and smiled at the women. When the 5 girls left, Yukina saw Sayahua. Sayaka, why did you come out? At this moment, Yukina was a little surprised. Could it be that you? Sui Ke looked at Qin Zheng in confusion, hoping that Qin Zheng could give an explanation. Sukai, don't get me wrong, I just want to know something. Sayahua didn't expect that Sui Ke would make such a big sacrifice for herself, and she was very moved. Item 0069. Hey, you still care about others, you should take care of yourself first. Bea Torres sneered in her heart and arched her body to Qin Zheng Gong, after Qin Zheng noticed the large white skin exposed on her chest. Just twisted his hips and walked down. That's it. Sui Ke was about to relax and glanced at Qin Zheng Hao, only to find that Qin Zheng's face was very ugly. Sui Ke thought of the enemy she had let go without permission, her heart tightened. Senior, I'm sorry, I let go of the target you wanted. Sui Ke said apologetically. Tell me what you think. Qin Zheng's gloomy expression turned into a smile. That's what I think. Sui Ke paused, and said, I am taking care of the security of your territories for seniors. After all, Xianjin Island already belongs to your territory. If Xianjin Island is destroyed, the seniors will lose face. Nice. Quick thinking, it really is a talent. Qin Zheng murmured and laughed, but have you ever thought that the enemy will leave safely, so that my face is even more ugly? I will catch that guy. Promote the majesty of seniors. Sui Ke said again. The reason for preventing the conflict between Bea Torres and Ostak was for fear of accidentally injuring innocent people and the destruction of the island of God, while the arrest of Ostak was because of keeping Ostak on the island of God. Something will definitely happen again. In Qin Zheng's eyes, this kind of personality is an absolutely bad person, but Qin Zheng also knows that Sui Ke has been instilled with love and justice thoughts by the Lion King for more than 10 years. It is definitely not an overnight thing to change. That's it. But will you be Aster Yudi's opponent? Qin Zheng smiled slightly, after seeing the curse power on Swexia Wolf, Ostak will make Aster Yudi stronger. Hearing Qin Zheng uttering the names of the 2 of them indiscriminately, Sui Ke was stunned for a moment, remembering that Qin Zheng had given her movie-like investigative abilities, and she was even more frightened in her heart. Everything was under the control of the senior. I will definitely defeat her. Sui Ke said stubbornly. This is something for the future. You let go of my enemy and let me lose a beautiful woman who can have fun. You said how should I punish you? Qin Zheng waved his hand and said. Sure enough. When Beatrice said to take Aster away, she felt that Qin Zheng must have fallen for this petite and lovely artificial life form. I am willing to accept all punishment. Sui Ke bit the word punishment very hard. She also knows the meaning of punishment. It is nothing more than letting herself make various movements on the bed to satisfy Qin Zheng's desire. You want to accept all punishments? Qin asked, right after hearing this. Yes. The tone was very positive. Okay. Then I have to think hard about what kind of punishment I should give you. Qin Zheng rubbed his chin, looked at Xiahua next to him, and smiled. Sukai, you have made enough sacrifices. For the preparations, even if I vent on your body, it's not a punishment, and you let me lose a woman, that's it. Chapter 44. Seeing that Qin Zheng's gaze fell on Xiahua, Sui Ke was instinctively disturbed. You and Sayaka are good friends. If I torture Sayaka, you will definitely feel distressed, so that my goal will be achieved, and I will be compensated. No. You can't do this. Sui Ke was shocked when she heard Qin Zheng was about to go to Xiahua, and said quickly, you and I have an agreement. Promise. The most valuable and least valuable thing. Qin Zheng sighed and said, at the top of the pagoda of gold, I don't have to follow a promise made with a disobedient woman. Ah! Sui Ke was even more flustered when she heard that. She had forgotten that the senior in front of her came as the Demon King who wanted to do what she wanted. Wasn't she just taking possession of her body unscrupulously? Now it's her good friend's turn. Do you have room for resistance? No, the power gap lets Sui Ke know that she has no room for resistance at all. Xiahua, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Xiahua was captured by Qin Zheng because he saved herself, but she couldn't protect her. Xiahua, come with me. Qin Zheng said without turning his head, looking at Shui Cai, who was in a low mood. Xiahua, don't go. Xiahua looked at Qin Zheng's back and hesitated. At this moment, Sui Ke spoke. You leave here quickly, I'll stop the senior. Sui Ke suggested to Xiaka. Hearing this, Xiahua smiled slightly, shook his head, squatted down and hugged Sui Ke in her arms, and said, Sukai, I already know everything. Let me protect you now. Xiahua Cai is more sensible. She contacted the actions of the Lion King's organs from the conversation just now, and she really found that what the Lion King did was by no means righteous. Ah! Don't you mind? Yukana looked at the smiling Xiahua, slightly taken aback. I can only be with Yuk Cai, I don't mind. Xiahua shook his head. Okay, we will be the women of the true ancestors from now on, please advise. The two were silent for a long time, and at last, Xiahua still smiled. This night, Yukana and Xiahua were awake at night. Yuna blamed herself, and at the same time worried about Xiahua, but Qin Zheng was tossed down all the way by Qin Zheng. She did not sleep at all for the first time. Forbidden fruit. Item 0070. The next day, the refreshed Qin Zheng looked at Sayaka, who was still sleeping curled up on the bed, and after a slight smile, he put on his clothes and went to school. Sui Ke, what are you doing? Qin Zheng came out. Sui Ke was ready to be fully armed. Of course you went to school with the senior. Sui Ke said solemnly. Ah! Going to school. Qin Zheng thought that Sui Ke would be hostile to him. After all, he took away Sui Ke's best friend. Yes. Sui Ke nodded. If you are in trouble, I will be in trouble if I'm not with the senior. Senior, you can't do anything. All right then. Qin Zheng was really surprised when he saw the usual Sui Ke. In fact, Yukana thought about it all night and figured it out. The Lion King agency asked herself to monitor the senior. Isn't it the plan to make herself the senior woman? Even if she protects Xiahua, it is only for a while. In the Lion King, Sayaka may be sent to serve the fourth true ancestor. Instead of this, it is better to let Sayaka also become a senior woman, so that the two of them can be together. Senior, Sayawa is okay. Seeing Sayawa who is still sleeping through the open door, Yukana asked. It's okay, I should be too tired. Qin Zheng remembered the craziness of last night and smiled again. Yet, Sui Ke didn't say anything anymore. Brother, let's go quickly. After a rough dressing up, Xiaoyan said to Qin Zheng. Several people rode on the flame hoof and soon came to Haikei Academy. When they were parting, Xiaoyan pretended to be mysterious and said to Qin Zheng that he would take Qin Zheng to a place after school. Qin Zheng agreed and came to the class. Good morning, classmate Qin Zheng. When she came to the classroom, Qian Kong just appeared, and after yawning, she said to Qin Zheng. Qian Kong, you look so sleepy. Qin Zheng smiled while looking at Qian Kong, who was holding his mobile phone and languished. Yes. There was another big explosion yesterday, and after that I received a call from the Artificial Island Management Company, saying that because the host used for disaster countermeasures was blown up, he called to reinstall the system. Qian Kong said while using it. The mobile phone replaces the mirror to play with his bangs, while saying, That's it. That's really hard for you. It seems that there have been a lot of recent explosions. I'm so busy. Qian Kong glanced at Qin Zheng and said. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded. Then I am here, including all the residents on the island, thanks to your help. Ah. It's not as exaggerated as you said. After hearing this, Qian Kong's face was slightly ruddy. I just hope that some people can stop for a while. Since knowing the identity of Qin Zheng and Gukan, Qian Kong changed her view of Qin Zheng, and she was also a little bit curious while frightened. Can I ask you something? Qian Kong hesitated for a long time before saying. Are you and Gukan really the true ancestor in the legend? You know. From the conversation just now, Qin Zheng knew that Qian Kong should have known some things, probably because of his appearance, but such insignificant things were not within Qin Zheng's consideration. Moguai told you. Qin Zheng said with a smile. Moguai is the strongest artificial intelligence on the island. A series of major events on the island can't escape his eyes and ears, so Moguai must also know the identity of Qin Zheng and the identity of the ancient city, but I don't know why Moguai is. We'll tell these things to Qian Kong. Qian Kong glanced at Qin Zheng in surprise, and said, You also know that Mogu is crooked? That's right, that's what it told me. Yet. Qin Zheng nodded. Then Qin Zheng, are you a resident of Xianshen Island? After learning about Qin Zheng's identity, Qian Kong, who was a little curious, used the internet to search for Qin Zheng's information, but found that Qin Zheng's information was blank. The ID cards are only recently registered. No. Qin Zheng shook his head. Then why did you appear here? Do you have any purpose lurking here? It's an irresistible factor for me to appear here. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, and he wanted to understand why he crossed into this world. As for lurking, I can't say it. Did you do the latest explosion? The giant that day. You know it. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, that is also a helpless move. I don't know why, there are always some flies flying around in front of your eyes, wanting to disgust you, so I just... Flies. Qian Kong was stunned, using flies to describe human life doesn't exactly show his disregard for life? Sure enough, he is a very dangerous person. No wonder the teacher asked me to monitor his every move that month. Student Qian Kong, do you have any questions? Ah. No more. Qian Kong shook his head quickly, and then said, By the way, I saw teacher Neiyu just now, and she said that you want you to come and find her. Chapter 0071. That Yueshan let me go there. Thinking of that petite and lovely shadow, Qin Zheng's heart burst into enthusiasm. Hey, won't you go there yet? No hurry. Qin Zheng smiled. Student Jian Kong, can you lend me a copy of your homework? Qin Zheng didn't come to Hai-Kei Academy for learning, of course, he already had it above everyone else. The power above, naturally, will not engage in learning things. Originally, Qin Zheng had always been in charge of Sui Kei's homework, but because Qin Zheng followed Xia Hua to scream last night, he naturally forgot about this matter. Homework? Okay. Then Jian Kong thought for a while, then nodded, and muttered, are all the real ancestors stupid? At the same time, she was also surprised. She usually doesn't borrow homework. Now but lent the homework to the man in front of you. Looking at Qin Zheng's smiling face, Jian Chong's face blushed instinctively, and then a little panicked but said with certainty, I must have thought this way to make a good relationship. If you want to complete the task assigned to her that month, you have to agree. Qin Zheng has a good relationship, Jian Kong has found a crappy excuse for himself to convince himself. By the way, Qin Zheng, who was the girl who showed up with you last night? Is she also a student of our Hai-Kei Academy? Jian Kong asked with some curiosity when thinking of the girl who appeared with Qin Zheng last night. Sui Kei. Qin Zheng glanced at Jian Kong upon hearing this, and said, she is a junior high school student, but why do you want to inquire Jian Kong about her? Do you like me? Who likes you? Her face flushed with a blush, Jian Kong shook her head quickly. Sure enough. Qin Zheng said decisively. Chapter 45. It seems that you don't want homework. She immediately grabbed the homework book for Qin Zheng, who felt so weak for her secondary illness. Tell me, was the white horse your favorite animal yesterday? Yeah. Qin Zheng nodded. It's really scary. I can't think that an ordinary horse can have such destructive power. Jian Kong sighed. She was talking about a series of large-scale explosions caused by the beast. Ordinary horse. Indeed, at that time, Yanhoof looked like a white horse, and it looked ordinary indeed. You summon the beast in the street, aren't you afraid to cause panic? Didn't you say it? It's just an ordinary horse. But you finally flew up. Jian Kong looked excited, and seemed extremely exaggerated. Oh. It was an accident, because someone said that the road cannot ride a horse, so I just said, of course the road is here to ride a horse. Riding on the road, this is God's logic. Hearing this, Jian Kong took a thought. That girl is sitting on it too, aren't you afraid? Yanhoof is very gentle. If you have time, I will take you up and sit down. Well, I don't care about riding a horse. Jian Kong said in her mouth, but her hopeful eyes had already betrayed her. At this moment, the noise of "oh oh" came out from the corner of the classroom. Several boys gathered in the corner of the classroom were chatting vigorously around a mobile phone. What are they doing so loudly? Jian Kong looked at the excited classmates, and then stopped the friend who happened to be passing by and was also the monitor of the squad. Alan, what are those boys talking so vigorously? Oh, that group of people? It sounds like a girl in the middle of the country has transferred to another school. There is a rumor that the girl is very cute, so they ordered the juniors of the club to take pictures and upload them to their mobile phones. Mr. Tsukuba is the class leader of this class, a stable student with a slender body and an outstanding figure. Although her words are small and a little bit spicy, there are surprisingly many boys who like her. Among the boys in high school, she was ranked first in the Come and Step on My Girls ranking. It is said that the person concerned suffered some unobvious blows after knowing the result of the vote. A transfer student from the middle of the country. Jian Kong looked at Qin Zheng and said, couldn't it be your girlfriend? Obviously, Jian Kong was Qin Zheng's girlfriend who had intimate actions with Qin Zheng. Student Jian Kong. First of all, I want to tell you clearly that Sui Kei is not my girlfriend. Isn't it? Jian Kong was taken aback after hearing this. Do you think I will lie to you with my second-degree illness and honest character? Qin Zheng said solemnly. Sui Ke is not his girlfriend, but his woman. Oh, that's true. But Qin Zheng, don't you need to go over and take a look? That's not necessary. Yet. It seems that you and Qian Kong had a very happy chat. While watching Qin Zheng and Qian Kong interacting with Run Su Cuba, said. Hey! As soon as Qin Zheng raised his head, he met Qian Kong beside him, and the two of them drew a distance in a panic. Although blushing, Qian Kong looked up at Lun pretentiously and retorted, Alan, don't talk nonsense, I have only met Qin Zheng for a few days. Yes. Yes. I know, you two hit it off. Su Cubarun smiled. Item 0072. It seems that the ancient city is very unhappy. Zushamaran pointed to the ancient city lying on the table by the window. Is it because the light green empathy is not in love? Su Cubarun said maliciously. What? Don't talk nonsense, Gukan and I are just good friends. Qian Kong waved her hand and said. I know, but when will the relationship between Gukan and Yace get so good? Su Cubarun looked at Yace who was busy fanning the ancient city, with some doubts. Then you need to ask. The two of them have gotten the foundation. Qin Zheng chuckled, Qin Zheng sucked Yace's blood, and Yazi became the blood entourage of the ancient city. And the appearance of the ancient city should have been hit. The fourth true ancestor is the weapon created by the three true ancestors and Tianbu to kill the gods, and even the three true ancestors have also recognized it as the strongest true ancestor. But also because of this power, Tianbu divided the fourth true ancestor's power into 12 parts and sealed it up. The current ancient city has only awakened 1/12 of its power, and the potential thereafter is huge. Would you like to get rid of him? Well, Qin Zheng is now in the same mood as Vatra, and eat the apples after they are ripe, then it will have a taste. The difference is that Vatra is playing with fire, and Vatra's power is only close to the true ancestor. After the ancient city fully recovers the true ancestor's power, he will definitely not be the opponent of the ancient city. But Qin Zheng is different. He has enough self-confidence. The self-confidence stems from his three beasts with the incarnation of divinity. Impossible. Hearing that Zodeo Lun was slightly taken aback. Well, I heard that Yazi had a smooth relationship with his girlfriend who was older than him. Qian Kong said in surprise. Qin Zheng knew that Qian Kong was talking about the three sages of the Lion King's institution, Miss Fei Tao. But is this smooth? He estimated that Yace deliberately released this news to rationalize the contact between the two of them. After all, as a watcher of the ancient city, Yace has many things to report to Fidao. But Yazi is a little weird with that school-age sister. Su Cubaruri frowned. Oh? What happened to Yueshan? At this time, Lun asked in a low voice, leaving the class meeting early, but the instructor in the dark and sultry dress had entered the classroom with an unhappy expression. Xiao Ancient City, are you there? The petite and sharp class tutor, who looked like a girl, stood aggressively at the door of the classroom and called the ancient city. The dead city stood up immediately. That Yueshan, what's the matter? Gukan was still a little guilty, because the noise made yesterday was too great. Go to the student guidance room during lunch break. I have something to talk about. Also, Qin Zheng, so are you. Naiyo coldly put aside the words. Incidentally, her dress today is a mini-skirt dress in the style of God Lori. Match white and black striped socks. Although the sultry heat is still on, this is already a cool style among her usual clothes. Qin Zheng, why did the teacher find you? Qian Kong was a little confused. Yet, Gukan is an idiot, and Yueshan always takes care of him. Zushamaran also looked curious. Who knows? Qin Zheng smashed his hands. He personally came to call for people that month. And Qin Zheng reluctantly went over and listened to her preaching. When the lunch break arrived, Gukan gave Qin Zheng a fierce look, extremely unfriendly. Yo, Gukin classmate, it's been a long time. Qin Zheng gave a very kind smile. You fellow, what are you doing to Jian Kong? Gukin clenched his fists and said loudly. Student Jian Kong is so cute, of course she snatched her over. I won't let you succeed. Whatever. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, but if you can't even defeat my maid army, will you be my opponent? Humph. Gu Cheng coldly snorted, knowing that Qin Zheng was telling the truth. He did lose yesterday and he no longer tried his best. After knocking on the door and entering, Qin Zheng followed in. He was already sitting on the sofa and waiting that month. Against them. You are here. Neiyu said with her feet raised up like an air. Teacher, what do you want me to come over? Gu Cheng asked, frowning. Hey! Have you forgotten what happened last night? The beautiful figure like a doll that month made the ancient city a little afraid. Chapter 46. That's none of my business. When I arrived, I found the girl who was with Qin and the blonde woman we met last time. Gukin looked at Qin Zheng behind him, shirked the responsibility. Hearing that month frowned, things seemed more complicated than I thought. But from Yace's mouth, she still understood something. That said, it didn't matter to you last night? Nau squinted her eyes. Yes. Gukin nodded quickly. Humph, who caused you to conflict with others without authorization? That month was very dissatisfied and said, it's useless for you to deny. Ah! Gukin was stunned. Originally, he wanted to push everything to Qin Zheng, but he didn't expect to know that month in advance. Item 0073. Qin Zheng had already sat down at this meeting, made himself a cup of black tea, and watched the ancient city being abused by that month. Gukin, this society is still wondering, how can his whereabouts be known? There is a watcher by his side, and it is estimated that he will be reported to the toilet several times a day. Teacher Neiyu, why can he sit down and drink tea? Looking at Qin Zheng who was contented, the ancient city suddenly became excited. Most of this is his responsibility, and I suspect that this guy ordered someone to do the explosion in the warehouse. Gukin, you go down first. Neiyu shook his head. Gukin said that the possibility is not impossible, but it is very small. Humph. Ignoring Qin Zheng, Gukin looked at Qin Zheng with a sense of gloat, and if he wanted to come to his heart, Qin Zheng would definitely be abused by that month too. But he had forgotten that Qin Zheng was not comparable to his incompetent true ancestor, and coupled with Qin Zheng's second-year character, it was destined that it would not be possible to teach Qin Zheng the same way he taught the ancient city that month. Can you tell me what happened last night? Looking at Qin Zheng, that month frowned and asked. I just found a very beautiful little loli, so let someone go over and bring her back. You guy full of desire. Neiyu muttered in her heart, and said, I was asking what happened to the explosion. Explosion. Qin Zheng thought for a while, and then said, it might be that little Lolita resisted. Yet. From Qin Zheng's words, there was still a lot of news that month. The explosion should not have been caused by Qin Zheng's people, but someone else. Have you caught that little Loli? I have a few questions to ask her. No. Qin Zheng smashed his hands after hearing this. With the strength of Bea Torres comparable to the ancient city, it should be easy to catch little Lori. Neiyu asked rhetorically. Because of love and justice, little Lori was released. Qin Zheng murmured. Listening to Qin Zheng's nonsense, the corners of that Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but looking at Qin Zheng who was smiling and harmless, there was nothing to do with him. Actually, I let the enemy go. I'm sorry. I know the situation that night. If you have any questions, you can ask me. At this time, Shuai opened the door and walked in. When that month noticed this Wei Kei standing behind Qin Zheng, he raised his mouth and laughed. Are you a transfer student in Cape's class? Yes, I am Ji Tuan in the 3rd grade of the middle school. Sui Kei's beautiful figure like a doll made Sui Kei speechless for a moment, but she still replied solemnly. That month, with a majestic attitude, he looked at Sui Kei with satisfaction. Welcome to Keihei Academy. Congratulations on joining. If you don't have to do anything extra, you are especially welcome. Yes, it is. Sukei, why are you here? Because I went to the senior just now and didn't find the senior was in the classroom. After asking the classmates, I learned that the senior was called here, so I'm asking if you are looking for me. I have found that guy. Shui Cai smiled slightly and whispered. Well, let's just wait for a whisper to talk later, Sui Kei, right? In fact, we seem to have caught an old generation vampire near the scene. I heard that someone reported anonymously, and the fire department would learn that he was seriously injured. He died. The representative of the old world was a salesman of a trading company, but the police seemed to suspect that he was a cadre of a smuggling syndicate. It's just that the character doesn't know anything about the counterparty yet. Sui Kei didn't understand the purpose of telling her this information that month. Slightly before the explosion accident, the area was witnessed to make a big noise with the beasts. In other words, this means that the man who was discovered in a near-death state was originally fighting with someone and could force the blood ghosts of the old generation to half-dead and half-living enemy. I think that guy is very likely to be involved in the explosion. Who is that? Ostak, the annihilation teacher from Lotharnchia, and the artificial life form he brought with him. As for their purpose, I am not very clear about their purpose. Neiyu said in a deep voice. That's it. Neiyu nodded, and continued with a nonchalant tone, actually, it was not the first time that a dying vampire was found on this island yesterday. In the last 2 months, it was the police alone. There are almost 6 similar incidents in my grasp. This time, the 7th incident is counted. After speaking, that month rudely dumped a thick pile of materials on the table. Now they are still in the hospital. I heard that they have recovered alive, but they have not regained consciousness. Facing the immortal vampire, the prisoner is very strong. We will definitely solve this. Sui Kei said loudly. That's good, this matter will be handed over to you. Hearing Sui Kei finished speaking, the little fox smiled like a conspiracy succeeded that month. Item 0074. After coming out of the office that month, Qin Zheng didn't ask too much about Sui Kei's thoughts. From the anime, he already knew where Ostak was hiding, so naturally he wouldn't guess there with Sui Kei. When he arrived at the place agreed with Xia Yin, Qin Zheng found that apart from Xia Yin, Naisha was also there. Xia Yin held up the bag at her feet. The bag contained milk jugs for cats, cat food, and toys. Qin Zheng was a little speechless. Taking care of a little cat, this kind of luggage is almost a lot of trouble. Hello senior, my name is Naisha. Seeing Qin Zheng again, Naisha's eyes lit up and said quickly. Qin Zheng nodded. You and Xia Yin are familiar, right? Yes. Naisha often helps me. Xia Yin said this time. After all, I am afraid of life, and boys will avoid me. Naisha helped me today. Don't say that, because everyone likes Xia Yin too much and dare not talk to her. They call you the saint of junior high school. Really? Xia Yin's eyes were a little puzzled. She didn't know why she was so popular when she thought about it. Hehe, but it is difficult to talk casually and it is indeed understandable. On the other hand, Sui Kei also said. Because it's so beautiful. How can you be qualified to talk about others? Naisha glanced at Sui Kei helplessly, and couldn't help but interject. You don't know anymore. Senior Qin Zheng sends you to the school every day. Now the rumors about the 3 of you have spread in the school. Especially the senior, your curse is going on like a raging fire. Senior, you have to be careful. Naisha smiled with squinting eyes. By the way, I'm very curious, Senior, do you live with Xiaoyan and Sui Ke? Xiaoyan is my sister. As for Sui Ke, let me count as my girlfriend for the time being. Qin Zheng thought for a while and replied. That means the three of you are already living together, so happy. Nasha said very yearning. Do you want to live with me, Naisha? Qin asked in the opposite direction. Senior, what are you talking about? Naisha's face flushed a bit. I just want to know if you three live together, did you do those H stuff? HS stuff? Hearing this, Xiaoyan had never been stunned in that respect, but Sui Ke, who had been attacked by Qin Zheng almost every day, had a flushed face. Alright, don't say this. Xiaoyan, aren't you going to feed the cat? Yet. Qin Zheng helped Xiaoyan pick up the bag containing cat food, and went to the monastery together. Certainly. Xiaoyan is indeed eye-catching, but in terms of her beauty, Sui Ke is not inferior, and Neza is not bad. It makes no sense to walk on the road with these three schoolgirls. Chapter 47. A few people went to the hill behind the school, in the small park surrounded by green trees, and they could see a grey building turned into ruins, which was the purpose of their trip. Senior, where do you live with Sui Ke? Nasha asked. Well, at sea. At sea? Can people live in the sea? We live on a ship at sea. Xiaoyan said in correction. The boat. It must be very beautiful. Senior, can I go and play? After hearing this, Nasha looked at Qin Zheng. Sure. It should be like this. Qin Zheng said, looking up at the sign of the leading staff on the roof of the building. I was taken care of in this monastery when I was young. Xiaoyan looked at the disrepaired atrium, seemingly nostalgic. There were flower beds buried in weeds and rusty tricycles left there. Yet, knowing Xiaoyan's past, Qin Zheng nodded slightly and put his hand to the door of the building. The hinges creaked and the damaged wooden door was pushed open. So many kittens! Sui Ke looked into the dilapidated building and screamed joyfully. Her eyes were bright when she turned her head excitedly, and her eyes rarely showed innocent emotions that match her age. When Xiaoyan came, a dozen young kittens swarmed towards Xiaoyan like chicks returning from a long migratory mother bird. Xiaoyan, are you raising these cats? Sui Ke was a little curious. Xiaoyan expertly prepared cat food and nodded, they are all abandoned kittens, so I just... Brother, why don't we take these cats back? Xiaoyan suggested. At the same time, Sui Ke hopes to look at Qin Zheng. Okay. Then adopt it back. Soon, the beginning of the Alchemist's chapter will start from here, and this place will become very dangerous, so Qin Zheng also doesn't want Sui Ke to come here frequently to feed the cats. Item 0075. After Qin Zheng agreed to Xiaoyan, the four left the monastery contented. And the ancient city far away from the school is entangled. Time goes back an hour ago. Gukan, what did the teacher talk to you that month? Yazi asked with Gukan. I was scolded by the teacher. Hearing this, the ancient city said in a languid spirit. What's the matter, it's not a regular thing. Yazi curled his lips and said. I'm not talking about this, I'm very worried about us all. Worried about Shallow Onion. Well. I met Qin Zheng just now, and he admitted that he was going to attack Jian Kong, bastard, how could I let that demon get close to Jian Kong? Gu Cheng said angrily. Then what's a good way for you? I don't know this either. No, you can't defeat Qin Zheng with your current strength. Instead of blaming yourself here, it's better to increase your strength, and then just grab the light onion back. Yazi enlightened. Yes. I don't know if Qin Zheng told Jian Kong about his affairs. Gukan sighed again. You are worried that Jian Kong will be involved in a meaningless battle, right? Yazi thought for a while, and said, but with Qin Zheng's character, I guess Jian Kong already knows who you are. That bastard, he is lawless in doing things, and always involves some insignificant people. But compared to Jian Kong, your sister Neza is the problem. Yace's topic jumped and turned to Neza. What? What's wrong with Neza? Look at it for yourself. Yazi said, pointing downstairs. Hearing that, the eyes of the ancient city moved down, and you could see the atrium of the middle of the country under the setting sun. From the school courtyard and other school buildings, behind the building that would become a blind spot, there happened to be a familiar girl student, Nasha. And the boy next to him was the demon in the mouth of Gukan, the fifth true ancestor Qin Zheng himself. Seeing that scene, the consciousness of the ancient city was instantly wiped out by anger and panic. No, Nasa is in danger. Gukan, what are you doing? Yazi quickly stopped the ancient city who wanted to jump from here. Why Naisha will be with the devil? No, I must go to rescue Nasha. Gukan said tensely. Calm down, Gukan, you see there are two girls beside Naisha, Xiayin and Sui Ke. I don't think your sister will be okay. But I don't worry. Gukan still said nervously. Why don't it be better, I will first check the situation and see what they are talking about, and then we can intervene. Ye said, but don't be impulsive, you are not Qin Zheng's opponent now. Yet. I see. Gukan was about to nod his head, and suddenly said, Yes, come and take a look. Just now Neza sent a letter to Qin Zheng. What's in it? If you ask me, there will be no answer. Yace shook his head. Why is this happening? The ancient city is extremely distressed now. It doesn't matter if this guy Qin Zheng took aim at Scallion, he still has to extend his magic claws to his sister. It will be a love letter. Yace finished guessing, and the ancient city suddenly collapsed. Your sister is cheerful and cute, easy to talk to, cares about others, and has many friends, but she is also a nice girl. Yace praised. I completely forgot about being caught by Nasha and preaching for a few hours. You are here to beat me. Gukan was in a trance, listening to Yace's words. Gukan, they are gone. Yace said again. Ah. What are they going to see? And it's the three girls together. I heard that Qin Zheng's private life is extremely corrupt, and he often sleeps together. Could it be that Nasa is also? Gukan quickly gave up his miss and faced the arrow. Sase said, Yes, let's follow too. Don't worry. Yazi murmured, he is an adaptable person, and he has a good surveillance. The two of the ancient city followed, and after seeing a group of wild cats, they felt relieved, but the ancient city was still worried. Gukan decided to find an animal-loving classmate in the class to adopt a kitten, and then intervene in their conversation, not to give Qin Zheng a chance to get close to Naisha. Item 0076. The next day, after school, Yace found an animal-loving boy and hurriedly tossed Yace to the school building of the junior high school. Yace, hurry up. I saw Qin Zheng and Neza go up to the top floor just now. Gu Cheng said dissatisfiedly as he went upstairs quickly. I said Gukan, you think everyone is so perverted with you. You rushed to the 5th floor in one breath. This is terrible. Gukan, your stamina is really good, said the handsome boy next to Yace. Uchida, needless to say, let's hurry up. Yace waved his hand. Chapter 48. Soon, the three people had arrived at the top floor. The door on the top floor was unlocked. After confirming that there were no people in front of the door panel, the ancient city quietly opened the door. At this moment, they heard the voice of a boy who was talking very softly. It was the voice of the demon Qin Zheng. All right, be obedient, come, don't move. The smile made Gu Cheng's face turn green. Judging from the content of the clips he heard, he only felt that he was insisting on coaxing the other party to submit. What is he doing? Yazi was also taken aback, and then said. Why don't they? Yace naturally thought of the bad side. I thought to myself that the devil is indeed a devil, and all the day-to-day prostitution has been done, and he also attacked the sister of the fourth true ancestor. The ancient city held its breath and leaned its ear to the gap in the door panel. No way, don't hug so hard. This voice is from Nasha. Ah. It's itchy. Naza's voice is still. If the voice is too loud, others will find it out. I know, but it's very comfortable to be licked like this. Damn, it won't be that crazy. A scene that is not suitable for children has appeared in Yazi's mind. Qin Zheng, you bastard! Gukin couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly kicked the door open. It's classmates from Gukin. Why are you here? Qin Zheng, Sui Ke, and Xiaoyin's gang were all there, and Qin Zheng was still holding a kitten in his hand. Looking at the angry appearance of the ancient city, Qin Zheng knew that the ancient city had misunderstood, but also, who knew that Nasha would keep making those ambiguous noises. Brother Gukin, why are you here? Seeing the ancient city, Nasha was stunned. Sure enough, you don't need your brain to do things. In this case, Yazi didn't know that Gukin had misunderstood her sister. Brother, who are these three men? Xiaoyin was slightly taken aback. They are all classmates, and this idiot is Naisha's brother. Qin Zheng pointed to the ancient city and introduced. You're an idiot. Gukin retorted, and said to Naza, Naza, you come to me quickly. This fellow is terrible. Brother Gukin, what's wrong with you today? Naza rushed towards the ancient city in a rage. Is there any misunderstanding between you and Senior Qin Zheng? No misunderstanding. Facing Naisha's question, Gukin didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Qin Zheng was also very popular in his class, Gukin felt as disgusting as he had eaten shit. This guy is too good to pretend, and no one knows his true face. Nai. Naisha, why do you tease cats in such a place? The ancient city, who knew nothing about it, changed the subject. I just want to ask, Gukin brother, what are you doing in the school building of the junior high school? You still yell inexplicably, it's very impolite for you to do this. I am worried about you too. Okay. Yazi hurriedly came out to stop, and said, in fact, the ancient city brought a classmate over and said that he wanted to adopt a kitten. That's it. That's great. Xiaoyin nodded. Originally, she wanted to bring back a dozen kittens, but the number is a little too large, and it will inevitably be inadequate to take care of them. Now that someone has adopted them, she is naturally happy. Uchida-san, go up and choose a kitten. Ye said. Yet. Liao Uchida quickly chose two lovable black and white spotted kittens. Sorry, Uchida, you helped a lot. Gukin said. It's okay, my family likes animals. Uchida said and smiled cheerfully. Uchida has already left after adopting the kitten, and Gukin looked at Naza and said to Naza, it's just that, let's go home too. Oh. Looking at the ancient city with an abnormal expression, Naza nodded without objection. Chapter 0077. Student Qin Zheng, I didn't expect to have an intersection with the saint of junior high school. After adopting the cat, Uchida took the initiative to speak to Qin Zheng. Do you know Xiaoyin? Qin Zheng was taken aback after hearing this. In the original work, Uchida probably didn't know Xiaoyin. Long admiring your name. Uchida smiled slightly and said, Xiaoyin is also very popular among high school boys, I remember she seems to be a mixed race. Yet. Xiaoyin's mother is Japanese, so she is really mixed. But I'm a little afraid of Xiaoyin. Uchida gave a wry smile. Are you afraid of her? Qin Zheng was still taken aback. Yet. Seeing Qin Zheng frowning, Uchida said quickly, this is not what I said, it was my girlfriend. Your girlfriend? Yet. My girlfriend is in our class, called Tanahara Yoho, but she doesn't seem to come to school these days. I'm so worried about her. Uchida sighed. Zibu. Qin Zheng just remembered that this soy sauce party did have a girlfriend named Zibu, who was a nice girl. But why does your girlfriend say that? I heard that the monastery where Xiaoyan lived when he was a child was near this school. My girlfriend had participated in several activities before. But then, there was an accident there and many people died. Xiaoyan was the only survivor. Isn't this great? Qin Zheng smiled slightly, at least there are still people alive. After hearing this, Duchita was taken aback, then smiled, you are right. I'm leaving. What a weird person. Qin Zheng murmured. The Chishan Liuwei who had left originally returned and told him these things. Then let's go too. It's been a while since school, and on the top of the building, there are naturally few people paying attention, so Qin Zheng was relieved to summon Yan Hoof, and then drove the two of them back to the ocean. Tomb. Master True Ancestor, you are back. As soon as Qin Zheng came back, Bea Torres hurried up. Bea Torres, what's the matter? Qin Zheng asked after a glance at Bea Torres. Master Zhenzu, the girl I mentioned earlier, I have brought it back. Aster Yudi? Did you bring her back? No. Beatrice shook her head quickly. She doesn't even know where Ostak is now, and where is it possible to bring Aster Yudi back? What's more, this is the fault of Sui Ke. Son, she doesn't want to fill the hole for Shui Cai. What is that? Qin Zheng frowned. It's the third generation of zombies you talked about first. Bea Torres reminded. Oh. You are talking about the girl who was bitten by you. Qin Zheng smiled and said, where is she now? Because Qin Zheng didn't want zombies to be flooded, all the blood Bea Torres drank was provided by the blood bank of the hospital, and with the current technology, synthetic blood is not a problem at all, and Qin Zheng will naturally not worry about the source of the blood. Please come with me. Beatoli led Qin Zheng into a sealed room. Zibu. As soon as he entered, Qin Zheng saw the Zibu classmate curled aside. Classmate Qin Zheng, it's you. Zibu was taken aback when he saw the boy coming in. Because of Qin Zheng's high profile, Zibu recognized Qin Zheng, a student who had transferred to their class, but what he didn't expect was she abducted it. It turned out to be this person. Chapter 49. Yet. I heard Uchida say that Yubu hadn't come to school for a few days, but I didn't expect that Bea Torres had caught him here. After Qin Zheng felt the blood in Zibu's body, he was also sure that the girl Beatrice bit was the Zibu classmate in front of him. Uchida's girlfriend has become his own prisoner. Sure enough, grabbing people is the most enjoyable. Qin Zheng felt a sense of happiness in his heart. Master Zhenzu, do you know her? Seeing Zibu and Qin Zheng know each other, Bea Torres became anxious. Haha. It's okay, Bea Torres, you did this very well. A smile flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. Really? With Qin Zheng's affirmation, Bea Torres finally felt relieved. Qin Zheng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, you hurry up and let me get out of here, or I will call the police. Zibu was a little bit distressed. Bea Torres, you go down. Qin Zheng waved his hand to let Bea Torres go down. There is a big gap between the third generation and the second generation in strength. At least there is no memory of using strength. Otherwise, she would have been fighting with Bea Torres. But that's okay, it's all his women anyway. Yet. After Bea Torres went down, only Zibu and Qin Zheng were left in the whole room. You, what are you going to do? Zibu is not a noob, and he can naturally have a foreboding of what will happen next. Item 0078. Report to the police. Qin Zheng felt ridiculous for the girl's innocence. If the police were useful, he would have been arrested after destroying so many buildings. How could it be his turn to be at ease? Yet. Zibu nodded solemnly, holding a short iron rod in his hand, which was probably removed from the bed beam for self-defense. No way. Qin Zheng shook his head and said, you are already my woman, how can I let you go? How can you do this, I already have a boyfriend. After hearing Qin Zheng's straightforward declaration, Zibu flushed with a teenage girl. Your boyfriend? Qin Zheng smiled and said, could it be a guy named Liao Uchida? Do you know him? Zibu was taken aback after hearing this. In her impression, although Qin Zheng was in the same class as Uchida, he had little contact with him. I'm in the same class, how can I not know him, and he is still a very caring boy. Although Qin Zheng smiled, he had a penetrating chill, but if such a caring boy dies, I think it will be a pity. After saying that, Qin Zheng grabbed the iron rod in Zibu's hand, and then, like kneading paper, crumpled the iron rod into a piece of iron in Zibu's horrified eyes. Are you going to kill Uchida? Upon hearing this, Xiu's pupil shrank, reacted, and said. She now knew that the boy in front of her was definitely a demon, but how could she have such a strong hand? Who knows? Qin Zheng smiled and said, of course, it depends on how you do it. What do you want me to do? Zibu asked back. Be my woman. This can't work. Zibu shook his head quickly and refused. Then you want Uchida to die. For a long time, Qin Zheng heard Zibu's crying voice, can you change the terms? Change conditions. Qin Zheng thought for a while. Although he wanted to reject her in one fell swoop, he had a more evil plan in his heart. Of course. Qin Zheng smiled and said, then can you take off your clothes? Take off my clothes. Upon hearing this, Zibu's face turned ruddy again. Yeah. That's right. Because I really like Zibu classmates so much. Qin Zheng said solemnly. But I have a boyfriend. Zibu hesitated. Don't worry, I won't tell Uchida. Qin Zheng said, one glance is enough. After I look at your body, I will let you go back to Uchida. Then, you can be happy with Uchida. I will not harass you as long as I live. What you said is true. Zibu was a little moved. Of course. Just a look. Zibu finally nodded and agreed, but you have to promise me, you can move your feet. Okay. Qin Zheng nodded again. He wouldn't move his hands or feet, but he would use a real gun. Seeing that Zibu agreed, Zibu, who was not deeply involved in the world, breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly removed the uniform of Heike Academy with both hands. Yabu's movements are a bit full, and the blush is full of her pretty face. It's great. Undressing at the scene, in conjunction with Shang Zibu's refusing and welcoming action, it is even more tempting. For a long time, under Qin Zheng's fiery gaze, Zibu resisted shame and took off all his clothes. You, what are you doing? Zibu was a little flustered looking at Qin Zheng who was slowly walking up. Didn't you promise me that I can't move me? Qin Zheng had already pressed Zibu underneath, and Zibu was struggling extremely hard. I promise you not to move your hands and feet. Look. Qin Zheng released and caught Zibu, but Zibu found that he was locked like a confinement. Although he could talk, he did not need Qin Zheng to fix Zibu with his hands and feet. Step figure. No. In this way, Zibu watched Xiao Qin enter his body. You rascal! Zibu gritted his teeth and said bitterly. But soon the whole room was filled with rapid breathing and depression. Item 0079. After playing a word trick, Qin Zheng turned a girl into a woman. Of course, he also succeeded in drawing the hatred of a woman. Qin Zheng didn't really care about Zibu, a pretty female soy sauce party. However, Yabu's boyfriend, Liao Uchida, is worried about Yabu's disappearance. Zibu was caught under house arrest by Bea Torres for 2 days. During these 2 days, Zibu did not go home or at school. Soon, the parents called the police, and Heike Academy also knew about it. Uchida, don't worry, Yabu will be fine. Gukin patted Uchida on the shoulder and said. Yes, did the police find anything? Because it was Saturday and there was no class time, Gujo, Uchida, and Yace were sitting in a cafe. Gujo asked. Now Guzhou knows that Yace is in the lion. The identity of the king's organ can be checked from the police station, such as confession records or something. Not at all. Yace shook his head. He had followed the instructions of his friend Gukin to check some confessions, but the police have not been able to grasp any useful clues since they called the police. Of course, this cannot be regarded as the incompetence of the police, after all. This world is not only composed of ordinary people, but also the unpredictable and powerful demons. That's why there is a profession like a policeman, like a demon attacker. What should I do then? Uchida felt even more anxious when he saw Yazi shaking his head. Where did she go? For example, traveling. Gukin thought for a while and said. No. If she is going to travel, she will at least tell me, and the phone is still off. Uchida shook his head and said, denying this assumption. Is it kidnapping? Gukin said again. Suddenly, Uchida became nervous. Impossible. Yazi shook his head again after hearing the words, Yoho is an ordinary person, and the family is also ordinary, there is no good place, no one will kidnap her. If it is really an ordinary kidnapping incident, the police didn't find clues for so long. You mean what the demons did? Gukin frowned. But you also said that Zibu is very ordinary, there is no need for the demon race to focus on her. She is indeed ordinary, but I still have nothing to say. Yace paused and explained, that's what she looks like. Although she is not as pale, she is also a girl with a beautiful face. Very popular. Chapter 50. Ah. You mean that the demons are attracted to Yabu's appearance? Gukin murmured, thinking of the rude but pretty girl, listening to Yace's statement, I think there is still such a possibility. Sex, he clearly remembers that when Suike was stalking him, she was molested by two demons. If Suike was not an ordinary girl, then Suike would definitely be taken away by the two demons. Hey, a good girl came to monitor him, but a series of things happened later, making the two of them look like parallel lines, there is no intersection at all. It is indeed possible. Gukin said in a deep voice. What should I do then? Will Zibu be in danger? Hey, it shouldn't be life-threatening, it's just. Gukin did not go on, a girl who was caught by the lecherous demon would definitely vent on her. Since it is determined that it was the demon, we may be able to rescue you step, but we can't say for sure. Yace said his thoughts. But we don't know who took Zibu away. Gukin said distressedly. If he knows which demonic clan captured it, he can definitely be rescued. After all, he is the fourth true ancestor, and his own combat power is not bad. We can check. How to check? We are not police. Check it online. Gukin, you can call Qiankong and ask her to help. With her superb computer technology, you should be able to do it. Said Strength advice. Then how to do it? Gukin asked. Uchida, please think about where you and Yabu last met, and also, please tell us where Yabu usually goes, and then ask Asan to play back the things recorded by the roadside camera. It should be okay. I found the trail of Yoho. Yace said his thoughts. This method is good. In the era of high technology, many cameras are now installed on the streets. Uchida carefully recalled the place where he and Yoho last met, and then said, the last time I met with Yoho was at the school gate. Also, the place that Yoho usually visits most often is an amusement park, a milk tea shop. After Uchida finished speaking, Gukin immediately called Qiankong and told Qiankong everything on the phone, and finally asked Qiankong to help investigate. Qiankong readily agreed. Qiankong is worthy of being a computer genius. According to the exclusion search, Zibu's figure was quickly found, which was more than 10 o'clock 2 days ago. Qiankong, how about it, did you find it? Gukin asked eagerly. What? A woman with blonde hair did it. Hearing this, Gukin's pupils shrank and said the blonde woman. Gukin already had an object of suspicion in his heart. It must be that lustful Qin Zheng who did it, and at the same time, he hated Qin Zheng even more. Why does he always involve innocent people? Gukin, how about it? Duchita asked eagerly after Gukin hung up the phone. Well, there is news. Gujo smiled reluctantly, and said, it was the Mozu, Duchita, I and Yace will go to rescue Yoho, you go home and wait for the result. No, I will go with you too. Duchita refused. No, it's dangerous if you go with me. Gukin solemnly said. Item 0080. In any case, the ancient city finally got rid of Ochita's entanglement. Gukin, what did Asalan say? Yazi knew Gujo's thoughts. After all, Duchita is an ordinary person, so it's right not to involve him. I already know who the murderer is. Gukin clenched his fists and said. Then what are you waiting for? Let's save people. Yazi said quickly. Let's go find that moon sauce first. After a long time, the ancient city spoke. Although he wanted to save people back, after 2 failures, he couldn't even win against his subordinates. How could he defeat that person? Now I can only find Nau to come out and maybe bring people back. Just with Qin Zheng's character, Zibu's chastity is possible. Damn it! Thinking of this, there was a sense of powerlessness in Gukin's heart. If his strength is stronger, then he will be able to. Wait, you said to look for that moon. Yace was taken aback, and then asked in confusion, could it be that the person who captured Yubio can't even deal with you? At this point, Yace has an answer in his heart. Gukin, although a half-hearted true ancestor, the general demons will not be the opponents of the ancient city. On the island of the gods, the only one who can stabilize the ancient city is the guy Qin Zheng. Combining the black history of Qin Zheng, Yace's it is not difficult to guess that Zibu was snatched by Qin Zheng. It was taken away by a woman named Blonde. Gukin forced himself to calm down and said, I think the blonde woman is Bea Torres. It seems that Qin Zheng really took it away. Yace nodded. Beatrice and Qin Zheng worked together for Qin Zheng. This is undoubtedly a matter, but there is one thing that Yace can't understand. Why did Qin Zheng put his eyes on Zibu, whose appearance is inferior to her? If it is only because of her lust, then the beauty of Jiankong is more suitable, but Qin Zheng did not take Jiankong away. Could it be that it's impossible to have a secret that you don't know about Bulletin? I'm looking for that moon sauce. Yace nodded. That month should be able to bring people back. I'm not talking about this. Yace felt a bit strange when looking down at the ancient city where he couldn't see his expression. Hey! Yace was taken aback. Why? Why is that guy Qin Zheng always so unscrupulous? Why always involve innocent people? Why can't he be punished by law for the evildoer? A few reasons in a row expressed the distress in the heart of the ancient city. If you ask me. Yazi thought for a while and said, I think it should be power. The power Qin Zheng possesses is above the law. Hateful. If you want to defeat him, become stronger than him, so that he will be punished he deserves. Yazi said again. Can I? The ancient city that failed twice became very unconfident. Yet. You can definitely do it. Yace said surely. The 4th true ancestor commander is called the 12 family beasts of calamity. You have only summoned 1 family beast. When you can summon a 2nd family beast or more, then you can defeat Qin Zheng. Yet. Gukin nodded. But Yace has overlooked one thing. There are 12 beasts in the ancient city, but Qin Zheng does not have any beasts. So far, there are only 3 of Qin Zheng's statues, but Neiyu and others would not naively think that Qin Zheng has only 3. This little beast, after all, is a figure of the true ancestor. Well, I decided to summon the 2nd beast. The ancient city is desperate for power. To summon the beasts, you must have a follower of blood. But this follower of blood has to choose it. Yace thought for a while. It was really a pity at the time. Originally, the most suitable person to awaken the golden lion is Shwe Shwet. It's okay, I didn't expect it to happen by mistake and become me. Otherwise, I won't fail the first time. It doesn't matter, summon the second beast. Time is too late. Gokun waved his hand and said. Then are you ready for the servant? Yace asked. Hey, this isn't easy. Gokun thought for a while and said, is it okay to light green onion? No. Upon hearing this, Yazi shook his head, and said, from the moment you bite me, you defaulted to choosing a male as your blood follower. What do you mean? Hearing this, the ancient city had a bad feeling. Haha. Yazi smiled without mind, and said, that is to say, you can only blood from men. What? Man, it's not enough to have you. Gokun was dumbfounded, he really didn't plan to get involved. No way. You can blame the moon sauce. Yazi Tantanchao. Hey, okay. Gokun has accepted this cruel fact, and now it is most important to improve his strength, but after thinking about it for a while, he knows no other men at all except for Yace, his best friend, classmates. The ancient city shook his head. If they did this, their peaceful life would be broken. This is not what the ancient city wants to see. Who can? Suddenly, Uchita's delicate face appeared in Gokun's mind. Uchita. Gokun didn't know why he thought of Uchita, but as a last resort, Gokun still didn't want to involve Uchita. When the two found that month was not in the office. Where did the teacher go that month? Gokun murmured a little irritably when he was absent at the critical moment that month. Let me call and ask. After thinking about it, Yace said. With the contacts of the Lion King agency, you should be able to know where that month is. Yet, Gokun also knows Yace's identity and knows that he has a way to handle it. Chapter 51. Naturally, Yace called Fidao. From the original intention, Yace is a guy who can reach the sky directly, but I don't know if Yace knows what Fidao really is. After all, as the head of the three sages, Fei Tao is a very powerful person in the Lion King agency. After Fei Tao accepted Yace's request, he ordered the order to go down. It would take a certain amount of time to find the whereabouts of that month, and it would take half an hour at the earliest. Item 0081. Luxurious Hotel. The blonde youth looks at the scenery of Xianjin Island outside the window with a wicked smile. Not surprisingly, the ancient city of Xianshan Island will be the most important part of his gaining power, although there has been a small accident now. The Witch of the Gap, what can I do for you? Vatra didn't look back, knowing that the month had already come. Why stay here? Neiyu held an umbrella in his hand and said coldly, poking at the ground. Of course, to get the love of the ancient city. Vatra murmured, he could confess bluntly in front of the Lion King's institution, but it won't do that month. You want to get the love of the ancient city? Wen Yan gave Vatra a weird look at that month. The ancient city men's blood, so you did it. Is there any problem? That month asked rhetorically. The principle is okay, it just feels weird. You feel the same way? Neiyu said coldly. Don't mind this. By the way, arrange it for me. I want to meet with the ancient city. Vatra smiled slightly. There is the fifth true ancestor who is also the true ancestor on Xianjin Island. The ancient city urgently needs strength. I might give him 1 or 2 surprises. Surprise. Knowing what the surprise was that month, she also vaguely guessed that Vatra was so keen to help the ancient city build strength, she must have her own plan. And that plan is to gain power from the same race. For immortal vampires, blood is the source of magic power, the medium used to summon the beasts, and the foundation of its existence, the vampire who lives for a long time. By sucking more blood, it will accumulate more powerful magic power in the blood. The vampires of the old generation will have stronger powers than the younger generations. It is for this reason. However, the vampires of the younger generation must quickly gain strength. Power, in fact, is not impossible, as long as the power of the powerful vampire is directly captured from the blood. Vatra must want to get the power of the fourth true ancestor. Yet. Vatra nodded. By the way, call his entourage too. Do you want to meet him here? No. Wait for a while. I have already notified Warlord Domain, and they will arrange another search for the Tomb of the Ocean 2 to come and give it to me. Tomb of the Ocean 2. Yes. A ship more luxurious than the Tomb of the Ocean. Are you looking for death? That month gave Vatra a white look and said, with Qin Zheng's character, if you know that you have a more luxurious ship, you say that Qin Zheng will be indifferent. Character, if he finds a ship that is more luxurious than his own on the beach, he will definitely grab it without hesitation. That said, I don't want to fight him before I regain my strength. Vatra shook his head. Especially after seeing Qin Zheng's ability to swallow, his luck was not swallowed last time. If he tried to provoke this time, Qin Zheng would definitely swallow himself. After all, with his power close to the true ancestor, you should be willing to turn this power into your own. Then change the location to this hotel, and also entertain some celebrities in society. Vatra, who didn't dare to touch Qin Zheng's brows, finally changed the place where he met the ancient city to the hotel, so as to avoid conflict with Qin Zheng NS. Whatever you want. I won't do anything like this, but there is one more question. Naiyo murmured. What's the problem? Vatra knew that finding his own purpose that month would definitely not be that simple. Black Death Royal Faction. Should be on this island, asked Naiyo. Black Death Royal Faction is a discriminatory orc superiorist. Their purpose is to completely abandon the Sanctuary Treaty, and to take away the dominance of the Warlord Domain from the first true ancestor. Black Death Emperor Faction. I don't know about this. Vatra smiled slightly. The Black Death Emperor faction wanted to wake up and defeat the weapons of the first true ancestor. He found it interesting, so he helped them come to Xianjin Island. He was arranged to hide in the Tomb of the Ocean, and to exorcise the ancient city, but after the Tomb of the Ocean was taken away, the members of the Black Death sect were also expelled. As for where the Black Death sect is now hiding, he doesn't know. But this is just a bunch of mice. Now the plan of the Black Death Royal faction can only be advanced, so that month was also very busy. Do you know where they are hiding? What is the purpose of coming here? That month asked again. This is hard to say, but I believe the ancient city can solve it. You guy. Seeing Vatra smiled without saying a word, that month was a little annoyed. Then I'll just mention you a little bit. Have you heard of Galdatius's name? Humph, the soldiers in the Warlord Domain are considered small famous terrorists. Naiyu snorted coldly. She still knows a little bit about the Black Death Imperial faction. Also, he is a radical cadre in the Black Death Imperial faction. He once caused more than 400 terrorist attacks in the Prague country. Although the Black Death Emperor was destroyed by me, the rest of the party hired Galdatius as a newcomer. Leader of. Then their purpose. This can't tell you, if you know it, it will be a lot less fun. Did you bring them in? Naiyu said surely. Hehe, the reaction is very keen. Vatra smiled and said, because I am interested in something, so I brought them in, by the ship. Sure enough. Naiyu sneered. As a special zone for the demon race, Xianchendao is extremely guarded, and only the Tomb of the Ocean, who is an envoy, can avoid the inspection of the garrison. Don't you think this is an opportunity to exorcise the ancient city? Vatra's face was still smiling. I think this is a disaster for the residents of String God Island. The month that I got the result I wanted to stand up, I was about to leave. One wave after another has not settled, and it is not reassuring to leave it to Qin Zheng. It seems that I am busy. Item 0082. Naiyu Etchen. I finally found you. On the platform of the high-speed rail, Gucho and Yace finally met Neiyu as promised. There are many relationships that Fidao can use. It only takes a short time to find someone, especially here. Cameras have become popular in every corner of the street. I found that month, but as soon as the ancient city opened its mouth, a fan hit the ancient city's forehead that month. I want to call a teacher, you know, said that month very dissatisfied. But it happens that you are here, and I happen to have one thing for you to do. You have something you want us to do. Gukin and Yace were taken aback after hearing this. Why, you are not happy? Hearing this, Neiyu narrowed her eyes. It's not unhappy, but we also have something to ask you, teacher. Gukin said distressedly. You have something too. Hearing this, he was taken aback that month. That's right. Gukin nodded, teacher, that month, you also know the Zibu in the class. I know, a nice girl, but it seems that I haven't come to school for 2 days. That month frowned. The reason why Yabu didn't come to school was because he was kidnapped. And the target was the demons. Ah. This way. That month looked surprised. You don't care enough about the students. Seeing that month's reaction, Gukin complained. I don't even know about such a big thing, but I can't blame Galdorius for showing up in advance that month. He was already too busy that month. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to such news, and the police did not send any clues. I only took this incident as an ordinary case, and naturally I didn't notify the country's attacker that month. Then you go and save people. As your fourth true ancestor, you should be able to save people. Neiyu said with squinting eyes. In essence, the Mozu likes to molest women. She has met many times a long time ago, thanks to the delicate appearance of that month like a doll, but with the strength of that month, the Mozu naturally did not succeed. But if you face ordinary people, Zibu, then that's it. Fortunately, Zibu is not life-threatening. Is that person? After thinking about it a lot, that month realized that if it was an ordinary demons, Gukin didn't need to ask for help at all. Yet, Qian Kong used the computer to find out that the blonde woman who had taken Zibu, that is, Bea Torres. Gukin said in a deep voice. Chapter 52. That's it. Neiyu murmured. If the fellow Qin Zheng had taken Zibu abducted, it would definitely not be messy, but it was not without the possibility of regaining Zibu. So? What do you want to do with me? Asked again that month. Teacher Neiyu, we want you to bring Zibu back. Gukin said. I'll try my best. That month nodded, but relatively, you have to do something for me. What's the matter? Gukin was taken aback. Remember the explosion the night before? Yet. The two of Gukin nodded, and of course they rushed past too. Slightly before the explosion, the area was witnessed to make a noise with the beasts. In other words, this means that the man who was found in a near-death state was originally fighting with whom, and we have also found out, the murderer. It's an annihilation teacher named Ostak, from Lotharing Chia, and the artificial life form he brought with him. As for their purpose, we have also figured out. What is their purpose? Do they create terrorist incidents? Why do Western European guys come to us to make trouble? Gukin asked. This has to start with the establishment of Xianjin Island. Xianjin Island, as a huge artificial city, has always been supported by the miracle caused by holy relics. Neiyu sighed and continued, Spirit Line, also it is the so-called Dragon Vein in the east. It was an epoch-making idea to create artificial floating islands on the ocean it passed through and build a new city. Everyone believed that the spiritual power from the Dragon Vein would bring vitality to the residents and lead the city to prosperity. The road, but construction is extremely difficult, because the power of the Dragon Veins exposed by flowing through the ocean far exceeds people's predictions. The two people in Gukin nodded silently to what the month said. Xianshen Island was built on the southern sea far away from the owner, which is the huge spiritual path of dragon veins flowing on the surface of the earth. The land covered on the dragon veins will be full of spiritual power. This alone is expected to be more powerful than usual in spiritual arts and magic experiments. For the demon special zone, which conducts demon research, this is an ideal condition. In the dragon veins, the construction of a city is an indispensable point of the artificial island plan. The city designer Qin Shen Qunluo made a beautiful piece of artificial islands divided into 4 parts from east to west, north to south. He originally wanted to compare it to the 4 gods in Feng Shui, and use the organic combination of islands to control the dragon veins. But even so, there is still an unsolvable problem. Is it the hardness of the foundation stone? Ye said tentatively. Well, that's right. That month nodded. That's why, according to the design of Tarujenshinra, the length of the 4 gods living in the center of the island, that is, the yellow dragon, the connection part needs the cornerstone as the key point. However, with the technology of the time, there was no way to create strong building materials. Therefore, he embarked on an embarrassing evil method to sacrifice building materials. In the face of the engineering bottleneck problem, he turned to incantation as a solution. In order to increase the strength of the building, he thought of the evil sacrifice of living people. The law can be used, but the dragon veins are the energy rushing from nature, and that tyrannical force will bring a huge burden to the joints of the artificial island. The cornerstone that bears it in one fell swoop is not capable of half-hearted spells. Therefore, he chose it. The victim that supports the city is the body of the saint that was usurped by the Western European temple. I think his purpose should be to take back the body of the saint. But if you do that, Xianshen Island will collapse, and the 600,000 residents on the island will also die. The ancient city sighed. Yet. That's why I want to send you 2 to stop Ostak. That month nodded. One thing that month did not say is that month had already handed this matter to Qin Zheng, but when he thought of Qin Zheng's second-year character, he might be interested in the remains of the saint, and that month wondered after thinking about it, I should send the ancient city out. Even if unpredictable changes happen, the ancient city's ability can still stop 1 or 2. Okay, we promised you. There are relatives and friends on Xianshen Island. Naturally, the ancient city does not want to see Xianshen Island sinking. Item 0083. After Yukina came back, she found Xiaka, who was resting in the room all day. Ah! Sui Ke, is it you? Xiaka was panicked when she saw Yuke coming in. Hey! Shui Cai glanced at Sayahua, and snorted coldly like her big sister. Really, I didn't know how to converge last night. You know it. After hearing this, Xiahua's face was even more ruddy. Of course, the voice is so loud. Shui Cai gave Sayahua a glance. Sorry, I don't want to be like that. Xiaka whispered, that kind of thing is so comfortable, so I can't help but. I know it. Sui Ke waved her hand. In fact, when she was favored by Qin Zheng, her voice was more charming and moving, and it was even better than Xiaka. It's just that Sui Ke has a thin face, so I am embarrassed to say it. Now your body is okay. Yukina looked at Sayawa's body confidently and said. Of course she knew that the woman who broke the melon for the first time would be very uncomfortable. At the beginning, she suffered from pain for a long time and did not adapt to it. Ah! It's okay. Sayahua shook her head quickly. In essence, there was still a hot pain under her, but she was not a beautiful girl, so this pain was nothing. That's good, I want you to do something with me. Sui Ke promised Qin Zheng that he would bring Asteryuti back. Do something. After hearing this, Xiaka was taken aback. Yet, there have been several cases of killing demons in Xianshendao recently. Shui Cai said in a deep voice. Do you know who did it? Well, it was an annihilation teacher from Lutan Lingqia, and the artificial life body he brought with him. Ah! What did the Western European attackers come to Xianjindao for? This is what I am worried about. Sui Ke murmured, last night, I fought against the two of them. There seems to be a beast in the artificial life body. Then, Sui Ke will do everything. Tell it to Xiaka. It's really strange that artificial life forms have a beast. I'm not saying it's weird, I'm saying that they are hunting demons just to collect magic power, so I am worried that they have a bad purpose. If a bad one is not good, it is likely to affect the residents of the island. Why don't this kind of thing be troubled by the guy who took our innocent body? With his strength, it should be easy to solve this kind of trouble. Sayahua muttered. Hearing that, Sui Ke shook her head quickly. No, the power of the senior is too strong. If you take it without authorization, Xianjin Island will definitely be destroyed. That's what I said. Xiahua nodded. Then do you have a clue? I have found that guy. Sui Ke smiled and continued, I went to adjust the information in the morning. Material. A list of Western European church facilities on this island. Sui Ke took out the memo pad from her pocket, a playful style memo with cats and cats, but it was a row of boring church names and addresses. There is one Orthodox church in Lotharnchia, and there are 7 other sects. They must be hiding somewhere in this place with their helpers. That's what you said, you know where they are hiding. When I saw the densely packed addresses on the notepad, Saya couldn't help but vomit. Yes. Compared to the entire Xianjin Island, the scope has been reduced a lot. Sui Ke explained. I don't think they will be in these addresses. After thinking for a while, Sayahua said. Did I make a mistake? That's not the case, I just think it should be simpler. Hey! Seeing that her good friend did not approve of her opinion, Sui Ke pouted a little angry. Actually, even if you don't know the information about Lotharnchia, you can know from their dressing. The police will start the investigation from the church in Western Europe first, right? Sayahua said of her analysis. Ah! Shui held her breath slightly and shook her head in confusion. But where will they hide now? Well, like a foreign company, right? Yes. He can't stay outside the church just because he is a teacher. Original. So that's the case. Despite her confused expression, Yukina calmly accepted what Sayahua said. No matter how high her combat ability is, she is after all an inexperienced trainee attacking magician compared with Sayaka, who went out to see a few sides. I don't think they can hide their appearance anywhere. There should be some kind of layout. The Lutenlinkia people are the least suspicious among the natives, such as the embassy in Lutenlinkia, but there is no such institution in the city, but it is also possible to hide companies whose headquarter is located in Lutenlinkia. Sadaka said. That's amazing. Xiahua. Seeing Xiahua's eloquent reasoning, Yukina praised her sincerely. However, what should I do if I want to investigate where the company's head office is located in Xianjin City? Then, Sui Ke immediately regained a serious expression. Well, I think we can get all the company's information through the Lion King agency. Sadaka said again. Chapter 53. Well, hurry up and find out where they are hiding, and we set a time for action. Sui Ke decided to say. After finalizing the details, Sayaka immediately let people start an investigation. How is it? Did you find it? Sayahua asked after hearing the phone call. There are a few companies that do business with or sign agency contracts with companies in Lotharnchia, but all of them are Japanese. Basically, there is no reason for European capital companies to set up branches on Xianjinjima. Right? After all, there are Mozu special zones in Europe, and the Japanese currency has appreciated in recent years. Almost all of them have withdrawn, right? Withdrawn? Can the company that has been withdrawn be found? If possible, it's best if the office remains the same after closing. Sayahua asked again. I found out, although there is only one item, the Research Institute of Skelt Pharmaceuticals, whose head office is in Lotharncia, is mainly researching new drugs using artificial life bodies. The institute closed 2 years ago, and now it seems to be a creditor. Mortgage property. Hearing this, Saya can be sure that that guy, 80% will hide there. Item 0084. That night, the police force of the Special Administrative Region raided the old warehouse in the harbor area, and some intelligence pointed out that a criminal syndicate composed of smugglers would conduct arms trading there. With an explosion, the dark night sky spit out bright tongues of fire. The battle has begun. After explosives blasted the door of the warehouse, the armored team members traded weapons. The iron column was corroded and the wooden box was pushed. Under the dim light, the men in the warehouse stood up straight at the same time after seeing someone break in. These people had a good time, but then they were bombed by the bombs beside them. Blast! The smoke billowed and the sight of the men was blocked, only the sound of the sudden submachine gun firing. Damn it! There will be a defensive army. The defensive army is well equipped, and the bullets used are treated platinum warheads, which are specifically aimed at the regeneration ability of the demons. Those men are demons, theirs. The body can't stand the shooting of many bullets. Although not fatal, it can also result in immovable results. The men also knew the truth and wanted to escape, but the garrison moved too fast. Many people were arrested, and only 1 or 2 escaped through the back door. There are only 7 people. Seeing that there were only 7 of the demons who fell to the ground, the team leader was taken aback, because he had received news before he arrived that there were 8 criminals, and the only possibility was that one of them had escaped. No. Let's go out and chase quickly, and we must not let him go. The team leader immediately issued an order. At this time, the orc who had escaped from behind jumped slightly and jumped onto the railing of the warehouse, and then minded again, jumped to the top of the warehouse, his body fell, and the iron warehouse was sunken. The gunshot wounds burst into pain, indicating that the bullets equipped by the garrison are still very effective for the orcs. Unexpectedly, the trade leaked. You are ruthless, humans. The orc looked at the place where the fire broke out, where the battle just happened, and set off a detonating device from his side. The anger of the orcs is not only this. He is a member of the Black Death Imperial faction. Of course, it is just the little one who came out to take the lead. The orcs could escape in the chaos, but he did not complete the task assigned to him by Galdorius. He was certain. Will lose the trust of Galdorius. The task that Galdorius gave him was to destroy the city of Stringgod, a huge artificial island floating in the Pacific Ocean where humans and monsters coexist, the product of the Sanctuary Treaty, and the hateful Devil Special Zone. The orcs were born in the King of War realm in Europe. He has no particular hatred of the people in Xianjin City. However, he has reasons to destroy this city and let the Devil Special Zone collapse, and they will be able to destroy the existence of the Black Death Royal faction. It is obvious to the world, and it can even ignite the beacon for the rebellion. Of course, the most important thing is to create chaos and let Galdoziu's plan go smoothly. In any case, the SAR security team took away his comrades. The chance of revenge should be immediately available. You can also put a bomb in the downtown area to make those people headache. Just ahead of time, because their ultimate goal is to destroy this artificial island. Never forgive you, in order to avenge your compatriots, anger. The orc pressed the switch. However, the switch that I actually touched didn't feel any feel. Ah! What's the matter? It didn't respond. The orc pressed several times, but there was no response. Bump! Suddenly, the dark chain leaped out of the void, directly blasting the explosion switch. What are these? Looking at the chains that sprang out, the orc took a few steps back in a panic. It's all this age, and still use this kind of non-encrypted wireless detonation device. The owner of the voice is a young woman, and a woman stands above the water tower on the top of the building. She is so petite that she can almost be mistaken for a girl, but she wears it. The dress was glamorous and gorgeous, and it was obviously late at night but holding a parasol. The innocent and upright face seemed like a delicate doll. The dress was too incompatible with the scene, which made the man fear for no reason. That month, holding the detonating device in his hand, said sarcastically. Seeing this, the orc's expression twitched. The female hand was playing with the bomb detonator he had originally held, but what trick did this woman use? Even as an orc, he didn't feel the opponent approaching, and even snatched the detonating device to his face. You are a demon attacker? How did you catch me? The orc narrowed his scarlet eyes and sneered. You are, do you think you can escape from me? A wild cat, you are too high to see yourself, said the moon expressionlessly. Hearing that, the orc's face turned hideous, with a faint anger. You little girl, don't be proud. The orc jumped up and jumped directly to the position of that moon, his palms turned into sharp claws. It seems that you are Gardoxia's subordinates. Nau asked while dodge. The old immortals of the Black Death Imperial faction, it's really hard work to cross the sea specially to send them to death. I slaughtered you. The orc roared and rushed forward fiercely. That month still smiled gracefully, and the figure melted into the void, leaving moving ripples as if sinking into the water. You can't kill me. At this time, the disappeared month appeared on the highest point of the railing. The magic of space control. Looking at the moon against the background of the moonlight, the orcs were shocked. Impossible, if the magic of that series is not used by a high-level magician. Suddenly, the orc looked at the previous month and seemed to think of something, and said in surprise, Are you the Witch of the Gap, Nangong that month? Suddenly, the Yuza magic circle appeared in front of Nangong that month, and countless chains flew out, and then wrapped the orcs into dumplings. Although I am interested in the terrorists in the domain of the King of War, the interrogation should be handed over to the Special Administrative Region Security Team. Nao murmured, leaving behind the five-flowered orc. When the night breeze hits, that month glanced at the tomb of the ocean that was already owned by Qin Zheng, which was docked by the sea, and sighed slightly, hoping that nothing happened. Item 0085. Biu, Research Institute Street in the northern district of Xianjin Island, where research institutes of various companies are built row by row. In the corner of Fufeng Street, the most artificial island in the island, the former site of the research institute remains. With the help of the Lion King's relationship, Sui Ke and Saowa quickly found out the company headquartered in Lutenlinkia, and it was a closed company, which made Sui Ke and Saowa even more certain. People are inside. That's it. The shape of the four-story building is almost a cuboid. Perhaps it is to protect confidentiality. The windows are set very few, so it is unlikely to feel the occlusion of the doors and windows. The criminals are looking for a stronghold. It can be said that this is a natural environment, but there are some traces of reformation, because Qin Zheng once lived here. However, Yukana and Siaka, who had gone deep into the enemy camp, seemed much more cautious. I heard that although the people inside have been removed, a series of measures such as power supply equipment are still there. Sayawa said in a deep voice. Yet. That's right, it's even more suspicious. Sui Ke nodded. But according to your statement, that artificial life form is a trouble. Sayawa frowned. Artificial life forms are the general term for life forms created by the use of biochemical technology. The decisive difference between them and synthetic organisms is that even the genetic units are completely designed under human operation. Although the technical difficulty is high, the design freedom is relatively large. Of course, although artificial life technology has been applied, it has not been popularized. Like cloning technology, it will cause ethical problems. Secondly, the price is not cheap. As a result, almost no one makes artificial life forms at present, and the number of scientists for research has also been drastically reduced. But this kind of technology that touches the realm of the gods will make anyone crazy. From here, I really can't see what's going on inside, let's go in. Sui Kei said as she put down the guitar case she was carrying. She drew out the silver spear neatly and unfolded the sharp edge of the spear. That's good. After speaking, Xiahua also took out his Huang Hualin. Soon, the two came to the gate of the pharmaceutical company. The cheap lock had red rust, which showed that it was not used for a long time. From the appearance, the building has no other entrances and exits, and the structure is not suitable for the building. Buildings with roof or underground access. This is an illusion. Yukina and Xiahua had been systematically educated, and they naturally knew the simple illusion in front of them. Sure enough, here. Shui Cai Lu raised her eyebrows, and suddenly pierced the door panel of the side door with a silver spear. Suddenly, a sharp high-frequency sound nang sounded, and there was a movement like broken glass in front of the two of them. The chains and locks that should have been tied to the side door disappeared, and the door panel slowly opened. The building is dark and dark. But Sui Kei still moved inward, seemingly unhindered. Soon, the two came to a chain room with a high ceiling design, like a church. Instead of stained glass arranged on the wall are cylindrical sinks, each with a diameter of about 1 meter, and the height it should be less than 2 meters. There are a total of about 20 on the left and right, and they are arranged in an orderly manner, and the tank is filled with turbid amber solution, and the light from the lighting port faintly illuminates the solution. This is the so-called artificial life adjustment tank. Floating in the amber solution are many wonderful creatures the size of a puppy. It looks like a legendary monster and a beautiful fairy. Chapter 54. Have you found this place so soon? Ostak frowned and glanced at Asteryuti beside him. Damn it, if it's a little bit later, I can make Asteryuti's beast more perfect. At that time, the seal of the stone base gate will be cracked by myself, but it doesn't matter. Just solve the two first. A rat that broke in. Ostak, you finally showed up. Seeing the man in the robe and Asteryuti in front of her, Yukina immediately changed her gun-holding mode, not to remain vigilant, but to transform into a preemptive posture. Haha, you are really capable, you can come here. But if you come, let's let you see the power I get from you. No matter what your purpose is, or violate the covenant regulations, I will arrest you. Xiahua sneered. Are you? Seeing Xiahua next to Sui Kei, Ostak was taken aback. The Lion King mechanism, Wu Wei Yuan. It's the Lion King again, let me see what you can do. Ostak said while holding up his sharp axe. You fellow, did you lodge the beast in this girl? Sui Kei asked. Yes, as you said, vampires can control the beasts, but Asteryuti is a successful example, very good. Asshole. Xiaka said coldly. If it's a good surprise, this girl has only 2 weeks of lifespan. It's like a tool. Sui Kei looked at Ostak angrily for no reason. Haha, sword witch, why are you angry? You are not the props cultivated by the Lion King institution. Ostak is telling the truth, the Lion King institution is indeed using these sword witches. Okay, Asteryuti, show mercy to fulfill them. Order to accept. There was no emotion in Asteryuti's mouth. The huge iridescent arm stretched out and rushed directly to the two women, because the two appeared early, so that Asteryuti had not become the possession in the original book. The beast of the body. However, with only 2 arms, it is difficult for them to cope with it. Resonance. Sui Kei pierced out with a shot, colliding with her arm, and Sui Kei's expression changed. Yes, although the time has run a little bit, it is finally completed, and can tear all the spells of any enchantment. Ostak explained proudly. Bump. The result of the collision is obvious. The weakened snow vegetables are bounced away, and here, Xiahua is the same. Die. Ostak raised his axe high, and was about to give the final blow to Sui Kei, who was unable to fight back. Don't. Seeing the Yukina crisis, Xiahua screamed, but Xiahua was dragged, and there was no time to go up and rescue. Ostak, is it? I don't allow you to shoot my woman. The black mist raged, and the evilly smiling young man caught the chopped axe with one hand. Item 0086. Who are you? Qin Zheng appeared abruptly, surprised Ostak, stepped back, and asked vigilantly. The fifth true ancestor. Qin Zheng sneered, Yan Hoof. The white horse suddenly appeared, and the red fireball erupted directly. Aster Yudi. Ostak was shocked again and hurriedly shouted. The huge arm immediately stopped in front of Ostak, and the big fireball blasted directly on the rainbow arm. It's useless. After the big fireball was crushed by the rainbow arm, Ostak laughed and said, the Godhead shock wave drive can nullify the magic. That's it. Qin Zheng frowned when the big fireball was crushed. In the original work, even a lion's golden blow could not break Aster Yudi's shock wave driving style. His head is more gold than a lion. The flame hoof that is weaker than the top half is naturally impossible to break it. Senior, why did you come here? Qin Zheng appeared like a hero, making Sui Ke a little happy and worried. I'm sorry. Then, Sui Ke lowered her head and said. I thought it was good to take the girl back, but what I didn't expect was that I almost died, and I had to come out to save myself. It's okay. Bea Torres. Qin Zheng whispered, and Bea Torres walked out. Bring the two of them back to the tomb of the ocean, and leave it to me here. True ancestor, do you want to do it yourself? Beat Oris was taken aback after hearing this, and Shuai was also surprised. Yeah. That's right. Qin Zheng nodded, this guy's vibrating godhead is a bit troublesome. Cut, this kind of thing, I can blow it up. Beat Oris curled her lips, of course, this kind of thing can only be said in my heart. Well, hurry up and take them back. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. Beatoli lifted up Yukana and Siaka, and disappeared into the same place as soon as she moved. Such a weird method really surprised Ostak. You are the fifth true ancestor? It's so boring. I didn't expect that the people on Xian God Island would give you such a title. It seems that the Lion King group are fools. Ostak sneered. I will make you feel scared. Qin Zheng smiled faintly, stretched out his palm, and the black ball condensed in his palm. Haha, didn't you say it? It's useless. You can't break it. Ostak laughed. The vibration of the Godhead is just nullifying the magic. Qin Zheng sneered, and the black ball blasted out, directly on the vibration of the Godhead. Aster Yudi. It was still the iridescent arm. Aster Yudi wanted to crush the black sphere, but the power of the black sphere seemed to be stronger than that of the fireball. No, it should be said that it was power. It's equal, but the black ball is not formed by magic, but is released from the body by the dark fruit. The godlike vibration can't work, and the powerful pulling force directly smashes the rainbow arm. Ah! Not surprisingly, Aster Yudi screamed, and the whole person fainted. How is this possible? After Aster Yudi was dealt with, Ostak was stunned. Think Aster Yudi is the most important part of his goal. Well, without Aster Yudi's help, hurry up and let me see your strength. Okay. Fifth real ancestor, you have the ability to be my opponent. After a brief period of loss and surprise, Ostak sneered. Drink. Ostak was so quick that he couldn't imagine his huge body. It's useless, you are so weak that you are not my opponent at all. Qin Zheng still single-handed against Ostaka's axe. You fellow! Axe looked at Qin Zheng's arm, but he couldn't make any progress by half an inch. Ostak was shocked. Then I will take a look at my strength. Suddenly, the astonishing curse power gushing out of Ostaka's whole body, the light appeared in the gap of his robe, and the armor under the robe was strengthened. Clothing, blooming with golden light. The jihadist equipment fortress clothing made with the technology of Lotharn Chia. In this light, I will remove obstacles for us. Ostaka's attack speed has accelerated, but how can it be compared with Qin Zheng? A finger blocked the blade. Go with peace of mind. Flame hoof. Qin Zheng roared, and the impact of the flame hoof like a rocket knocked Ostak into flight. The fifth true ancestor, your strength is really surprising, but I have an important mission, I can't fall here. Seeing Ostak stood up slightly trembling, Qin Zheng was a little surprised. Important mission. Qin Zheng was taken aback after hearing this, and he also thought that the purpose of going to Ostak was to stolen the remains of the saint serving the god of the Western European Church. Are you a saint who serves God? Qin Zheng murmured, he seemed to be interested in that thing too. As a huge artificial city, Xianjin Island has always been supported by the miracle caused by the holy relics, and its hardness can be imagined. I also want to slice and study the saint's body. Ostak, I can help you achieve your goal and get the body of that saint. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng smiled slightly. You, what are you talking about, do you want to help me? Hearing this, Ostak was a little surprised. Aren't you trying to protect Xianjin Island? Xianshen Island? I don't need to be a patron saint. Qin Zheng smiled lightly, not caring about the deaths of those hundreds of thousands of people at all. You really are a demon. Ostak sneered. But I don't need your help. Then do you think you can escape from me? Hearing this, Ostak became silent. With the ability of the man in front of him, he was not an opponent at all, and Asteryuti was fainted again, and it was impossible for him to open the barrier of the cornerstone gate. Chapter 55. I can work with you, but why are you helping me? It's very simple, because I became interested in that saint's body. Qin Zheng showed a devil's smile upon hearing this. Data 0087. You are interested in the remains of the saint. Hearing that he could get help from the powerful Qin Zheng, Ostak did not relax, but became more vigilant. Of course. Qin Zheng nodded, if I have a chance, I will go to Western Europe again. Don't want to contaminate the body of the saint. Ostak became excited. Okay, you can't be up to you. The darkness enveloped Ostak, and then Qin Zheng picked up the fainted Asteryuti and came to the cornerstone gate. The Gate of the Cornerstone is the name of the huge complex building located in the center of the island of Tenjin. The 12-story building on the ground is the tallest building on the island. The inverted pyramid-shaped heroic figure can be seen from almost anywhere on the island. In the facility, there are public offices such as the City Hall, as well as many hotels and commercial institutions, which play the role of an important town on the island. And below the cornerstone gate is Qin Zheng's goal in this trip. After school that day, Lan Yu Jiankong dressed in uniform came to the workplace, the basement 12th floor of the cornerstone gate, the security department of the artificial island management commune. Yo, miss, you seem to be a little depressed. After Jiankong took a seat and logged on to the computer, assisted artificial intelligence to talk to her affectionately. Hey, you guy. Shut up. What a rough temper. Is it an emotional problem? It has nothing to do with you. Hey, you don't need to say that, I know it, you seem to have a very happy chat with that Qin Zheng recently. I tell you to shut up. Be careful, I'll pour the virus in. Jiankong quarreled with the artificial intelligence and set about the homework. The recent series of explosions made Jiankong really too busy. Girl, give you a piece of advice, don't get too close to him. Yet. Jiankong nodded. In essence, every time she told herself this way, but every time, she would be attracted by Qin Zheng's unique temperament, knowing that he was a demon and a true ancestor. He is a murderous bastard, but he can't help but sink into it, as if the more evil Qin Zheng is, the more she likes it. Qin Zheng is a drug to her. Jiankong is really distressed now, with Qin Zheng on one side and the ancient city of almost childhood sweethearts on the other. Hey! Mogwai doesn't understand the complicated human feelings either. Suddenly, the heavy vibration and shock shook the room she was staying in. Qian Kong let out a short scream. The floating structure floating in the ocean, Xianjin Island, will not experience an earthquake. Since she moved to this island, she felt this kind of impact for the first time. Mogwai, what was it just now? Hehe, it's scary to say it, it's an intruder. Intruder. Yet. The opponent is fighting the security team in this building. The shock just now seems to be the aftermath of a broken pillar caused by the fighting that hit the surrounding area. You said it was broken, deceptive. The pale green on his face changed his face and exclaimed in a low voice. This is not an ordinary building, but the underground structure of an artificial island. It is designed to be the main pillar that can withstand thousands of tons of mass. Bombs are not so easy to destroy. Not only the pillars. The disaster on the upper floor is quite serious. I think it's safe for the time being, but there may be no way to escape. The elevator pit was also destroyed. Meaning I am locked here. No. What's the meaning? Because the intruder is your acquaintance, classmate Qin Zheng. Ah. Why did he invade here? What is there to attract Qin Zheng in the gate of Cornerstone? From Mogu's crooked mouth, she had a preliminary understanding that the true ancestor's power could destroy the Xianshen Island at will. Especially that day, she also saw it with her own eyes. Qin Zheng's beast, the blue giant, stood up to the sky. If Qin Zheng really had such a plan, the giant's punch could sink Xianshen Island. Mogwai, check it out for me. Yet. Mogwai quickly learned that the foundation of the cornerstone gate was found. This is. A pattern of a wrist appeared on the computer, and Qian Kong's face was instantly stunned. Will Qin Zheng's goal be this? Qian Kong's expression changed. If Qin Zheng's goal was this, then 600,000 people on this island would die. I don't know. Mogu nodded crookedly. If you want to confirm, just go check it out. That's good. Mogwai, give me a count of the way down. Yet. Mogu nodded crookedly, and quickly came up with the correct route. On the other side, Gokun and Yazi also rushed here. Qin Zheng appeared at the gate of the cornerstone for no reason, and was naturally resisted by the garrison, but Qin Zheng was overcome with obstacles along the way and soon reached the bottom. The bottom layer of the cornerstone gate is located 220 meters below the sea surface. That place is like an eternal prison. It is covered in the depths of the seabed that even light cannot reach. The cone-shaped outer wall is used to resist high water pressure. The atmosphere is somewhat similar to the mythical Tower of Babylon. Qin Zheng went unimpeded all the way to the bottom. It's here. Qin Zheng looked at the center. The anchor pier that fixed the heads of all the machines was a metal base in the shape of a mini-inverted pyramid. The center of the anchor pier had a beam and column, like a wooden pile. Bang firmly hit inside, its diameter is less than 1 meter, and on it, there is a wrist sealed by ice crystals. This is the saint's wrist. Qin Zheng murmured. And Ostak was very excited when he saw the saint's wrist. Do you want to take it down? Qin Zheng smiled slightly. If you take it down, Xianshen Island will be destroyed in an instant. You bastard, you really want to destroy Xianjin Island? The sudden voice sounded, it was the voice of the ancient city. At the critical moment, the ancient city and Yace finally caught up. Data 0088. Hearing the voice of the ancient city, Qin Zheng turned his head in surprise. It's the ancient city. Why did you come here? Qin Zheng had already guessed the matter the moment he saw the ancient city. That month he should not worry about him, so just to be on the safe side, he asked the ancient city to follow suit. Come here. Fortunately, I followed, otherwise Xianshendao would be completely finished. At this time, the ancient city thought the same way. And that month also guessed right. Qin Zheng really had a keen interest in the remains of the saint, so he forgot about the things that were delivered that month. Of course I stopped you. Gokun said coldly. Oh. Do you have this ability? Qin Zheng provocatively glanced at the ancient city. The person who inherits the blood of the flaming Night Uncle, Xiao Gokun, here to liberate your shackles. That blood turned into a brilliant thunder light. The huge light, heat. An impact that the thunder couldn't compare before. Just like the time when Warehouse Street was burnt down, it was the beast of the fourth true ancestor. However, what was different from last time was that this light did not spit out regardless of the enemy and us, but condensed into a huge beast appearance. Coming soon, the fifth beast Lion's Gold. What appeared was a lion incarnation of thunder, a huge body as big as a chariot, formed by the magic of violent thunder. Its whole body exudes dazzling brilliance, and its roar shakes the atmosphere like thunder. The Lion's Gold. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, as if he hadn't played against the ancient city yet. Quickly come, fallen angel Feluxi. This is Qin Zheng's second use of this beast. Boom! The grey angel appeared in the confined space, with countless colorful spots on the grey wings. Chapter 56. The Lion's Gold. Under the order of the ancient city, the Lion's Gold turned into thunder and rushed forward. Feluxi. Qin Zheng also issued an attack order. On Feluxi's wings, the spots were bright, and countless rays of light shot out of the spots and collided with the yellow thunder. Boom! The two confronted, and the entire cornerstone gate trembled. Two quasi-true ancestor-level beasts are fighting in a confined space, and the aftermath can be imagined. The ancient city, if you hit it like this, you don't need to destroy the saint's body at all, it's all destroyed here. As if the whole earth was shaking, Yace frowned and said. Then what should we do? Gokun asked in a low voice. During the discussion between the two, Qin Zheng also frowned. If the battle continues, this place will really be destroyed. Qin Zheng did not intend to destroy Xianshan Island, and when he came here, he already had detailed information. Intend. With the current technology, it will take a while to find and create an item that can be used as a sacrifice building material. Of course. And Qin Zheng has also been working hard to learn the magic of this world during this period, and there are other spells, and one of the spells that happened to be learned is to sacrifice building materials. Qin Zheng, you abandon the remains of the saint. Everyone dared not do anything, so the ancient city said. Give up? That's all you told me. I'm sorry, I don't want to give up. Because I am very interested in the remains of the saint. Qin Zheng smiled slightly. You have to think about it clearly. If you fight, you and I will sink into the abyss of the sea, even if there is eternal life. The words of the ancient city can be regarded as Qin Zheng's heart, and Qin Zheng's weakness is water. I know this, but I believe that with your personality, you will not attack me anymore. Qin Zheng said confidently. Indeed, with the lives of 600,000 people as a bet, Qin Zheng is still not sure if it is someone else, such as the Lion King institution, but if it is an ancient city, then Qin Zheng can keep it, and he must not dare to do it. Hey! Qin Zheng stopped paying attention to the ancient city, and went straight to the center. The Lion's Gold. Stop him for me. Gokun ordered again. Hey! Looking at the lion blocking the road in front, Qin Zheng looked back at the ancient city unexpectedly. This guy was really unexpected. Do you care about the life or death of 600,000 people? Qin Zheng smiled and looked at the ancient city. Humph, if I were to wait for death obediently, I would definitely not be able to do it. If the door of the cornerstone is really destroyed, anyway, it is a death, then I will die with the people on the island. Gokun sneered. Yet. Yazi nodded, if we fail in the end, we will live and die with Shijian Island. Qin Zheng was taken aback by the seemingly domineering remarks of the ancient city. He did not expect that the ancient city would have such a consciousness. But don't you think it's too much? Not to mention stealing the saint's body, but also using it as a sacrifice building material. Qin Zheng said with a smile. Are you planning to stand up for the uncle next to you? Gukhan frowned, but even so, the 560,000 people who lived on this island without knowing it should die? Have you ever cared about others? Life. The use of building materials for sacrifice is now banned by international treaties. What's more, the use of the remains of saints from usurpation is even more unacceptable. Yace also said. If you still go your own way, we will stop you even if you die. Good enlightenment. Okay, let's make a deal. Qin Zheng smiled slightly, looked at Ostak next to him, and said, I am very interested in the remains of the saint. It is not possible for me to give up, but the remains of the saint can be taken out without destroying the island of the of strings. What do you want the body of the saint for? Gukhan asked. No comment. Of course, you don't have to do this transaction, but you are determined to get the body of the saint. Qin Zheng sneered. As soon as Qin Zheng said this, Gu Cheng and Yazi fell silent. Using a piece of arm in exchange for the safety of everyone on the island is a very worthwhile deal, even though they don't know what Qin Zheng wants to do with the remains of the saint. After all, not in Western Europe, they simply cannot understand the importance of the saint's body in the hearts of the believers. Even if they know it, they will trade. In order to obtain the remains of the saint, Ostak did not hesitate to kill 600,000. It can be seen that humans are animals that are more emotional than rational. You bastards, even thinking about trading the arm of the saint in exchange for the safety of Xian Chendao. Ostahi, who had already woken up, heard the conversation of Qin Zheng and others. You mouse are not qualified to speak. Qin Zheng sneered. When he saw the ancient city was silent, he knew that they had agreed. He stabbed his palm and directly took out Ostaka's heart, but Ostak was still weird. Hanging a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Even if he is guilty, he is not guilty to death. Seeing Qin Zheng killing Ostak, Gukhan asked furiously. Qin Zheng didn't have any reaction, the blood flowing down slowly gathered to form a magic circle. This is the curse for sacrificing building materials. Ye saw what Qin Zheng was about to do. Qin Zheng, do you want to sacrifice Ostak alive? Yes. The spell you just mastered. Qin Zheng nodded, and as Qin Zheng chanted, Ostahi's expression became painful. You guy, let him go. The ancient city can't stand it anymore. Gukhan, calm down. How do you tell me to calm down? It's useless, even if Qin Zheng doesn't do anything, he will still be sentenced to a suspended death sentence for the crime committed by Ostak on Xian Shen Island. So what? Even so, Qin Zheng can deprive others of their lives at will. When Guzhou and Yace were arguing, the ice crystals began to slowly envelop Ostak. Item 0089. You bastard! Gukhan shot angrily, but it was too late, and Ostak became a sacrifice building material. With a light push, Qin Zheng replaced the saint's body with the sacrifice materials made by Ostak. In this way, Qin Zheng received the saint's body. Of course, during the replacement period, there was an earthquake of almost 7 magnitude, and many buildings on the ground collapsed. Even the tomb of the ocean parked by the sea was affected. Is Xianjin Island going to be destroyed? Sui Ke thought worried. From the moment Qin Zheng planned to make a move, Sui Ke has been worried about the safety of Xian Chendao. Saya Hua, let's go and take a look. Yukana said to Saya Hua. If it really was Qin Zheng's action that caused the destruction of Xian Shen Island, then she must stop it. Yeah. Okay. Xiaka nodded. Where are you going? The two were about to leave, and Beat Oris came out. Bea Torres, you let me go, Xian Shen Island is about to be destroyed. Seeing Bea Torres, Shui said coldly. Isn't it better? Beat Oris smiled and said, Xiangamai Island, an artificial island that has existed for more than 40 years, if it sinks, it must be spectacular. You, let me go. As she said, Sui Ke showed Swexy a wolf. Hehe, that won't work, the true ancestor ordered, I can't let you leave the tomb of the ocean. Then there is nothing to say. The lion dancer, the high god sword witch, sincerely pray, break the devil's dawn, Swexia god wolf. With the mighty power of the strong, help me with all the evil gods and hundreds of ghosts. Aurora Yanju, Huang Huakailan, dominate the sky and thunder, and use angry flames and snakes to penetrate the demon spirits and ghosts. Qin Zheng, the hardness of the building materials for sacrifice is not strong enough for Xian Jindao to support for a long time. Yace asked calmly. Yet. I know. Qin Zheng nodded. But it should be possible to support it for 2 years. In these 2 years, you should be able to find new substitutes. With the patience of the Lion King mechanism. After speaking, Qin Zheng's figure slowly faded. Qian Kong, who accidentally broke in and hid on the side, finally saw the confrontation between the two true ancestors. It's amazing. Qian Kong muttered while looking at the rival Gukan and Qin Zheng. Chapter 57. Mogui, I didn't expect Qin Zhengui to be such a person, and he actually killed someone. Qian Kong witnessed the whole process of Qin Zheng turning Ostak into a sacrifice building material. Ostak will also be sentenced to death with a suspended death sentence for the crime committed by Ostak. Mogu said crookedly, and by all accounts he was a very strange-tempered intelligence. Even so, you can't kill people. I don't know why, when I saw Qin Zheng killing someone, Qian Kong felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Now after hearing Mogu crookedly say that Qin Zheng killed a person full of evil, Qian Kong felt good in his heart. A lot, but still murmured. Mogui looked at the place where Qin Zheng disappeared. Is Qin Zheng? It is really interesting. Although you don't say it, you don't want to destroy Xianshen Island. If Qin Zheng is going to destroy Xianshen Island, then he just now the summoned is the giant soldier. With the huge figure of the giant soldier, as long as the battle, the center will definitely be affected, and the island of the string will naturally sink. At Heike Academy, feeling the vibration of the ground, Fei Tao was worried. Their Lion King agency received accurate news from Ostak, but they didn't stop it. If this would destroy Xianshen Island, then her conscience is disturbed. Soon, Yazi called Fei Tao. Although there have been a lot of disturbances, as a result, Xianjin Island has not been destroyed. If Xianjin Island didn't sink, Fei Tao knew that Gukan and Yace had completely settled the matter. But there was an accident. Qin Zheng took away the body of the saint. What's the matter? That's it. Qin Zheng turned Ostak into a building material for sacrifice, and then replaced the remains of the saint. That's it. Fei Tao nodded. Did Qin Zheng say what his saint's body did? He didn't say. Yet. Then I know. After Fei Tao hung up the phone, his brows became tighter. Qin Zheng is indeed an unstable factor. He disrupts his own arrangements every time. But Yukana and Sayawa have not obtained useful information, so they can't make countermeasures for Qin Zheng's weaknesses. No, Yukana and Sayawa are also his weaknesses. Yukana and Sayawa are used to control his last hand. If they are not in place, Fei Tao will not use it, and between the three it seems that the fetters are not deep enough. What to do? How to get Qin Zheng's weakness? Do you want to do it yourself? Fei Tao frowned. She knew that with her own appearance, she would probably succeed, but what Fei Tao didn't know was that Qin Zheng, who was familiar with the plot, had already understood Fei Tao's identity. Qin Zheng is also rather helpless because he is afraid of water's weakness. Although he has obtained eternal life, he must not be aware of the weakness of water. Otherwise, the people at the Lion King agency still don't know how to deal with him. Data 0090. The man stayed in a corner of the empty room with exposed steel bars. The research room was quiet and dark. Only the sound of the air-cooled fan sounded. The reason why the room temperature is so low that it will turn white even after exhalation. It should be to protect the jungle-like electronic circuits in the room. The central screen shows texts of unknown origin. He stared at those words alone, seemingly anxiously smacking his lips. The partition wall of the research room suddenly opened without warning. It was 3 men in black suits who broke into the room rudely. The man turned to face the intruder who shouldn't be there, and the seat creaked. "Who are you? This is a level 6 confidential area. You can't come in freely except for employees." He threatened the men in suits. His eyes were like raptors invaded by the sight, but his threatening expression froze in the middle. Because he noticed the ID card hanging on the man in the suit. "Yasuke Makimura, R&D Department of the Kana Alchemy Industry Corporation, right?" a man in a suit asked blankly. His ID card is printed with a 5-pointed star, which can also be used as a simple magic circle for body protection. It is the badge of the national attacker in the Special Area Police Department that is responsible for dealing with international magical crimes. "Yes. I am." Yasuke suddenly became nervous. The research director of Yasuke Makimura, the materials used in this research institute are suspected of containing items that violate the Magic Trade Control Order. We request that you immediately disclose all the materials in the institute and hand in the materials. Violation of the Trade Control Order. The seemingly weak man got up from his seat. "Wait a minute, something is wrong. There is no such thing here. No need. Galdo-Suz, we have arrested one of his subordinates the day before yesterday." Behind, that month wearing a black skirt came up and said. When another man in a suit took out the handcuffs, Makimura was shocked and gasped. "According to Article 5 of the SAR Public Security Maintenance Regulations, we will detain you from now on. Your statement may become unfavorable evidence in court. I hope you will be cautious in your words and deeds." The man in the suit grabbed Makimura's hand and put on handcuffs. At the moment when people thought so, Makimura suddenly greeted the man in the suit with a heavy blow. Compared with the thin and lacking strength of Makimura, the man in the suit has a burly physique, and the weight of both sides should be 40 kilograms less. However, when Makimura, whose arm was caught, flicked hard, it was the man in the suit who threw out. After hitting the pillar next to him, the man in the suit fell to the floor, groaning in pain. During this period, Makimura had torn apart his clothing representing the researcher, his hair grew out, and he roared, "He has transformed into a success. Sure enough, the Unland demon race. Are you a supporter of the Black Death Emperor faction?" Naio murmured. Another man in a suit immediately drew his gun at Maki village. The firing was well trained, and the shot was a silver iridium alloy warhead known as the Werewolf Killer. However, Makimura got through the bullet rain, knocked down the man in the suit's pistol, and then jumped. He planned to escape from the open partition wall. "Get back!" Naio also rushed up, and then dodged the werewolf's claws lightly, and then dropped the werewolf to the ground with one blow. That month has come to the computer full of words. "Catch him!" Naio smiled slightly, looked at the seriously injured werewolf, and said. Makimura, who was seriously injured and unable to maintain the orc, began to cough violently after turning into a human-like appearance. The men in suits who took the opportunity to put a metal ring around his neck, which can make the nervous response abnormal through the weak current. Detention equipment for orcs to prevent ossification. "Sorry, Instructor Nangong. Thanks to you, I was saved." A man in a suit leaned on his broken right hand and thanked that month. And that month spread out the black lace fan, shook his head gracefully and said, "No need to thank, this is what I should do." Then, she was looking at several photos scattered on the table in Maki village. The photos appeared to be stone monuments unearthed from an ancient ruin. The message engraved on the surface of the steel is the same as the message shown on the screen of the research room, which is a string of characters that cannot be read. Is this the smuggled goods specially shipped by the Black Death Emperor from the western regions? It doesn't look like a simple antique. Where is the real thing? It is assumed that it has been shipped from this facility. The man in the suit frowned and said, "What the is Gardosius doing?" Naiya frowned, then she glanced at Makimura and said again, "Take him down, I think I can get something useful from him." "Yes." The man in the suit nodded. Men in suits do have a hand in torture. Well, it should be said that they are very good at torture in that line. Not long after, Makimura spoke. "The instructor of that month, it's not good, it's a weapon. The legendary weapon Naraquiler that can kill the true ancestor. The inscription above is the program for controlling the weapon." "Ah. In this way, since they transported the slate away, they must interpret or find a way to interpret the program. We have to hurry." Naiyu said anxiously. "Galdorius has not yet found a way to interpret the program. He just knows that Jian Kong, a genius girl, wants to awaken Narakville through her hands, so as to achieve the purpose of killing the true ancestor. In fact, it seems from the original work that Naraquiler was created by a god, and its power is also full, because Naraquiler has the ability to learn to imitate. As long as they are given enough time, it is not necessarily true that they can kill the true ancestors. Qin Zheng also knows this. If this weapon is not in his own hands, Qin Zheng will definitely destroy them." Item 0091. The next day, Qin Zheng had obtained the body of the saint and was studying it in a dark room. Now Qin Zheng has sliced this arm into research. I have to say that the immortal flesh of the saint who serves the true does have his uniqueness. Chapter 58. Perhaps it is the reason for serving the gods. The immortal body seems to be stained with a little divine nature. Of course, although this divine nature is not very useful, it is very useful for augmenting weapons. For example, after adding some of these materials to Swexia Wolf, the hardness and power of Swexia Wolf will be greatly improved, and even without Lingian, it can exert superhuman power. "Senior, are you looking for me?" At this moment, Sui Ke appeared at the door. "Yet." Qin Zheng nodded. When he came back, he found that Sui Ke and Saiyahua were teaming up to deal with Bea Torres. Of course, although the two were teaming up, they did not have the upper hand. If Swexia Wolf was equipped with this kind of thing after that, the result is hard to tell. "Come here and show you something," Qin Zheng said, narrowing his eyes. Shuai walked up and saw an extra arm on the table. Although it was covered with scars, Shuai could still feel the power of it. In surprise, Shuai was stunned. "This is..." Shuai murmured. "The remains of the saint in Western Europe. Although there is only one arm, I found a lot of interesting things." Qin Zheng smiled. "Ah. You went to the Holy See in Western Europe and stole the body of the saint?" "No." Qin Zheng shook his head. "If I go to the Holy See in Western Europe, it will not be as simple as that arm, but your suggestion is good. I will go to Western Europe when I have time, and then bring the whole body of the saint." Sui Ke did not expect that her unintentional words would cause a catastrophic blow to the Holy See in Western Europe. "What about this arm?" "I got it from the cornerstone gate." "The door to the cornerstone, why does Xian Chendao have such a thing?" Hearing this, Shuai was taken aback again. "Well, what should I say? This arm has always existed on Xianjin Island as a sacrifice building material. No wonder Ostak came to Xianjin Island, it turned out to be for this thing." Soon, Sui Ke thought more. However, Sui Ke's expression changed. The body of the saint who served as the sacrificial building material was in Qin Zheng's hands, so what would support the entire Xianshen Island? Why didn't Xianjin Island sink? Astahi. Qin Zheng smiled. Thanks to him, the Xianshen Island did not sink. The Holy See in Western Europe is really a good person. Sui Ke did not understand what Qin Zheng said, but she felt that something terrible had happened at the gate of Cornerstone. Of course, if Sui Ke wanted to find out, she could call the Lion King Agency. The Lion King Agency must know what happened. Matter. Sukai, take out your weapon Swexia Wolf. Yet. Sway took out Swexia Wolf from the guitar box behind her. Qin Zheng turned to Swexia Wolf, looking at the faint cold light that screamed, and began to add saint body materials to Swexia Wolf. Senior, what are you going to do? Make Swexia Wolf even more powerful. Qin Zheng explained, if a little bit of powder from the body of a saint is mixed with Swexia Wolf will possess divine nature and even more powerful. Oh! Sway nodded, she was naturally happy to be able to make Swexia Wolf even more powerful. Qin Zheng continued to fiddle, and after Sway came out, Xia Hua hurriedly walked over. Sukai, the big thing is not good. Ah! What happened? I just checked the internet, and the gate of Cornerstone was attacked by an unknown person. Sadaka said. And that unknown person is Qin Zheng. What else? Sway asked again. From the conversation with Qin Zheng just now, she already knew that Qin Zheng must have gone to the door of the Cornerstone, and also took out the building materials made of the saint's remains. The Lion King agency also called me just now. It said that the body of the saint was taken away by Qin Zheng. I already know this. Sway nodded, the senior asked me to go in to show me the remains of the saint. Ah! That's it. Do you know his purpose? Purpose? Upon hearing this, Sway remembered Qin Zheng's cheerful look, and said distressedly, probably because of interest. Interest? What's the matter? Xia Hua, when did you become so concerned about seniors? Do you like going to seniors? Swayka asked in surprise. Who likes him? Xia Hua's face flushed, and said, the Lion King agency called me just now, and asked me to figure out Qin Zheng's purpose of holding the saint's body. The Lion King agency arranged for snow vegetables and yarn. When Xi Hua became Qin Zheng's woman, she had originally planned to monitor Qin Zheng. That's it. Sway was even more distressed. If Qin Zheng didn't want to say it, it would be useless to ask if he went to ask. Then what is Qin doing inside? It's been a day and a night, he seems to be possessed. Every night in the past, Qin Zheng would find her or Sway overnight, but not last night. He will study the body of the saint inside. Sway remembered the almost sliced arm, wiping cold sweat. In that case, Qin Zheng is really interested. Xia Hua murmured. Yet. The senior seems to be able to mix the saint's body into the weapon, and now he is transforming for Swexia Wolf. Sway smiled slightly. Ah! Xiaka was taken aback, the saint's body has a divine nature, if it can be mixed into weapons, then the power of the weapons will definitely increase greatly. Then I also asked Qin Zheng to transform Huang Hualin. Sai Shihua hurriedly said. If the divine Huang Hualin was used last night, then she would definitely be able to beat that coquettish Bea Torres. After Qin Zheng added the remains of the saints to Swexia Wolf and Huang Hualin, it is no accident that Swexia Wolf and Huang Hualin possessed divine nature and became more powerful. And when I was going to have fun with Sway and Sashawa, the Tomb of the Ocean ushered in a familiar guest, Nangong that month. Item 0092. Qin Zheng is not clear about the conversation between Sway and Xia Hua, but Qin Zheng is not worried that the two of Sway will harm him, especially Sway, who has a straightforward personality and a strong sense of justice, and it is difficult for him to do anything to harm him. In the original book, when she followed the ancient city and was discovered, she could tell her that she was here for surveillance, but it was also this kind of personality that made Qin Zheng quite distressed. After all, although Qin Zheng is not a big evil, but it is definitely not justice. That month, what did you come here for? Qin Zheng smiled slightly when he looked at the beautiful month dressed in black gifts. You guy, you are still pretending to be garlic. If the ancient city doesn't appear in time, are you going to destroy this island? The moon asked with an aura. How is it possible? Qin Zheng spread his hands. If I want to destroy Xianshen Island, you will not be able to stop me. Qin Zheng took Astahi into the gate of the cornerstone, and there was that Astahi to replace the saint's arm. Hey! That month did not speak, because what Qin Zheng said was true. After all, with Qin Zheng's power, it would be easy to destroy Xianshan Island. Then tell me, what is your purpose in taking the saint's body? Although the tone of that month was bad and unceremonious, looking at the delicate face that looked like a doll, Qin Zheng didn't have the consciousness of being provoked by the majesty of the true ancestor. He smiled indifferently and said, "Of course it's interest." Sure enough. I should have thought about it, the second disease is really a kind of disease, it can be cured. Neihu tightly looked at Qin Zheng, wanting to see Qin Zheng's true thoughts from Qin Zheng's face, and finally felt helpless. That month only agreed with Qin Zheng's statement, but because of Qin Zheng's whim interest, the entire Xianshan Island was in a crisis of sinking, and that month began to complain about Qin Zheng's second illness. Then I'll ask you again? Where's Yubu classmate? Asked that month again. Zibu. I don't understand what you are talking about. Qin Zheng was taken aback when he heard this. Humph, don't pretend to be a fool. We already have enough evidence that your subordinate Bea Torres took Zibu away. Don't you know? You kidnapper. Sex dog. Then you scolded again. Oh. Zibu was indeed a guest at the Tomb of the Ocean, but when it comes to kidnapping, that really wronged me. I wronged you? Then you tell Zibu to come out, I want to take Zibu away, are you okay? Neihu snorted. No problem, only if she is willing to leave with you. Chapter 59. Qin Zheng, what do you mean by this? Neihu looked at Qin Zheng with some caution. Literally, Zibu is here to eat, drink and live well, I think she doesn't want to leave. Bring Zibu here. Qin Zheng said to the blue-clothed woman beside her, Maid 1. Soon, Zibu followed out. Zibu was surprised when he saw that month. Ms. Neihu, why did you come here? Could it be that you were also given by him? At this point, Zibu didn't say anything. Zibu, I'm here to take you back. Neihu explained. You want to take me back? Zibu was taken aback, then smiled bitterly, Teacher that month, I'm here well, I don't want to go back. Don't want to go back. Hearing this, he stunned that month and said hurriedly, Zibu, don't be afraid, the teacher is here, no one can bully you. I know. Hearing this, Zibu glanced at Qin Zheng. He should have been bullied, and he has become such a monster again. Apart from staying here, where can he go? It turned out that after Qin Zheng was tough on Zibu, Zibu also strongly resisted and went on a hunger strike afterwards, but she also felt strange that she did not seem to feel hungry, but there was a burning sensation in her throat, and her mouth was dry. Dry, and finally showed two fangs. At that time, Zibu knew that he had become a so-called zombie. Unlike vampires, he was neither a demon nor a human being. Instead, he lived on blood and complained for food, an immortal alien species, and this feeling is the feeling of needing blood. Afterwards, Bea Torres brought a few packs of blood to Zibu. Zibu, who was finally no longer thirsty, had a feeling of loneliness, a monster mood haunting her heart. Only by staying on this ship and getting along with so-called companions, will Yubu not feel like a monster. More importantly, she seemed to fall in love with the comfortable feeling of being ravaged by Qin Zheng. If Qin Zheng knew what Zibu was thinking, he would have sneered at him. Zibu was originally an ordinary person. By coincidence, Beatorus was turned into a zombie. It can be said that in terms of strength, he has risen to the sky in one step, but this is also true. Disadvantages: the strength is strong, but there is no strong heart that can match the strength. Zibu will have this feeling. From Bea Torres to the Maid Corps, the moment they become zombies, they feel happy, rather than worrying about gains and losses. This is the difference in mood. Yubu, what's wrong with you? Uchida is waiting for you to go back. Ms. Naiu, please tell Uchida and say that Zabu is sorry for him. Zabu lowered his head. Haha, that Yueshin, you have already heard that Zabu doesn't want to leave here. Qin Zheng laughed and took Zabu beside him in his arms, and said, the person Zabu likes now is me, Uchida or something, let him go home and drink milk. You. Naiu looked at Qin Zheng angrily. Hehe, Yueshin, I am going to do something unsuitable for children with Zabu now. If you don't leave, do you want to stay and watch the battle? Qin Zheng sneered and tore Zabu's shirt directly. Zabu was about to resist. Qin Zheng's lips were already printed. Sex dog, shameless, bastard. Abnormal. Rogue. Seeing Qin Zheng's rascal behavior, he couldn't stand it anymore that month and left with the space magic. Item 0093. That night, the light spring onion who came back from the gate of Cornerstone lay on the bed. Mogu, why, what do you think I should do? Very simple, become Qin Zheng's woman. Ah! What are you talking about? When did I say I was going to be Qin Zheng's woman? Qian Kong's face flushed and she jumped up rudely. It was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. At the home I was used to, I was wearing a camisole and underwear. After the shower, my hair was wrapped in a bath towel, which looked unique. Dishonest girl, of course, this is just my suggestion. Mogu smiled slightly. But Qin Zheng is a badass. He also killed someone. Qian Kong said with a pouting mouth. Nowadays, he has been getting along with Qin Zheng for a long time, with a frank personality and knowing everything. Qin Zheng is slowly approaching her heart, but the figure of the ancient city, which is mysterious and not frank at all, is gradually fading. What the hell? Mogu whispered. In this world, there are dead people every day, after all, individual power can be very powerful. But I don't know Qin Zheng. And he in the ancient city. Stupid. Follow your own feelings. If you think you don't understand Qin Zheng, you can learn more about him. Only I don't like being called an idiot by you. Qian Kong snorted coldly, and said, however, why did you facilitate Qin Zheng and me? Do you have any conspiracy? Hurry up. Qian Kong smiled coldly and said. This is good for you. Good for me. Yet. Mogu nodded. Qin Zheng, as the fifth true ancestor, is the most powerful person at the top of the pyramid. If you become Qin Zheng's woman, then you will have power and resources in the future. But the ancient city is different. Although the ancient city is the fourth true ancestor, it is only a half-hearted true ancestor. It is incomparable to Qin Zheng. You should have seen the battle between them. Qian Kong couldn't understand the battle situation, but from the look and attitude of speaking, Qin Zheng should have the upper hand. More importantly, Qin Zheng treats the people around him better than Gukin's heart. What Mogu said crookedly is the truth. In the original work, if the ancient city can pay a little attention to Qian Kong, then Qian Kong will not encounter so many troubles. Ns. Qian Kong began to hesitate when she heard Mogui's words. But Qin Zheng seems to know a girl named Sui Kei in the junior high school very well. What's the matter? You are not bad. If you take the initiative, I believe Qin Zheng will definitely fall into your gentle homeland. But I heard that they are already living together. Qian Kong was a bit distressed. Don't you also be in the same position as Qin Zheng? In terms of combat effectiveness, a 5 to 5 chance. 5 to 5 odds? What do you mean? The battle between girls. You should know this. Then what should I do? Well, how about you fight against Sui Kei and try to seduce Qin Zheng? What? Temptation. Temptation? Why should I? Using beauty tricks, Qin Zheng will definitely be irresistible. Let me think about it. Qian Kong nodded gently. Gukin and Qian Kong have known each other for 2 or 3 years, but Jian Kong now finds that the ancient city is not only good in everything, but also hides everything from him. However, he was only curious about Qin Zheng, but he was instigated by Mo Gyue and began to hesitate. "Do you really want to use the beauty plan?" Jian Kong whispered, sitting at the desk, full of clothes, magazines, cosmetics, and some dolls in the closet. The light green room is like a normal girl's room. However, only the desk in the corner is different. The rigid business screen, coupled with the rack-mounted parallel computer cluster, is comparable to the computers of a small-scale information technology company or university research room, and is randomly arranged on the desk. This scene has an indescribable surreal taste. Jian Kong's computer technology is superb, and he is very famous in the computer world. But because of this, when Jian Kong started the communication software, he suddenly found an unfamiliar email. The sender's mail address was from Jiana Alchemy Industry Company, Jian Kong. "I have also received several work commissions. It belongs to the big business in Xianjin City. Of course, this company is just a cover-up. In essence, Galdoziu, the Black Death Emperor faction, has already set their sights on her. Seek interpretation. Not a commission, but a few words. What's this?" Although it doesn't feel like a virus email. Jian Kong tilted her head and opened the information attached to the letter. The result showed a strange string of characters of unknown origin, a terrifyingly complicated language system, and a flawed logical array. It was different from any national language that had existed on the earth before, but it was not a spell used for magic or incantation. Arts. Even with all groups of linguists or magicians, it may still be difficult to interpret these. Solving the puzzle? Really interesting. Jian Kong, who knew nothing about it, began to help Galdorius with his work. Jian Kong started to understand the text string. The weird text is disintegrated, and the translated text is displayed. Chapter-60. Naraquiler, what is this? Looking at the words that appeared on the screen, he muttered lightly. Forget it, continue to interpret it. On the other side, Qin was openly humming Zibu on the deck, and that month was in a heavy mood. If Zibu stayed there voluntarily from the heart, then you didn't believe it at all. She was wondering if Zibu was threatened by Qin Zheng. Hey, it's really troublesome. How should I explain to the ancient city? Neiyu said that he would bring Zibu back, but now Zibu is unwilling to leave, which makes Neiyu very embarrassed. Forget it, let's tell the truth. Neiyu murmured. Item 0094. After making up his mind that month, of course he chose to call Yazi, explaining that he had not succeeded in bringing Yaho out. Monday in mid-September, 6:25 in the morning. This morning, Gukin rarely woke up on its own. Although I was very tired yesterday, I still saved Xianshen Island, and the ancient city is still very satisfied. After washing his face and returning to the living room, the ancient city noticed the breakfast prepared on the table, the baked fruit sandwich and the Italian salad made by Nasha, and the dishes were more troublesome than usual. Gukin was relieved when he saw this. It seemed that his long-lost mother had returned home. Since their parents divorced 4 years ago, Xiao's family is currently a 3-person family. However, their mother Xiao Shenzhen in Gukin is quite dignified as the research director of a company in Xianjin City. Most of the days he did not go home, 1 week or 10 days away from home is a commonplace meal, but she will come back late at night or early in the morning without contact. She is an unrestrained woman who lives almost like a wild cat. Therefore, the ancient city would believe that the mother who did not know when she returned home was in the Nagsha room without any evidence. It is no wonder from a certain level. Neza, sorry, I'm going to have breakfast first. If you want coffee, I can even share your share. When Guzhou yawned and said these words, he found that Yace was also here. Yace, why are you here? Guzhou was surprised to see Yace. Hehe, I'm here to find you to go to school. Yace smiled slightly. Don't come to me specifically. If this goes on, you will really be called gay. Gukin was helpless to complain. Don't mind this kind of thing, anyway, I am your entourage of blood. Yace laughed, walking towards the ancient city, but unexpectedly, stepped on the air. Yace rushed forward. The most terrible thing is in a panic. Yace grabbed the pants of the ancient city with his palm, and pulled it down a little bit. The ancient city fell down, and at that time, Yace's mouth came into close contact with the small ancient city. You fellow, what are you doing? Gukin glanced at Yace and said dissatisfied. Gukin brother, are you awake? At this time, the light footsteps came, and Nasha immediately saw such an unbearable scene. What are you two, what are you doing? Looking at the two people in such a posture, Neza was stunned. Neza, listen to me first. Gukin wanted to push away Yazi who was lying on his body, and said anxiously. You two go ahead, I'm going to school first. Nasha gave the ancient city no chance, said, Faye generally left. This time the misunderstanding is a big mess. Gukin murmured. He didn't want to get involved, but he is really developing in this direction. You bastard, why did you appear here? Thinking of this, the ancient city became angry. Isn't there something to tell you? Yace smiled, the relationship between the two seemed reasonable and unclear. If something is so urgent, can't I say it in school? Really, now Neza's misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper. Gukin said a little annoyed. Hehe, the teacher called me that month last night. The teacher called you that month? What's the matter? First of all, she thanked us for saving Zion Jindao. Second, it was the matter of Yabu. Zabu's matter, is it resolved? Gukin asked with concern after hearing this. But Yazi shook his head, his face solemn, and said, no success. What, didn't that guy Qin Zheng let Zabu go? No, I'm looking for him. Gukin picked up his school bag and was about to run out. Gukin is a passionate person who doesn't talk about the consequences of doing things. That month also knew the character of the ancient city, so he only called Yace and said that he had messed up, and Zabu refused to come back. Of course, on the phone that month, it was emphasized that Zabu did not want to come back with her, not the reason for her incompetence. The stronger month would never admit that she was incompetent, if that month really had the power that could rival Qin Zheng. What about taking Zabu forcibly? The key is that that month did not have the power to match Qin Zheng, so that month had to be softened. Gukin, can you calm down? Yazi said helplessly. At the same time, I was also dissatisfied that the month was handed over such troubles to me. How could such a passionate fool be so easy to persuade? How do you tell me to calm down? Yesterday Qin Zheng killed someone who was unable to fight back. We didn't stop it. Now you are going to stop me from saving my friends. Gu Cheng said coldly. Gukin, listen to me first, it's not that Qin Zheng is not letting go, but that Zabu doesn't want to come back. What, how could Yaho be like this? Isn't she Uchida's girlfriend? I don't know the details. Yace shook his head after hearing this. By the way, Zabu must have been threatened by Qin Zheng. Gukin said automatically. Don't think about it. Yace smiled, but he also felt that Yabu was threatened by Qin Zheng and didn't want to come back. Let's find Uchida. Gukin thought for a while and said. What are you looking for Uchida? Of course it is to bring Yabu back. If Uchida goes out, it should make Yabu change his mind. No, if Yabu is really threatened, then Yabu won't be back before Qin Zheng is defeated. Yace shook his head. Anyway, we have to give it a try. Gukin nodded definitely. Okay, then. Looking at the ancient city, which was as passionate as an idiot, and knew that he would have to try for failure, Yace smiled faintly. Perhaps this is what attracted him to the ancient city. The two of them carried their school bags and went out. Of course, this was just going to school, because they didn't know where Qin Zheng lived. Uchida explained everything. However, when Uchida and Yoho meet, and then see the beloved woman lying in the arms of others, and finally listen to the ruthless words of the beloved, even Uchida, who has a slight temperament, will be blackened and run away. Data 0095. The two people's houses are still some distance away from the high-speed rail area, and it is morning at this time, and there are not many pedestrians on the road. Suddenly, Guken's face changed. As a vampire, Guken has activated cells and has a keen intuition for the threats around him. Yace, be careful. Guken pushed Yace away by his side, and he used the thrust to push back. Hey! Yazi was still inexplicable, but the next moment, the ground where the two of them were on exploded, and the scattered stone fragments flew over Yazi's cheeks. Even so, he still couldn't understand what had happened. What is it? Then, the ancient city saw silver flashes flying swiftly toward this side. The body took action before thinking. The ancient city rushed to the ground and rolled over, avoiding the flash in a thrilling manner. The real flash of the flash is metal arrows. The western arrows with sharp arrows and feathers are stuck at the foot of the ancient city. Ground. What's going on? Yace was stunned. Guken couldn't understand the fact that he was being sniped. He stared at the arrow handle inserted into the ground in amazement. He was fighting in a neighborhood with poor vision. The bow and arrow without sound when fired was sometimes more threatening than the firearm. Just looking around briefly, the shooter might there are too many places to hide. I don't know who launched the attack from where. This situation caused the ancient city to fall into a little chaos. Damn it, who is attacking us, and on the street? Yazi put on earplugs, ready to use his abilities to find the murderer.